same area, different lighting?
Yes.
Okay. Coffee 4, and I'm going to zoom in a little bit on this so you can describe what we're looking at here.
So this is the same area. This is where I actually have the blue star present, and you can see that it's luminescing. If you look at the 2 candle holders, they're bright blue towards the top. It's luminescing with the metal as a false positive, but I try to photograph with light and the luminescence by keeping my shutter open so that you can see the specific area in the room that I'm photographing, but also showing luminescence. So you see the luminescence on here, and if you go back to the picture before, the candle holders aren't going to be blue like they are in this picture. You see that they're more of like a bronze goldish color, but then if you go ahead, that's where I sprayed the blue star. I was searching for blood. I got a false positive on the metal.
How did you know this was a false positive?
Just because, again, when it luminesces, it shows up immediately and then dissipates, and then also it only showed up in the areas that that metal was there. So it indicated that it was likely a false positive, not consistent with a blood luminescence.
So you mentioned that you have to be fairly quick to catch the reaction when it's a false positive. You keep your camera, you kind of were talking about how you did that. Can you describe that a little bit?
So I leave my shutter open. I use a remote. I open my shutter. I put it on what's called bulb, and that's where the shutter stays open as long as I want it to. And this is how you may see pictures that if you're taking a photograph of a car moving and you leave your shutter open, you're going to see the car as a streak going across the screen because your shutter's open and it's not actually like capturing the image because the image is moving. So that's what I'm doing, but my focus is of a still object. So I'm leaving my shutter open so that it will capture whatever's lighting up in that photograph, which is the luminescence of the candle holders. And then I'll hit my flash to light up the scene a little bit just so you can see where we're located in the crime scene. And then I'll close my shutter with my remote, and I have this image that shows the luminescence from the blue star, and it has lit up the scene as well.
To coffee 5. And what are we looking at here?
This is also in the dining room. This rug was underneath the dining room table, if I remember correctly. And this is the basement door that goes down to the basement. So this is just an image of the dining room floor before I've sprayed Blue Star.
So how did you know where to spray it? Did you spray it all over the house? Were certain areas pointed out to you? Describe that further.
I believe certain areas were pointed out to me, if I remember correctly. What I did was I made the Blue Star, I mixed up the Blue Star, and then I did just a cursory spray to see if I got anything in the general areas that they mentioned. And once I found the spot, that's when I set up my camera to obtain photographs.
And did you only photograph what luminesced?
Yes.
The areas that luminesced?
Yes.
So if we're not looking at photos, so we're not looking at places that did not luminesce?
That's correct.
Okay. But you did spray other places where it did not luminesce?
That's correct.
At $21.55 per selling. Okay, so this is coffee 5. I'm moving to coffee 6. If you could zoom in a little bit, explain to the jury what we're looking at now.
So it's hard to see up there, but you can actually, can I stand up?
Of course, if that's okay with the court.
If you see right here where the rug was, you can actually see some spots that are luminescing consistent with blood. It's hard to see with the lighting, but right above the little hand, you can actually see where the area is luminesced on the rug.
And so there are,
lights.
Oh, that would be a very good. I'm going to try to zoom in. You can kind of see. Is that a place where it's luminesced up
Yes.
here where the cursor is?
Yes, there's just what looks to be just a couple drops towards the top, but then the slightly larger spot on the rug right there, where the cursor is.
I'm gonna mess with it over here. Let's see if I can get it. My monitor looks completely different.
Okay. And is this also an area that luminesced, this tiny spot over here where the cursor is?
Yes.
Okay. And this was The stairs down to the basement?
That's correct.
And the dining room rug?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to continue. Okay. And moving from coffee 6 to coffee 7?
Excuse me. So this is a little bit farther over. If you're facing the basement, it would be to the left. You still can see the rug. You can still see where the basement door is. This is a little bit farther in towards the kitchen area. If you look to the left of that wall, that is actually walking into the kitchen, if I remember correctly. So this is just, again, I'm working with photographing areas that I saw that luminesce before I actually get a good picture of it luminescing.
So I'm going from coffee 7 to coffee 8. We'll zoom in here a little bit.
So
Okay.
this is that same area on the floor, and it's difficult to see up there, I think, but there are,
We'll talk through it. Go
okay.
ahead.
It's luminescing, consistent with blood, and it's in some linear curved marks, consistent. It looks like maybe it was wiped up or cleaned up. It's not consistent with liquid blood and how blood disperses onto an object. It's more linear, like it was wiped through or wiped up. And if you look at the previous photograph, you're not seeing the blood visually, which indicates that it was cleaned. You're just seeing the streaks of blood that were cleaned up or wiped up.
And if someone were to have cleaned that with some sort of bleach or anything like that, would the Blue Star have reacted to that cleaning solution?
Yes, it would.
And would you have caught that in the same photo?
Yes.
So this, what's luminescing here, is consistent with cleaning up.
It's consistent with cleaning up. What I can't say without a DNA test of this area is it cleaned up because there was bleach placed on it and it was streaked across like that, or was it cleaned up because it was blood streaked across? All I can say is that luminesce is consistent with blood and it appears to have been cleaned up. It's got streaks through it that are consistent with being wiped up.
All right. Okay, I'm showing you coffee 9. I'll go to 9 first. What are we looking at here?
This is the same area. This is a little bit farther. I believe it's a little higher up, closer towards that wall than the previous photograph, but some of them you can still see the streaks, but you can also see what appears to be drop, like drips. They're more circular in nature over to the side.
Over here?
Yes.
Now, can you describe when the blood is on top of something textured, like wood or carpet, what does that do to the solution, to the blood?
When it's mixed with Blue Star or just in general?
In general.
So anytime it's on a textured surface, like let's say you drip blood directly down, you're going to have a circular blood drop on the floor if there's no movement or anything like that. When it's on something textured, it then becomes a little staggered. It doesn't look perfectly round. It's irregular in shape. So you may not be able to determine what degree the drop was dripped onto the floor, especially if it's 90 degrees or close. There could be movement, there could not be. It's not something that you can definitively determine.
And then what happens when you put Blue Star on them?
Blue Star is a liquid, so if you have blood present and you spray Blue Star, you have the potential to manipulate the shape of the blood stain, because you're introducing a liquid to a previous liquid, even if it was previously dry.
From 9 to 9.1, where we had adjusted the lighting on that. Looks a little different on the screen up there, but
Yes.
And that is next to the area that appeared consistent with cleaning swipes.
Yes.
Okay. Moving from 9.1 to coffee 10. So what are we looking at here? And I'll start up here. Just
So
zoom in.
this is a photograph from the basement. I'm towards the bottom of the stairs, photographing up. So that door at the top of the photograph goes into that dining room area. So we're on the other side of the door now. And on the, let's see, second step down, we had an area that luminesced consistent with blood.
And then, is that
Yes.
at the bottom? Also
So that bottom stair in this photograph and the next one up also had areas consistent with blood that luminesced.
I'm going to show you, that's this 10.1 where the light was adjusted, but it appears we don't need that anymore. And then I'm showing you coffee 11. So I'm going to start up here towards the top of the stairs.
So this is standing at the door, looking down the stairs. So we're still at that door in the dining room area. Again, you can see that second step down, that one blood drop, or that one area that luminesced consistent with blood is the one that you saw from the bottom of the stairs looking up. And then the step below that one has a few more stains that luminesce consistent with blood.
I'm going to move to mid towards the end of the stairwell.
Yes, and then you've got one towards, I guess it's several steps up, you've got a little bit of suspected blood, and then the bottom step has an area a little bit larger than some of the other areas that we've been looking at.
Okay. And then this is 11.1, lightened up a little bit. It's those same areas.
Correct.
And did you continue to do Blue Star down in the basement at the bottom of the stairs?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Is this a photo of that area?
Yes.
And I was showing coffee 12. Now I'm moving to coffee 13. What are we looking at here?
I'm not sure these are my photos.
This is coming down the stairs into the basement. Does that... Here, let me show you your photos. Coffee 16?
Yes.
Okay. Is this
So-
a photo you took?
Yes. So this wall that you're looking at, if you look to the right of it, that's going back towards the stairs. Luminous, consistent with blood.
I want to focus on these areas. Are you able to tell directionality or anything of that sort from these areas?
No, not from these stains, not at all.
Okay. And how come?
Again, mixing the Blue Star, which is a liquid, it's going to potentially alter what the actual stain looks like. And I don't recall being able to see these stains ahead of time, so they may have been cleaned up prior to me examining them.
You could not see them without the Blue Star.
Correct. If I remember correctly, I could not see them without the Blue Star.
This is 16.1 where we just brightened it up a little bit. And this is coffee 17. Do you remember where this was?
I believe this is the stain that you saw in the previous photograph over towards the right, going back towards the stairs, I think.
Okay. Okay, if I could just have 1 moment. Thank you.
All right, that's right.
Afternoon, Agent. My name is Michael Ray. I represent Ms. Farris. Who called you to come out?
I believe it was the crime scene investigator, Daryl Clark, Daryl Clark, crime scene investigator at the time.
Okay. Because
Well, I think my supervisor called me, letting me know that they were requesting crime scene, and then I contacted him for information.
okay.
Turn the lights back up and just, you're gonna go
No,
back.
you keep that.
Okay, you're gonna use them some more.
Because you actually get out there. It's actually Saturday at 7, correct?
They
Correct.
said lick them down.
So they had already been out there for 2 days now.
I have no idea when the initial call came in.
Okay. All right. Do you know why they called you out?
I don't recall the specifics. I don't remember if they didn't have Blue Star or they had run out of Blue Star. I don't recall the specifics. They just reached out to us to spray Blue Star.
Okay, just specifically to do Blue Star.
Yes.
Okay, because there's been prior testimony by other crime scene technicians of things that they had blue starred.
Okay.
Tractors, RTVs.
Yes, I didn't do any of that. It was just the residents is all they requested.
Did they ever have you, because I don't see it in any of the photographs, did they ever tell you about a suspected blood droplet by the front door?
No.
You were never directed to that area to see if that was blood?
No.
Okay. Who pointed out the areas to you?
I would assume Darryl Clark, but I could not be specific. I don't remember definitively who pointed it out.
Do you recall who was out there while you were
There-
doing your testing?
There were a couple, whoever the lead investigator was, I believe he was out there.
That guy?
Maybe. It's a long time ago. I don't remember specifically.
But there were other investigators out there?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so I want to show you, I think it was coffee number 6. Start there. That is, you're saying right there around that hand there that that's a possible blood drop on the carpet.
Possibly, yes.
Okay. Now you're just there to do this, right?
Yes, I am there to identify areas that luminesce. I did not swab any blood. I did not submit anything. I did not have anything to do with this investigation.
You were spraying
except
Blue
to
Star?
spray Blue Star.
And that's it?
That's it.
Okay. Let me ask you, we'll come back to that in just a second. With your Blue Star, I know it comes in tablets, correct?
Yes.
Then you mix those with a solution or with a liquid?
Distilled water.
Okay. So you mix the tablets in the distilled water. What do you mix it in?
It's a spray bottle, and we buy new spray bottles specifically to mix the Blue Star every time we use them.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. So you buy a brand new spray bottle.
Yes.
So like the spray bottle you use here, it's no good anymore.
We don't use it again, no. We throw it away because the granules, as the distilled water, the Blue Star mixture settles, the granules get stuck in the straw at the bottom that goes up through the spray bottle, so it's no good after a day.
Okay.
So we don't reuse it.
Okay. Would you also agree with me that if, for example, let's say you did reuse a bottle, that if you ever used it for something else, it could give false positives? Like you started mixing regular water in, or any other chemical?
I don't know. I've never done it.
Okay. What do you know, or do you learn through your testing that what would happen with Blue Star if you mix tap water with Blue Star to spray it?
I have just never done it. But they've always said use distilled water. That's all we use for any chemical processing of anything we do.
Because the Blue Star is actually reacting to iron, right?
I don't know. Possibly.
Okay.
I believe it is reacting to the amino acids in the blood.
To the amino acids in the blood. Okay. But you can't say definitively whether it's human blood or not.
Correct.
So
I can't even definitively say that it's blood. All I can say is that luminesce is consistent with blood.
Okay.
Again, I didn't take any of the swabs. I didn't submit anything to the crime lab.
and yeah, we'll come back to that. So basically, it's just something that might be blood.
Correct.
That gives you just an idea of a direction you might need to look.
It's a presumptive test.
Okay. Now, one second, because you had talked with Ms. Frankish about false positives.
Correct.
Does Blue Star, does it have on the bottle, or do you learn through your training, it's like, hey, these things will cause false positives, so just keep an eye out for it?
It possibly on the package in the
From
instruction manual.
Because I think you would testify with Ms. Frankish that it reacts to bleach.
It can. I believe it can. I know luminol does. I've just always assumed Blue Star does too. It may not.
Okay.
I've never tested it on specifically bleach.
Okay, here it was, coffee 8. So you're saying that that's what's illuminated. It might actually just be bleach.
Correct, which is what I said.
Okay. That's why I was just trying to make sure that
it could be a cleaning solution. It could be blood. Again, like all the areas that luminesced, they may be blood, they may not be.
Okay. Have you ever gone on Blue Star's website?
Just to order Blue Star.
Okay. Have you ever looked at they have on their website a published report regarding false positive studies?
No, I have not read that.
Okay. Are you aware that household products, certain ones can cause false positives, right? Food products can cause false positive. Were you aware of that?
I've heard that, yes.
Also, other chemical compounds can cause false positives.
Okay.
And yeah, okay. But you are aware of that.
Yes.
Okay. So when, for example, let's go back to the rug. It's right here. Coffee 6. Go back to the rug. So I know that nobody asked you to swab anything or test anything or anything like that. But so let's just say that you're on a crime scene up in our circuit, and that would probably be what, Agent Hamby? Wouldn't he be one of the main investigators in that?
He's a supervisor now, but yes.
Okay. So let's say y'all are out at the scene. You got a presumptive blood drop on a carpet, right?
Yes.
Alrighty. In coffee 6. What are you doing with that?
I would then swab it for submission to the crime lab. I would then test it with another presumptive test like phenolphthalein. And if it came back positive with phenolphthalein, I would probably then do a animal versus human blood test kit, which is a hexagon OBTI test kit to tell us on scene whether it's human or animal. But most importantly, it would be swabbed prior to any secondary testing.
Okay. And it might even be taken into evidence, right?
Oh, it definitely would be.
Okay, definitely.
The swabs of suspected blood, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, how about why wouldn't you just take the whole rug?
If the one drop is there, probably just the swabs, or I would cut out a section of it. If there's significant blood on that rug, then yes, we would take the whole rug.
Okay. Let me show you coffee 10. So we got presumptive blood here on the stairs too, right?
Correct.
Up at the top.
Yes.
So you would do the same thing with that.
Correct.
And you would have done the same thing with the coffee 16, for example.
Yes, any area that luminesced with Blue Star would have been swabbed.
Okay. Would have been swabbed, taken into evidence, and sent to the crime lab?
Correct.
Okay. Now, did anybody ask you to go do any Blue Star testing out in the barn?
No.
Did anybody ask you to go to the barn at all?
No.
All right. It's just this one specific spot.
Yes.
Okay. As an investigator, well, before I get into that, let me ask you about this. So I know this was the photograph when you were just getting your lights situated. All right, so coffee 1 here. But you didn't find any blood on this silk chair,
No.
either one of these silk chairs? No blood on the table?
No.
And then that one photograph. You know, I never realized that. I thought those things were just blue. But that's false positive from luminol because you had sprayed all of this in luminol.
Correct.
Okay. And yet again, none of this gave any indicators.
Correct.
Okay. Now, what's your actual title?
Crime scene specialist.
Crime scene specialist. So, as a crime scene specialist, if this rug, for example, is in that house in 2019 with presumptive blood on it, that's probably bad crime scene investigation, right?
The following year?
Yeah.
I wouldn't necessarily say bad. I would say if swabs were obtained from the area, or at least a section was cut out, the whole rug is not necessarily considered evidence as long as you collect the evidence off of it. Circumstances, it just depends on the circumstances of the investigation.
Okay, but if let's say for example, it wasn't swabbed and it wasn't sent to the crime lab.
I'm not going to testify to whether it's bad or good.
But you would have done it, right?
Personally, yes.
Okay. How about the carpet on the stairs? Would you? I know you would have swabbed it. It's a possibility.
I probably
would have cut it out.
I would have cut it out. Yes.
Okay. And yet again, you didn't go out to the barn. You weren't asked to.
No.
How about out in the garage with the Kubotas and the tractors and all that?
No.
Nobody asked you to test any of that?
No.
Regarding those presumptive blood droplets, you can't tell any type of directionality.
No.
That is because when you spray the Blue Star, it changes the shape of the droplet?
It could. It also, like I said, I don't recall it being visible when I first started spraying, so it's possible that when it was cleaned up, it altered the shape. There's any number of reasons why it could have. There could have been a towel on top that it bled through. There's various reasons why I wouldn't be able to, but the main thing is, yes, you're introducing a liquid to blood, which is also a former liquid, even if it's dry.
Right, and since you can't determine any type of directionality, you can't even definitively say that's a presumptive blood trail, right? Because you can't say it has a start or an end.
Correct.
Okay, it's just.
I don't know if if it started in the basement and went to the living room. I don't know, or I mean the dining room. I don't know if it started in the dining room, went to the basement. I could not tell you.
You can't even say that they're actually connected. I mean, it could be just two different people.
Correct.
Two
Correct.
different things.
Yes.
Okay. Completely unrelated to each other.
Correct.
And lastly, and I think, well, you've already answered it, but you cannot say that that is the bloody Gary Farris, correct? In the upstairs.
Correct.
Correct. In fact, can't even say it's human blood at all.
Correct.
Okay. No further questions. No, hold on 1 second. You remind me. Just 1 second. I'm going to show you some photographs. They're not yours.
Okay.
Because you, let's see, this was Thrasher 279. All right. Were you aware that in this case that there was a projectile found in the basement? Somebody notify you of that?
I don't remember if they did or not.
Okay.
I recalled it being a shooting, but
Okay.
a possible shooting, but no, I was not aware of.
All right. I want to pull up, just give me 1 second. This also isn't your photograph, but is that how the basement looked when you went there? That is Thrasher 46?
If I remember correctly, yes.
Okay. All right. So your luminol testing was, and just follow the little mouse pointer, was kind of right here, right?
Correct.
Okay. Did you luminol any of this, such as the chair, the ottoman, the couch?
I don't remember. If I did, I wouldn't have gotten any kind of luminescence, or I would have photographed it. So if I don't recall how much down there I sprayed.
Okay. Do you recall if you sprayed particularly right here in front of this chair and this rug?
I don't remember.
Okay.
If I had and it had luminesced, then I would have photographed it. So
Basically, the jury's got your word that if right here Blue Star had Illuminess, you would have taken a photograph of it.
if I sprayed there.
Okay.
If I sprayed there and it luminesced, I would have taken a photograph.
Okay. Well, I mean, surely, if law enforcement knew there was a projectile there on the floor, right? You can see it right here.
Yes, I can
zoom
see
in
it.
for you right there.
Yes.
So they knew there was a. So presumably they would have told you, "Hey, there was a projectile found here. We need to test here too," right?
I would think, yes. But
Okay.
like I said, I can't remember if anyone told me.
Okay. Do you recall whether or not they asked you to do any testing down the hallway in the basement, or was it strictly?
I believe it was from the dining room to the basement area. I don't remember how far into the basement that I went. I know I made it to that one wall, but I don't recall if I made it any farther.
Okay. No further questions, Judge.
Redirect.
No redirect, Judge.
All right, you can sit down. Thank you. Our police court, the state calls Aaron Norris. Ms. Norris, will you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to present in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Go ahead and have a seat if you would, and just real quickly state your full name for the record.
My name is Erin, E-R-I-N, Norris, N-O-R-R-I-S.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before she testifies, there's a matter the parties want me to bring up to you. And as they have indicated, they have worked together to try to streamline some of the evidence in the case, believe it or not. And entered into some stipulations. They want me to go over one of those with you currently. So the state and defense have entered into the following stipulations that have been approved by the court. The named victim in this case, the decedent whose remains were found on the property of 2155 Purcell Lane, Alpharetta, Cherokee County, Georgia 30004 on July 5th, 2018, is Gary Wayne Farris, date of birth 06/27/1960. All the phone records collected throughout the investigation related to Gary Wayne Farris's death are authentic and shall be admissible at trial. All the Google records obtained through the investigation related to Gary Wayne Farris's death are authentic and shall be admissible at trial. All the records obtained for cell phone towers, AT&T and Verizon during the investigation into Gary Wayne Farris's death are authentic and shall be admissible at trial. All the digital evidence, including cell phone data obtained, extracted, searched, or analyzed during the investigation into Gary Wayne Farris' death is authentic. All the reports and any opinions therein from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation Division of Forensic Sciences are authentic and shall be admissible at trial. And then I'm going to give you a charge on the laws of that. Where parties stipulate to testimony, document, or exhibits that is in the nature of evidence, you may take that testimony as if it were given in court, and you may rely on it if you find it credible. However, either party may dispute such testimony by other evidence. You make all decisions in the case based on the evidence presented. All right, with that, Mr. Fogus, you can proceed.
Thank you, Honor. Ms. Norris, where do you work?
I'm employed with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in the Division of Forensic Sciences, and it's more commonly referred to as the State Crime Lab.
And how long have you worked there?
I have worked there for 16 years.
What kind of education do you have?
I received a Bachelor of Science in Biology from the University of Georgia.
And when you started working with the GBI, did you have to take any tests or do anything to get on with them?
Yes, when I first was hired on, I went through an extensive training program for DNA analysis, which lasted about a year, and that entailed different training presentations and also practical written and oral examinations that I had to successfully complete throughout that training program, and then ultimately had to pass a competency examination that mimicked what casework would be like and get the correct result.
Have you ever testified as an expert before in the state of Georgia?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
Probably about 60 times.
What's your area of expertise?
In DNA analysis and also serological screening.
At the State Crime Lab, are you a supervisor?
Yes, I am currently an assistant manager in the forensic biology department at our headquarters laboratory.
And do you assist and train other people in the area that you work in?
Yes, I do.
What all areas do you cover? What scientists do you lead?
So I do supervise about 2 laboratory technicians that assist with different operations around our section, and I supervise a few serologists, so those are people that are screening evidence for bodily fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva, and I also supervise a few people that are specializing in DNA analysis.
How many DNA tests do you think you've done or been part of through your career?
I've probably worked on at least 1,000 cases.
So this time I tender Ms. Norris, an expert in DNA and specifically analysis and the interpretation of it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as I instructed you earlier, based upon her expertise, she has knowledge above that of a normal layperson, therefore can give her expert testimony and opinion based upon that experience. All right?
Ms. Norris, you know that you're going to actually go through a bunch of reports for us today, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
So you volunteered to, we've agreed by stipulation to all the reports in this case, and what we're trying to do is use you to introduce a bunch of reports. Are you comfortable with that?
Yes.
All right, now, what I want to do is I'm going to actually tender in. It's going to be GBI DOFS. So the GBI DOFS 1, 2, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, and that will be for Ms. Norris. It's 1, 2, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11. Then I'm also going to tender into evidence this time GBI DOFS report 3, which is the fibers, and 4 is the arson. And now I'll just have her. I'm going to actually have you do 2 for us at the end that you're not involved in at all, but we've agreed to them, okay?
Okay.
So this time, Judge, I tender in 1, 2, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, 3, and 4 of the GBI DOFS reports.
All right. No, that's no objection.
All right. Ms. Norris, just kind of briefly tell the jury when a test comes in and when you're testing something, for example, here, blood or something like that, just kind of give us a tutorial real quickly of what the GBI does to test for DNA.
So when the evidence comes in, we're going to review any case file information that is submitted with that evidence. So that will include a submission form, which will tell us what's being submitted, as well as an incident report, which gives us a brief synopsis of what the case is so that we can better determine what type of testing to complete on each item that's being submitted. So in the biology section, the first step that we would look at is screening the evidence for bodily fluids. potentially screening for blood, semen, or saliva, depending on the case circumstances. And then if we indicate a positive result in that serological screening, then that sample would move forward for DNA analysis, where we would test the evidence to try to obtain a DNA profile from it, and then compare that DNA profile back to a DNA profile from any known individuals that were related to the case.
So basically, first to see if it's blood, human blood, to test, and then if it is human blood, pass it on to do the ultimate DNA testing.
Sometimes we're testing specifically for human blood, and sometimes just for blood in general. But yes, we would test for blood first and then send it on to DNA analysis.
And does the GBI test every request that law enforcement asks them to do?
No, we do not. So because of limited resources, sometimes we do have to choose samples that we feel like will help answer any case questions that are needed.
You ever been part of any conversations with law enforcement explaining why you won't test certain things?
Yes.
Is that common?
It's not uncommon.
And is that getting back to law enforcement sometimes will request to test lots of things, but ultimately what you test is what the crime lab decides to test?
Ultimately, yes, we do try to pick the items of evidence that we feel like will give the best answers to any case questions, and that may also come down to what we expect we may be able to get good results from or not.
And how many people in your area test for DNA? How many employees or scientists there that do that?
I believe we have approximately 15 DNA analysts currently at the headquarters laboratory.
And how many requests do you get a year to test?
I don't know, but we are getting in hundreds per month. So.
Do you know how many y'all are clearing a year?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
Is it a lot?
It is, yes, it's a number of cases, yes.
When the test comes in, when it comes to the chain of custody, make sure everything's done right, does the GBI have certain professional credentials or policies they go by?
Yes, we have a set of policies and procedures that we have to follow every time we're analyzing evidence. And those policies and procedures are rooted in our accreditation standards that we must follow, and we are audited to every year.
Are y'all audited every year, you said?
Yes, every year.
Do you know when that's going to be, or is that a surprise audit?
No, we typically have one internal, which I believe just occurred, and then we have an external coming up next May.
How tense is it at the crime lab when this is going on?
Not too tense, because we're trying to consistently keep up with these standards. So the idea is that when we're audited, that we are hoping to not have any findings.
How's the crime lab doing when under its guidelines and its accreditation?
We still are holding our accreditation, and from my understanding, there were no findings in the last audit.
When you test something, how many scientists actually know? For example, we're going to have a report by different people that we've agreed that you can introduce, but how many scientists actually look at when there's a final report, how many scientists have looked at that, I guess the specimen or the actual test itself?
So it depends. We do sometimes do kind of an assembly line type of procedure, because there are multiple steps. Specifically in the DNA analysis, there are multiple steps that occur to get to the end result. But by the time the report is issued, there would be one analyst who has reviewed every single part of that case file and has made the decisions in the case file and issued that report. And then a second trained analyst would review everything in the case file and make sure that they would come to the same conclusions as the reporting analyst.
So generally two?
Yes, two people will have looked at everything. And
if there's an issue, are y'all make sure internally that you're working that out before a final opinion is released?
Yes, so that peer review process, the report would not get released if there was a discrepancy between the reporting analyst and the peer reviewer. That would need to be resolved before the report would ever be issued.
How do you actually test for DNA? What kind of machines do you use, and what is the process?
So the process takes place in 5 steps. The first step is going to be extraction, where we'll take a cutting of the sample and place it in a tube, and then we add chemicals to that tube to help break open the DNA and separate it out from the other parts that are in the sample. And so we put that on what we call BioRobot Easy 1 that does kind of a cleanup process, so that what we're left with at the end of that step is just DNA in a liquid form inside of a tube, and we've gotten rid of everything else. Then the next step in the process is quantitation, and that we are going to place on an instrument called a 7500 that's going to run through multiple cycles to estimate how much DNA we were able to recover from that first step. And then the third step is amplification. And we're going to make billions of copies of approximately 21 locations on the DNA that we are interested in looking at. And that takes place on what we call a thermal cycler. And then lastly, we will do a step called detection, where the sample goes onto an instrument called a 3500, and it is going to separate the information from each of those locations that we tested for. And ultimately, a software program will create a DNA profile from the results. And that profile is going to look kind of like a graph with peaks along it. And we can use those peaks are going to be the DNA markers that we're going to use for our interpretation.
The methods and the procedures that are used to test for DNA in this case, are they something that can be reproduced?
Yes.
Are they something that are observable?
Yes.
Are they something that are measurable?
Yes.
And when these tests are done, do you follow your procedures and practice that's generally accepted in the scientific community?
Yes.
And when the result is issued, are they reliable, something that can be relied upon by the GBI and also the clients are the ones that ultimately get the reports?
Yes.
And does the GBI participate with any national organizations to make sure that their standards are consistent with what other people are doing with DNA?
So as I stated before, we are an accredited laboratory through ANAB, which is the ANSI National Accreditation Board, where ANSI stands for the American National Standards Institute. And that is a nationally recognized accreditation board that a lot of forensic laboratories around the country are accredited to. We also, in the forensic biology section, follow the FBI's QAS standards, which is the quality assurance standards.
When I think of DNA, I think of there's some evidence, something is there that you may not be able to see, but scientifically you can determine what it is that relates back to a person. So it traces back to a person. But what is DNA?
So DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. And you can think of it like a blueprint for the human body. And it's located in the cells throughout the human body, and it would be unique to each individual with the exception of identical siblings.
Let's go through some of these reports here. On the screen in front of you should be GBI DOFS 1. Do you see that?
Yes.
And what is the requested service? I'll do this with all the reports. So what is this report? What's the service requested?
This was a blood examination.
What's the report date?
The report date was 9/16/2018.
And to show we're all on the same page, it was requested by Cherokee County Sheriff's Office, is that right?
Correct.
It has an agency number listed with them, is that right?
Correct.
It says who it's requested by, is that right?
Correct.
Subject Melody Farris, subject Scott Farris, and victim Gary Wayne Farris. Do you see that?
Yes.
So make sure we're talking about this case. And then it appears that the evidence, there's a section that says 7/18/2018, the laboratory received the following evidence from Cherokee County Sheriff's Office via lockbox. What's your lockbox? What does that mean?
When agencies are submitting evidence directly to the laboratory, they'll come in and they place the evidence into a lockbox. Once they shut the door on their side, it can no longer be accessed from that side. It can only be accessed on the other side of the lockbox by our lab support staff at the lab. So they'll remove it from the lockbox and give each case a unique identifier for DOFS, or the Division of Forensic Sciences, and then each item will get its unique item number that we'll track. And then it'll be entered into our laboratory information management system, or our computer system, so that we can track everything through that.
If I asked you right now if you could log into your computer just a random case, could you actually trace a piece of evidence like GBI item 2 or some other case? Could you actually see where it was at stages through the process?
Yes, so we do track the chain of custody is what we call it. So each item, once it's given that unique case number and item number, each item will get a barcode that traces back to that item specifically. And then every time we move the item throughout the laboratory, that barcode gets scanned. Each person has their own unique identifiable barcode, and each location or storage location has its unique barcode. So every time it's scanned to a person or a place, we are tracing that chain of custody through the barcode system.
Is keeping up and being very careful in the chain of custody and not corrupting physical evidence, is that something that GBI puts an emphasis on?
Yes, absolutely.
Is that part of your accreditation too?
Yes, it is.
If you pretty much were not very good at that, the GBI, could you lose your accreditation?
Yes.
Now, you said DOFS case number, so this 2018-101-6730, is that going to be the same number for all the different types of testing and reports in this case?
Yes, it is.
So the autopsy would reference that same number, is that right?
I believe it does, yes.
All right. Under evidence, it talks about receiving things from a lockbox, and then there's this long number, 2018-101-6730, and there's a dash or a hyphen, 002, and then below that 029. And I usually refer to those as like item 2, item 29. Is that kind of what we do when we go through these reports?
Yes, that is correct. That dash 002 and dash 029 refer to the item number.
So when I say item 2, we're going to be talking about this thing here. Is that right?
Correct.
And item 29, we're going to be talking about this other thing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So if you could just read into the record what is the results and opinion, the expert opinion for this first test, 9/16/2018, the blood examination by, I believe it was it Angel Seacrest?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, tell us what the conclusion is.
The results from chemical and serological testing of the skin from the projectile from item 2 are consistent with blood of human origin. Samples are being submitted for DNA testing.
All right, and we're going to see item 2 is the projectile, then 29 is the skin that was taken from that. Is that right?
That's correct.
And Ms. Seagrass, was she at the time qualified as an expert to do this type of testing?
Yes, she was.
So this is a preliminary test saying there's blood there. Let's pass it on and do some DNA testing. Is that kind of how you do that?
Yes, correct. If there is blood indicated, then it would go on for DNA analysis.
All right, let's look at this next. This is GBI DOFS 2. What's the type of requested service?
This is a blood examination.
And what's the report date for this one?
Also 9/16/2018.
I believe this is also going to be done by forensic biologist Angel Seagrass.
Correct.
All right. Let's go to the evidence here. So item 13, I think what y'all usually do is like item 13 comes in with a lot of material and then you break it down individually. So 13A, 13B, et cetera. Is that right?
Correct. So for instance, if we have a paper bag that has multiple boxes that contain swabbings in it, then we will do what we call itemization. So in this instance, it went to 13A and 13B to represent different boxes that were within the outer package.
Let's look at the expert opinion on this. And I think I want to work backwards. Can you just read into the record what the results and conclusions are?
Chemical examination of the swabs from items 14A, 14C, and 15A indicates the presence of blood. The samples are being submitted for DNA testing.
14A, which is a sealed package labeled EM1 sample wet, so evidence marker 1, and we've talked about that in the case where that's at the basement. And then 14C, evidence marker 2, sample wet. So 14A, 14C, and 15A, which is the blue shoes in the closet, shows the presence of blood. Is that right?
Correct.
And then 13A, which is garbage can stain side, and 13B, garbage can stain face, fails to reveal the presence of blood. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, when you say fails, what does that mean? When something fails, what could that be?
It would indicate that blood is not present on the item. So for these specific items, we would have done chemical testing, which would include 2 different tests that we would test for blood, and they are expected to change a specific color when blood is present. And that would be one of them turns green in the presence of blood and the other one turns pink in the presence of blood. And for these 2 samples, neither of those tests came back with a positive result. So that's why we say it failed to reveal blood.
All right, I'm going to go to GBI DOFS report number 5. What type of requested service is this one?
This is a DNA typing.
And what does that mean?
That means that we're doing the DNA analysis or DNA testing. So that's that multi-step process that I was talking about, where we get a DNA profile from the evidence and then compare it back to DNA profiles from any known individuals in the case.
And what was the report date on this one?
This was 11/5/2018.
And this was done by Kayla Bailey, a forensic biologist. Was she an expert with the GBI at the time that these reports and testing were done?
Yes, she was.
Qualified to do her job?
She was, yes.
And in this one, we have some evidence that was received. And I'm going to start at the bottom. So beginning with the paragraph where it says, the profile of Gary Wayne Farris, could you read that for us?
Actually, if I may, this report was actually replaced by a later report, which we call an amended report. And that is because there were deemed to be errors on the report. And so we did an investigation, what we call a corrective action report, and we reissued a new report with the corrections. So as far as the lab is concerned, this report would be null and void. It's been replaced.
Makes sense. But in this one, just to go through it real quickly, the profile of Gary Wayne Farris matches the profile obtained from the swabbings from the basement floor 14A, which is EM1 sample wet, and 14C, EM2 sample wet, and then item 29, the skin recovered from item 2. But you replace this, I think, is it going to be with your...
Yes,
11?
that is the report that's titled amended report. So all of this information will be in the amended report. Yes.
All right. And what was off on this one that you had to go back and replace it?
There were a few things that were noted. One of them was a technical note, which was in the statistical frequency that was calculated for a match. There was one marker that was included that should not have been, so that the statistical frequency had to be recalculated.
And when y'all catch something that's off, do y'all correct it like you do?
Yes. That is part of our quality system, that as soon as we identify an error, as I said, we open what's called a corrective action report, we do an investigation, and we do steps to go through to try to make sure we haven't made more errors and how to prevent them from happening in the future and to rectify it. So in this case, we issued the amended report.
Let's look at GBI DOFS 6, this 6 report here. What is requested? What type of service?
Blood examination.
And what's the report date?
12/18/2018.
And what is the results and conclusion for this one?
Chemical examination of the shirt from item 6 indicates the presence of blood. Samples are being submitted for DNA analysis.
Okay, there was a kind of a burgundy t-shirt that was taken from the scene, which is item 6, and 6 is the actual t-shirt, and then 31, what is GBI item 31?
So that was a cutting that was taken from the shirt, which would have been taken by the serologist at the time of testing, and that cutting is what is actually sent forward for DNA analysis.
GBI DOFS 9, the 9th report. What is the requested service here?
Blood examination.
And what is the report date?
6/26/2019.
All right, let's go to the results and conclusions. Let's walk through this. So what's the first sentence here?
Results from chemical and serological testing of the swabs from items 19B and 25B are consistent with blood of human origin.
All right, so 19B is a sealed package labeled swab to sample. And if you go back up one, this kind of comes in, that's going back to the Kubota tractor, is that right?
That's correct.
So Kubota tractor, swab to sample, and they've heard about it being on a foot step on the tractor. So that's 19B, and 25B is going to be sealed package labeled from L2 shifter, but if you go back up one level to 25, is that relating to the Kubota RTV?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, and we talked about the shifter on the RTV. So the tractor, 19B, and the RTV, 25B, this is saying that so far is consistent with human blood?
Yes, correct.
All right. Then that's forward on for DNA sampling. And then begin with chemical examination of the towel. Read that sentence for us, please.
Chemical examination of the towel from item 26A and the washcloth from item 26E is inconclusive for the presence of blood. The two presumptive tests for blood did not produce the same result.
All right, so they saw some photographs of some towels and washcloth in the scene in a washing machine, I believe. What are those? So what is that saying? 26A, which is a white towel, and 26E, which is a white washcloth. What is that saying there?
So there could be a couple different reasons why we may define something as inconclusive for blood, and that's, as I previously mentioned, that we're doing two different color change tests on the sample. So one instance of being inconclusive would be that one of the tests changed to the color we were expecting if blood was present, but the other test did not change color. So that could result in an inconclusive. The other way that we may end up with an inconclusive result is when the test results in the color change other than the expected color. So I mentioned before how one is expected to be green in the presence of blood and the other is pink in the presence of blood. So if we get a color other than the expected result, we would deem that inconclusive.
So you can't say it is or it's not, it's just inconclusive.
That's correct.
And then what could cause a test to come back? Could washing towels that have blood on, could that affect it and make it be inconclusive?
It's possible.
Could chemicals, as in trying to clean up the blood, could that make it inconclusive?
Possibly.
Now, 26B, C, D, and F, these washcloths, read that line to tell us what that result is.
Chemical examination of the washcloths from item 26B, 26C, 26D, and 26F fails to reveal the presence of blood.
So couldn't find any blood. The opinion is we cannot find blood on these samples.
In those items, both tests did not result in a color change.
Scientifically, is there a reason why there was blood on an object? Like you knew there was blood on an object? Is there a way to clean that or cause it not to come back and be negative or failed to reveal the presence of blood? Can you clean it up or can you dissipate it somehow?
If the blood is removed from an item, then yes, our test would not show blood.
Could washing do that?
It's possible, yes.
Could the situation that you find the item, say how it is in nature or the circumstances of where it's at, could that corrupt or cause it to fail?
It would depend on the circumstances. If it's just the blood is removed or just not really enough there for us to detect it in our tests, that would really be the only reason I would think we would not be able to get a positive result.
Again, this one was done by Angel Segrest.
Yes.
All right, let's see. How many reports have you presented before at trial? Is this the most?
This is probably the most, yes.
All right, let's go to number 10. And again, this is because the parties have worked together to stipulate these things. GBI DOFS 10. What is the requested service here?
This is DNA typing.
And what was the report date for this one?
This was 8/8/2019.
All right, now this is going to refer to, you see the line that says the DNA obtained from the swab from item 19B contained the DNA profile of one individual. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right, so again, 19 is going back to the Kubota tractor. So 19B is the swab taken from the tractor. All right, could you read the results? And I'll let you explain all the scientific language after that, but if you can just kind of the introductory part about talking about whether it matches the profile of Gary Wayne Farris.
The profile obtained from the swab from item 19B matches the profile of Gary Wayne Farris, and then the remaining are the locations that were tested and compared.
And this is STR testing or loci?
Yes, STR stands for short tandem repeats, and that's the DNA analysis that we're performing.
And it says 1 of 2 alleles were obtained at TPOX. What does that mean?
So TPOX is one of the locations that we test for in the DNA. And when we say 1 of 2 alleles, that's because each person would be expected to have 1 or 2 alleles at every location that we test for. One marker will come from your dad, and one marker will come from your mom. So if mom and dad are giving different markers, we'll see 2 different alleles or DNA markers. And if mom and dad give the same information, then we'll see 1 DNA allele or marker at the location. So in this specific statement where we're saying that the profile of Gary Wayne Farris contains one of the two alleles observed in the profile, that's because the bloodstain card that was later identified to have come from Gary Wayne Farris, we got an incomplete DNA profile from. We were missing a DNA marker from the location TPOX. So that's what that's referring to. So because it was not missing, we could not do because it was missing, we could not do a comparison from any of the evidence samples to that specific DNA marker because it wasn't there to compare.
And we've stipulated that the remains are Gary Wayne Farris. Now tell us the numbers. I've seen numbers, y'all have beyond million and billion and trillion, y'all go way out there. So tell us, in this match, it talks about the frequency and the numbers associated with the match to Gary. Read that and tell us what that means, if you would.
So the frequency in which the profile obtained from the swab from item 19B would be expected to occur in a given population is approximately 1 in 8 nonillion, using the information that we compared.
The higher the number, the more strong match it would be. Is that fair to say, or how would you categorize that?
It would be more rare the higher the number is.
So higher the number, more likely it does match to the person.
Yes.
All right, now 25B, and again 25B is from the swab, the L2 shifter from the Kubota RTV. The profile from that, who did it match?
Sorry, I just want to clarify when I said yes. The match is a match, meaning all the information that was present in the swab's profile matches to what information we had in the bloodstain card from Gary Wayne Farris. So that is a match. It's the statistical frequency is just giving weight to that match. So how often would we expect to see that profile? So the higher the number, the more rare that specific profile would be to find in the population.
And in this case, we're able to take a sample for the defendant to match it. What match came back to 25B?
So the DNA obtained from the swab from item 25B contained the DNA profile of one individual, and that profile matches the profile of Melody Farris.
And what was the probability, statistically speaking, for that?
The frequency in which that profile from the swab from item 25B would be expected to occur in a given population is approximately 1 in 4 octillion.
Is there any way to quantify that number, how many zeros that is?
If I may refer to my notes. So that an octillion would be a number with 27 zeros after it.
And again, that was 25B, the L2 shifter, go up one level, goes back to the Kubota RTV. All right, let's go to, Ms. Norris, you have another one here. GBI DOFS 11. What type of request is done for this one?
So this is the amended report that we discussed previously.
And what was so amending, I think it was report 5. And what is the report date on this one?
The report date is 10/7/2019.
All right. And what we're going to be talking about is item 2, which is the bullet. Seal pack containing 38 bullet. Item 29 is the skin recovered from item 2. And then we also have 14 A and C, evidence marker 1 and 2 from the basement. And then 15A, which is a swab from the blue chute in the closet. All right, so first you start off and say this report replaces the November 5th, 2018 DNA typing request in its entirety. Is that right?
Correct.
All right, so let's get down and go through these results. Let's talk about the DNA obtained from the swabbing from the basement floor. Tell us about item 14A and 14C, which is EM1 and EM2. Tell us about that and what does it match and the statistical numbers for those.
So the results from each of those swabbings contain the DNA profile of one individual, and that DNA profile matched the profile of Gary Wayne Farris for all locations that we could compare at.
And what is the frequency of that match?
The frequency of that, we would expect to see the profile approximately 1 in 8 nonillion within a given population.
All right, so the match, what we're talking about here, The DNA obtained from the swabs from the basement floor, item 14A and 14C, EM1 and EM2, and the skin recovered from a projectile from item 2. So item 2 is the actual bullet and 29 is the skin itself. That is what matches Gary Wayne Farris. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct, with the frequency of approximately 1 in 8 nonillion.
All right. Now, 15A, I believe, is going to be the swab from the blue shoe that was in the closet. And tell us about the matching to this.
So the DNA obtained from the swab from the blue shoe from item 15A contained the DNA profile of one individual, and that DNA profile matches the profile of Melody Farris, and the frequency in which that profile from the swab from the blue shoe would be expected to be seen within a population is 1 in 4 octillion.
Ms. Norris, if you can help me be a narrator for me, I'm going to go to GBI DOFS 3 and 4. You did not test these. We stipulated to them. So, Judge, at this time, I'm tendering to evidence GBI DOFS 3 and 4.
All right.
Okay.
All right, they're moved. Busted.
All right, here we go. So if you can help me, tell us what is the requested service on this one,
Requested service is fibers and textiles.
and what was the date, the report date?
Report date was 9/20/2018.
All right. Now, the evidence that was received to the 38 bullet, 29 the skin, and then 30 sealed packs containing 1 microscope slide with possible question fiber from item 29. So this is relating to fibers and textiles. See if there's anything on that. Can you just kind of read the results and conclusion, beginning with the material, that sentence?
The material, item 29, recovered from the projectile, item 2, was examined to determine whether or not it is textile in nature. Examination of the material, item 29, recovered from the projectile, item 2, fails to reveal characteristics typical of textile material. Further examination reveals individual fibers embedded in the material. These were collected and preserved for possible future analysis.
And then GBI DOFS number 4. What is the requested service?
Requested service is arson analysis,
What's the report date?
9/26/2018.
Now, under evidence, there's GBI items 7, 8, and 9. Could you tell us what 7, 8, and 9 are?
Item 7 is a sealed can or cans containing gauze identified as recovered from hands of Melody Farris. Item 8 is a sealed can or cans containing gauze identified as recovered from hands of Scott Farris. And item 9 is sealed can or cans containing debris identified as recovered from the scene.
These, I think of accelerants, but I think the term that is used is ignitable liquids is what GBI uses. Can you just read the results and conclusion for us?
Analysis by gas chromatography/mass spectrometry of the gauze, item 7, fails to reveal the presence of any ignitable liquids. Analysis by gas chromatography/mass spectrometry of the gauze from item 8 fails to reveal the presence of any ignitable liquids. Analysis by gas chromatography/mass spectrometry of the debris from item 9 fails to reveal the presence of any ignitable liquids. The procedure employed does not detect the presence of light volatiles such as certain alcohols and acetone.
Nothing further, Judge, this time.
All right, Greg.
Good morning, Ms. Norris, or afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Michael Ray. I represent Ms. Farris. I've just got a few things to go over with you. Do you know anything about this case?
Not a lot, just whatever was in our case file.
Okay. But do you know that Mr. Farris's body was burned?
Yes, I was aware of that.
Okay. Because I'll show you. So this was Shaw 10. This has already been admitted. So that was essentially the remains, okay?
Okay.
Okay, I'm showing you that because I got a question to ask you. That question is, in GBI number 5, item number 4 is a bloodstain card. All right, so you're familiar with bloodstain cards?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what it is?
Yes, so blood would be collected from a person and then placed onto what we call an FTA card. It's a specialized paper that helps to preserve blood, and so that the blood would be deposited onto that card, and that's what we're referring to as a blood stain card. And that's what we would take a cutting of that card to test for our DNA profile.
Okay, you saw the photograph that I showed you, right?
Yes.
All right. Do you have any idea where they got blood?
I do not. I have no knowledge as to how the bloodstain card was collected or preserved.
You just get it.
Correct.
Okay. Now, and I'm going to kind of bounce around. Mr. Fogus had asked you about the towels that were tested. From your knowledge, do you know where that white towel came from?
I do not.
Okay. When you write these reports, and I'll show. Let me go ahead and just pull them all up. It'll be easier that way. 1, 5. So when you write these reports, and so like an item 26, so that's the bag, and inside of that bag are washcloths and towels.
Yes, correct.
And then you have to, essentially you add in this information based on what you're seeing either on the outside of the bag or the contents of the bag.
That's correct. Or with the submission information.
So if it said like white towel found in X location, you would probably note that on your report.
I can't speak to what was done in this case since I did not create the evidence in this case. But
No, I'm just asking for you. Like if
for me
would you would have
personally,
done it?
yes, I would. But
Okay.
it doesn't mean that every person at the laboratory would include all of that information.
Okay, and I was just confused because in this report, the white towel 26A and the washcloth 26E are both inconclusive. They didn't do this. So basically, they're tested 2 times, and on one test you got one result, and on another test you got another result.
That could be one possibility, or it could be that the test produced a color other than the expected color change in the presence of blood.
Why would you have an expected color change?
Because the chemicals are designed a specific way to where when blood is present, so the one chemical we expect to turn blood because of the chemical reaction that is happening, and the other one will turn pink because of its specific chemical components in that reaction that's occurring.
Okay, so I guess the important thing to note is with 26A and E is that we don't know if it's blood.
That's correct.
Now, could there have been any additional testing done on that had it been requested to see if a determination could be made?
For blood specifically?
Correct.
The only other test that we could perform for blood is one that we test for specifically blood of human origin, which is called a hemotrace test, and that was not done on these specific items.
But it could have been done.
Potentially, yes.
Okay. Now, EM1 and EM2, I am assuming that is what the swabs were labeled as. Correct?
Yes, that would be my assumption as well, based on usually when we have quotation marks around something, that's exactly what was written on the item package.
Exactly. And it also says EM1, EM2 wet sample. Let me... I want to say all of these photographs have already been admitted. So, and you probably not going to know this, but is it a fair assessment that if something comes in that's labeled EM, well, can we agree that EM is evidence marker?
That would be my general knowledge, yes.
And if I had a case and something was EM1 and EM2 and I had evidence marker 1 and 2, that's where those samples were taken from?
I would generally accept that, yes.
Okay. So we can kind of presume that this is 1 and this is 2 that you tested.
Yes,
Okay.
that would be my expectation.
Okay. Now, tell me about, because you were saying that in this test, where is it? That you got an incomplete DNA profile obtained from the blood stain
Yes,
card.
but I believe this is the report that we are not using. But yes, there was an incomplete profile obtained from the bloodstain card.
I will go to the one y'all amended.
Thank you.
An incomplete DNA profile was obtained on bloodstain card item 4.
Yes, correct.
That part wasn't amended.
That's correct. That was correct in the original report.
I think it really wasn't the only thing that was actually changed in the amended report, where the only thing that was any matter was the number.
Yes, there was the statistical frequency for some of the samples was amended. And if you look at the first paragraph in the results and conclusions section, it details out the changes that were made.
Oh, okay. Results and conclusions?
This would be, I'm sorry, this is the wrong report. This is not the amended report.
Ah, you put in the amended one, right? The amended report. Number 11. On me. So you essentially, you made a statement indicating how many individuals were obtained, and these are the things right here that you changed, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But you still got an incomplete profile on the DNA card,
Yes, correct.
Why do you have an incomplete profile?
So there can be different reasons why we have an incomplete profile, but with the knowledge that the body may have been burned, that's not unexpected when we have DNA that's been exposed to high heat or extreme conditions. Sometimes DNA will be lost in that process. So that would be my expectation here, is that it was just due to the condition of the sample that we were not able to get all the DNA information at all locations.
Okay. And let's talk about item 25B, the L2 shifter. So that was a swab taken from what you've got, or somebody had put in quotation, I think Ms. Bailey, taken from the L2 shifter, right? That's what the package would have said.
Yes, that's what the package would have said those swabs were from.
So if we've already heard evidence about what the L2 shifter was, then that's what that is. So now with that, there we go. With 25B, so that was Melody's DNA that was found on that swab.
The profile matched Melody Farris, yes.
Now, nothing in your report actually says that swab contained blood or anything like that. Could that have just been a dry swab?
It's from the same swabs that were tested in the blood examination report where blood was indicated on that sample.
Okay, so there's a sample of blood on the swab, and then that's what you tested and compared the DNA to.
That's correct.
Okay. And do you have any, firearms training with the GBI, and not actually shooting, testing, and things like that?
No, I do not.
Okay. So we all will wait to ask you about that. How about regarding the arson analysis report? Do you have any training on that?
No, I do not.
Okay. But you'll know this. This is an easy question. We can assume that, such as in item 7, 8, and 9, or I'm sorry, just 7 and 8, gauze identified as recovered from the hands. You would assume that is swabbed on the hands, right?
Just to clarify, I do not have any training or expertise in this method, but as a layperson, my expectation would be yes, that gauze was used to swab hands.
Okay. All right, that's all I got, Judge.
Anything else? All right, let me step down. Thank you, ma'am. Y'all got another witness ready? All right.
We do.
Anyone need a break?
Testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Okay, if you could have a seat and introduce yourself to the jury.
Certainly. My first name is Stephen, Steven. My last name is Atkinson, Atkinson.
Dr. Atkinson, where do you work?
I am employed by the state of Georgia. I work for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation at the medical examiner's office there. I am a forensic pathologist, also known as a medical examiner.
Excuse me. Are you licensed to practice medicine in the state of Georgia?
Yes.
Can you please tell the jury your educational background, what led you to the job that you're in now?
Certainly. My education, training, and experience is as follows. I received a bachelor's degree from Georgia Tech in Atlanta in 1996. I then received an MD from the Medical College of Georgia in Augusta, Georgia in 2000. For the next 5 years, I completed an anatomic and clinical pathology residency at the University of Florida in Gainesville. For the next year, 2005 to 2006, I completed a pathology fellowship at the University of Tennessee in Knoxville. For the next year, 06 to 07, I was in private practice doing hospital-based pathology in Macon, Georgia. And then for the next year, 07 to 08, I completed a forensic pathology fellowship at Emory University in Atlanta, Georgia. So upon completion of that fellowship at Emory, I began my employment with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in 2008, and I've been there ever since as a forensic pathologist.
Can you please describe to the jury what does a forensic pathologist do, and what is pathology?
Well, pathology literally means the study of disease. So most pathologists work in hospitals looking at biopsies or anything that's been removed in the OR or in the clinical lab. So when you have a blood draw, there's going to be a pathologist supervising the lab. Forensic pathology is a subspecialty of anatomic pathology, and a forensic pathologist performs autopsies. We are called upon to determine the cause and manner of death on people who have died. In the state of Georgia, if someone dies through violent means or under unknown circumstances, the coroner takes jurisdiction of the body and can certainly call upon a forensic pathologist to further examine that body and examine the body, which is what we do at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
You mentioned some training earlier. What does training consist of for pathology?
Well, to be a pathologist, you certainly need to graduate from college, graduate from medical school, and then after medical school, you complete a residency program, which is either in anatomic pathology or clinical pathology, or the vast majority are combined anatomic and clinical pathology, which is what I did. So once a residency in anatomic and or clinical pathology has been completed, then that person can certainly go out and practice independent pathology. Forensic pathology is just a small subspecialty that very few pathologists specialize in.
And do you complete continued education in this field?
Yes, I do.
Can you explain that to the jury? How many hours and what types of trainings?
In order to maintain a Georgia medical license, a licensee needs to complete at least 40 hours of continuing medical education every 2 year cycle. I am certainly board certified in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology. And in order to maintain that board certification with the American Board of Pathology, I need to have 70 hours every 2 year cycle to maintain the board certification.
What are your duties as a forensic pathologist?
As a forensic pathologist, we are a consultant to coroners throughout the state of Georgia. If a body falls under a coroner jurisdiction, then that coroner can decide that further examination of the body, such as an autopsy, needs to be performed. The coroner can either hire their own forensic pathologist, or they can use the state's forensic pathologist, because there's no back charge from the state to the county. So most coroners in Georgia tend to use the GBI as their forensic pathology consultation service for autopsies. Once the coroner calls the case in to the GBI medical examiner's office, our office will either accept the case for autopsy or let the coroner know, hey, that's a straightforward natural death, or that we can't help, that does not need an autopsy. So about half the cases that are actually called in come in for autopsy. Once the body comes in for autopsy, we as the medical examiner will read the basic information that the coroner has given our office. If the body needs an x-ray, we'll x-ray the body, then we'll wheel the body out on the gurney into the autopsy suite. We'll examine the body as is. Typically there could be clothing, medical intervention, things of that nature. We'll remove all that. We'll take photographs as needed. And then we'll proceed with the autopsy, which I'm sure you've seen it in the movies. We make a wide incision in the torso to examine the organs in the torso. We make an ear-to-ear incision in the head, reflect the scalp, take the skull cap off, examine the brain, and finally we examine the neck organs. Once we have completed an autopsy, we will release the body to the next of kin, to the funeral home of their choosing. And an open casket funeral usually can still be done because clothing will cover the Y incision here, and the hair and the pillow will cover the incision in the scalp. Typically, 3 to 6 months later, we will release an autopsy report, which becomes a public record. And the final 2 lines of the autopsy report will mention the cause and manner of death.
How many autopsies have you performed?
I perform approximately 300 autopsies per year. So just with the GBI, approximately 5,000 in my career there over the last 16 plus years, and then another 250 in fellowship, forensic pathology fellowship, and another 75 during pathology residency. So over 5,000 autopsies at this point in my career.
Have you ever been have you ever testified as an expert in forensic pathology?
Yes, I have.
Do you know how many times?
It's approximately once a month, so I believe I'm up to about 165 times or so. The vast majority of those are in counties throughout the state of Georgia.
At this time, Judge of the State would tender Dr. Atkinson as an expert in autopsies and forensic pathology.
Okay.
All right.
Dr. Atkinson, did you have the opportunity to perform an autopsy on Gary Wayne Farris in 2018 and 2019?
Yes, I did.
And can you describe to the jury why this autopsy was different than the majority of the other autopsies you performed?
This autopsy was different because the body had been severely burned, and we had cremated fragments of tissue. It wasn't a whole entire body that came in a sealed body bag. We got boxes and bags of just fragments of tissue that had been severely burned, and the pieces were small, and so we can't get a height. Things that are limiting are we can't get a height, we can't get a weight, we can't get a hair length, a hair color, eye color. We can't examine the heart for coronary artery disease. So many things are limited when we're examining burned, cremated remains. So this case, we did have to have some expert consultation as well, because one of the things we're interested in is proving who this body is, and number 2, figuring out the cause of death.
Dr. Atkinson, did you, after your autopsy, did you put together a report that reflects your work on Gary Wayne Farris's remains?
Yes, I did. It's a 4-page PDF report electronically signed by me. I brought a copy of that with me today, and it can certainly be reproduced as many times as needed.
State moves to admit GBI DOFS 8, State's Exhibit GBI DOFS 8, his report.
No objection.
All right. Admitted.
Thank you, Judge. And did you also take photographs as you conducted this autopsy?
Photographs, we have a forensic photographer who works in the autopsy suite. So photographs were taken under my supervision at my direction. Yes, photographs were taken during this autopsy.
And at this time, the state moves to tender GBI ME 1 through 28.
All right. Objections? No. All right, they're admitted.
Well, I should say through 27. Thank you. All right, Doctor, how did you know who the identity of the remains were in this case?
Well, I'll preface this by saying there are 3 ways to scientifically identify someone who cannot be visually identified. Those 3 ways are through dental comparisons, through fingerprint comparisons, or through DNA comparisons. These remains did have some burned, fragmented areas of the jaw with teeth. So we consulted with Dr. Frazier, who is a forensic odontologist, who actually looked at the morphology of the teeth and the fillings and the restorations of the remains, and compared those with Gary Farris's dental records that were known when he was living. And so when Dr. Frazier, the forensic odontologist, compared those two, there was similar morphology, and he certainly made the scientific identification that way.
Okay. Doctor, I want to walk through the photos that were taken during Mr. Farris's autopsy, okay? I'm pulling up GBI ME 1. And what is this number?
This is just a index shot. This shows the plaque with the case number. So all the subsequent photographs that will follow this plaque on the SD card in the camera will belong to this case. For the record, the case number is 2018-1016730.
Thank you, Doctor. And I'm going to move to State's Exhibit GBI-ME2. What are we looking at here?
Okay, the body actually came to us in 3 different body bags, and within those body bags, there were fragments of tissue. So this is a body bag with the fragments of tissue. You can certainly see some long bones that are fragmented with some soft tissue that is adjacent to those bones.
I'm going to go ahead and scroll up. What are these bright spots here?
Those are going to be the restorations on the teeth. So that's a fragment of jaw.
Okay. What are we looking at over here?
Okay, those are some more soft tissue and bone fragments that were burned, that were placed in the body bag from the scene.
And when you talked about long bones, is that kind of this area?
That is correct. There at the bottom, you could see there was a nail, basically a construction debris. We see that not uncommonly in fires where other things other than the body are placed in the fire to burn. So there was just a nail that was within the fire pit debris.
What is this curvature here in these bones? Do you know
Okay, I'd have to correlate that, but that certainly could be it looks like a hand with some of the hand bones.
Okay. I'm sure we'll get to see those in a minute. I'm going to pull up GBI-ME3. Is this the same bag?
Yeah, this is going to be the same. This is a bag that has some of the skull, and then the piece at the very bottom was the fragment that had the bullet in it. So that's the fragment of some ribs with a bullet within the fragment.
Where my cursor is right here?
That is correct.
Okay. And then again, those are
teeth. Those are not bullets. Those are a crown, or a crown on top of a tooth is metal and will show up on an X-ray. It's a similar size and shape as a bullet, but it's not a bullet because it's a crown on the teeth.
What are we looking at here?
And this would have been the third
let me
bag.
just put this on the record. GBI-ME4. Go ahead.
This would, like I said, there was three body bags. Each bag had smaller bags within it, or bags and or boxes. And so this is the third bag with more of the fragments of the burned remains of Mr. Farris. And you can see the bones and the soft tissue here as well.
All right. GBI-ME5. Same
Description. That is correct. This one clearly is a box because you can see the rectangular shape.
GBI-ME6. What are we looking at
And
here?
now we've separated parts of the jaw and the fragment with ribs. So all of the white radio opaque fragments in the bottom of this X-ray are going to be the crowns on the teeth. But the fragment way in the top of this photograph is that rib fragment with the bullet. So you can see how they look similar on X-ray, but clearly the teeth are the dental fillings and the dental crowns and the dental restorations. And then the fragment away from the teeth and the jaws is the bullet that was near the ribs.
All right. Moving to GBI-ME7. Is this the same items?
Yeah, this looks like more of a duplicate radiograph.
Okay. Now this is GBI-ME8. What are we looking at here?
Okay, this is one of the body bags that has been opened, and you can see the cremated remains of Mr. Farris within this cardboard box. This white paper towel or paper blanket has been placed in the bag, and you can see how the remains have been burned, but they've been taken out of the fire, cooled, and then placed in the box. So you can see how they're white in areas and they're black in areas, as you would expect in something that has been burned.
Moving to GBI-ME9. Same box.
Yeah, more of the same description.
And what are we looking at in GBI-ME10?
Typically, we take a picture of the zipper pulls as the body bags are received, and we received Mr. Farris in 3 distinct body bags. So this is one of the body bags, and you can see the yellow tag is placed at the scene with a unique number on it. So this came to us as just Cherokee County UID, which stands for unidentified. And you can see our case number, the 2018-1016730 here on the body bag.
Okay, now I'm gonna show GBI ME 11. What are we looking at in this?
And we're
photo?
looing at more burn debris of Mr. Farris within this cardboard box.
What are these large sections over here to the right?
Well,
know?
those are going to be the soft tissue, the large pieces of skeletal muscle that get burned down and shrunken.
GBI ME 12. What
This
is-
actually looks like a piece of cranium or skull. You can see it's kind of bowl-shaped, like your skull would be.
Where my cursor is right here?
Correct.
Okay. GBI ME 13, just the end of that same box. What are we looking at here?
This is that I'd have to see it up close, but that may be the rib piece with a bullet in it. But we took it out separately and then took some additional photographs. And we did not remove the bullet because we wanted to present that all to Dr. Gooding, the forensic anthropologist.
Okay. Another bag.
This is one of the 3 bags again with the same description with the yellow tag with the unique number.
And that's GBI ME 14. Okay, now we're on 15.
Right. Rather than a cardboard box for that one body bag, these actually were brown paper bags within the overall body bag. So we took pictures of the brown paper bags as they were received, and now we're going to take pictures of what is the contents of these brown paper bags.
Okay. And GBI ME 16. GBI ME 17.
That same description, more of the same. We're just documenting photographically what was received.
All right, and then in GBI ME 18, is this the bag and then what was inside the bag?
That is correct.
What are those? Do we even know what those fragments may come from? How do you determine that?
These are just small fragments of bones and a little bit of soft tissue. We were able to save a portion of skeletal muscle to submit as evidence, but again, the forensic anthropologist, she was able to separate each one and say, these are skull bones, these are vertebral bones, these are rib bones, these are pelvic bones, these are long bones. But sometimes when you get to the bones in the ankles and the wrists and the hands and the feet, sometimes it's very difficult to tell because the burning has changed what they originally looked like.
All right, GBI ME 19, another bag.
More of the same, yeah. The quadrant B and E-4, some of these markings had to do with the scale of that was marked out at the scene. So if somebody wanted to say, what part of the fire pit was this bone found in, or what part of the fire pit was this piece of muscle found in, she could go back and tell that. But yeah, as far as the forensic pathologist, this is just the markings on the bag. So we're documenting that these fragments came in this bag, and the markings of the bag were this. And this clearly looks like a long bone that's been burned with some attached skeletal muscle here.
And that's GBI ME 20. Okay, going to 21.
Same description,
this
yes.
Looks like almost the same photo. Okay, 22. Another bag.
Another bag, yes.
Okay.
And same description. Burned fragments of bones and soft tissue. You can see there's black areas and white areas, and it's certainly consistent with a body that has been burned in a fire pit.
And then 24, unopened.
Same description
25,
and same description. Just different markings on the brown paper bag.
Now, is this another possible long bone with muscle?
That's exactly what that is. Yes, long bone with muscle.
And when we say long bone, what is that? What could you be referring to?
We're talking about bones in the arms and the legs. So the humerus, the radius, the ulna, the femur, the tibia, and the fibula. Those are going to be your long bones.
Okay. And this is GBI ME 26. What are we looking at here?
This was the fragment. You can see there's 2 ribs and a bullet. So we kind of try to turn it and get all different perspectives, showing where the bullet was and where the ribs were.
And is this the bullet right here, the red?
Yes, it
item?
is. This is a little out of focus. It looks like the camera is focusing on the 3-inch ruler behind the behind the tissue fragment, but you can certainly see the bullet, which is pointing back towards the camera, and that way you could estimate it you could call it a medium caliber jacketed bullet just by looking at it in this photograph.
And that's GBI ME 27. Kind of want to walk through a little bit of your report. So when you are conducting your autopsy, where do you get the background information from scene recovery?
All of the information comes to us from the coroner, and in this case, it was Coroner Sally Sims. So Coroner Sally Sims is essentially the customer or the who we were writing the report for. So Miss Sims is at the scene. She's the one talking to police. She's the one getting the investigative information from the police. So she's going to report that information to our office.
So I want to go to page 2 of your report, down towards skeletal analysis. You have it divided into a couple of sections here: skeletal inventory, trauma analysis, and perimortem trauma. So what are you concluding under skeletal inventory?
Okay, let me just preface this by saying the dashed line at the top of page 2 through the dashed line at the mid portion of page 3. This is verbatim from Dr. Gooding's anthropology report. Since Dr. Gooding's anthropology report was crucial to the, quote, autopsy findings, in the skeletal analysis.
Judge, I object, and that's hearsay. That's not his report. He's copy and pasted another expert's report into his report, so that expert needs to testify about what that is.
It's fine.
That's fine, Judge. We'll move on. It's already, the report's admitted.
Right. He can testify as to other reports he uses in reaching his conclusions.
As an expert, yes, Judge. Okay, so did Dr. Gooding's report assist in your conclusions in your report?
Yes, it did.
Okay, so going to the skeletal inventory, what does that mean under Dr. Gooding's section?
Basically, what Dr. Gooding stated was that the remains represented one individual. There were no duplicate bones. For example, if she found 2 right humeruses or humeri, then she would say, at minimum, we have 2 individuals. So looking at all the remains that we have just gone through in all of the state's 1 through 27 photographs, if somebody says, I think this is 10 people buried or in this fire pit, what Dr. Gooding is saying is, well, we have no duplicates. So, it represents one individual because there's no duplicates. There's no reason to believe this represents 2 people or 3 people or 4 people at this point.
And was that consistent with your observations of the remains?
Yes, it was.
And then moving down to the perimortem trauma, it discusses the projectile found.
Yes, and like I say, you've still got the picture on the TV screen.
Yes.
And this is a bullet within that's lodged in one of the fragments. So, as an anthropologist or as a pathologist, we can say that this Mr. Farris was shot at least one time. Could he have been shot more than that? Of course, because bullets can exit. Could there have been some other skeletal trauma that was not noticed because of the fire, distorted and made that trauma unavailable for us as the examiner to see? Absolutely. Can you get shot and not have any bone trauma? Of course, you can get a gunshot wound that only hits soft tissue. But what we know is what we can see in the remains. So from these remains, there's at least one gunshot wound, and this is going to be the end of the pathway. I clearly state out in my report that the entrance wound cannot be found, the pathway of what exact organs it hit cannot be found, and the range of fire cannot be assessed because there's no way to assess for stippling or things like that when we don't have any skin to examine with an entrance wound.
And when you say stippling, I know we don't have that in this case. Is that just a way to determine how close the shooter was?
That is correct, yes.
And so her conclusion about the location of the projectile is, did you also conclude that same location with your observations of the bullet here on the screen?
Right. As we saw from the previous photograph, you saw the 2 ribs, so you know the gunshot wound is in the torso somewhere.
And then I'd like to go down to the summary, your summary of findings. You've already covered some of this, but it's states that you were unable to assess for the entrance wound.
That is correct.
And the range of fire, which you just described, and the direction of the wound path. Can you describe that to the jury, the wound path?
Certainly. Typically, when we autopsy someone who has been shot, we're able to say, here's the entrance wound, and then we assess for soot and stippling. Clearly, there's soot everywhere because he's been in a fire pit. So we say where exactly on the body the entrance wound is. The entrance wound we're going to assess for soot and for stippling to see if it's intermediate or close or contact range. Then we're going to assess where it went. So a typical gunshot wound may go through, for example, a typical gunshot wound of the torso may involve the skin and soft tissue of the chest. It may involve a rib. It may involve one or both lungs. It may involve the heart. It may involve the spine. It may involve the spinal cord. There's lots of things that a bullet could hit in the torso. And then the final thing we're going to say is there an exit wound or is there a bullet? So it's half the gunshot wounds we autopsy and we describe exit, half don't. And the final thing we'll say when we describe a gunshot wound is the direction. Is it front to back? Is it left to right? Is it upward, downward? We'll always try to describe it in a three-dimensional direction using up, down, right, left, front, back with the body in anatomic position. So sometimes that can help the police investigators try to get the position of the body when the gunshot wound was sustained, but certainly at autopsy we can't determine the position of the body when the gunshot wound was sustained, even if we know the direction through the body with the body in anatomic position.
And then under your comment and opinion, you state there was extensive postmortem thermal damage, which made further characterization of this gunshot wound difficult. Is that essentially what you just described?
That is correct, yes.
And the reasoning for that. And then your job is to determine cause and manner of death. Can you describe what cause of death means to the jury?
Certainly. Cause of death can be anything listed in a text fashion. Heart disease, stroke, pneumonia, blunt trauma, gunshot wound, sharp force trauma. So the cause of death may or may not tell you exactly what the manner of death is, but I listed the cause of death as a gunshot wound of the torso based on the autopsy findings coupled with the police investigation. Go ahead.
You were going to move on to manner of death, I imagine.
Well, I was going to move on to manner of death, and there's basically 4 manners of death for a death certificate, and each death can be categorized as one of those 4, and I'll list those as follows: natural death, accidental death, homicide, or suicide, and they're basically self-explanatory. A natural death is a death through disease process. An accidental death is something that is inadvertent and untoward and unexpected. If you fall off a ladder and hit your head and die of head trauma, that would be an accidental death. Homicide and suicide, or death at the hands of another, is homicide, and then death at your own hands is suicide. If for some reason you cannot put it into one of those 4 categories, you could certainly use undetermined or pending investigation or something of that nature. But here in this case, I listed the manner of death as homicide because we had police investigation that there was no evidence that this was a natural death. There was no evidence that this was an accidental death, and there was no evidence that this was a suicidal death. So it was apparent that he was shot by another individual. Therefore, we relayed to the coroner to sign the death certificate as cause of death, gunshot wound of torso, and manner of death, homicide, because that was the reasonable conclusion to make given the facts that we had.
Thank you, Doctor. You testified earlier that you did not remove this projectile?
That is correct. We left it in there for Dr. Gooding to remove during her further examination. So Dr. Gooding helped with the recovery at the scene. Then we got the body, which is where all the pictures were taken. And then Dr. Gooding got to examine the remains again in a controlled setting, with adequate light on a table in a laboratory, because it's a whole lot easier to remove or to examine the remains in a controlled laboratory setting rather than out in the field when I believe the fire was still smoldering.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to admit State's Exhibit GBI ME 28, which is the bullet from the fragment.
All right, any objection? All right, so move.
Dr. Atkinson, that's all I have for you. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Atkinson. My name's Michael Ray. I represent Ms. Farris. You're a day early, so I don't have my questions printed.
Can you repeat that?
I was just saying that you're a day early, so I don't have my questions printed out for you. So give me just 1 sec, okay? So, you can't tell me, as the medical examiner, whether or not Gary Farris died as a result of a gunshot wound to the heart, can you?
Yeah, there was no heart available for examination. Yeah, I've made it clear that the pathway, the entrance wound, is unable to be assessed due to all of the post-mortem thermal damage.
So you can't say that any vital organ in Gary Farris's body was hit by a bullet? Yes or no?
That is correct.
Okay. Because you can't tell me where the bullet went in, it didn't go out, and you can't assess the pathway of the bullet, right?
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay. All right. Now, you also, on direct, you stated that y'all consulted with numerous experts, correct?
Yeah, that is correct. We consulted with Dr. Gooding, the forensic anthropologist, for examination of the bones, and then we consulted with Dr. Gordon Frazier for forensic odontology consultation, who confirmed using dental records and the remains that this was indeed Mr. Farris.
Okay. And is that the only two experts that you spoke to?
I believe those are the only two consultations that that our office did. That is correct.
Are there any other medical examiners at the GBI?
Yes.
How many?
Currently, there are 15 medical examiners statewide, and we have 3 offices, one in Metro Atlanta, one office in Macon, and one office in Savannah.
Okay. Did any of those other medical examiners look at these remains?
That's a difficult question to answer, because the follow-up would be, well, who looked at it? So in our normal course of business, we have an autopsy suite that is open. We have 8 stations, and there's typically up to 3 medical examiners performing autopsies at once. And we also have forensic pathology rounds where other doctors will see what else is going on in the lab. So potentially everyone in the office that was there that day would have seen these remains. That is correct.
Okay. Well, and you just said something interesting. You said this day. So did your examination of these remains take a day?
The actual examination of the remains and taking the photographs, yes, that was all done in one day.
Okay. Did you take those photographs?
Like I mentioned to the counselor earlier, we have a forensic photographer in our office, so these photographs were taken under my supervision at my direction.
So the answer is no, but you were there.
That is correct.
All right. And what day were these photographs taken and the remains reviewed by you?
I'm going to refer to my autopsy report. That would have been on July 6th, 2018.
Okay. 2018. So on that day, you did the photographs and you looked at it, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Then why did it take till June 12th, 2019 to issue your report?
Again, typically we're going to wait until the final police investigation, and it took an extra few weeks to get him ID'd, his ID confirmed, and that's an average turnaround time. That appears to be 9 to 10 months, which that's not uncommon for a complicated case. That's par for the course.
You had the forensic dental stuff. You had that by July, right? 2018.
I believe Dr. Frazier's report, which I did bring with me, his report was dated November 8th, 2018.
Okay, so you had it at least by November.
That is correct.
But didn't you also just receive like a letter from the dental forensic people saying, hey, I think this is Gary Farris?
We have I'm looking at the dates on these, and it looks like the forensic anthropology report was dated May 31st, 2019. So it looks like my report came out like 2 weeks after the forensic anthropology report came out.
Okay, that's not what I asked you though. I asked you about the dental stuff. Like, did you get a letter from the dentist who examined it saying, hey, I've looked at everything, it looks like it's Gary. It's not an official report, it's just a letter?
Right, the letter was dated November 8th, 2018.
Okay, so as early as November, you had these remains, you knew it was Gary, and then we're waiting till June 2019 to issue your report. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. So, also, and you had brought this up with Ms. Frankish, the first part of your report, not the first part, the part where it says scene recovery introduction, that is verbatim copy and paste from Dr. Gooding's report.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, Dr. Gooding is a forensic anthropologist, and if you don't know, just say I don't know.
Yes, Dr. Gooding is a forensic anthropologist.
Okay. And you're a forensic pathologist.
That is correct. I am a forensic pathologist.
Dr. Gooding can't make determinations of cause and manner of death. Like you can.
Again, your question is difficult to answer, but I can say that the coroner consulted our office in order for me as the assigned forensic pathologist for this case to determine the cause and manner of death such that the coroner could sign the death certificate.
Okay. But the coroner had to wait for your report to come out to do that, correct?
The coroner is independent. The coroner consults us and can either agree or disagree with anything we say. They just consult us for an opinion.
So the coroner actually, she doesn't need any permission from you. She could issue a death certificate for whatever she wanted to?
That is correct. Absolutely.
Okay, so if she testified earlier and was saying she had to wait on you, that's not exactly correct, right?
The coroner can choose or not choose to consult any forensic pathologist. The coroner, most wise coroners will consult a forensic pathologist to assist them in figuring out why someone died to get an accurate cause and manner of death. But does the coroner have to consult the GBI? No, of course not.
Okay. Now, the remains when they came in, I know you said you were there for photography, but for making your final determinations in the case, did you actually go through all of the remains?
Yes, I did.
You did? Okay. Moving to your report, you're unable to assess the location of the entrance room. You testified to that.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. You're unable to assess the range of fire.
That is correct.
Unable to assess direction of a wound path.
That is correct.
And you were also unable to assess any type of diseases or anything like that due to the condition of the remains.
That is correct.
And also due to the condition of the remains, you couldn't perform any toxicology analysis either.
Again, we collected some skeletal muscle, and I do not believe it was tested. Certainly toxicology could have been if needed, but I do not believe any was done.
Who would make that determination? Obviously, you could have made that determination to do that type of testing, but could the prosecutor's office or the sheriff's office, could they have asked you to make that determination or do that test?
If someone had wanted some toxicology performed, they certainly could have called our office and requested some toxicology be performed on skeletal muscle, yes.
Okay.
But typically for gunshot wound homicides and suicides, our office typically does not perform any toxicology unless it's asked for by another interested party, whether it be the district attorney, the police, etc.
Okay. Moving on, I want to talk about cause of death for a little bit. Can you tell the jurors what hemorrhage means?
Hemorrhage is just bleeding. Anytime a blood vessel gets disrupted, blood will come out of the vessel and into the surrounding soft tissues.
So if, for example, I got shot and I'm bleeding, that would be a hemorrhage?
Yeah, typically if someone gets shot, there will be hemorrhage along the wound path of the bullet. That is correct.
Okay. And that's only true if the individual is alive at the time they are shot, correct?
In order for bleeding to happen, the heart has to be pumping. So yes, the person has to be alive for bleeding to occur.
All right. And the soft tissue that you examined where the bullet was found, you didn't see any evidence of hemorrhaging?
It was too burned to assess for hemorrhage, like I mentioned in the report. But so the answer is yes, I did not see evidence of hemorrhage.
Okay. So with that, based on the logical assumption of what hemorrhaging is, if you didn't see any, you actually can't say to a medical certainty that the bullet entered that soft tissue while Gary Farris was alive.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, also going on to the wound path and the direction. If you can't determine the wound, we'll back up. Can you tell the jury what a wound path is? I don't know if Ms. Rankin, I didn't hear her say that.
A wound path is going to be what the bullet hits along the pathway from the entrance wound to either the exit wound or the lodgement of the bullet. For example, skin and soft tissue, skeletal muscle, bone, such as ribs, lungs, heart, aorta, soft tissue in the back, things of that nature. So the wound path is going to be a list of everything the bullet hit from when it entered the body to when it either exited the body or lodged somewhere.
And in this case, since you don't have a wound path, the only thing that you can say is that it's in that soft tissue. That is correct? You can't say that it hit any bone or skeletal structure or any internal or vital organs.
Right, yeah. The fragments that we examined were so burned that we cannot see an entrance wound, a wound path. All we saw is the bullet.
Okay. So you would agree with me that if you can't determine what was hurt, then you can't say that that was the cause of death.
Again, if you're only examining the body, as a medical examiner, we have to get the investigation and the remains. So we have to look at the entire case and come to a reasonable conclusion. And it was a reasonable conclusion that a gunshot wound is what led to Mr. Farris's death. And that was the opinion, that was my opinion.
Okay. Even though you can't tell anybody of actually how he would have died, even if he was alive when he was shot.
That is correct.
Okay. Let's move to manner of death, because I thought that was interesting when you were talking with Mr. Frankish. So essentially, because I missed it, I know you've got accident, you've got homicide. What are the other two manners of death?
The four manners of death are natural death, accidental death, homicide, and suicide.
All right. So homicide, suicide, accident. What was the other one?
The four manners of
death. Natural cause. Natural cause, homicide, suicide, accident. Is that the four?
Yeah. The four causes are natural, accident, homicide, and suicide. So if those are the four you're listed, yes, those are the four manners of death.
Okay. So you had testified on direct that natural cause, obviously there's a bullet there, so you don't think natural, right? And you have no organs to examine to see possible natural death, right?
That is correct.
All right. Suicide, people shoot themselves all the time, don't they?
Again, it's rare, but people do commit suicide with firearms, yes.
Okay. And have you ever done an examination on somebody who committed suicide and there was a bullet in them?
Yes, I have.
Okay. So we have suicide, accident. Well, propose me this. I'm standing out and I get shot and I fall into a burn pile. Would that be an accident? If I don't know who shot me?
Typically, we would call that a homicide.
True, because it's another person. Presumably that bullet came from somewhere, right? So that's why it'd be a homicide.
Again, I guess a better answer would be that you would have to know more about the circumstances. For instance, if someone was standing next to you and dropped a firearm, and the firearm discharged when it struck the ground and then struck you, then that we would call an accident. But accidental gunshot wounds are exceedingly rare. The vast majority of gunshot wounds are either homicide or suicide.
Okay, so that was a good example. So, there's a gun there, it's dropped, shot, falls into the burn pile. So, leaving accident in there as a manner, there's at least a theory behind it, right? Because you just told us that. It's not a theory you went with, but there's a possibility.
Can you restate your question?
I said, so both of them, like with suicide, we stated that you've done examinations where there's a bullet in somebody that committed suicide. So that's a plausibility, right?
Given what you're stating, yes, I would agree with that.
Okay. And accident, we came up with dropping a gun, accidentally getting shot. That'd be an accident. So possibility.
Okay. Yes.
All right. Suicide, accident, homicide. Let's see. Oh, natural causes. Well, the bullet kind of takes natural causes out of the way, right?
It could. Yes.
Okay. Unless, do you know, or did y'all get any medical records or anything obtained that showed that Mr. Farris had previously been shot? Like, years ago.
We did not, and furthermore, examining the remains, it looked like a fresh bullet, meaning that the bullet was not oxidized or had been in the tissue for very long, nor was there a fibrous capsule or such, or if it was a long-standing retained bullet. So it did not appear to be a retained bullet from a remote gunshot wound.
Okay.
That I could tell.
All right. And that's the bullet that you're referring to now?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay, you're also aware that the crime lab that was tested, there were no accelerants found. Are you aware of that?
I do not know if I was aware of that. I may have heard that several years ago, but I'll believe you that no accelerants were found.
And there was no evidence discovered that there was any dismembering of the body or tending of the fire.
That is correct. I do not believe there was any evidence that the body was dismembered.
Okay. Based on the remains and the results in the examinations that you did, you cannot make a determination of how Mr. Farris got into the fire, can you?
Again, as the medical exam, I guess the answer to your question is no, but with a qualification.
Okay, qualify.
The qualification is I am the medical examiner, so I'm examining the remains. Our office is not the investigating agency, so our office is not the one interviewing witnesses, determining exactly what happened. So we have to believe what the investigating agency's information that they give to us in order to complete our reports.
Okay. And without being able to do any kind of lung examination or carbon monoxide testing, you actually can't even make any type of determination of whether Mr. Farris was alive or dead when he went into the burn pile.
Yeah, there was no carbon monoxide or carboxyhemoglobin testing that was performed. And there were no lungs available for examination because all of the organs of the torso had burned up in the fire.
Okay, so give me just 1 second. I always say it's one more and then it's not, so bear with me. So just explain to me that if you can't tell me, let me just read it and that'd be even easier. If you don't have the evidence to establish what caused Mr. Farris' death, okay, it's kind of a longer question. If you don't have it that established what causes death, and you can't determine how he got into the fire, then how do you know his death came about? So you have a basis to certify the manner of death.
Well, to answer your question is we have to couple the autopsy findings with the investigation, and the reasonable conclusion to make when we have burned remains with a bullet in the torso is that he was shot by another person and placed in the fire based on the investigation and based on the consistent findings that we saw at autopsy. That is why it is my opinion that the cause of death is the gunshot wound of the torso and the manner of death is homicide.
Now, even though you can't tell us any vital organs that were hit or actually what caused his death, right? You can't tell me he bled to death. I'll make it simple.
Well, I guess to answer your question, I'm going to have to kind of go on a tangent a little bit.
Well, no, we ain't going down that road. I asked you a very simple question. You cannot tell me he bled to death.
Based on autopsy, that is correct.
Okay. And you can't tell me any vital organ that was injured, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you're aware that, I don't know if I know that Dr. Gooding did, they reassembled the skull and they found no evidence that Mr. Farris was shot in the head.
I was aware of that, yes.
Okay. So we got no internal organs, no head shot. You'll agree with me on that?
I will agree. I will agree with you with an explanation. You said there's no internal organs, but you failed to mention that all the internal organs have been burned up. So it's impossible to see a gunshot wound through an internal organ when the internal organ is burned up. So you appear to be saying that since there are no internal organs for you to examine, that there's no way that the internal organ was damaged or injured by the bullet. And so that's not necessarily a conclusion I'm willing to agree with, but you are correct when you say that there are no internal organ injuries and there's no hemorrhage because there's extensive post-mortem thermal damage of these remains.
And you're right. The organs are burned up, and you can't do that. But that's not my job. You're the one testifying that he was killed and the manner of death is homicide. So I'm asking you how Gary Farris died.
Right.
How did the bullet kill him?
Right. It is my opinion that Mr. Farris was shot at least one time in the torso. One of those gunshot wounds of the torso was recovered in the burned remains based on what we found at autopsy, coupled with the investigation that we were told. Our office does not do investigation. So that's again, that's why we're trying the case. That's for the jury to decide. It is certainly my opinion and the opinion of the office that this is a gunshot wound of the torso, cause of death, and a homicide manner of death.
Can you say to a medical certainty that bullet actually even entered the body cavity?
Again, the answer to your question is no, with an explanation.
Well, I don't need his explanation unless the judge wants him to have it.
I'm sure Ms. Franklin will ask.
No further questions.
Dr. Atkinson, please explain.
Well, like I've tried to explain before, we're not even saying that this is the only gunshot wound. If you read the report, it says at least one. Typically, about half of the gunshot wounds I examine exit the body. Typically, about half remain in the body. So I called the cause of death gunshot wound of torso, but I don't even know that this is a single gunshot wound. It could be multiple gunshot wounds. There could be multiple gunshot wounds that involved other bones or other soft tissue. But the reasonable conclusion to make was gunshot wound of torso because there's a bullet in the torso. I don't think that's an unreasonable conclusion to make.
What is peer review?
Peer review is when another doctor reviews the autopsy report to make sure the conclusions are sound and for typos and other things that may show up and need to be corrected before the final report is released.
Was your report peer reviewed for this case?
Yes, it was.
I'm going to object to that, to the specific point that he stated that it was to make sure that it was a sound decision in his report. I would object to that, but that's just bolstering his opinion. We're trying to.
And then where we go to the question.
I'm done, Judge. I was going to sit down.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
I'm going to ask you more questions.
All right. You can sit down. Thank you, sir.
Oh, thank you.
All right. We got 2 minutes for another witness.
Mr. Wiley, you raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the evidence you're about to present in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and lower your hand. Good morning.
Morning.
You do not want to be here today, do you?
No, sir.
That's fair. We've subpoenaed you to come in from Alabama, is that right?
Yes, sir.
If you would, state your full name for the record and spell it for us.
Ted Wiley, T-E-D-L-W-Y-L-I-E.
Go ahead and scoot up and pull the microphone down towards you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Wiley, I'm not trying to embarrass you or do anything, but you know why you're here today.
Yes, sir.
And you understand it's a murder case, and that's why we've asked you to be here.
Yes, sir.
Do you see Melanie Walker Farris in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Would you point out, please? She's sitting over here in the black.
Yes,
That's black. How old are you today, sir?
60.
And when did you first meet the defendant?
It's probably been maybe 85,
And
86, something like that.
when did you meet Gary's sister, Sherry Farris?
Around that same time,
And how long were you and Sherry Farris in a relationship?
probably 20 years.
During that time, did you meet the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all ride horses?
Move the. No, I'm not talking to
Okay.
Woods. Let's move the easel so the juror can see.
All right, Mr. Wiley, you got a soft voice. If you speak in that microphone so we can hear you. So you met the defendant through Sherry Farris, is that how?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all ride horses together or things like that?
We have.
And where did y'all first meet? Was it in Georgia or was it somewhere else?
No, we would see each other at Christmas and birthdays and Thanksgiving and things at Sherry's mother's.
Now, again, I'm not trying to embarrass you, but at some point, did you have a romantic relationship with the defendant?
Yes, sir.
And when did that start?
I can't tell you the exact dates, but it was probably in 2008 or 10, somewhere in that range.
And when y'all would meet and come together, where would y'all meet?
But she's usually coming through town, either going to her friend Sheila's Hutchinson's home, or she would be going to visit her mom at the hospital.
And how long did this romantic affair go on?
Probably 3 or 4 years.
And during that time, do you know whether or not Gary knew about the relationship?
I don't think anyone actually knew about it ever until this happened.
And it was after this that it came out.
I think it did. Then they had were suspicious and things, but I don't think that they actually knew. They had no knowledge of it.
And to be clear, it was an intimate relationship more than just friends. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
How many times do you think, how often would you see each other when y'all were together, you and the defendant?
We would see each other at that particular time. Before that time, we'd only see each other Christmas and Thanksgiving, but at that time, we might see each other twice a month.
Would y'all meet in motels, hotels, or somewhere else?
We did a time or two.
Would she come to your house and stay at all?
She did.
Was there a time when you remember that she separated from Gary and spent more time with you?
She did. She never stayed more than like a week or something like that. But we were snowed in one time, and her friend Sheila stayed with me. And so, anyway,
Was that Sheila or Sherry?
Sheila Hutchinson was her
Okay.
friend.
Were you ever confronted by anybody about the affair?
No, sir.
Gary never said anything to you?
He did not know. He had suspicion maybe at the end.
Now, you've heard us talk about the $50,000 loan or whatever you want to call it. Are you familiar with that idea?
I wasn't involved in that. I don't know about that.
What I want to ask you, though, is during the time, did the defendant write you checks for things?
She did help me with payroll once or twice.
And how much money during that time did she give you?
It was a few $1,000s to make payroll.
Would it be closer to $10,000 or closer to a few $1,000s?
It could have been 6,000 or 8,000, somewhere like that, to make payroll.
Okay. And that was in 2000, I believe 2009? Would that be right?
I'm thinking so.
Is it true, though, that she did write you several checks that were worth several $1,000s?
Yes, sir.
And you said it was for payroll. Tell us about that.
I have a building company. I had a building company at that time.
Did you ever use that money for anything with Kay Walker, her mother?
I'm sure I probably did.
And did you ever say it was for that, but it was for something else?
I don't think that I don't think that I did.
So, is it closer to 10,000 or closer to 15,000? What do you remember?
I'm sure it's closer to 10 than 15. I don't know that.
And she would write you personal checks for this?
She has.
How many checks do you think she's given you in any shape or form? How many checks has she
Probably
written?
not more than 2 or 3.
Do you know if she ever had more money than that?
She told me that she did. I think it was maybe when she was handling her mother's affairs or something like that, if I remember correctly.
Did she tell you whether or not she took that out of the account that she and Gary had over the house or something?
I don't remember all that now. I don't remember that.
How much money do you remember her having independently from Gary when they separated?
I don't know about her finances and things.
How long was she separated that you know of where she was not with Gary during this time?
I think it might have been maybe a month. I don't know that for a fact.
You don't know exactly how long it was?
No, sir. Like I said, she would come into town and then she would go to her friend Sheila's house or something along those lines, or go somewhere else.
And was she coming up, was it under the guise that she was there to visit her mother, help her mother, but she was seeing you?
Oh, she was helping her mother. Her and Sheila helped her mother get healed up. She had heart surgery and got her back, on the mend.
But she would come up and see you too.
Yes, sir.
And are you saying that the affair itself lasted for 3 years or more than 3 years?
I would say somewhere around the 3 to 4 year mark.
Closer to the 4, maybe?
Maybe so. I didn't keep up with that.
Did she ever tell you that Gary was, because of this, started to control the finances or do anything from the finances?
I think he did that all along.
And did she talk about how she did not have money except for what Gary would give her?
We didn't talk about money much.
She talked about leaving Gary at any time?
She did say he served her with divorce papers, or was serving her with divorce papers.
And you knew that was because of y'all's relationship?
I don't know that it was because of our relationship.
Did you ask?
I did not.
You kind of just let it be?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know whether or not that was followed through or anything?
I don't know.
Now, when did it end?
Probably I think it was 4 years before this happened.
This was in July of 2018, so y'all's relationship was over in about 4 years before?
Yes, sir.
So, 2018.
Well, I just didn't hear from her. I don't know that it was over. I just didn't hear from her anymore.
It just kind of dissipated?
Yes, sir.
So about 4 years before 2018, so sometime around 2014 is when your relationship with the defendant stopped?
I hadn't seen her or talked to her before that.
So since 2014, give or take, have you had any communication with the defendant?
I talked with her. She came into town one time after Gary passed.
And that's it?
Yes, sir.
Sir, you understand one of the reasons I have you here is that your name was brought up in the investigation as a former, if you would, boyfriend of the defendant.
Yes.
And so I want to make sure, I'm shrinking the world. I want to make sure the jury hears this from you
Yes,
and they
sir.
see you. In July, this is Riley 1, this is calendar July 2018. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Can you positively look at this jury and tell them that in July of 2018, you didn't step a foot into the state of Georgia?
Yes, sir.
Did you have anything whatsoever to do with and I'm not saying you are, I just want to hear from you.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't have anything to do with what happened to Gary? You know anything about what happened to Gary?
No, sir.
You weren't even in the state?
No, sir. I was not.
Did you have any communication with the defendant or anybody in her family about what happened?
No, sir.
It's not till we contacted you Someone from the district attorney's office years ago, I think, reached out to you?
Well, I think Sherry, I talked with Sherry about that. That was about it.
So if this occurred, it did occur in July 2018. Gary was killed in July 2018. When was the last time you were physically, in any shape or form, in the state of Georgia?
It'd have to be 4 years before that.
Nothing else, John.
Streeter?
Mr. Wiley,
Yes, sir.
my name is John Luke Weaver, and I, along with Michael Ray, represent Melody.
Judge, I apologize. The juror just indicated to me that she couldn't hear me speaking microphone.
Speak up, speak up.
Yes, sir.
Again, my name is John Luke Weaver, and I represent Melody. Got a few questions for you on timeline. So you guys were together, you think, between 2007 and maybe 2010?
Something like that.
Something like that, because you said 14, but it'd be more like 2007 to 2010. Right?
Probably so.
Okay, all right. And the state mentioned something about some money that Melody loaned you $6,000 to $8,000, and you paid it back to her, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm just going to ask you. I mean, y'all didn't really talk about Gary at all, did you?
No, sir.
And Gary never had any crosswords with you at all
Never.
about any of this.
Never.
And y'all didn't talk about it at all.
Never.
Any of her kids have any crosswords with you ever? Scott or Chris?
No, sir.
And so really you hadn't seen Melody since 2010. It's been about, 14 years?
Yes, sir. I'm guessing that's correct.
Somewhere in there?
Yes, sir.
And it just fizzled out?
We just didn't. We just went different ways, I guess.
Nothing, y'all didn't talk about Gary or anything to do with Gary?
No, sir.
Okay. If I may have a few moments, Judge. That's all I have.
Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down. Thank you, sir.
Judge may be released.
Go ahead. That's fine.
Okay.
Call our next witness.
Judge, we're calling Christine Lavoie. Go ahead and tell us your full name, where do you work, and what do you do?
My name is Christine Lavoie, Christine Lavoie. I work for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Division of Forensic Science, and I'm a forensic DNA analyst.
Ms. Lavoie, what is your expertise at the GBI?
So I perform DNA analysis on evidence.
And if you would, we've heard yesterday from Ms. Norris, but if you would, just when it comes to DNA analysis, how long have you been doing it?
About 9.5 years.
And what's your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Microbiology from Mississippi University for Women, and I also have a Master of Science with a concentration in Biochemistry from Mississippi State University.
Do you have to have a master's degree to work at the GBI to be a scientist as you are?
No.
But you have to have some type of bachelor's degree to work at the crime lab?
Correct, a Bachelor's in Life Science.
And when you came on to the GBI, did you go through the hiring process to take an exam to get on and make sure you're qualified to do the job?
Yes.
Do you have to take continuing education through the year to make sure you keep up with the current trends in science in your expertise?
Yes.
Are you a member of any professional organizations or anything like that?
Yes, I'm a member of the Southwestern Association of Forensic Scientists and the Society of Molecular Biology and Evolution.
Among the people at the crime lab, where are you when it comes to how long you've been there and experience? You have more experience than other people, less experience? Where do you fall in that?
I'm considered a senior analyst.
And is that supervision or what makes you a senior analyst?
I hold the title of a crime lab scientist 3 senior.
Do you teach and train other people how to do their jobs?
Yes.
And do you do any outside teaching or education as part of your job?
Not outside, no.
Are you part of any kind of scientific groups or anything that works on the cutting edge or new technology or new science that comes out?
No.
Have you ever testified as an expert before in the courts in the state of Georgia?
Yes,
How many times have you been labeled an expert in DNA?
about 90 times.
And just this time I intend to witness an expert in the science related to DNA.
Okay. All right. Witness deemed to be an expert, as I told you before, you can give an opinion testimony based upon her experience, all right?
All right, so we've gotten through the foundation. You did actually just a couple things. We're going to have you look at some of the reports. I think you're covering some of others, if I remember correctly. Let's see. Have you had an opportunity to go back and look at some of the reports in the case?
I've looked at my reports.
And I think you did. So we have two reports, GBI DOFS 7 and GBI DOFS 13. Are those your two, the ones which is a DNA typing? And, excuse me, GBI DOS 14, and then the DNA typing, the true allele. Those your reports?
Yes.
Because this time I tender GBI DOFS 7 and 14 into evidence. You have a copy of your reports with you?
I do.
All right, let's go through those quickly. We've stipulated the reports. That's why we don't have to go through all the regular procedures we do at trial. If you don't mind, let's just walk through these. Let's begin with 7. What type of services was requested in this?
It was a DNA typing.
And what was the date of the report?
March 6, 2019.
We'll be looking at GBI. We discussed yesterday as GBI item 6 and GBI item 31. I think we'll begin with those. So if you could, tell us the results and inclusion. Begin here with the sentence that says the DNA obtained from the cutting. Read that, if you would, for us.
The DNA obtained from the cutting contained the DNA profiles of at least 2 individuals.
All right, 6 was the T-shirt that we have in the case, and 31, that would just be a cutting from that T-shirt. Is that right?
Correct.
And when you begin DNA testing, how do you know how many individuals or profiles you find? How does that work? Just kind of briefly tell us how you can determine that.
So when you look at a DNA profile, you see what looks like peaks along a line. And if there's only one person present, you'll see no more than 2 peaks at each location that you test. When there's 2 individuals, you'll see no more than 4 peaks at each location.
Here we have 2 profiles, is that right?
At least 2, yes.
All right, now, when you looked at the shirt, the garnet shirt or the red shirt that the jury has seen, it came back to a matching somebody. Who did it match?
The major profile matched Melody Farris.
And what was that frequency, the statistical numbers?
It was 1 in 4 octillion.
And do you know how many zeros that is?
It would be a 4 with 27 zeros.
Now, at this point, when you were looking at it, down at the bottom of your report, it says it may be possible to draw conclusions on all contributors from the cutting recovered from item 6. So 6 is the T-shirt, item 31 is the cutting, utilizing True Allele casework software. What is True Allele?
So True Allele is a software program that we use to help us interpret mixtures.
And how is it, what is the basic, if I said in the beginning 10 years ago and we're doing DNA testing, what type of testing did we do 10 years ago? If I said the regular DNA testing, what is that, STR or?
STR, yes.
So that's just what everybody's been doing for years and years, so that would be the regular type of testing?
We still do STR. It was still done in this case.
Right. So your first test is kind of the regular DNA testing. What I need you to get across to the jury is, how is True Allele different? How is it more advanced or a different stage? How does it distinguish between just a DNA test?
So, like I said, True Allele is used for mixtures. In this case, the minor profile, I wasn't able to perform any comparisons because it was just so limited. True Allele has the capability of, I'm going to use an analogy. If you think about an iceberg, you can see, a human can see the portion of the ice above the surface of the ocean. But we can't see what's below the ocean, below the surface of the ocean. True Allele can look below the surface as well as above the surface. So it can see the whole mixture, if you will.
Is it a mathematical probability? It uses a formula and software to compute things.
Yes.
Is it, I don't know if the term is more accurate or more detailed. How is TrueAllele actually, how is it more capable of getting things that you cannot just find under regular DNA testing?
That's how the software is designed.
And what does it do when it comes to known and unknown? How is it objectively doing an analysis of the DNA?
So TrueAllele will interpret the mixture first, and then it will perform comparisons to a reference sample.
Let's look at your report 14 here, GBI and DOFS 14. What is the requested service here?
It's TrueAllele.
And what's the report date?
November 15th, 2023.
Now, for your second test that you did, you are still testing item 6, the t-shirt, and 31, the cutting from the t-shirt, is that right?
Yes, specifically it's the electronic data that's previously been generated.
And what we asked, our office asked you to, once you notified us in your first report that maybe TrueAllele could actually help us identify that other contributor, we asked you to test it further using TrueAllele, is that right?
Correct.
And we're trying to see who the other contributor is. When you tested under TrueAllele, tell us what the results were as seen in your report here.
So the cutting, once again, contained a mixture of at least 2 individuals, and there was a match identified between the data from the cutting and Melody Farris, and a match between the data obtained and Melody Farris is approximately 500 septillion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population. But due to limited data, TrueAllele could not make a determination as to who the minor contributor was.
So for the TrueAllele testing, it came back even stronger that it was the defendant's DNA?
So this is a likelihood ratio, whereas the other statistic was a frequency, but 500 septillion is less than 4 octillion.
So it produced a less numbers, but it still showed that it was those many zeros would be. Now proceed, John.
Go ahead.
Again, apologize. It's rules of evidence come up. All right. So the second test still confirmed, based on how many zeros you have, septillion, that the major contributor was Melody Farris. Is that right?
Correct.
And then you could not determine, even with TrueAllele, who the second or minor contributor of DNA is on the shirt. Is that right?
That's correct.
Can you say that there was DNA of someone else?
Yes.
So is it accurate, scientifically speaking, that there are 2 DNAs that we found on the shirt, and one is not the defendant's?
Correct.
But you just can't determine who it is?
Correct.
Can you determine if it's a male or female?
No, it was so limited I couldn't even determine the sex.
Only that it was not hers?
Correct.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, you're right. Or cross. Sorry.
Good morning, Ms. Lloyd. My name is Michael Ray. I represent Ms. Farris. Just a few quick things for you. So just so I understand, you had a shirt, and that was item number 6, correct?
Correct.
Right, and then somebody at your office at the GBI, they cut a hole into that shirt and took a piece out, right? And that is item number 31.
Correct.
Right, and then there was originally a test done on that, and it found 2 DNA samples, correct?
Correct.
And then they sent it to you to see if you could separate them out to see who both the samples are.
Correct.
You found one to be Miss Farris.
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that that is Miss Farris's T-shirt?
And
you may not know.
I don't recall.
Okay. If it was her T-shirt, would you be surprised to find somebody's DNA on their own clothing?
No.
Okay. Now, with the TrueAllele program, it's a computer program, correct?
Yes.
And it runs on, I believe it's called probabilistic genotyping?
Correct.
All right. And somehow, and we don't got to get into how, because I don't care, but somehow that separates out and you can determine 2 mixed together types of DNA.
Yes.
Somewhat. Okay. Now, the other DNA that you found, according to your report at the bottom, was due to limited data, no conclusive determination can be made. So does that mean that it's such a small amount of DNA you can't separate it out?
It's such a small amount, Trullo couldn't perform any comparisons.
Okay, so it couldn't do anything with it.
Correct.
Okay, and in fact, it can't determine what type of DNA it is, whether it's skin, sweat, blood, semen, anything like that?
So Trullo can't, but I do have an opinion, if I can express that.
No, I'm just asking about true allele.
Okay.
True allele
Trullo
can't do that.
cannot.
Okay. Okay. And that's all I have, Judge.
I have a question. All right. If a child gets their DNA from their parents, yes?
Yes.
All right. And so you have the chromosomes from one parent, chromosomes from the other parent. What if there's a mixture from the two parents and the child, and there are 3 combined DNAs? How can it parse that out and tell the difference between the child and the parents?
So there would still be differences in the DNA
All right, how is that?
because the child only inherits 50% from each parent.
So the 2 other grandparents don't get passed down, or it gets combined and then it doesn't get passed down.
There could be some similarities.
All right. Okay. I know enough just to be dangerous. I wanted, that was really more for my information than anything else. All right.
Well, just one thing, just to follow up.
Go ahead.
With DNA typing, you can, well, to make it too quick, you can distinguish between parents and children.
Yes.
And the only way that you couldn't distinguish it if you had identical siblings.
Correct.
Okay. None.
All right. That's what I've been told, but I don't understand. That's why I'm up here and not over there. All right. You can be excused.
Thank you.
All right. Go ahead, next witness.
Emily Bagwell.
I'll stand up and stretch.
Millimeter, but typically when something looks like it's just 38, it's probably going to be 38 special or 38 or 357 Magnum. Apologies.
Now, when we're talking about revolvers, let's go from smaller to larger. 22 revolver, 32 revolver, 38 special revolver, 357, 44. Is that kind of how it goes?
Yes, sir. That's pretty accurate. The 38 Special and the 357 Magnum are closely related. They're a lot of anytime a firearm says it is 357 Magnum, it can also shoot 38 Special. So the difference is going to be the length of the chamber. A 357 Magnum chamber is going to be a little bit longer, so it can accommodate a 38 Special cartridge, which is a little shorter than a 357 Magnum. But in terms of like their barrel diameters, they're the same.
So the bigger caliber gun can shoot the smaller caliber bullet, but not vice versa.
In this case, because they have the same diameter, but like you mentioned with the 44, it's going to be much larger. It's not supposed to shoot something like a 38 class that's a lot smaller. But the 357 Magnum is a specific caliber of a 38. So it's just a little bit larger than a 38, but the diameter is the same. So the 38 Special will fit in a 357 Magnum chamber, but the opposite is not true because the 357 is too long, too large for the 38.
And then when I say semi-automatic handguns, we talk about 380, 9mm, 40, 45. I guess there's a 10mm some people shoot, but those are usually the type of gun that you put a magazine in and rack. Is that right?
That's correct.
So first of all, I don't know how you do it, but if someone were to ask you a pistol or firearms, to me, is it a long weapon, a long gun, or a handgun? Do you kind of do that? Do you break them up?
Yes, sir. Those are the 2 basic categories of firearms, or those that are short and intended to be fired with one hand, and those that are longer and are intended to be fired from the shoulder.
And when you get into the handguns or the pistols, do you break those down into 2 major? So the genus and species, genus is the handguns and species the different types. Do you break those down into revolvers versus semi-automatic?
Yeah, revolvers versus pistols.
And so when you say pistol, you're talking about semi-automatic usually?
Usually, they're supposed to be semi-automatic, but with the world that we're in, they can be converted to fire fully auto.
All right, now, this time, Judge, I'm tendering to evidence GBI DOFS Report 12 and 13.
Okay.
Let's talk about one that's not your report, GBI DOFS 12, and this is going to be Vanna Kelly report. What was the service requested in this?
This was a firearms analysis service.
And what was the date of the report?
This report was issued on October 31st of 2019.
And we see Melody Scott and Gary Farris's names here, and then so it's from them involved in this Cherokee County case. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Evidence. GBI item. Don't worry about all those other numbers. 2 and 5. Tell the jury what item 2 is and item 5.
Item 2 is a .38 caliber bullet that Vanna remarked as being removed from the basement floor. The package would have indicated that. And then item 5 is a .38 bullet jacket.
And when it comes to item 5, obviously here we're talking about the jacket that came from the medical examiner's office. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, so the bullet from the floor, then the jacket, and the jury's heard about the bullet in the ribs and things like that. Do you know much about this case?
As the peer reviewer, all I know is how Ms. Kelly would have documented it, and she only documented the item 5 as being removed from the medical examiner's box.
All right. Can you give us the opinion for this report? Just read that to us.
Yes, sir. So, under the results and conclusions, it states that microscopic examination and comparison of the bullet and bullet jacket, our items 2 and 5, reveal that they were fired from the same firearm based on agreement of class and individual characteristics. And they are consistent with being fired from FIE, Arminius, and Titan .38 special revolvers, and RG .38 special Derringers. The list provided of those manufacturers is only an investigative lead, and it is not intended to be an all-inclusive list.
All right, in plain English, what does that mean?
So these two ammunition components were projectile components. One was an intact bullet, the other one was a bullet jacket, which just means that the inside core of the bullet was not with the jacket. Those two items were fired from the same firearm, so one firearm. That firearm that they could have been fired from, based on the characteristics the bullets possessed, could be that list that she provided in her report, but it's not an all-inclusive list, meaning those characteristics between those two projectile items could have also been fired from different firearms not included in this list. We narrow our list based on what we most commonly see at the laboratory.
Right, so fired from the same firearm.
Yes, sir.
And then trying to figure out, based on science, it could be the same firearm, but it could be one of those brands.
Yes, one of those manufacturers may have manufactured the firearm that fired both of these items.
We don't see a 357 on that list. Is there a reason why?
I'm not sure. It could be that they did not populate in the database that she put her measurable bullet data in, but I don't know.
Okay. Could also be that it's just not one of the guns that it came back to?
Yes.
But we know from the science that the opinion is that it was fired. It's a .38 special, same gun. It could be one of those brands. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Anything about the type of bullet, the brand of bullet, or anything like that?
Ms. Kelly documented that they were consistent with being manufactured by Hornady, which is an ammunition manufacturer.
And Hornady, now again, I really want to ask you if you hunt and things like that, but I'll try to forego that. Do you ever go to Walmart and just go over like I do and just look at all the bullets?
Yes, I do, because I want to stay on top of what new ammunition might be out on the market so I can share it with my team.
You ever go to other gun stores and just see all the expensive bullets they have?
Yes.
Now, are you familiar with brands of bullets that come out of Russia?
I am.
Well, what if I say give some common names of bullets, cheap bullets that come out of Russia or something like that? What comes to mind?
The first primary company is JSC Barnoul, which is manufactured in Russia and comes into the U.S. under the umbrella company Monarch.
Okay. How about some other brands that are not? You familiar with Remington?
Yes, sir.
How about there's some blue boxes out there. I'm trying to remember the name of the blue boxes. What are all the type of firearm or ammunition that you're familiar with that's not Hornady? Hornady is expensive ammunition, is it not?
It can be expensive, and half of their ammunition is geared towards law enforcement officers as well.
Okay, and so those are actually let's put that on the far end. Expensive, nice rounds that don't have a lot of powder and things like that. Good bullets. Coming back this way, what are some other brands that you're familiar with?
Specifically in blue boxes, we have PPU, Spear, CCI. As some other bullet manufacturers, we also have Federal, American Eagle, and Winchester, which are more affordable lines of ammunition.
American Eagle, that's a Federal brand?
Yes, sir.
What kind of box is that?
It should be white and red.
Do you mind standing up? Can you see that box right there in front of you on the table? If you can, I'll go pick it up. Let me go pick it up. Let me do that. It's kind of hard to... I don't have my glasses. So Scott, 201, familiar with that?
Yes, I am. It's okay.
I apologize. And Scott, 202, familiar with American Eagle?
Yes, I am.
That is not Hornady, is it?
No, it is not.
Totally different company?
Yes.
Totally different types of, separate, not connected at all, competition, in fact. Is that right?
As far as I know, yes, they're not related at all.
And Hornady, would you consider it a higher, I won't say quality, I'm not trying to diminish theirs, but a more expensive bullet that's commonly used for not just target shooting?
I would consider Hornady as a premium line of ammunition.
And Hornady has, in those bullets sometimes they have that, looks like, I call it wax, I'm sure it's not wax, but they put something in the hollow point so when on impact it won't cave, it'll still expand. What's that called?
That is a red polymer flex tip expanding red tip. And sometimes the color changes as well. They do have a pink tip for breast cancer awareness as well.
And that is put in the, if it's a jacket, if it's a hollow point, it's put in there to make it do what?
So the way that it's advertised by Hornady is, and specifically for a hollow point bullet, is different than a bullet that doesn't have, if a bullet just has a nice round nose and it's encased, that's going to be a full metal jacket. Unless the base of the bullet's also encased, then it's a total metal jacket. So the difference with the hollow point is at the center, the nose isn't complete. It has a cavity in the middle to help facilitate expansion. Hornady will put a polymer tip inside of this hollow point to help control that facilitated expansion as they advertise.
So if it's a Hornady brand, you can actually open the box up and see if it has that pink tip or red tip. Is that right?
That's correct.
Do you remember when they started doing that? How long ago?
I do not.
All right, let's get to your report. This is 13. What was requested here?
So the Cherokee County Sheriff's Office and someone from the District Attorney's Office requested a firearms analysis, and they provided all of the fired ammunition that you're going to see in this exhibit. And we had agreed with the customer there was a good bit of ammunition, and they had wanted results a little bit quickly. And then the state of the ammunition was there were different degrees of damage. I believe they were recovered possibly from a tree. And so they had just, when bullets hit something, they can acquire damage. It makes comparison of them difficult. We agreed with the customer that instead of doing a comparison of these items, we would group like items together. We would document their manufactured characteristics. Those are the characteristics that help us determine a list of possible firearms that may have fired bullets. And then we would provide that list. And so basically what the report that was received said what caliber they were, if it could be determined, and then a possible list of firearms that may have fired them, but no comparisons were performed.
Now, ma'am, do you ever have to deal with ADAs that ask you to test lots of stuff?
Yes.
How about law enforcement that says, I need you to test all this stuff?
Yes.
Why does the GBI tell us no all the time?
It depends on the circumstances.
Y'all not going to test everything we want, right?
It depends on what questions you're trying to answer. In this specific case, I believe the conversation was, we just really want to know if these items are 38 caliber, and in doing that, with the level of damage these items had sustained that we could see from the packaging, it was, well, once we had, taken a look at them, we're like, well, we can tell you what caliber they are, but they are really damaged. This could take a long time, and time was a factor. We needed results a little bit quicker.
Compromised.
We reached an agreement with the customer that we would provide them with a determined type weapon statement rather than a comparative analysis.
It's a very good answer under oath. I like that. Did you get hit with a lot of stuff? How much was it? Let me do this.
So,
this is your report, and
yes.
There's all this stuff? Did you actually get more than this, but you only tested this?
This was, well, it's possible, but all I have listed under this service are what you see in your list that I would have actually looked at.
So these are the things that no matter how much you got, this is what you end up looking at. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So tell us what this is.
So this is an evidence list. There, it looks like there's a lot more, and there definitely is. I received 3 packages, and one of those is my item 33 and 34, and then 35. The first package was 6 357 Magnum cartridges. So a cartridge is a unit of unfired ammunition. So it hasn't been fired. I'm not going to do anything with it except inventory it. And then just skipping down to item 35, that's going to be a Smith & Wesson 357 Magnum revolver that I received, basically to see if the manufactured characteristics inside that revolver were consistent with the ammunition that Miss Kelly looked at the year prior. And then that item 34 package contained several items inside of it that received their own little itemization. So that's why you see the 34A and the 34B. Those are going to be .223 caliber bullets, some 9mm bullets, some bullets and a bullet fragment for which I couldn't determine the caliber, and then some lead fragments as well.
Ma'am, you don't know who Rusty is, do you?
No, sir.
Okay. I didn't think you did. So you don't know where that item 35 came from?
The revolver, I do not know where that came from.
Do you know where the other items came from? Besides coming from the sheriff's office.
I have an item source indicated as what was written on their packages, but no, I do not know exactly where they came from.
But you did mention a tree or something like that.
It's possible.
You have a cartridge. Let me see if I can get the monikers correct. Cartridge casing is when you take a bullet out of a box, if you would, has not been fired. Is that what you're talking about?
The cartridge is
That's
what you're
the
taking out
cartridge.
of the ammunition box.
The cartridge is what you take out, so it's got everything: the primer, the gunpowder, the projectile, everything on it.
That's correct.
So if it's been fired and the casing's laying on the ground, what would you call that?
That's a cartridge case.
Okay. So, and then what I call a bullet, you call the tip that goes out, that leaves the casing itself and is projected down. That is the projectile.
I also call it a bullet,
All
yes.
right. So 34A through H, those are 223 bullets.
Yes, sir.
When it first came in, did you look and go, oh, this is a 223 bullet? You have to actually look under a microscope.
Both.
So you could recognize it?
I can recognize a 223 bullet, but yes, we do take measurements, we weigh it, and then we also look at its just other characteristics, such as its design characteristics from manufacturer as well.
How different is a 223 and a 5.56?
So they're the same bullet, they're slightly different cartridges. The cartridge itself for a 5.56 by 45 millimeter has an extra grain of powder in it that makes it slightly more, I want to say stronger, faster. Basically, there's an interchangeability issue here. So if you have a firearm that would be chambered for a 5.56, you should only shoot 5.56 because of that extra grain of black powder, increasing that velocity a little bit and making the chamber a little unsuitable for something that has a lower charge. And a 223 firearm, well, I apologize, I misspoke. The 5.56 can shoot that and the 223, but the 223 doesn't have that extra grain of black powder. Its chamber is not outfitted for all of that power, so it should only shoot 223 caliber, but the bullets are the same.
But that would be what we call an AR rifle.
Yes, they can be 223 and or 5.56 or both.
But for those that don't know guns, 223 bullet is not a handgun round per se.
No, so a 223 cartridge is intended to be fired from a rifle type firearm.
All right. 9mm bullet. So it looks like 34I through 34M. That is a handgun bullet?
It is intended to be fired from like a pistol style firearm, yes.
All right. In case people don't know firearms like you do, cowboy gun, revolver, semi-automatic gun is kind of like a Glock or what police carry or something like that. So 9mm, revolver gun, cowboy gun, or semi-automatic?
Semi-automatic firearm.
And that's the most common is a semi-automatic 9mm.
Yes, sir.
All right. 34N and O, it just says bullet. Tell us what's going on there.
So for 34N and O, they were, well, for two reasons. They were consistent with a 22 class projectile for which 223 is a family member of, but they were heavily damaged, and I couldn't determine their exact caliber just on their own. So I take each item regardless of what else has been submitted and ask that item, what are you telling me about yourself independent of all other items? So I didn't determine that it was exactly a 223, but it is consistent with the family for which 223 belongs.
Not a handgun.
Not in this case, no.
And then 34P, bullet fragment. What's that?
That is so it's a copper jacketed bullet fragment, which means there was some lead there as well as the outer jacketing material, but it was only a very, very small piece, and it was unsuitable. I know we're going to get there, but it was also unsuitable, so not much I could tell you about it other than it was just a piece of a bullet.
And Q and R and S.
Those were just lead fragments. I have noted for all of them that they are possibly the core of a bullet.
Just go ahead and read your results and conclusion, then I'm going to ask you to put it in plain English.
Okay, so for the first one, the bullet fragment and lead fragments, items 34F, 34N through 34S, were not suitable for comparison purposes, meaning they possess nothing that I could use for microscopic comparison, had I even been doing that. The next conclusion states that microscopic examination of the bullets, items 34A through 34H, reveals that they are consistent with being fired from AR-15 style 223/556 by 45 millimeter firearms. Again, that's not an all-inclusive list. It's only meant to be an investigative lead. The third conclusion states that microscopic examination of the bullets, items 34I and 34K through 34M, reveals that they are consistent with being fired from Astra, Beretta, SIG Arms, Smith & Wesson, and Walther 9mm pistols. Again, not intended to be an all-inclusive list, just an investigative lead. And then finally, the fourth conclusion states that microscopic examination of the bullet, item 34J, reveals it is consistent with being fired from Glock, H&K, IMI, Bursa, and Car Arms 9mm pistols. Again, that's not an all-inclusive list. And then I do have one more conclusion at the end on the next page.
All right.
And that one states the microscopic examination of the bullets, items 34N and 34O, did not reveal characteristics that could be used to develop a list of possible firearms from which they were fired.
In plain English, can you tell us how that relates to any 38 special bullets or anything like that?
There was no evidence that was suitable, at least, to determine caliber that was consistent with 38 special caliber.
Just that's all the questions I have.
Good morning, Ms. Bagwell. My name is Michael Ray.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I just have a few questions for you. Let's see where to start. Do you have up there, and you may not, and tell me if you don't, the bullet comparison that Ms. Kelly did?
I do.
I just want to ask you a couple questions about that. With the bullet that was found in the rib, it doesn't have any grain, or it only has, I believe, I'm sorry, I actually don't have a printout of it either because mine's a photograph. Under where it says caliber and weights, it doesn't have any weight, correct?
It did have recorded weight. Down lower on that page, she has an actual weight that she took of 28.8 grains. The top part of her documentation, where it says caliber and weight, would be where an examiner records the weight that it's consistent with being for a specific caliber if that determination is being made. There are a couple of weights available in 38 class, so unless it was close to one of those that was manufactured, it would not be provided. It would be like she documented, and it would be a dash.
Okay, so the actual weight of the bullet found in the rib, which is item number 5, is 28.8.
The actual weight is 28.8 grains, yes sir.
And item number 2, the bullet found in the basement, was 110.
It was 110 grains, yes sir.
Okay, so Miss Kelly, when she's doing her analysis, she's not able to tell that that is actually a 38. She's having to compare it to the other bullet found in the basement.
That's correct. She had determined it was 38 based on the manufacturer characteristics that were present, which she did document as being consistent with Hornady. In this particular case, she was asked to compare another caliber or another bullet item that was also consistent with Hornady. It was more intact, so it had a weight that was more consistent with the 38 class. So the reason why she would have intercompared them is because they didn't have any disagreement of the available characteristics that were there. So it was saying, basically, I'm consistent with the 38, I just don't have a weight to help support that, but it needed to be compared to the other 38 caliber projectile.
Okay, so basically she's just making the best guess that she can as to what it is, and the manufacturer based on everything that she knows.
So the manufacturer, she would have resources available. We have our reference ammunition collection as well as the standard ammunition file at the lab. So if something does look like, and we are trained in ammunition as well, so if something looks like it's Hornady, she can double check that with all of our resources. So that would be documented, the weight would be recorded, and if it looks like it's a 38 class, then she could document that it appears to be a 38 class, but it wouldn't preclude her from comparing to another 38 class that she had more available to determine its caliber.
Okay, and with the going to the Hornady bullets, I'm going to show you a photograph. You've probably not seen it, but it's already been admitted into evidence, okay? And you just tell me if this is, that's large. This is how, when y'all see, when you look at a, well, let me ask you this first. When you look at a bullet, when you're doing your job, you're like, that's a Hornady bullet.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Because this ain't my first Hornady rodeo murder trial. And what you look at is you're like, oh, it has that red polymer tip on it, right?
That's one of the features. They also have about 2/3 of the way up that flat surface called the bearing surface. They have what's called a knurled cannular. Other ammunition manufacturers also have it, but the knurled cannular, in addition to hopefully the red polymer tip, but also the structure of those petals in the hollow point, are something that we recognize as being Hornady manufactured.
Okay. And that kernel that you were talking about, is that right here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the petals, let me approach. I don't know if you've seen or not. It states GBI ME28. You can, I went over it. You can look in there. Is that, do you see it flared out? Is that the petals you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you can just switch over to the Elmo. Sure. So basically, those little things that are poking out, that's the petals that you had just talked about?
Yes, and they have been peeled up. So the previous photo that you showed is a hollow point, kind of what it looks like when it's hit a target. So the petals that are arranged around the nose have little cuts in them, we just call them slits, and so that's what helps those open up kind of like a flower or a mushroom. So those had been kind of peeled back and were obscuring the bearing surface. So Miss Kelly would have peeled them up so she would have more bearing surface available for comparison.
Okay.
So what you're seeing are they're peeled back up.
Okay, so Miss Kelly would have done that?
Yes.
Okay, so she would have peeled it back up. And actually, is it with Hornady, and Judge, you can switch back to the TV, please. With Hornady is because when you look at it closely, you can see that those petals are kind of jagged.
They kind of have like, where they're cut, they have a small interior cut as well before the slit. So, and it's not just Hornady. Other manufacturers have the same kind of petal design, but we've just come to recognize Hornady as having a basic, like a triangle with a flat top and then smaller pieces on the sides.
Okay. How long have you been doing firearm stuff?
Since 2015.
Okay. Do you ever have any bullets that you send off to have textile examination done from a bullet?
No, sir. As far as I know, some of our bullets are swabbed for blood analysis, but not for textile chemistry.
Because there is a report that the GBI had done that's already been admitted into evidence, and I believe that is the GBI number 3. that they did an analysis of the bullet from the basement, stating that there weren't any textiles or any characteristics like that on the bullet.
Then I have learned something new today about some of our services. Yes, that would be a section that's not firearms. So if other sections can look at something for a materials type of service, I don't know who would have done this report, but I guess that's something that they are capable of doing.
This person.
Yes. So I was going to state too that our materials analysts are some of our trace evidence analysts that work on the teeny tiny particles of evidence called trace materials, and Tatiana was one of our trace examiners. So.
And it would make sense if somebody was shot and it went through clothing and potentially even exited through clothing, that you could pick up textiles on it. Okay?
Yes, and now that you mention it, I believe I just misunderstood the question initially, because we did have something recently where Trace asked us to come over and look and see if they could do a general materials on it, so I just seemed to have forgotten that.
Okay, well, I'm glad I brought it back to you.
Thank you.
Well, unfortunately, now you got something else that you have to do at work. Okay. Now, you had mentioned that these Hornady bullets that, with Mr. Focus, that these are premium brand bullets.
I would consider it a premium line of ammunition.
And a lot of times you can tell like what's premium and what's not premium by the casing of whether or not it's like the brass or it's nickel and things like that.
It's more commonly for us going to be the design of the bullet itself and independent of the cartridge case and what material it's made of.
And in states number GBI number 13, all of those different bullets that you had looked at, were you aware that those came from like a target area at a piece of property?
No, I wasn't really aware of exactly where they came from.
Were you more curious as to why you were getting a whole bag of bullets?
It was a question that I had asked, yes.
And anything that Mr. Fogus had asked you about, this 357 here, you don't know anything about it, and there was no testing done on it to your knowledge?
All I did was a visual examination of it. I didn't do any comparison on my report, and then I did inform the customer that it did have a different rifling structure, so a different manufacturing characteristics than the bullets that Ms. Kelly had previously examined.
Yeah, and I'll come back to that. But so that's a Smith & Wesson 357.
It is.
Right? Okay. And hold on a minute. Before we do that. So of all the bullets and everything and the fragments that you looked up here, you didn't see any Hornady bullets at the target range? At least that you noted in your report.
In my report, we don't note ammunition manufacturer, so that information would be in my bench notes, and I believe just purely based on the level of damage everything sustained, I was not able to determine probable manufacturers for any of the items that I received.
Okay, that's fine. And in your training and experience with Hornady being a premium brand, that's not a target shooting brand, right?
Not traditionally, no.
Okay. And in fact, I believe you have stated that brand is geared toward law enforcement.
Some lines, but some lines are specific for civilians as well.
Okay. So, So in this report, you had noticed there was a Smith & Wesson that somebody had sent you. We don't know whose it is yet.
Right.
All right. And then in your other report, or not your report, Ms. Kelly's report, that she had believed that it was a FIE, Arminus, Titan, those types of guns.
That's correct.
And that's because of the twist, I believe. Those type of guns have an 8-right twist.
The guns in the list that Ms. Kelly provided, those specifically came up in the database because they have 8 lands and grooves that turn to the right. And she also measured them as well because they have specified widths at manufacturer. So if we know those widths, we can see those measurements come back in the list of manufacturers that are provided. And then the Smith & Wesson that was submitted, that revolver had 5 lands and grooves.
Okay. And with, because Mr. Fogus had asked you about that 357 Magnum is not listed in this group. And you don't have a reason as to why that is not, right?
I do not.
Okay. Because a 357 can shoot a 38.
It can.
Right. Now, but a 38 can't shoot a 357.
It should not.
Okay. That's what I thought. And this listing of firearms is not all inclusive.
Correct.
And to the best of your knowledge, does FIE, Arminus, and Titan, we'll just use those because they're on the report, do they make a 357?
I really can't recall that off the top of my head.
Okay. And with the what is RG 38 Special Derringers. Can you explain what that is?
Yes, so RG is just another firearm manufacturer, and the 38 Special Derringer is the same caliber, 38 Special, except the firearm type is a little bit different. People tend to classify a Derringer as a type of revolver, others tend to classify as a type of pistol. Really, the definition for it is just a very small gun designed to shoot 2 cartridges. It's like a pocket gun. It's very small, should fit in the palm of your hand, and typically it has 1 to 2 chambers. Sometimes it can have up to 4.
Okay, and that's a Derringer.
Yes.
But it's not a revolver.
It's not a revolver because it doesn't have a cylinder that rotates. A revolver has a cylinder that rotates, and a Derringer does not have a cylinder that rotates.
Okay. And no further questions. Thank you.
Judge, I'm going to tender now by agreement GBI DOFS 12.1. It goes with the report 12. So I'm going to tender that into evidence.
All right.
We were talking about the bullet worksheet. And this is Miss Kelly's. What is this? Do y'all have these when you take notes and type some stuff up? Is that what you do?
Yes, this is a part of our bench notes. So anytime we have projectile evidence, we put it on our bullet worksheet.
And then when we were going through this, I think, so what we're looking at here is GBI item 2 and GBI item 5. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And 2 is the projectile from the basement floor, and 5 is from the autopsy. So 2 is from the floor, and then it says right there, ME box labeled UID.
Yes, sir.
All right, tell us what this caliber and weights and grains, what are we talking about here?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The caliber and weight, we have, what does this line mean?
That line is actually, it's pretty high up on the list because that's one of the first things you want your peer reviewer to see, but you don't fill that one in right from the get-go. You've done some analysis further down on the worksheet first, so that whole line that says caliber and weight and grains is what you have determined the caliber to be based on the available characteristics, and then the weight that it's most consistent with being within that caliber family.
And I think maybe early on there's a question whether or not this was a 380 bullet. Do you know anything about that?
I don't know anything about that.
But ultimately the final opinion was this is a 38 special. There's 2 bullets obviously, but one is, they both come back to 38 Hornady type bullets. Is that right?
Yes, 38 class Hornady type bullets.
And did you know that the GBI item 5, that was involved in a burning or a fire?
I did not.
Okay, so you don't know the source of that or where it's from or anything?
As Miss Kelly's peer reviewer, all I saw was the documentation that said UID, so we didn't even have, at that time during her analysis, an identity for that individual.
But as you said earlier, sometimes you get bullets and they're deformed or messed up, and that could be from the conditions of where it was?
Yes.
All right, then what else do we have on here? Problem manufacturer, so you got item 2 and 5, what are we talking about here?
That would be who it's consistent with based on its design characteristics. So for the first column where it says Hornady with a red polymer tip and a knurled cannula is kind of what I described in the photographs that were shown. It's consistent with Hornady based on those features. And then the other column, it says it's consistent with Hornady, but she only remarked 1 knurled cannula. It had to be similar to the other items, knurled cannula in appearance, because it wasn't basically saying I'm different. It's saying I'm similar. I could be Hornady as well.
And I always want to say lanes, like a bowling lane and grooves, but it's lands and grooves and twists. What is that?
So when a barrel is manufactured by a fire manufacturer, what is cut into the barrel are actually grooves, and they are cut into a spiral pattern. So as the bullet passes down the barrel, it imparts spin on the bullet to help improve the bullet's accuracy upon leaving the barrel. When the grooves are cut into the barrel, they leave the grooves, but the spaces between the grooves are the lands. And when the bullet passes down the barrel, it picks up impressions from the grooves and impressions from the lands.
And then damage for item 2, which is from the basement, item 5, which is from the MD. It is noted some damage to item 5, is that right?
Yes.
Let's see. And then again, the match goes up to the 38 Special Hornady bullet. And that's item 2, item 5, both of those are Hornady Hornady brand, is that right?
Well, item 2, she determined is Hornady brand, and then item 5, she said it's consistent with Hornady, not to exclude other manufacturers, but it's more consistent with Hornady, or else she would not have documented it that way.
Right, and Mr. Ray said that it was a guess, and I think I know what he's saying about that, but y'all don't guess at your job, do you?
No, we use what's available to make us, what we have available in data to provide us with conclusions. So instead of just saying Hornady, she put consistent with Hornady, meaning it's not inconsistent with other manufacturers, it's more consistent with Hornady, but I wouldn't quote unquote die on this hill that it is Hornady. She also included a note stating at the bottom of that worksheet, it's more consistent with Hornady than other calibers within the 38 class family.
That's because you're a scientist, right?
Yes, sir.
That's because us lawyers ask you questions and you just can say what the science holds. Is that true?
That's all I can say, yes, sir.
I mean, you're not in this business to say something for this side or something for this side, right?
No.
I mean, if I told you to say something, you're going to tell me to go jump in the lake, right? If it was not consistent with the science,
I
probably
would
kindly
say
you're
it
going
a little bit nicer, yeah.
Right, but you're not going to just agree with me because I work for the state. Is that true?
No, sir. We can be called as witnesses for either side.
And you can and have disagreed with prosecutors before?
I'm sorry?
Have you ever disagreed with a prosecutor?
Perhaps just last week, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, these brands that we have here, FIE, Arminus, Titan, some of these brands, it's not a Springfield, is that right?
That's right.
It's not Smith & Wesson, is that right?
Not in this particular list. That's correct, yes.
Yeah, it's not a Glock.
No.
It's not some type of well-known or other type of brand. These are a particular brand. Are these less common known than others?
Yes, I would say out of that list, the ones that I've personally seen in casework the most are the Arminius brand revolvers.
And are those top shelf guns, middle shelf guns, low shelf? By low shelf, you know what a high point is, right?
Yes, sir.
Is high point a very cheap gun?
It is.
All right, then you've got, what's the most expensive type of gun you think is out there right now, pistol-wise?
Well, typically the most expensive guns that we receive in casework are going to be those that are owned by our officers.
Okay. So a nice Glock or something like that?
Or like a
or
nice Delton rifle, for example.
So
not an Arminius revolver.
Where do these brands fall in? Top shelf, middle shelf, or bottom shelf?
I can only speak for Arminius because I've seen that the most in my personal experience. It's very cheaply made revolver.
Are you familiar with the other ones, where they all fall?
I've seen them, but those are mostly from our reference collection, which have been handled by a lot of trainees, so they're not in the best shape either, but I don't know if that's a result of their poor manufacturing or all of our handling of them.
Now, to be clear, this GBI item 35, this Smith & Wesson 357 Magnum, that is not consistent with the item GBI item 2 and 5. Is that what you're saying?
That's right.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Just with the well, basically, here's what it really boils down to. You can tell me if you agree. Is y'all don't know what kind of gun was used to fire these bullets, right?
That's correct.
Okay, there we go. The easy way to solve that problem. So we don't know that, and going to the no, not the photograph. Where's the comparison at?
Is it 12.1 if you go to the file?
No, I got it. All right, going into the comparison with the section of damage, some expansion of HP. What do you mean by HP?
HP is our acronym for hollow point.
You got to say that. You said it so fast.
I'm sorry. HP is our acronym for hollow point.
Okay, so some damage to a hollow point.
Some expansion to the hollow point, which is what we would expect when a hollow point is fired. However, we have seen hollow points that experienced no expansion, in which case, if there was no other damage to that projectile, we wouldn't have anything documented there.
In your opinion, looking at this photo, which is Thrasher 287, is that limited damage, limited expansion?
Yes.
Okay. And also, there's this part in your report. Let's see, the weight is 110 grains, 38 special Hornady bullet, even though we've already established that item 2 is believed to be a Hornady. Item 5, possibly a Hornady because of item 2. Fair?
It's possibly,
And other characteristics.
Yes, it's other manufacturing characteristics, and she did have two that she could put side by side, which helped her, along with our resources where we would see how much or what a 110 grain Hornady 38 Special looked like. She would have been able to do that side by side comparison and see that it is more consistent with that than any others, but it's just consistent with that because she was not certain that that is what it was.
Okay. And then last thing is the report also, or the bench notes. Also, BS longer than 380. Is that trying to say that, trying to exclude 380?
Yes.
What's BS?
It's the bearing surface, and that length varies depending on the caliber. So 380 bearing surfaces are a lot shorter when compared to the bearing surface of a 38 class, like a 38 Special bullet.
Okay. All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
I'm done, Judge.
All right, I got a couple. All right, that last report. So when the other experts have testified, we have heard a lot of consistent with X or consistent with Y. Okay, for example, this is consistent with blood, but hasn't been identified as blood yet. Okay, another testimony. All right. Now, the report comparing the two 38 bullets, the one that was indicated that was found in the ribs in the fire, and the bullet that was indicated that it was found in on the floor, the report says they are identical.
Yes, Your Honor.
They were fired from the same gun.
Yes, that's going to be based on their characteristics that they picked up from the firing process from the same firearm. So those two items, whether one is Hornady and the other is not Hornady, they were fired from the same firearm, but the ammunition itself might be two different manufacturers.
All right, so that's not a consistent with, that is it's from the same thing, that's a certainty.
Yes, that's an identification statement.
All right. Now, I was going to go back, so you kind of covered the Hornady thing. Was there additional analysis that could have been done to determine whether those were the same, the composition of the bullets was the same, and therefore the same manufacturer?
In terms of firearms analysis at the lab, what we're going to do is document those design characteristics and their probable manufacturer, but that's where it stops for us.
So y'all don't, that would require additional testing from someone who would do it on a molecular level, or could you not compare it with the microscope?
Well, we do put ammunition side by side on the scope, or we can, to see if those ammunition manufacturing characteristics are the same, but with damage as well, it kind of makes just seeing those manufactured characteristics hard to compare as well.
So that was my next question. So the issue with the determination whether the bullets are the same manufacturer is based upon the condition of the second bullet?
It's possible, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I think everyone knows, but I don't think you said specifically, but what's the point of what's the purpose of a hollow point?
So the hollow point, as it's advertised by ammunition manufacturers that make hollow point ammunition, is for that facilitated expansion. It is advertised by the manufacturer that it's a greater stopping power for that type of projectile.
All right, so you don't necessarily, the GBI doesn't take a position on whether that's accurate or not?
That's correct.
All right. Now, my understanding is that the bullet then expands, right?
Yes, sir.
Upon impact.
Yes.
And then creates more damage. Is that fair? Or maybe not. Depends on what it hits, would depend on the amount of damage, but can cause a larger pathway through the object that it strikes.
Yes, I have seen, and we have had Hornady come to the lab to do some test fires in ballistic gelatin. So when you consider ballistic gelatin, that I have seen personally in my experience, a full metal jacketed bullet that doesn't have a center cavity in the nose travels a little bit farther, and the path is a little bit more narrow. And the hollow point bullet travels not nearly as far, stops a lot sooner because it's been expanded to stop, And then the area around that path is a bit larger.
All right, and along with those lines, have you done other comparisons with projectiles for the amount of damage or path or something similar to that, where you can see the difference between other rounds?
No, sir. The only reason I said what I just said was based on them coming and providing us with a lecture on their new lines of ammunition. So at the GBI, we don't worry about anything with ballistic gelatin. Just when they have the opportunity to see it, would I be able to make a statement on it?
If a hollow tip project, and then the purpose of the polymer tip is to keep it spiraling longer and then cause the spread more, or it's just
It's difficult to say. The ammunition.
It may have some purpose, but it also may be a marketing gimmick.
Right. So that's why I state that that's how the manufacturer advertises. What the purpose of that flex tip is more controlled expansion of that hollow point.
All right. If a hollow point bullet were to enter into a body and exit that body, what would the resulting exit wound probably look like?
I'm afraid I can't testify to that.
All right. That would be somebody else's department.
Yes, sir.
Now, your original premise, getting the big packet of stuff from either the investigators, detectives, DA's office, whoever. I anticipate you got sent a big bag of bullets and said, hey, do any of these match the 38s?
That was the initial premise
All
for
right.
receiving that from the
And
DA's
you said, if y'all want me to do that, you, meaning the GBI,
Right.
y'all said, okay, then we have to pull out each bullet, put it under the microscope, compare it with all the other two known bullets to see if they match. We can probably do that with an eyeball test saying, hey, that's a 223 by sight, and then I don't have to go into the microscope and examine the bullet.
Well, so actually I did put every item under the microscope. I just didn't do a side-by-side comparison between any items.
Right.
So
You still did your analysis on each bullet to say what it was, but
Correct.
you didn't then compare it to the other two bullets.
Right. So the question, like you asked earlier, was, are any of these 38 caliber? So at the time, the agreement with the assistant manager of the firearms section and the customer, Mr. Clifford Broughton at the district attorney's office.
Let's make sure they're not 38s first before I do any under the microscope side-by-side analysis.
Was that we agreed that we would determine the caliber and provide a DTW, which is a determined type weapon, for the bullets, but that we would not do a comparison at this time.
And then if any of those came back as 38s, then you would go to the next stage, potentially, of looking at them.
I'm uncertain because that didn't happen. Right.
All right. All right, based upon my questions, anyone else have any follow-ups? All right, you can step down. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I always enjoy learning something here. All right. Let's take a break, and we'll start back at 11-ish.
Thank you. State calls Angela Phillips. Ma'am, if you could please stand up and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, you can have a seat and scoot your chair on up to that microphone. You have a pretty soft voice. I need this man back here to be able to hear you, okay? If you could please introduce yourself to the jury.
I am Angela Phillips. I work at Burn Foreman. I was Mr. Farris's assistant for almost 28 years.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about where you started at Burn Foreman and your move to Georgia?
I started as a temp right after my husband got a job in Birmingham after we got out of the Navy. They hired me the first week. I started working for Mr. Farris and another attorney at that time. We were there for 5 years. I always wanted to live in Atlanta. My brother and sister-in-law were here, but my ex-husband took the job in Birmingham basically without even asking where I wanted to be. So when the job came open in Atlanta, we discussed moving. He wasn't interested. We were in marriage counseling at the time, and later we went through a divorce, and then I asked to be transferred to Atlanta when we were going through, not custody, but visitation. I was going to stay in the house. He was supposed to see our daughter, every other weekend on Wednesdays, and then he started, I can't get her tonight, maybe, so he wasn't going to keep any kind of schedule. So I then asked for the transfer to Atlanta, where he would have to adhere to a schedule.
Okay, so what year was that when you asked for the transfer to Atlanta?
95.
Okay. And did you end up transferring to the Atlanta office?
I did.
And you were still with Burn Foreman?
Yes.
Okay, and who were your attorneys? Was it attorney or attorneys that you were assigned to?
I was so originally it was Gary and Ginger Busby. Then I transferred from Ginger to Darren Collier. And so I was working for Darren and Gary even once he transferred to Atlanta. And then I had a new associate also, whose name I don't recall.
And so you tend to work for multiple attorneys at one time?
Yes, I currently have 5.
Currently you have 5? So when you transferred here from Atlanta, how long had you known Gary?
5 years.
5 years. Did you work with him the whole 5 years prior to coming to Atlanta?
I did.
When you came to Georgia, apart from your brother-in-law, let me ask you this, where did you move to in Georgia when you came to Atlanta?
So Darren Collier, who I worked for in Atlanta, his mother lived in Marietta. She actually showed me around, helped me find an apartment, and eventually we found one in Alpharetta.
Tell me about your early professional relationship with Gary. How well did you know each other?
I mean, we talked about the kids and what we did on the weekend. He'd tell me about his honey-do list, ball, whatever the kids were doing, family stuff.
And at that time, did you know much about Melody Farris, Gary's wife?
Not really, not a lot. I think I'd met her once or saw her in the office when she brought the baby and the toddler.
So that would have been Chris and Scott, or the girls?
The little girls.
The girls. And I want to get into a little bit about how your relationship with Gary evolved over time. Can you tell the jury, when you moved to Georgia, did your relationship with Gary ever cross from professional to personal?
Unfortunately, it did.
Okay, can you tell the jury briefly about when that was?
It was probably in 95. It wasn't ongoing. I wouldn't classify it as an affair. We just became very close, especially once I moved here. I didn't know anybody else other than my brother and his wife, and they lived in Hiram at the time, and I was in Alpharetta, so that was over an hour drive.
You lived in Alpharetta?
I lived in Alpharetta, and I did make one friend that was actually the assistant of one of our clients in the same building where we worked in Midtown, and then she lived in Alpharetta nearby. So, and she had 2 little girls, just a little older than my daughter.
And when you say that your relationship with Gary went from professional to personal, what does that mean?
Well, I mean, he became more of a confidant and a friend and an encourager on the weekends where I would have to take my daughter to meet her dad were very difficult for me. And so he was a shoulder that I leaned on. And then unfortunately, there were a couple of instances where, long hours, sometimes alcohol involved, things crossed a line.
And it became physical.
Yes.
How long would you say that the physical relationship lasted?
Well, it wasn't an ongoing thing. It wasn't like planned. A few occurrences maybe over the course of a year and a half, maybe.
Did it extend beyond the 90s?
Oh, definitely not.
How did it stop? And why did it stop?
Well, it stopped because I became friends with Melody and the girls. And I was such a mess back then, and not having friends. But then I got involved in a church, and, the person that I was up until that point, age 30, was so different than the person I was at 30, 31, 32. I was going through that. And then I was just able to find my way back to the person that I was, to the, with the morals and and my relationship with God. And just, I would never want anybody to cheat on me, with my ex-husband. So then when I realized, it's like I was able to separate him from her when I didn't know her.
So at some point, did your relationship with Gary just go back to being professional?
Yes, we were still friends, but we were able to work through, and we had an excellent working relationship. We were a team, and I still miss that,
How many years total did you work for Gary?
It would have been 28 in October if he had lived that year in 2018. I just celebrated my 34th anniversary with the firm last week.
Okay, so 28 years.
Yes.
Just short of 28 years with
Yes.
Gary. Okay. So over those 28 years, you saw Gary almost every single day in the office.
Yes.
Did Gary share with you information regarding his relationships with his family?
Yes.
And did you have access to Gary's financial situation?
Yes.
To
some degree.
Okay, can you explain what?
Well,
to what degree?
I filed his taxes, made copies, and we used to do TurboTax in the office. We would all share the same disk, and so I would photocopy, and then he would share some things.
And in the beginning, would Melody come by the office and see Gary?
Sometimes. I spoke with her on the phone almost every day for several years after I moved.
What would you two have to speak about?
Just anything. She just talked. I would hear the same stories from her and from him. Sometimes you wouldn't know it was the same story if you didn't know it was the same story, She elaborated more, I guess.
Okay. So I want to move forward a little bit to, let's say, around 2009, 2010.
Okay.
At some point, did you see a change in Gary and Melody's relationship?
Yes, she became increasingly more critical of him in our phone conversations. And he became increasingly exasperated.
Okay, can you speak up just a little bit?
Sorry,
for me?
yeah.
You still have a very soft voice.
Oh, sorry.
And I need all of these people to hear you.
Okay.
You said he became increasingly exacerbated.
Well, he just, I think that's around the time she started kind of disappearing. It's hard to remember the timeline exactly, but I do know that she was angry that he was receiving this Father of the Year award.
Judge, state calls Patrick Clark.
All right.
Mr. Clark, if you could stand and raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat and introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Patrick Joseph Clark.
Where is it that you work, Mr. Clark?
I work at Burr & Foreman.
What, I guess, branch? Which practice of Burn Foreman?
I work in our Mobile, Alabama office, but I was in our Atlanta office for about 22 years.
22 years?
Yeah.
And do you know Gary Farris?
I do.
How do you know Gary Farris?
Gary and I mean, we first met, back before I became a Burr & Foreman attorney. We were actually on the opposite side of real estate transactions and just got to know each other over the years. And at a certain point in time, Gary had talked to me about coming to work with Burr & Foreman, and at a certain point in time I did that. So we practiced together, up until his death.
Can you describe your relationship with Mr. Farris?
Yeah, Gary was a good friend of mine, and while we didn't spend a lot of time together outside the office, and there's various reasons for that. We each had our own lives, and people who live in the Atlanta area and everything, you know how it is, commute-wise, and we worked so much that whatever free time that we had, weekends, et cetera, we generally were spending with our families, et cetera. But we would get together, play golf sometimes, go out and shoot ski, and go. I think we went on a couple of dove hunts together. But most of our time was spent as friends in the office, going to lunch when it was appropriate. We'd go out to dinner with clients sometimes, and et cetera. But I considered Gary to be a very good friend of mine.
Did you ever hang out with Gary's family?
Some, yes.
How well did you know the rest of the family?
I knew who all they were. I mean, I knew all their names. I knew Melody. I knew, Chris and Scott and Amanda and Emily. Went to Chris's wedding. Went to Emily's wedding. Gary would tell me what was going on with his kids sometimes, and so on and so forth. So, yeah, I knew the family.
Can you explain to the jury Gary's work ethic, or how often you guys have to work in your line of work?
Yeah, we work a lot. We are commercial real estate transactional lawyers, and we don't do any residential real estate work. It's all commercial real estate. And our practice primarily was representing institutional type lenders in commercial real estate transactions, construction loans, permanent loans, various different kinds of properties, multifamily apartment complexes, industrial buildings, office towers. We oftentimes did what we call syndicated transactions, which involve multiple banks, high dollar, high volume transactions involving what you would consider to be very sophisticated real estate developers, very sophisticated lenders, and it required a lot of time and effort to get those deals done. A lot of time and effort to get those deals done.
Would you work holidays frequently?
Yes, definitely. Our clients were very demanding, justifiably so, and our work ethic and was always, we did and took the time that was needed to accomplish what it was that they were engaging us to do. And our practice, so a little bit better to understand that, is our practice was nationwide in scope. We closed deals all across the United States. And again, we were dealing with financial institutions in New York and Boston and California and other places. So oftentimes there would be time frames where you'd be doing a transaction out in California, and they'd be 2 or 3 hours behind us, depending on what time of the year it was. So it wasn't unusual for us to get on the phone with the client 10 o'clock our time 6, 7 o'clock their time.
To your knowledge, did Gary Farris have any professional enemies?
No. And that's one of the reasons I wanted to try to explain that, because we're not criminal defense lawyers, we're not plaintiffs' attorneys, we don't go into the courtroom. I've been in the courtroom one time in my entire career. And I think Gary probably was in the courtroom a little bit more, but he used to practice some bankruptcy law, so he was probably in there in that regard. But no, our work, our transactions always involved people on every aspect of the transaction who were trying to accomplish the same goal, which was to get a deal done.
Would Gary share with you information about his family and what was going on during certain times in his life?
Not really.
Was he kind of a private person?
Very.
Was he proud of his kids?
Yeah. To the extent that we talked about them.
What about Scott?
Yeah, I remember kind of the first time I ever met Scott. I guess he was younger, maybe in his teens. And I think the first time I ever met him, I had lunch with him and Gary. And he struck me as a young kid. And then I guess he kind of had different jobs. I think I remember that he was selling cars at one time. I think he worked as an auto mechanic, if I'm not mistaken. And then at a certain point in time, he decided to go into the military. And I remember how proud Gary was of that. Very much so.
Were you someone that the family reached out to when his remains were found on July 5th?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to speak with Melody that day?
No.
When did you speak with Melody about what happened on July 5th?
My recollection is I talked to Melody not too long after that, and I couldn't tell you exactly what I mean in terms of time by not too long after that. For obvious reason being it's 6 years ago.
Sure.
But I do remember that I did talk to Melody. I can remember I was sitting in my office in Mobile, and my phone rang, and I looked down, and it said Melody Farris, and I was a little bit surprised, but she called me in my office.
And what was it that she was calling you about?
She called me and asked me if I could provide any assistance or information about helping her, I guess, obtain or get access to Gary's capital contribution in our law firm.
What is a capital contribution?
Well, a capital contribution, so in law firms, you have different levels of people who work in a law firm. And our firm is a pretty large firm. We've got 19 different offices, but there's different organizational structures and organizational funds. But the way that our firm works is you have two levels of partners. You have what's referred to as equity partners, and then you have what's referred to as income partners. And then you have associates, right? So the hierarchy is, in terms of the firm structure itself, the equity partners are the owners of the law firm. So it's as if you owned a construction company and you're the owner. Income partners and associates are basically employees of the law firm. So they're W-2 employees. So our law firm, if there's profits at the end of the year, the equity partners share in the profits. So a capital contribution is the amount of money that, as the owner or equity partner in the law firm, that you're required to put in on an annual basis, et cetera, to maintain a certain level of capital for expansion, for needs to meet, upgrades in computer systems and so on and so forth. So it's basically a slug of money that's put in by the owners that's there and available for certain things.
And at any time, do you receive that contribution back throughout the year?
The only time that you receive it back is when you're no longer an equity partner.
Okay. Was Gary...
But you do have to put it in. The opposite's not true. You got to put it in every year.
Right.
So.
Was Gary a partner?
Yeah, Gary was an equity partner.
And did you continue to chat with Melody on the phone after she asked about that?
I did for a short period of time, yes.
What was it that you and her spoke about?
After I had talked with Melody, or as she asked me about the capital contributions and assisting and trying to get it, and I indicated to her that I would do what I could. I really didn't have any knowledge about that because I'd never been involved in having to get a capital contribution back. But I took the opportunity to ask Melody, what do they think happened? And she answered me.
What did she say?
She didn't really respond, in my opinion, to my question. She basically relayed to me, I guess if I think back on it now, what was going on the morning of the 4th of July. And what she told me was that she got up early in the morning or sometime in the morning, and she was blowing off, I guess, the leaves on either the driveway or somewhere around the house with a blower. And she finished that up. And then I remember her distinctly saying, and I know that Gary was there because I could smell cigarette smoke, right? And then she got prepared because she was going up to, I guess, Lake Lanier to spend the day with one of her children, and my recollection is it was her daughter Amanda. And she headed up to the lake.
And did she mention anything about if she went anywhere else before the lake?
Yeah, and I remember this conversation pretty vividly because it just struck me as unusual. She said, and on the way to the lake, I stopped at, my recollection was Target, and I bought a chair. And then she said something that really and she said, and I've got the receipt for that. And I went up to the lake, stayed up at the lake, came back home. She had 2 girls with her. I think one of them was her granddaughter, and one of them was a friend of her granddaughter's. Got back home, went straight to the bedroom and stayed in there the rest of the night because they were tired and they were watching movies. And that was basically the extent of the conversation.
Did you ask her what she did that day, or was this unprompted?
It was unprompted. I didn't ask her what she did that day.
Mr. Clark, that's all I have for you. Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Clark. My name is John Luke Weaver, and I represent Melanie. Few quick questions. Based on what you just said, did you not call law enforcement in this case? Do you remember that?
I spoke to law enforcement.
Like, you called them. You had something. Yes, sir.
I spoke to law enforcement. I think it was the week after the 5th. I called and spoke with a detective who was the lead detective on the case. And I told him who I was. I told him what I did. And I told him that he and Gary and I did the same kind of work.
Sure.
And the reason I did that is because when most people think about lawyers, they think about people who spend time in the courtroom and people who spend time involved in litigation, etc. And I called him because I had become aware that the incident after finding Gary had become a homicide investigation. And I wanted to tell the detective, look, what you have to do, and I told him, I said, I'm not trying to tell you how to do your job, but you need to know what it is we do. And we spend all of our time on the telephone, and we spend all of our time sending emails. So what you need to do is you need to look at our firm's email system and find out when the last time that Gary sent an email was, and if there's nothing after that, that's where you need to start. And that's what I told him. So that's when I contacted law enforcement. I never said anything to law enforcement about the conversation that I subsequently had with Melody until I was interviewed a month or so ago.
Do you remember when you called Detective Hayes also that there was something, you had a conversation with Chris, that there were some things that concerned you and you brought that up to Hayes? Do you remember that?
I don't know what.
You were discussing something to the effect of you had a conversation with Chris and some of the knowledge and things that he knew, you just thought, well, I think that's kind of concerning and I think you need to know about that, Detective Hayes. Do you remember that at all?
Possibly I did. I don't know that I'm sitting here trying to think about that. I talked to Detective Hayes. I can't remember how extensively I talked with him about the conversations I'd had with Chris. I had gotten a lot of my information
from
Chris.
Right.
Because Chris contacted me to basically let me know what happened to his dad. I wasn't in Atlanta at that time. I had already moved out of Atlanta to Mobile, and he was kind of telling me what happened, and to a certain extent asking me, what do you think we should do here? And so I relayed to Detective Hayes everything that people had told me.
Sure. But you didn't bring up any of this conversation with Ms. Farris?
I did not. I did not bring that conversation up with anyone until, like I said,
about a month ago.
The first time I talked to Detective Hayes, to my recollection, was the last time I talked to Detective Hayes. And nobody in between that period of time until a month or so ago ever got in touch with me. So I guess to a certain degree it was kind of out of sight, out of mind. Maybe I should have called them, but I didn't.
Okay. But you can't remember, would it help to listen to the recording of your phone call?
Sure.
To refresh your memory?
Yeah. I mean, again, it was 6 years ago, and, I don't doubt what you're saying. I don't remember. But I do remember what I was striving to do when I talked to Detective Hayes was to relay information to him that I thought would be helpful in the investigation.
We might need just a minute to get that together.
Well, we'll need to get outside the presence first and then get from there. So y'all, anything else you want to ask me before we go down that road?
No.
All right, y'all step out. There we go. Now try it.
Hey, Mr. Farris, Detective Hayes at the Sheriff's Office.
All right, let's pause it and tell them what you're doing.
At this time, I'm playing a recording that you made of the phone call that you made to Detective Hayes to help refresh your memory. And Judge, I mean, if you want, I don't have this timestamp and there's no transcript of this, so I'm going to move it kind of forward. It was towards the end of the interview, I believe. Play the whole thing. 17 minutes. What's that? I don't have it admitted, but we'll call this Clark 1.
But I felt like I thought about this over the weekend, and I felt like I should at least relay this information. Gary was my law partner and my friend, and and I'm assuming, I know that the remains have not been identified, but I'm assuming that that's who we're talking about. Gary's oldest son, Chris, called me on July 5th in the afternoon. And, after I had heard the news from two of our partners in our Atlanta office, and by the way, I practiced in Atlanta for the last 25 years. I just recently moved out of town to one of our other offices. So I'm somewhat familiar with the Farris property and very familiar with Gary's family, his children, so on and so forth. But anyway, Chris called me on Thursday afternoon, and he said, I guess you've heard that my father has passed away. And I said, yeah, Chris, I heard, and, I'm so sorry, so on and so forth. And we were just kind of chatting. He was like, I'm trying to figure out what to do. I want to do what my dad would want me to do, so on and so forth. And then during the course of that conversation, we're talking about his father's death. He made at least one comment that kind of made me think, well, why did he say that? And which was, my parents have been having problems, which I knew. Gary was a fairly personal person when it came to his personal life, so he didn't share a lot. But, when you spend so much time with somebody, you pick up on things and so on and so forth. So I thought that was an odd statement during the course of the conversation. When we were talking about his dad passing away, what he should do and how he should take care of things. That's how his dad would want him to do, so on and so forth. And that was kind of the gist of that conversation. So I hung up and then came into the office the next day. Chris called me back on Friday morning, and we started talking again. And it was at that point in time, we didn't know what had actually happened. And when I say we, I'm talking about people at our law firm and myself and so on and so forth. We all assumed that Gary had passed away from a heart attack. We know that he had been having some medical issues, so on and so forth. So during the course of that conversation, Chris started telling me about what happened. And one of the things that struck me as unusual, and I'm going to tell you basically what he told me. He said that no one had seen Gary on July 4th, and that they all went to the lake and came back and still no one had seen him. And then the next day, which would have been the 5th, one of the grandchildren asked where Gary was, and that's when they started looking for him. And his car was there the whole time, his car keys were there the whole time. And Chris said that he and his brother Scott and Gary's wife Melody started looking around and eventually made their way to a point on the property where, and I don't know if it was a permanent burn pit or something else, but a place where they burned things. And Chris then said a couple of things that really made me, and this is why I'm calling you. First of all, he said, my mother went directly to the pit. I felt like she took us directly there. My brother Scott started stirring around in the pit and said, we need to call 911. Don't look in there. So that's what they did. And then, and this is what I found to be really unusual. Because, and look, I'm not a police officer, I'm not an investigator, etc., but, I watch enough shows on TV to at least think, I have some kind of idea what you guys go through in these investigations. Chris told me, he said, and they told me, he didn't say who they was, they told me that they found a rib bone that had a bullet in it or had been struck by a bullet, that it was a .38 caliber bullet and that there's a .38 caliber weapon that was on the property that I guess belonged to them that was missing. And I thought about that, and I was thinking to myself, well, during the course of an investigation, I wouldn't think that the people doing the investigation are going to share that kind of information with someone. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just, playing, television detective or whatever. But I would think, that especially if you were one of the people who was on the property, that that's not something that they're going to share with you. So I found that to be odd that he told me that. Maybe I'm just dreaming things up. Maybe I'm conjuring things up. I don't know. But the more I thought about it, the more I was thinking, well, maybe I better tell somebody about that.
Yeah, and there were probably 15, 20 investigators there at any one time, and Scott was actually the one that pointed out to us, when I say us, detectives, that the gun was missing. Scott had discovered the gun a couple weeks ago. During the course of this, he went back to find it and couldn't. So that's how Chris would have known the gun was missing. And we have not identified the caliber of the bullet, so Chris might be assuming it's a .38 because the .38 is missing. So.
And again, detective, I'm not pointing fingers at anybody.
Right. We do appreciate I appreciate the phone call, and I was just trying, that might explain that.
The other thing that Chris told me, and again, I'm hesitant to tell you this, but everything is that, he told me that he was 95.8% sure that his mother did this. And I said, well, Chris, they'll investigate. I'm sure they'll figure it out, hopefully sooner rather than later. So I don't know whether he related that to you guys or not. That's what he told me. So those were the kind of conversations. And I had one more conversation with him after that, which was more along the lines of, he indicated to me, I guess, that they had all hired attorneys and so on and so forth. And I have not heard from him since. I'm assuming his attorney probably told him he doesn't need to be talking to anybody. The other thing that I was thinking about, and I wanted to relay to you guys, and hopefully this will be helpful. Again, not trying to do your job or not trying to play, detective. What Gary and I do, we're commercial transactional lawyers. We don't go in the courtroom. We're not people who we deal with primarily with banks, Wells Fargo, Bank of America, BBVA Compass. We represent.
Does that refresh your memory?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
All right. All right, bring it back in.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, Judge. So after listening to the recording, your memory has been refreshed, yes?
Yes.
All right, and you previously told the jury that you called because your primary purpose of the call, or the only purpose of the call, was to discuss, the nature of being a transactional lawyer. But there was a first part to that phone call, and could you tell the jury what that is?
Let's try to contain what he's talking about.
Let's contain that too, and I asked you, what did you want to call and relay about Chris that you found to be concerning?
I don't know that I was necessarily calling about Chris, but what I was calling about was things that had been relayed to me from Chris that I found to be concerning under the circumstances based on where the matter was at the time.
Which would have been the 6th, I believe, Friday?
So my recollection is that, and actually thank you for playing that, because it reminded me that the 5th was a Thursday.
Correct. And yes, sir, we have a calendar right here to look at to refresh your memory.
Right, not Friday. I think I said Friday earlier, but it was actually, so Tuesday was the 3rd, Wednesday was the 4th, the 5th was the day that they found Gary's body.
Correct.
And so, and I'm sorry, what was your question again?
My question is what did you relay to Detective Hayes about the conversation you'd had with Chris?
All right, so I relayed to Detective Hayes that I found concerning some of the things that had been relayed to me by Chris in that conversation. And my concern was based on not the fact that it was coming from Chris per se, but I was kind of concerned about, okay, early in the investigation, so where is this information coming from? It seems to me that, again, and you heard in the conversation, based on just common sense and somewhat limited knowledge about police investigations, I always thought that the investigators would hold things very close to the vest and not relay any information to anybody whatsoever, especially somebody like the deceased son who's on the property.
And that information was that he had relayed to you that a .38 was missing in the house, yes?
Yes.
And that a .38 special bullet was pulled from his father's.
I don't know if you said special. It was .38, yeah.
38 was pulled from his father.
Yes, yes.
And Detective Hayes said back to you, we don't even know the type of bullet involved in this case.
In that conversation he did. But he also said that, that the information was...
Said to you.
Well, but
okay,
I got you. I understand.
Unless prompted.
That's all, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else?
Just briefly, Judge. After speaking with Detective Hayes, you spoke with Chris, and then you relayed what Chris had communicated to you to Detective Hayes. Is that accurate?
Say that again?
You spoke with Chris had called you, and then you relayed what you heard from Chris to Detective Hayes.
Correct.
And the information that Chris was telling you, you weren't sure anyone should know or would know.
Right.
Okay.
I was simply relaying to Detective Hayes what had been communicated to me. That's all I was doing.
And then after speaking with Detective Hayes further, did you have any other concerns regarding that conversation?
No. I mean, no. I was trying to be very factually based in what I communicated to Detective Hayes. I knew that it was early on in the investigation. I myself had just found out that this was a homicide investigation, and I was completely shocked by that because, again, we all believed that Gary had suffered some type of heart attack or a stroke or something like that, and had fallen over and burned up in a fire. And then we find out a day later that no, Gary was killed. He was shot. And so once I found that out, and after information had been relayed to me, I just thought it was important to tell the detective what people had told me. Especially because it was just right there, the 5th.
All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Anything else? No. All right, you can sit down. Thank you, sir. All right, call your next witness.
Mr. Derlocker, if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a seat. And if you could please introduce yourself to the jury.
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Eric Derlacker.
Mr. Derlacker, what is it that you do for a living?
I'm a lawyer.
Where are you a lawyer?
I'm a lawyer with Burr and Foreman.
What kind of law is that?
We're a full-service commercial law firm with offices throughout the Southeast.
How long have you been with Burr and Foreman?
25 years.
Did you have the opportunity to know Gary Farris?
I did. I worked with Gary. Gary Farris hired me at Burr and Foreman.
When was that?
I started March 1st, 1999.
And do you work here in the Atlanta office or somewhere else?
I work in the Atlanta office.
Mr. Derlacker, could you please tell the jury when you first heard about Mr. Farris's remains being discovered?
Sure. It was July 5th. I was at work, and I heard the news from Angela Phillips, who works in my office. She was upset, and myself and another attorney in my office took her into a conference room to talk to her, and that's when we heard that Gary's body was found on the burn pile.
Can you tell the jury about your relationship with Gary?
Sure. We were friends. We were co-workers. Like I said, he hired me. He trained me. So we worked closely together for a number of years, and I owe a lot to who I am as a lawyer to Gary.
Would you all share personal information about your families to each other?
Small talk. We would talk about our families, what's going on with kids. My kids were younger than his, so he could be a source of wisdom, having gone through it before. But that was about it.
Can you tell the jury, please, about when you found out that Gary was in fact murdered?
It was sometime after July 5th. I can't remember the exact date, but I can remember it was in the context of that a bullet had been found in his rib.
Who was it that told you that information, that relayed that to you?
I can't remember who exactly told me that.
Was it someone from the family or somebody else, like law enforcement?
Just going back, I can't remember if it was someone from the family or law enforcement. I talked to both a good bit during those early days.
Who did you communicate with from the family?
Around that, what I'll call early to mid-July period, I had a number of conversations with Melody Farris, and then I had one conversation with Amanda Farris.
Tell the jury about your conversations with Melody Farris during that time in July.
Sure. We had an early conversation. Melody, in fact, might have reached out to me as returning a phone call that I had placed just to see how everything was going. I'm just trying to think of exactly what we discussed, but it was whether they had heard anything about Gary, what was going on. And like I said, it was, I think that day, later that day, that she and I spoke, and confirmation that Gary was found on the burn pile. And she also offered that there was no foul play involved.
When was that phone? Do you recall what date that phone call was?
Yes, that was later in the day, on July 5th. I had spoken with Angela around midday, around noon. She had gotten the news from, I believe, from Amanda. And then later in the day is when I spoke with Melody.
Did you know anything about Gary's spells?
Yes, I knew some about those.
Did most of the people in the office generally know that he would have those moments?
A number of us did, yes.
Did you ever see him have one of those?
Not personally where I saw the spell as if you were to have one right now, but I was around when he was in his office. I knew he was laying down because he was having one.
And did you have a subsequent conversation with Miss Farris after that call on the 5th?
We had a few conversations. We had that first one on the 5th and a few after that. Police were at the house looking through things, had taken the phones. Once she had called me from a neighbor's house. I believe I even supplied her with the name of a criminal lawyer as well.
What was your relationship like with Melody Farris during this time?
Fine, I would say cordial. We didn't spend a lot of time with each other, but we would see one another at firm events from time to time.
Did she ask you any questions about Gary's finances or documents in the office or anything of that nature?
It came up in one of the calls in the context of she did not want anyone to come in to take papers or to go through any affairs, that she was reluctant to have Emily Farris or her husband come in and to do anything, so that her preference was that we wouldn't let anyone into the office.
That's something she expressed to you over one of the phone calls?
Correct.
Did she volunteer information about her whereabouts from the 4th or the 5th?
Yes. She had told me that they were at the lake I believe, all day on the 4th, that they hadn't gotten back until late. Didn't think about seeing where Gary was until the next morning when the grandkids were asking where Big Daddy was, which he told me that's what the grandkids called Gary. And it was at that point that they realized he wasn't in the house, and that Chris and Scott went looking to try to find him. His phone and his keys were in the house, so they weren't sure where he was.
After the days following finding Mr. Farris's remains, did you speak with law enforcement as well?
I did.
And did law enforcement ever come to the office and gather documents from the office? Did your firm provide documents as well?
Yes, they came to the office. We met with them. We showed them where the office was. They requested certain documents from us, which we had our IT group help to download from the computer that could be sent to them.
At this time, Judge State would move to tender State's exhibits, Durlocker 1, 2, and 3.
No objection.
All right, they're amended.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Mr. Durlocker, if you could please review these. I'm going to pull them up on the computer. Okay, I'm pulling up Durlocker 1. What is it that we are looking at here in State's Exhibit Durlocker 1?
It's a stack of papers that's entitled Current Elections and Beneficiary Designations. And when I turn the page, it looks like the type of information that we have to fill out on an annual basis for enrollment in our benefit plans.
Benefit plans?
Yes, ma'am.
And are these Mr. Farris's benefit plans?
It says so. It says Benefit Plan Enrollment, Gary W. Farris.
Okay, and these came from your office. Is that accurate?
Yes, I had requested these from HR.
And so these are benefits that Mr. Farris elected himself into.
That's correct. We have a pretty robust benefit plan at our law firm, and so you can buy additional or you can get a certain baseline, and then you have to fill out some information such as beneficiary designations.
And do the partners get additional options for benefits?
There's some additional life insurance that you can purchase. That's correct, both in terms of life, accidental death and disability, and long-term disability.
And does it appear that Mr. Farris elected into basic term life accidental death policy?
It does appear he paid the premium to opt into the optional accidental death and disability, and as well as the buy-up for the life insurance policy.
Okay. And then he also, it appears that he signed up for an optional accidental death at
Correct.
the bottom. Okay. This next page appears to be the beneficiaries of Mr. Farris's policies.
Yes, that's what it looks like.
Okay, and who is that beneficiary?
It appears there's one current beneficiary, and it's Melody Farris for 100% of the primary percentage.
This appears to be a summary of some sort for the previous year, maybe.
It appears so. It looked like the prior page was the 2017 coverage. Looks like this page that you're scrolling through is the 2018 benefits coverage.
Okay. So you have to re-enroll into these benefits every year.
That is correct. I think it's in January, but once a year you have to re-up, even if you just want to keep the same coverage or to change it.
And that's typically what people call open enrollment period.
That's exactly right.
And everybody does it at the last minute.
Correct.
Okay. Go to... It appears that did your firm do the highlighting for the current information?
That I don't know.
Okay. This appears to be when Melody Farris was added as beneficiary in 2012. And then, so primary beneficiaries here under the profit sharing. Now, what is the profit sharing?
Sure. As a partner in the firm, we're all enrolled in the profit sharing plan, where a percentage of the profits are put into the plan. And you can also go up to a statutory maximum each year with your own dollars, but regardless of whether you make contributions, so much of the profit of the firm will be put in on a quarterly basis for the benefit of all the partners.
And this states that the beneficiary effective date was April 10th, 2018, and it was Melody Farris. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Now I'm going to open Durlocker 3, which is sort of a nice little summary of what we were just looking at. This was provided by your firm as well.
That is correct.
And this breaks it down through your carrier of Lincoln Financial, and it appears to be Gary Farris's enrollment for each term life, accidental death, equity partner, the buy-up, and the optional. Is that true? Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. So that just says how much each coverage is, and then this is a separate one down here. Is that accurate?
That's the profit sharing plan, and our custodian of record is Empower.
Okay. And so Melody appears to be the beneficiary of all of those as well.
That is correct.
Can you describe Mr. Farris's work ethic with the firm?
Yes, I'd be happy to. Gary had a sterling reputation in the legal community. I don't know if you've heard this already, but he practiced in an area that's called commercial real estate and worked with a lot of banks and financial institutions. He was incredibly intelligent, responsive, and very practical minded at the same time, which is always a unique combination of skills in a lawyer.
Would he and would the individuals in your firm often work on holidays?
Yes.
Was he fairly prompt with responding to emails?
Absolutely. To be a good lawyer, you have to be prompt in responding to clients.
I want to go back to these numbers here and the amount of coverage. So for the term life, it appears to be $500,000. Then the accidental death, the group accidental death is another $500,000. The life equity partners, $400,000. So we're at $1.4 million, and then the buy-up is another $300,000, so that's 1.7, and then the optional accidental death is another 500, so that would be 2.2.
That's right. It looks about it to be $1 million of accidental death and disability. And then in terms of life insurance, it's, what would that be, 1.2?
That's all I have for you, Mr. Durlocker. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Mr. Durlocker. My name's John Luke Weaver, and I represent Melody. I want to go back and talk to you briefly. Okay, right here, this highlighted portion, we're talking about something in 2012, and it looks like we've moved Ms. Farris from a contingent to a primary. Is that what that means?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay, so that means prior to that, she was not the primary beneficiary of any of his life insurance.
She would be a contingent beneficiary, which means if something were to happen, if one of the primary beneficiaries were predeceased, then the residual would go to the contingent beneficiary.
Did you have records, or did you know who was the primary prior to Melody becoming the primary in 2012?
I would assume our HR people have that, but okay. I don't know that.
You don't know. But we do know that as of 2012, she was moved from the contingent to the primary.
That's what this appears to show, yes, sir.
Okay. And I know the jury's loving hearing about all these numbers, but I've got one more question and I will sit down. Can you explain to me how the profit sharing system at Byrne Foreman worked, and what was Gary's percentage? We've never known.
Well, let's see if I can explain it. Yes, each year you can contribute so much of your own money. I don't know in this time period, but maybe it was up to let's say 15,000, and then if you were 50, you can do a catch-up every year of maybe an additional 5,000. And Congress sets that amount and it goes up each year. But then separate and apart from that, the firm will put so much money into the profit sharing plan, pretty much an equal amount for all partners. So for example, my firm just made the third quarter profit sharing plan contribution. Today I got an email, and it would have everyone's name, and it would show the amount put in on a quarterly basis, and it's the same for each equity partner in the firm.
So they get every equity partner gets the same amount.
That is correct. And then on top of that, an equity partner can make an individual decision whether they want to contribute some of their own money on a pre-tax basis.
Okay, that's all I have.
I have no more questions.
All right, you sit down. Thank you, sir.
Should I leave the exhibits here or hand them
Yes.
back?
You can give them to Miss Frankie.
I'll take them. Thank you.
Thank you for being here today. Dr. Gooding, state your full name for the record, if you would.
It's Alice F. Gooding, Gooding.
And Dr. Gooding, what is your title and what do you do every day when you're not in court?
I'm an associate professor of anthropology at Kennesaw State University and the forensic anthropologist for the state of Georgia at large.
And how long do you teach classes every day? Is that something you carry a full caseload, or how do you do?
Being a professor is my full-time job, except for classes canceled today.
Now, sometimes you do forensic skeletal recovery and analysis. Is that right?
That's correct.
How did you get into that? What got you to do that? Was it an interest you had in a young age, or did you pick it up later in life, or what got you into this type of work?
I wanted to be a medical doctor, but I didn't want my patients to talk back to me.
Fair enough. If you don't mind, just tell the jury your educational background through whatever degrees you have now.
I got my bachelor's in anthropology at Occidental College in Los Angeles, my master's in archaeological resource management from the University of Georgia, and my PhD in biological anthropology from the University of Tennessee. And I'm a board-certified forensic anthropologist, number 160.
And what is your doctorate degree in?
Biological anthropology.
And how many years total were you actually in a classroom or school setting?
After high school?
Yeah, so 4 years undergraduate, and how many years after that?
Some quick math would be probably close to 10.
And how many people actually do what you do for a living, what you're testifying to today?
For reference, I am the only forensic anthropologist in the state of Georgia, so very few.
And how long have you been doing that here in the state of Georgia?
This is my 10th year.
Do you travel anywhere else for your job when you're an expert?
I have traveled, but only when the jurisdiction is in Georgia and the case is tried somewhere else.
Typically, just in a nutshell, what kind of things do you do in your line of work?
On the forensic anthropology side?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
My responsibilities are to sometimes recover remains at a scene. In a lab setting, they are to analyze the remains, inventory them, and analyze the presentation in front of me.
To do your work outside just having the formal education, is there anything else that you do to have the skills and knowledge in order to be a forensic anthropologist?
I attend continuing education courses, yearly scientific conferences, do scientific work that's published in journals, and present at scientific conferences.
And what is a forensic anthropologist?
A forensic anthropologist uses skeletal biology to learn who someone was based on their skeleton and what happened to them.
And how do you go about gaining the the knowledge and what you do trying to identify the skeletal remains? Is that a lot of, did you have not just book knowledge, but hands-on practical experience and training with that?
That's correct.
So tell the jury about that, how you learned to do your job.
A lot of my classes and training are hands-on in nature, with case analyses, peer-reviewed reports, things where you get feedback on the physical work that you're doing.
I know you said there's not many people that do your job, but is there a branch of the science that you do that's related to what you do, but not necessarily your expertise, but is kind of in the same area?
Biological anthropology is the larger subfield under which forensic anthropology falls.
And do you know how many people total in the United States do something similar to what you do?
Probably a couple of thousand.
Do y'all have conferences or any professional organizations that you're a member of?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. What type of things would those be?
I'm a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, the American Board of Forensic Anthropology, the American Association of Biological Anthropologists, the Georgia Academy of Science. I think that's it.
Have you ever been called upon, whether it's in some type of legal case or criminal setting or a trial setting, to give opinions, expert opinions in forensic anthropology?
Yes.
How many times have you been deemed an expert in our course, you know?
5.
Just this time I tender in Dr. Goon is an expert in forensic anthropology.
No objection as to that.
All right. She's deemed to be an expert. As I've told y'all, she can testify to things that are, give her opinion as to things in her area of expertise. All right, go ahead.
Okay, we've got the foundation now, so let's talk about really, when it comes to forensics anthropology, when I say forensics, what does that mean to you?
Forensics is a large field of different scientific subdisciplines like blood analysis, fingerprint analysis. My specialty is just the bones.
And when you combine that with anthropology, how does that in a practical sense come out in your everyday life? Do you work with law enforcement? Do you work with other agencies when trying to figure out when the remains are found, what they are?
I work on a contract basis, which means when the Georgia Bureau of Investigation has a case that is primarily bones, the medical examiner will review it and then reach out to me to do an anthropological analysis.
Now, as a PhD doctor, you don't have a badge, you carry around a gun or anything like that, do you?
I do not.
Are you separate and independent of law enforcement?
That's correct.
If you go to a scene, you're working with law enforcement, do you have your own protocols and procedures that you follow to be objective regardless of what they do?
That's correct.
Would you have any problem whatsoever with telling law enforcement, stay out of my lane, or disagree with them when it comes to your science and what you do?
I do not.
But do you work well with law enforcement?
Absolutely.
Are you involved at all with training law enforcement or giving continuing legal education classes with law enforcement agencies and state workers in this area?
I do.
Do you work with crime scene investigators at times or teach them?
I do.
What type of teaching or things do you do with people like that? Is there anything that you do every year, or is it kind of just on when they need something, they ask you to teach it?
Every year at Kennesaw State University, we offer a training series for law enforcement, coroners, medical examiners, crime scene technicians, anybody in the medical legal field. We teach them to recover bodies from clandestine scenes, which is anywhere that you would not expect a body to be. And we cover the training from classroom all the way out into the field. So we have a field-based learning experience for them.
I would imagine, is it not at times that your objective when you're brought in as a scientist may be different from what law enforcement is trying to achieve at a scene? In the sense that scientifically, when you're not interested in per se catching a suspect or someone that did this, when you're called to this scene, is it kind of a very particular task they're asking you to do, or a very small part of their case?
That's correct. I have no. It's outside the scope of my science to be interested in perpetrators.
So you're not involved in the interviews with people or trying to identify suspects or chase people down or apprehend anybody. You're just really based on the location, the loci, what is there, and the remains usually in a case?
That's correct.
Now, did you know the officers in this case that they took, I believe, a class of yours, and that's how they remember to call you?
Yes.
And I want to talk about case specifics in this case. Do you remember when you were called and what date that was?
It was July 5th, 2018.
Do you remember who called you or how you were called into the case?
Sergeant Shaw of, I believe it's Cherokee County Sheriff's Office, probably placed a call or a text to me to request my assistance on a case.
How often during the year are you being called out on things?
Less so than I used to be. It used to be a couple of times a year, but I've out-trained myself a little bit. They don't need my help as much.
Do you, when you do this type of work, if you can just tell the jury, if you were called out, let's say you were just called out to any scene, what things do you take with you? First of all, how do you get there? Do you have your own vehicle? Do you have tools and things that you take to the scene? What's that like?
I have a personal vehicle, and I have a large trunk full of equipment and supplies that I bring myself.
Do you ever take anybody with you when you're doing scenes?
Sometimes I do.
I think in this case you had some interns or some people that were working with you, if you remember.
I don't remember if I don't recall that I did, but I may have.
I want to look at a couple of dates in this case. I've got, and do you have a copy of your report?
I do.
Just this time I'm going to tune to evidence Gooding 1 through Gooding 120, 120 exhibits.
All right. Any objections?
Okay.
All right, they're admitted.
All right, let's look to go through the case. I think July 5th of 2018, I believe you arrived at the scene at 2155 Purcell Lane in Cherokee County, Georgia, about 6:30 p.m. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then the other 2 dates I want to go through, I think you did the inventory and analyzed Gary Farris's remains, and we've stipulated that it is Gary Farris's remains, so just want you to know that.
Thank you.
July 17th and July 23rd, 2018. Is that right?
That's correct.
So July 5th and then July 17th and July 23rd of 2018. When you go to a scene, I think you have certain methods that you follow in what you do. Is that right?
That's correct.
I want to ask you about, is it typical when you go to a scene, I think your report talks about there's a rake, screen, surface survey, and then a grid, and then you map and record, and then you do a recovery. Is that kind of the procedure that you do?
That's correct.
Well, what is raking? Is that the first step, or is there a step before that?
There is usually a just gross observation, meaning looking around. I would count that maybe as the first step. But then secondary to that, yes, would be raking up material in the surrounding area.
What is raking? What does that entail?
Can be using tools, including actual rakes like you would use for leaves, or hand raking, in which you use your hands to kind of scrape material together.
And that's just trying to find any remains or any evidence or items of interest?
Usually around the perimeter of what you have observed as the main site.
And here in this case, at the location, you're looking at a fire pit, is that right?
That's correct.
And then after raking, you do a screening. What does that consist of?
Screening is when you use your eyes to visually screen the material that you've collected to see if there's anything of interest.
And after screening, I think you do something called a surface survey?
That's correct.
And what is that?
That, again, using visual methods to look over the area and indicate, in this instance, using pin flags, which are small flags you may have seen near electrical lines or sewer lines, using those to flag or indicate areas of interest.
Once you figure out the location and the interest of the location, once you get it kind of surveyed, then you at some point do a grid, is that right?
That's correct.
Tell the jury what a grid is, and in this case, I know it's going to be A, B, C, D, but what do you do there?
A grid is a cordoned off area that you've identified as of interest. So you put up stakes in some sort of rectangle or square shape, whatever is fitting for that situation. String up some twine to indicate that that area should be kept away from in terms of walking through or anything like that. And then I use a quadrant system where I divide the grid into 4 quadrants so I can keep track of what material comes from what area of the larger grid.
And then after you form that grid, I think there's procedures and there's a mapping and recording that takes place?
That's correct.
What does that consist of?
When remains are identified or other things of interest, items of interest, They are mapped, so they're measured from an X and Y. If you remember from maybe elementary school, an X and a Y on a graph, we can actually measure from each of those lines and come up with a coordinate or a point of the location of that material.
And Dr., are you very systematic in this process? Is it a slow and deliberate process at times?
It is.
And does it take quite some time?
It does.
Do you remember how long you were at the scene?
Approximately 6 hours.
And then finally, I think you get to the recovery of remains. Is that right?
That's correct.
And what does that process look like?
The recovery of the remains is usually done by only a select few people to limit the amount of traffic through that cordoned off area. The human remains in this case would have been removed and set aside, and then the debris from underneath them removed and screened until no more human remains were recovered.
Is it kind of like peeling an onion? You just go down and down and down and down, or scraping different surfaces until you find no more remains?
Yes, that's correct.
And after you go through the physical ground and layering, if you would, then you do an inventory and a session or an analysis. Is that right?
In the laboratory setting, yes.
So July 5th, you do all the steps up to the recovery, and then after that, July 17th and July 23rd, that's when you do the inventory and analysis. Is that
that's
fair to
correct?
say? All right, let's walk through the photographs, and I probably will move pretty fast because I think a lot of these are going to be in already. This is Gooding 1. Tell the jury what this is and what significant it is in your case.
This is a map of the grid and the 4 quadrants, the A, B, C, and D, over the fire pit with the human remains indicated by those boxes that have the names of the bones in them.
So we have quadrant A, right top, quadrant B, bottom right, quadrant C, bottom left, and quadrant D, top left. Is that right?
That's correct.
Is it called the datum or datum?
Either's fine.
Just tell me how you call it.
I call it a datum, but that's because
Let's go with datum then.
From around here.
My accent may call it something different. What is the datum?
A datum is the highest point of elevation. So in this map, it's listed as 0 inches. And then anything measured below that will be a negative number. So it gives you a sense of the depth, where the X and Y measurements gives you a sense of the location.
And directionally, north, south, east, west, would it be north be top? Is that what we're...
The north arrow on the left side of the screen is pointing top.
So
a little
this
bit of an
direction, a
angle.
little bit.
That's correct.
All right. For the most part, though, north is up here, and then kind of as you look at it. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. Gooding 2, what is this here?
This is the fire pit scene, specifically quadrants A and B. A is on the top portion, and B is the portion of the picture that's closest to you.
And Dr. Good, I'm going to go kind of fast through the photographs, but if you see anything that you want to talk about, just stop me and point it out, and we'll do that, okay?
Okay.
3, just another angle of this. 4, close up. 5. And 6, as we go through, these are just some of the things that you collected from the quadrants, is that right?
That's correct.
And at some point, I think it was described as an eraser, but the bullet in the ribs, tell us about that.
Yes, you can see it on the prior photo, number 6, and then the other side of that mass, the kind of orange colored does look a bit like the end of a number 2 pencil eraser, but that is a projectile.
When you first arrived at the scene, did law enforcement, did you know what you were dealing with at that time? I don't know if the bullet was found at the time you arrived or anything talking about that, or was it while y'all were actually processing the remains?
That's my hand and my photograph.
This is 9, 10. And I took this from your report, Gooding 11. What is this?
This is a diagram, a schematic of the front and the back of a human. and it shows the area from which the bullet was found in the remains in this case.
And it was, looking at this diagram, I think you talk about anterior to posterior. What does that mean?
Anterior is the front of your body, and the posterior is the back side of your body.
And you found the bullet to be going from anterior to posterior, is that correct?
That's correct.
Gooding 12, just some of this would be at the GBI, so not on the 5th, but on the days that you analyzed it, is that right?
That's correct.
Do you remember about approximately how much in weight the remains there were?
I don't remember if they were weighed, and if they were, that would have been the medical examiner.
Were there degrees, different varying degrees of damage or heat and fire damage upon the bones?
There were.
Tell us about that if you could.
When a fire burns unevenly, which is common to most outdoor fires as opposed to a commercial crematory oven, the fire will burn the body in an uneven manner. Human bodies are also uneven in the way that they're built in terms of where the fat and the muscle and the bones are. So in some areas that have very little fat and muscle and tissue, the high heat may burn right through to the bone. In other areas where there is a lot of muscle tissue, you may see that it's black and charred, but there might be some soft tissue remaining underneath.
When it came to this fire, did you find that the fire itself was I guess a significant fire in the sense that it has not just one that just went up for an hour or so and then went out? Was it more significant of
I object to that. That's outside their expertise. About the fire in particular itself.
Judge, I think she's a forensic anthropologist. She can give an opinion about fire and the remains.
They also got another expert who's coming in to testify about the fire, so I think it's that expert.
Ask her to what extent she knows, and then we'll go from there.
To what extent do you know about the size of the fire, the magnitude of the fire?
The only, within the scope of my knowledge, the only thing I can say about the fire is the temperature, which was taken at the site, and the consistency and presentation of these remains are consistent with a fire of about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is listed in the report.
All right, in your report, there was an actual measuring temperature of the center of the pit, is that right?
Yes.
And what was the degree in Fahrenheit that you found this to be?
230 degrees.
And
that was by fire personnel, not myself.
Right, but that was the measurement, 230 degrees Fahrenheit?
That's correct.
And would that have been taken prior to your arrival or sometime when you arrived?
It was noted that it was there, taken when I was there.
Okay. And then dealing with, I'm going to come back to this, but based on the objection, when it comes to thermal damage, you opined about the charring and black discoloration was observed throughout the present skeletal remains. Is that right?
That's correct.
And based on that, what was your conclusion?
That the remains had been burned.
And you said that these characteristics are consistent with the fire reaching what level in Fahrenheit? And you said that
that's correct.
Discoloration.
It was noted that it was there, taken when I was there.
Okay. And then dealing with damage,
that the remains had been burned.
Fahrenheit again?
About 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit.
As you pulled the physical remains from the fire, did you notice that it appeared to be burning more so in one location of the grid as opposed to other locations?
The majority of the remains and the burning was taking place in quadrants A and B.
So top right, then bottom right. Is that correct?
On one of those prior pictures, correct.
When you're piecing together the remains, and I'm sure as an expert you quickly can realize certain pieces of bones or certain things, but how long does it, in the condition that you found these remains, how difficult was it to analyze and figure out what exactly the bones that you could determine to be?
Would have taken a couple of hours.
And how do you do that? Is it visually, or do you do microscopes, or how do you?
It's a visual observation.
Is there any reason that there will be some bones that are more intact than others that you found in this case?
Again, that has to do with the amount of muscle and fat and skin that's over the remains. It's harder for the heat to get to them. For some areas that have less tissue or the fire isn't as hot in that area, you may see some more fragmentation.
And we see here that when you go through and take pictures, you're putting like bones to like parts. Is that how you organize them?
That's correct.
And here we're looking at Gooding 53. What is this a picture of?
This is a picture of the block of burned tissue and a portion of the ribs and the projectile found within them.
And then 64, is that just the projectile from the ribs?
That's correct.
And when you were able to gather remains of head bones and things like that, did you try to piece it back together to see if there was any injuries or anything you could locate?
Yes, I tried to reconstruct the bones of the cranium or the head as much as possible.
And here, Gooding 96, is that what we're seeing?
That's correct. This is the left side of the top portion of the cranium.
And why do you try to reconstruct the cranium?
The objective is to see if there's any other sort of trauma to the cranium that the fire may have obscured.
Typically, do you find in cases like this that there are certain bones that remain, assuming there wasn't a destruction to the bones, like something had broke the bones or something like that, but in a fire like this, is there a reason that you would find more of the bigger bones as opposed to other bones?
A lot of the bigger bones are encased in more muscle and fat and tissue.
And you did find some soft tissue remains?
That's correct.
And you wrote a report, in this case, is that right, that we provide to the defense?
That's correct.
And did you share your findings that you had in this case with the GBI and the Dr. Atkinson, the medical examiner?
I did.
What I'd like to do is some questions about your report. When you were looking at when you're looking at the remains, did you find that there were other material in the burn pile besides just human remains? For example, burned trash, household debris, things like that?
That's correct.
Was there evidence that there was also wood or other material there in the pile?
Yes.
And were you able to sift those out and separate them?
They were separated from the human remains.
And the state of preservation for the materials that you found in this, what did they range from? In the sense of the charring or the powder substance? What level did you find that they consisted of in the burn pit itself?
In the pit, you saw different colors: white, ash, blues, grays, black charring. So all different types of burning.
Out of all the remains that you were able to recover on scene, how did y'all transport those to the GBI to be analyzed?
That's a question for the coroner.
Did you get those, were they packaged in a certain manner, a certain number of body bags or a certain number of containers?
I believe they were packaged in brown bags.
I'm looking on page 2, your last paragraph before skeletal analysis.
3 body bags containing brown evidence bags and cardboard boxes.
And then when you did your analysis and you did the skeletal inventory, I want to talk about the trauma analysis that you did. You have a section called perimortem trauma. Tell us what your finding was for this.
The perimortem trauma in this case was a minimum of 1 gunshot wound to the left chest from a front to back direction.
And you have I guess it's the Latin, the bullet was lodged in situ. And what is that?
In situ means in place or found as it was.
And what findings did you find for thermal damage in this case?
That the remains had been burned on a bonfire, excuse me.
Did you find any traumatic fractures of any?
Fractures were all indicative of the burning.
Any traumatic fractures observed on the cranium?
All indicative of the burning.
And I think you noted when it came to the traumatic fractures for the cranium, I'm looking at your last sentence in thermal damage. What was that finding there?
No traumatic fractures were observed on the cranium aside from heat-induced damage.
So outside of the heat, nothing else?
Not that was observed.
You have a section for antemortem skeletal change and identifying characteristics. When you tell us you didn't have any findings of that, what does that mean?
Antemortem skeletal characteristics are those that you have on you in life that make you unique. For example, if you have a disease or you have anything that sets your skeleton apart from someone else's, that's where I would note that in the report. Given the fragmentary nature of the remains and how burned they were, none of those characteristics were able to be noted.
And then looking on page 6 of 24 of your report, as you see on the screen there, you went through and I guess analyzed and then cataloged what you found, the remains that you found in each coordinate or unit. Is that right?
That's correct.
And is this just a listing of the things that you found?
That's correct.
And again, most things, so this first column here is Unit A, and it's evidence bag 1, and then you list the things that you found there on the right side. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then the next section is E2, which continues to page 7 of your report. And then E3, E4, and E5 in Unit B. So again, the most that you said were in coordinates A and B.
Of human remains.
When you were processing this, how long did it take you before you realized that you were dealing with human remains at the scene?
Instantly.
I'm on page 16 of your report here. This is figure 11, I think. And tell us again, what are we looking at here?
We're looking at a top-down view of the section of burned soft tissue and ribs. I think I refer to it as a block of tissue in which the projectile is situated deep to the ribs, which means closer to the gut side as opposed to the skin side.
As we see in figure 11 here on page 16 of your report, Exhibit 120, is that how, when you were processing the burn pit, is that exactly how it looked in the way it was sitting in the pile when it was actually taken from there?
That's correct.
And then at some point you then took that and it was, you were able to analyze that and then submit it to the GBI as evidence in this case?
That's correct.
So I just have one moment. Did you only find the remains of one person?
That's correct.
Did you find any other bullets or things like that in the burn pile?
I did not.
Did you find any parts to a gun or anything like that?
I did not.
Did you find any metal outside of that, though? Just other things in the pile that did not burn that was metal?
I believe so.
Did you find any ropes or toe straps or anything else in the fire?
Not to my knowledge.
I have nothing else, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Dr. Gooding. My name is Michael Ray. We met outside previously, right?
That's correct.
And I have a good bit of questions for you, but not too terribly many. First off, I want to know, how do you become the state forensic anthropologist? Like, who gives you that job?
The chief medical examiner at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
Okay. So are you actually, because being a college professor, I think you said you're an associate professor?
That's correct.
That's where I graduated from. So that makes you're a state employee, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Now, are you serving, do you have basically just two state functions? One, associate professor, two, the state forensic anthropologist?
Correct.
All right. In this case, because I know you're testifying as an expert, a lot of times experts are paid. Are you compensated by the state additionally above your state salary for testifying today?
That's correct.
Okay. Were you compensated by the sheriff's office for coming out, ruining, your after the 4th and coming out and dealing with this case? Did they have to compensate you as well?
No, they did not.
They did not?
Not to my knowledge.
Just your testimony here today?
No, the analysis of the remains.
Okay, so let's back up. Let me ask better questions. How about that? So, I'm assuming as the forensic anthropologist for the state, you get some type of small salary or some type of salary.
It's not a salary, it's a contract basis, so it's just an invoice per case.
Okay, invoice per case. All right, so basically, is it like an hourly rate?
It's based on the type of request. In this case, it was a trauma analysis, so there would have been a fee for trauma analysis.
Okay, so what would you classify what you did here? Because you did a lot more here, getting the bones out of the burn pile, doing the trauma analysis, and all that. So what would you classify what you did here?
A recovery and an analysis.
Okay, what were you paid for the recovery and the analysis, if you recall?
I believe at that time, I think $100 for the analysis and maybe $250 or $280 for the recovery.
Okay, that's in total.
Well, that would be maybe $380 in total.
Okay, that's what I meant. That's
Yes.
not like your hourly rate. That's total what you
Yes,
yes. Okay. On top of that, your state salary with being an associate professor.
Correct.
I'm going to slide over. There's a sticker here that says don't stand here. So just move over here. All right, so first off, just so there's no confusion, because we had Dr. Atkinson testifying yesterday, you're not a forensic pathologist, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And the difference, partly in that, is a forensic pathologist is a medical doctor.
That's correct.
You are not a medical doctor.
Correct.
You are not able to certify cause or manner of death.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, I'm trying to figure out a good place. Well, we'll just start with your report. In your report that Mr. Fogus was going over with you, you had stated perimortem trauma.
That's correct.
Right, perimortem trauma being before or just after death.
Perimortem trauma is at or around the time of death.
Okay, at or around. Are you familiar with hemorrhaging?
Yes.
Okay, because I asked Dr. Atkinson yesterday if he could prove to a medical certainty whether or not Gary was alive or dead when he was shot, and he said he could not. So my question to you is, how can you use the term perimortem trauma just before or just after death when you can't prove to a medical certainty he was even alive?
That's why it's at or around the time of death, so that could be a pretty wide scale.
No, I mean, I wouldn't say around the time of death. Somebody's been laying there 2 or 3 days, right? You couldn't tell the difference from your examination, right? In a situation like this where their body's been burned.
In this situation, I would still classify that as perimortem trauma.
Okay.
Because the projectile was on the gut side of the bones.
Okay. So if it was on the gut side of the bones, what internal organs did the bullet impact?
That I cannot testify to.
Okay. So you can actually say that it went into the body cavity.
That's incorrect.
That's incorrect?
I can say that it went into the body cavity.
Okay. Then, yet again, what did it hit?
That I cannot testify to.
Okay. But your testimony here is that your opinion that it's inside the body cavity.
That's correct.
Okay. And the bullet went in front to back.
That's correct.
Okay. So if I got shot right here, and actually let me show you number 11 and ask you this way. You actually don't know where that bullet is in 11, correct?
It's in that range of brackets.
Yeah, but I'm asking, I want to know specifically, where's that bullet? You don't know.
That's correct.
Okay. So, but it's your testimony, even though you don't know where it is, it's your opinion that it is on the gut side of the rib.
That's correct.
Okay. But yet again, you can't tell me anything that it hit.
That's correct.
Objection, asked and answered.
I'll move on, Judge. Now, generally, as an anthropologist, you would deal typically with bones, correct? And not soft tissue?
That's correct.
You also stated in your report that you thought it was anterior to posterior. That would mean front to back, right?
That's correct.
I mean, so it's your opinion that if Gary was shot, that whoever shot him was standing in front of him? Or a bullet had to come from his front, right?
I would agree with the second version of your statement.
Okay. Now, I want to talk about what you know about. Did you say my name? No. Now, as an anthropologist, do you typically see gunshot wounds in your cases?
Can you repeat the last word you said?
I said gunshot wound. As an anthropologist, like how often have you encountered gunshot wounds in your cases?
Oh, maybe 40 to 50% of the cases.
Okay. Well, how many cases have you worked? Because there's so few of y'all. So how many did you work this year?
I don't know. I know the total is over 160.
Since when? I mean,
2014.
Okay, so in 10 years you've done 160. So that's 6 a year?
That sounds, I think our math is adding up.
Okay, so, and then you said about half of those have gunshots? So
yes.
Seeing 3 a year?
Sure.
Okay. And are those bullets, are they in bone or you're finding them around skeletal remains?
Both. I've seen both.
Okay. Now you would agree, based on your job, because you talk to the medical examiner a lot, right?
I do not.
Okay. Well, I'll just go ahead and jump in. Do you know that Dr. Atkinson copy and pasted your version of gathering the remains into his autopsy report?
Yes.
Verbatim?
Yes.
Okay. You would also agree with me that Dr. Atkinson never went to Purcell Lane?
I don't know that.
Okay. Did you see him there?
No, not while I was
Okay.
there.
Did you see him taking any of the photographs?
Not while I was there.
Okay. Well, we'll come back to that in just a minute. All right. So, what type, as an anthropologist, expertise do you have in gunshot wounds?
To bone, quite a high level of expertise.
Okay. So, but you didn't see any of that here in this case. At least I can't find it in your report. Like any damage to bone from a bullet.
That's correct.
Okay. So we got no damage to bone from a bullet. You put the skull back together. There's no damage to that. Right,
That's
except
correct.
for thermal damage.
That's correct.
And when I say there's no damage, universally there is thermal damage. Okay?
That's correct.
All right, so how about mapping trajectory of wounds? You got any skill and expertise in that?
When it relates to bone, yes.
Okay. And we already talked about that. Now, you don't have any entrance wound to examine, correct?
Not in bone.
Okay. Well, I mean, in this case, you didn't find any type of entrance wound. You just found a bullet lodged in soft tissue.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, let me ask you too before I forget. Who, because I've asked everybody, who found the bullet?
To my recollection, it was me, but there were a good number of people peering over my work.
Okay. While you were working around this time that you found the bullet, who's there with you?
I can't give you a full inventory.
I'll name you some people, and you tell me if you remember they were there. That'd be easy. Was Sally Sims there?
She was on scene.
Okay. But you don't remember she was actually in the burn pile with you?
I can't recall who would have been in the pile. At times, it would have been only me.
Okay. Do you recall handing the rib and the bullet to Sally Sims?
Couldn't recall who I would have handed it directly off to.
How about Officer Shaw? Do you recall him helping you at the burn pile?
He was present at the scene.
But you don't recall him helping?
I don't recall in
Okay.
what...
That's fine. What about Detective Westwood?
I don't recall.
Okay. And because I know Mr. Focus had asked you, but yeah, you had an intern with you there too.
Okay.
I don't remember their name either.
Apologies
It's not
to the
important.
intern.
I'm assuming they were a good intern. It's just been 6 years. Oh. Okay. I want to do a little comparison between your report and Dr. Atkinson's report, not verbatim comparison. So you had stated that it's in your opinion that the trajectory was front to back, and so are you aware that in the autopsy, Dr. Atkinson has said that he was unable to assess any type of bullet path?
I wasn't.
Did you know that?
After reading his report.
Okay, so you found that out. You did read his report. You read Atkinson's autopsy?
I have since this.
Prior to testifying here today, you went and read it?
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah.
I was provided with it.
And before he actually wrote his autopsy, you sent him a copy of your report?
I would assume so.
Okay.
Given that it's copied and pasted.
Pasted into it, yeah. Do you always do that? Send a copy of your findings to the medical examiner?
I actually send them to the director of medical operations, and she distributes them to the medical examiner that requested.
Okay. What's the logic in that? Because shouldn't a medical, and I know you're not a medical examiner, but I'll ask anyway, shouldn't their opinion and analysis be separate and apart from what your findings are?
Objection relevant.
Oh, well.
No. I think we're a collaborative medical team employed with the same office.
Okay, that's fair.
I think it's reasonable to, if the medical examiner requests anthropological analysis, I think it's reasonable that they rely on those findings.
Okay. Now, What if me? You know, when you try to organize everything so good, there it is. So in your report, I get ahead of myself when I just start talking, and then I got to scroll through and figure out where I am. So you stated like front to back, but the autopsy actually found here on. Let me get to it. You stated that it was front to back, right? That's what your report found.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, but in the autopsy, they found that couldn't assess for an entrance wound. So if you can't assess for an entrance wound, how can you say it's front to back?
Based on the location of the projectile in the remains.
Okay. But you are aware that also bullets do have the ability that if they hit some type of object, they do have the ability to tumble.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So got some contradiction there. The autopsy also says that they're unable to assess a direction of a wound path, correct?
Is that D?
Yeah, section D.
I'm reading that, yes.
Okay. Okay. And yet again, you found no other evidence of any other. Well, actually, you didn't find any other evidence or any damage to any other bone, correct? You found technically no evidence of any damage to bone, other than thermal damage.
That's correct.
Okay. So no other bone evidence of injury from a bullet.
That's correct.
Okay. Or any other blunt force object.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. You also you didn't offer any opinion in your report appropriately as to manner or cause of death.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, moving on to the more fun stuff. I want to talk. I really like your grid, by the way. And so this is Gooding 1. And I also want to pull up Gooding 3, just so I can get an idea here. Okay, can you see both those, Gooding 1 and Gooding 3? Oh, no, you didn't. Can you see both those, ma'am?
I can.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, that looks fine. All right, so here's just a couple questions based on this, okay? You've got up here on number 1, this is quadrant A, correct?
That's correct.
So, and then you've got the cranium where the skull was found. It's kind of on the line between A and, well, the line between A and B.
That's correct.
Because it's right here. So, going over to Gooding 3, that puts it somewhere around, based on this, somewhere in this area here.
I would drop your cursor down and to the left a little bit.
You tell me when to stop.
Maybe over to the left just a little bit, right about there.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Let's see. All right. So that's the skull. Also, what are the flags?
As I stated previously, the flags are part of the visual search when we identify areas of interest.
Okay, so it's like this flag may be like, hey, there may be something here, check it out.
That's correct.
Then I'm assuming when you checked it out and removed whatever was there, if it was evidentiary, then you remove the flag, like showing that that area had been searched.
Yes, but that wouldn't have been the order of operations.
Okay. All right. So okay. So so we got the skull around here, and then the next thing, if we go down a little bit, the pelvis is, let's say, in here. Is that a fair assessment based on your diagram?
Yes.
Okay. But then we've got, I'm assuming, rib here, the very bottom. That's the rib with the bullet and the soft tissue.
I don't know that to be true.
Okay. Well, where was
I'd have to go back and look at the inventory. Looks like the rib with the bullet was found in Unit A, evidence bag 1.
Okay. But from your diagram you did here, we don't know where the bullet in that rib was found. We just know it's quadrant A.
We do know where it was found in the rib.
In the what?
In the rib.
No. Okay, no, where at in the pile in quadrant A? We don't have any documentation of that, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so we know it's quadrant A here, or I'm assuming here because this is the burned area, but we don't know exactly where.
Correct.
Okay, so we've got a rib down here. Let's see, femur and tibia. That's the front part of the leg and back part of the leg?
It's the top and the bottom part of the leg.
Oh, okay. Which one's which?
The femur is the thigh bone, and the tibia is the shin bone.
Gotcha. Okay. So those are the two leg bones. And then we also have another femur and the pelvis, right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So any kind of issues as to why is there a lone rib bone down here at the very, very bottom? Any explanation on that?
My responsibility is mapping.
Oh, I'm not saying this is your fault. I'm just wondering if you know how it got there.
I wasn't concerned about that.
Okay, so I mean, because it would seem anatomically out of place, right? A rib below the pelvis.
Sure.
Okay. That's my whole point, right there. So nothing really to do with you. Okay. Already did that. Number. I'm just going to pull up your report because Mr. Fogel showed you something. I don't remember what it was. Okay, that's the part of the rib where you're saying it's on the gut side, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, but yet again, going back to your anatomical drawing, you can't say where that bullet is in those ribs.
That's correct.
Okay, no further questions, Judge.
Thank you.
All right. You can sit down. Thank you, ma'am.
State calls Benjamin Fox onto the stand. If you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter not presenting before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, you can have a seat. If you could please introduce yourself to the jury.
Name is Benjamin Botsong. I'm an investigator with the Cherokee County Sheriff's Office, currently assigned to the Intelligence Division.
I'm going to move this microphone down so you project quite well, but a little bit louder for me. And what is your assignment with the Sheriff's Office?
I'm assigned to the Intelligence Division as part of the Digital Forensic Lab. My primary responsibility is the obtaining and analysis and storage of digital evidence.
What is your background in order to have a position like that?
Started training in 2016 with the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center's basic introduction to digital evidence. I then got my assignment to this unit in 2019, where I attended a series of classes through the National White Collar Crime Center in both computer and mobile forensics. In May of 2019, I attended the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists course, which is a 2-week course taught in Orlando, Florida, specifically about computer forensics and digital storage. After that, they've got a 4-month peer review period where you work through a series of problems with somebody that's certified that coaches you through the process before taking an actual final exam. Completed that process, obtained that certification. I've also taken multiple classes through a vendor known as Cellbrite, whose primary business is in digital and cell phone forensics. I've taken their 3 certification tracks, which is the operator, the analyst, and then their capstone certification, the Cellbrite Certified Mobile Examiner. And then I've taken a handful of other classes in other areas of forensics, including vehicles and drones.
You mentioned some certificates. Can you tell the jury about what certificates you possess in digital forensics?
So through Cellbrite, I hold the Cellbrite Certified Mobile Examiner. That's their capstone certification for the Cellbrite system in digital forensics, specifically in mobile devices. I hold the certification through that IASIS group. And then I also hold 3 certifications through Burla for vehicle forensics.
What is, did you say IASIS?
IASIS,
Yes, what is that?
An international association of computer investigative specialist.
You mentioned a lot of digital forensics experience, but you're also post-certified. Can you tell the jury about that?
I was hired at the Sheriff's Office in 2008, attended the basic mandate course in January, or completed the basic mandate course in January of 2010, getting my state certification as a peace officer. Then I've since taken a series of courses to get both my intermediate and advanced certifications through the state of Georgia, through the Post Council, as well as a field training officer certification.
And is digital forensics a field that's constantly evolving?
It is, every day.
And do you have continuing education, both voluntarily and hours that you need to meet each year?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that, please?
So through the various vendors that affiliate with Cellbrite, Magnet Forensics, the National White Collar Crime Center, they all host training classes, new technology updates, webinars to just keep the information fresh. I also read most of the major release notes that come out from both Android, iOS, and Windows just to keep up with the technology. And then each certification has a certain requirement as far as recertification goes, and I've maintained those since they've been obtained. And those are typically through providing both training hours, and some of them have a knowledge base checkup at the recertification time.
We've been talking a lot about digital forensics. Can you describe to the jury sort of what digital forensics is?
The digital forensics is just forensics on anything digital. So it's looking at a hard drive, what files are there, what files were there, through a process, and using scientific principles. You can see what's there, what's not there. Same thing for mobile devices and other devices. So utilizing a process and a series of tools to uncover the digital information that's stored on devices.
At this time, Judge, the state would move to admit Detective Botsong as an expert in digital forensics.
Okay.
It's Investigator Botsong. Did you ask to become involved in the case against Melody Farris?
Yes.
How so?
So the original examiner that had participated in this case early on passed due to complications from COVID. And in preparation for this case, I was asked to come on and do some validation and some further work on the digital evidence.
Did you train under that investigator?
Yes.
So when you say validation, what does that mean?
So every file that we do, and as I mentioned during the introduction, it is a scientific process if you follow the steps and your best practices. There's a series of checks that happen on all of our data. So when it comes to a hard drive, we're not necessarily just plugging the hard drive into a computer and taking a look at it. We're using specific software following that specific process. So for a computer hard drive, we actually plug that into a device that is specifically designed and created to prevent alteration to that hard drive. So I plug it in a method where I'm not writing back to the hard drive. And then we make a copy of that hard drive. And during that copying process, my computer's completing, or any of the computers that are doing it are completing a set of mathematical calculations that are known as a hash. And it's just a complicated math formula run across data that comes out with a series of numbers. Now, that is both done as a data integrity feature and so that anybody that comes behind you can go through and run any program that's capable of conducting a hash. And as long as you're selecting the same hash algorithm that I do, you could take a hard drive that I imaged and worked on 5 years ago, run this calculation, and you'll get the same results. So in my validation process, it is exactly that. The known hash values are stored in the file itself. So I'd be able to take those files, load it into the application, run this process, and the numbers match from the initial copying of that hard drive or the device containing data.
You also took original images from some of the devices. Is that also what part of your task was later on in the case? EO1 files.
Yes. I mean, I did make some files for this case.
You what?
I said I had made some files for this case, yes.
So what I want to specifically chat with you about is you specifically looked at the CPAP machine that was found in Mr. Farris's bedroom, the Dell computer found in the basement, and the trail camera. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. And you went through and actually analyzed the data within those items.
Yes, I did.
Okay. I want to start with the trail camera. Can you tell the jury where you began validating Kevin's work in the trail camera extraction?
So, when working with Kevin, he had his files organized on our server from the initial extractions he had done when he copied the SD card from the trail camera. So the first thing I do is load it into a piece of software. I use one called Forensic Explorer made by a company named Get Data. And initially the first thing I select is to actually run that hash validation, to run that mathematical formula to make sure that that data has maintained its integrity since it was originally obtained by the original analyst. In this case, all those numbers matched, which to me confirmed that nothing had changed with that data since it was initially copied. Then Forensic Explorer also has features to be able to display those files as if it was a drive. So it can make it look like you had just plugged that drive into the computer. But then it also has some advanced features to see certain other files that can't exist there, whether they've been deleted or temporary or hidden.
Do you know at the time when you are extracting data from, in this case it was an SD card, do you know what it's going to pull? Does it always pull all of the deleted information? Does it pull all of the saved information?
So it will pull what is there. So whether or not I expect deleted information is going to depend on, if it is full, if there's free space on there, just by the nature of how computers store data. So if there's a bunch of free space, you can't expect to see deleted items on there. If a drive is completely full, you're less likely to see more deleted data because that space has been utilized by new files.
The files that you pulled, did it pull full photo files, JPEGs?
It did for a lot of them, and then it also showed some file entries where the software was reading that at one point in time there was a file there, but the file content itself did not exist. So there were a bunch of files and then a bunch of entries of prior files.
When you pulled, when you put that data into Forensic Explorer, did it pull a little bit more than what Kevin's had originally pulled?
And so Kevin had done some reports and some output. I did not go back and look at his initial examination files. So I don't know if I was looking at what he had looked at and he had selected certain items for output. So that's a difficult question to answer, but it's...
When you pulled it, what do you mean by entry files?
So just like the front of a book, your computer storage keeps a index of what files are there. So it's just kind of a list of entries that contain files. And then depending on the file type, it will link to where those files are on the disk. If that area had been overwritten by a new file, or that part of the hard drive is needed by a larger file, those entries are still there and I can read the entries, but the data for the file itself is no longer there.
At this time, state would move into evidence, state's exhibit box on 9.
Okay.
All right, submitted.
Alright, investigator, I'm showing you bot song 9. So, essentially the file from the trail camera SD card. And I want to pull up, let's see, this file within that exhibit named 18-73198 images from SD card. Are these images that were pulled by Mr. Castellano from the SD card?
Yes, they were.
And it has the date of the file creation. Is that when the device created that photo?
Yes, based on the time settings on that device itself, that is the date it's reporting that the photo was taken, or the file was created.
And then down here, what does this mean to you?
That the file had been deleted.
So this first photo appears to have been deleted. The first, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 were deleted, and then moving on from 8 down were not deleted. So I'm going to pull those up individually, but I first want to walk through each data on each photo. So for this photo, this was 7/2/18, 4:50 a.m., and it appears there's a raccoon, some animal.
Yes.
Your knowledge of trail cams, is it a motion sensor?
Yes.
Okay. So it'll take a photo when it senses motion?
Yes, it will.
Okay. And then on this one, file number 2, 7/3/18, 2:20 p.m. I think there might be a squirrel in there somewhere. Yes, there he is on the tree. And that was deleted?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And then 7/4, 3:24 p.m. I believe we have another squirrel that triggered that photo. Also deleted?
Yes.
And then July 4th, 2018, 5:53 p.m. We got another squirrel over here.
Yes.
And that was also deleted?
Yes.
Okay. And this appears to be a person walking by on the 5th
Correct.
at 12:05 p.m. Deleted. Is that accurate?
Yes.
All right. And then the 6th file, 7/5/18, 12:06, also deleted.
Yes, it is.
I think this is the last one, and this appears to be a male walking up, possibly walking up to the camera, also deleted from the 5th.
Yes.
Okay, and then this image was created on the 5th, but this says false. Does that mean that was on the SD card, not deleted?
Correct.
Okay. Same for this photo for the 6th.
Yes.
And then this appears to be an SO employee on the 6th, 12:42 a.m.
Yes.
Not deleted.
Correct.
Okay. Another SO not deleted on the 6th.
Correct.
Okay. Looks like another sheriff's office employee with badge on the 6th, not deleted.
Correct.
And then another few moments later, also on the 6th, not deleted.
Correct.
And it appears it's moving. In this photo, 12:51 a.m. on the 6th.
Yes.
And then do you recognize any of this in the background here on the 6th?
I don't recognize the background, but that does look like one of our shirts.
Okay, so it's SO employee.
I
And then
believe so.
the last one from the 6th at 12:53 a.m. not deleted.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So it appears, let me pull that back up. This was the only one from the 3rd, which was at 2:20 p.m. And that's that squirrel there on the tree. And then a couple on the 4th of 2 squirrels. And then it moves to the 5th.
Yes.
Okay. Next, I want to talk to you about something a little more complex. Did you have the opportunity to look at the Dell computer located in the basement of the Farris house?
Not the computer itself, but a copy of the hard drive, yes.
Okay, so the hard drive was imaged,
It was.
and that was a bit-by-bit copy?
Yes, it was.
And you had the opportunity to look through that copy of the hard drive?
Yes.
What was it that you were looking for?
I was asked to determine a last point of when it was used or somebody had logged into it.
So sort of user...
Looking for looking for artifacts of human interaction with the computer.
So for computers, do they have... Can the system itself push out tasks onto the computer without somebody actually sitting in front of it?
Yes.
And are you able to tell the difference between a task that a human would perform on a computer versus possibly the system performing a task?
A lot of the times I am. There are a certain small amount of instances where it's difficult to tell.
Where it's difficult to tell?
Yes.
So this image of this hard drive that you looked at, I want to walk through your report. I guess I'll just move it into Evidence States Exhibit Box on 7.
No.
Which is your Dell report. And I can go ahead and give you this, and I can look at a digital copy if you would like. I'm just going to start on page 1 and kind of walk through. And hopefully, in layman's terms, describe the very technical work you did on this. So on your first page here, what is this first box for computer information?
So a computer has a place where a bunch of the information on operation instructions and who it belongs to and other information is stored, called the registry. And in this case, this is a selective output of that information. And the first box itself shows that it is a Windows machine and it gives you the install date, but the more important part of this is pulling the registered owner.
Which says what?
In this case, it says G. Farris.
Okay, and then time zone information. Why is this important for you?
It gives me which time zone the computer is set in, so that way when I'm doing any sort of analysis work with any of the files involving times, I know which time zone I'm looking at. And it's actually fairly common for a computer to be in the wrong time zone. So just to make sure I'm getting the times correct, we look at this entry.
Do you often have to convert time zones when you are analyzing digital evidence?
Yes.
And in this case, for this computer, were certain sections that you were looking at in different time zones? Or did they all appear to be consistently in UTC or Eastern Time?
Yeah, everything was either in the UTC value or in Eastern Time.
What is UTC?
It is the Universal Coordinated Time, or as they used to teach it, Greenwich Mean Time, which is in England, where it's just there's no compensation to the time zone. While in Georgia, we are either 4 or 5 hours behind that timeline.
And then I'm going to move down to the computer name. This computer had a name. What was the name?
It's in Basement PC.
Okay. Pretty self-explanatory there. All right, I'm going to move on to your section 1. And I've titled these sections just to keep them straight. Chrome downloads. What is Chrome?
Chrome is a internet browser that is made by Google.
Why did you decide to look at internet browsers for user intervention?
That's one of the both easier and more common areas to see information on usage, as a lot of the use of a computer nowadays is becoming internet browser based.
Okay, so we started with Chrome. And it appears that these are in UTC, so what does that mean for you?
So in this case, that is in that coordinated time and not compensated to Eastern. So we would have to subtract 4 hours, because in July our time offset would be 4 hours. So that to get to the time that it would be here in Eastern time.
So these were the last downloads that you pulled right here that you took a screenshot of?
Yeah, that was the 3 most recent Chrome downloads.
Okay. And they appear to be PDF files. Is that accurate right here?
Yes.
And the user downloaded them, and it appears saved it onto the desktop. Is that what that means?
Yes.
You located that same file that was downloaded in a desktop folder.
Correct.
Okay. And that was on July 3rd, 2018, and the Eastern time would be 1:51:09 p.m.
So the download was showing slightly before that, but the 1:51:03 is the download, and then the file time itself, located in the download folder, was 6 seconds later.
Right here.
Yes.
Okay. All right, we'll move on to Chrome history. This would be the user's browser history.
Yes.
Okay. For Chrome specifically.
Correct.
Okay. You noted this website, and you might call it something different, but I'm going to use website. Citrix. Can you describe that to the jury right here?
Citrix itself is a big company that offers a lot of applications, primarily to small, medium, sometimes larger businesses. It has anything from some remote computer applications to file sharing, to a varied other set of business tasks that can be logged into from a browser.
And you sort of focused on the access to citrix1.org. Can you describe that to the jury, why you focused on that?
Burr.com is one of the names that I was informed belonged to the law firm that Mr. Farris had worked for. I don't know that part of the arrangement, but and that just as far as establishing usage, getting onto a corporate resource and accessing work materials, I flagged it as the information I was presented was this individual was pretty much always working and always accessing work resources.
And are these times, these are UTC, so we would subtract 4?
Yes.
Okay. So let's move up here to LinkedIn. Are you familiar with what LinkedIn is?
Yes.
What is it?
It's, in light terms, it's social media for business, and allows you to make a professional resume style profile and list accolades and friend and recommend business colleagues, as well as it does have some hiring features, some job hunting features, as well as some news articles that are posted by both professional outlets and individuals.
And it appears that the history for Chrome here, the last entry was 7/3/2018 at 2:32 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And then we move on to Internet Explorer, which is just another browser, yes? Internet browser?
At the time, yes. Not so much anymore, but...
Okay. RIP Internet Explorer. Okay. So this is also in UTC time.
Yes.
Is that accurate? Okay. Now we got a couple of excuse me, later entries here. So I want to talk about the Internet Explorer history that you pulled from this computer. Can you walk through, you made a note here, can you walk the jury through this opinion that you concluded?
So that top entry listed July 4th shows a visit to a website that is titled msftconnecttest.com. I did a little bit of reading into the function of that task and what that task is, and found that it is a system task done by Microsoft that is essentially just a check-in to make sure that Microsoft applications and programs are operating effectively. So, for Outlook to work correctly, Teams, if you use Teams, which is a chat and video calling and meeting application, it will reach out when either you're booting into Windows or an application is about to be used, just to reach out to Microsoft to do that initial, hey, I'm over here, everything's okay, to check that connection status to make sure that your interaction with Microsoft products is a seamless experience.
Was that the only log for the 4th?
Yes.
Okay, I want to talk about the ones that are below it. This is in UTC, so is this 7/4 technically 1:14 a.m.? Explain what the actual time and date of these entries are.
So that would be on the actual night of 7/2.
Okay.
So you'd
So the
subtract
last-
4 hours back, you would get to the 2nd of July.
Okay. So we'll jump down to these down here. So these are the 3rd. Well, I guess, except, are these in chronological order? What kind of order are these in?
Yes, they're should be organized by time
So
stamp.
we've got a couple of AMs here, and then we've got this 7/3, 5:49 PM.
Yes, and that would be 1:49 p.m. on the afternoon of the 3rd of July in 2018.
Okay, and so all of these for AM would actually be on the 2nd if you convert the time accurately.
Correct.
Okay, so then for 5:49 p.m., 5:47 p.m., that's 1:49 and 1:47 p.m.
Yes.
Okay. So between the 3rd and the 4th, 1:49 p.m. appears to be the latest Internet Explorer visit from a user.
Yes.
All right. Move down to event logs. What are event logs?
So Windows keeps logs of pretty much everything that happens on your computer as you're using it. I can store, error logs, install logs. But one of the more important areas to me is the actual login, logout logs. It will actually have a entry into a file, which is actually just named the event logs, when a user or a task logs in or accesses system resources, among some other information.
So what event log is 4624? What does that tell you?
So the 4624 is actually the code that it attaches to login entries.
To log in entries?
Yes.
So when somebody actually sits down and types in their password and logs into the computer?
It will create one of those, yes.
Okay. So for this Dell, and is this in, it says UTC, so we have to subtract 4 again?
Yes.
Okay. So on the 3rd, the last login was when?
The last login itself is at 3:42.
So that's this one highlighted right here?
Correct.
Okay. All right, and then you had 2 types of logons. You broke that down on your next page here, and we're still on bots on 7. Can you describe that to the jury?
So each one of those entries, well, it's a simplified view that was on the prior page. Each one of those entries contains all of this other information inside of that file. So pulling this one as an example, there is multiple different types of logins that Windows will log. There's network login, there's user password, there's a system task that accesses the system, and those are all inside these 4624 log entries. They put a difference right in the second block of information. Under login information, the login type, it has a number next to it.
That's right here.
Correct.
Okay.
So in this case, the login type number 2 is the one that I can attribute directly to a user entering a username and passcode or a PIN to log into the system. The other one I was seeing that was in these as well was a entry number 5, which is a system task, was logging into the system.
So we'll get to that one in a second. So the last one that you could attribute to a person was on the 3rd. Is this Eastern time right now?
Yes, this
Okay.
one has been compensated, and this was the last type 2, which is a user-initiated login that I could locate on this system.
Okay. And then you mentioned a type 5, so let's move on to the type 5. Okay, so here you're just describing the types. So talk about, you've already kind of described it, but now that they know there are 2 types of logins, describe again the type 5 logon.
It's when a service starts, which is just a process that's running on your computer, and a service account, which is just an account that's exactly for these tasks to run. Service task logs in and utilizes resources or performs a task on that system.
So not a human.
Correct.
And you noted that there was a login type 5 at 342? Well, all the way until 342.
Correct. So there was some intermittent of these tasks that were running all the way until that 342 timestamp.
And is that on the 3rd?
Yes.
July 3rd of 2018?
Correct.
Okay. And then you noted application event log, an Outlook error. Can you describe why you put this in your report?
Just while I was going through all of this complex logs, I was looking just for signs of user interaction or trying to narrow down the last use of this system. And the same way Windows captures those login events among other events, it also has a log specifically for applications. So anytime an application has something that is loggable, it'll have an entry in the system. In this case, what we're looking at is the Outlook application itself, which is a program for email, had entered an error code into this log saying that the attachments to the message was too large.
So then, did you go back to Mr. Farris's emails and see if he had sent one with attachments? An email.
I went back actually to his phone and looked into the email list to see if there had anything inside that time frame that would be consistent with this error. And at fairly close to the same time, there was an email being sent from the phone with some larger attachments to it.
At 1:55 p.m.?
Yes.
On July 3rd?
Correct.
Okay. These are the attachments that were too large?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I don't know if we really discussed this. So on the 4th, you mentioned that this MSFT Connect is a system push?
Yes.
Okay. That could be triggered how?
One of the things that I discovered during reading about specifically that task itself was in that check to the Microsoft servers. It happens when you first go to use a computer, whether it was sleeping, whether it was off, whether you were just about to log into the system. And one of the common places that it had been seen is you're first turning on your computer, or you're first opening the lid, or you move the mouse, hit the key press to get to the password screen. That Windows task is going to try to reach out to Microsoft to make sure those applications will function. So with laptops, if the lid's closed, a lot of times individuals will have their system set to go to sleep or in a low power mode. So the most likely scenario for this one is either the system was sleeping, the screen was off, or the lid was closed, and when the system powered on or came back awake or came out of low power mode, it went to connect to that Microsoft service to get ready for the user. So the most likely thing that occurred was either somebody had moved a mouse or that a lid had been opened.
And that was on the 4th, and we would have to subtract 4, so that'd be 11:09 a.m.
10:09.
I'm sorry, you're right. Okay. 10:09 a.m. on the 4th.
Yes.
Okay. And you can attribute that to the computer waking up, or essentially Microsoft getting ready for a user.
Yes.
So coming out of sleep mode, etc.
Correct.
Okay. Were there any tasks beyond that one?
No.
Okay. Now we're going to move on from the Dell and talk about the CPAP machine. At this time, Judge State would move to enter into evidence bot song 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, and 10.
All right. No objections?
No. All right, they're admitted.
Thank you. Okay. You had the opportunity to essentially pull the data from a CPAP machine in this case, or the SD card that was located within the CPAP machine.
Kind of this similar methodology to the trail camera itself. The CPAP machine had initially been imaged by the prior examiner, Kevin, and I started off with that copy of the SD card from the CPAP machine.
So it was data from the SD card that Kevin had imaged.
Correct.
And saved.
Yes.
Okay. And you went ahead and validated that and then figured out what to do with that data.
Yes.
Fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. How did you figure out what to do with that data? Because it didn't come in these nice little tables initially, correct?
Correct.
Okay, tell the jury about that.
So CPAP machines, keep a log of all the sleep events and everything else, and they're typically proprietary to whatever software or cloud-based solution that your doctor's office would use. The primary intent is to share your sleep data with your medical providers. So usually they're kind of walled in their own garden of needing to be opened in the proprietary software or a cloud account. I initially looked into how to read that data through this specific provider. One I believe was named AirSense, and learned that it is either paid software or a cloud account provided by a medical provider. Further research through the forensic community and some of the communities that I'm involved with online as part of my continuing education and keeping up with the trends. There was an article that I located about an open source project that created a free-to-use software application that was open source that had been specifically made to make an environment and software where you'd be able to look at the data yourself. So in this case, I downloaded that specific application after researching everything that it had done and talked to another examiner who had prior experience with that software application itself, and then created a instance on one of my forensics machines, installed it, and then I was actually able to load the SD card information into the software.
Into readable tables and graphs and data.
And then it took it and made it into where, instead of just seeing the file dates and times, which were pretty much all that were available until I discovered this application into actually being able to view the data in a actually quite nice presentable format.
All right, I'm going to open Botsong 1. It says CPAP statistics standard. So is this the program that helped you load all this?
Yes.
Okay. Oscar usage statistics. And this is the data that was on the CPAP. Was it an SD card?
So I took the image of the SD card and then I had to export it onto another drive, basically making a separate copy of the SD card. And then I put that into the system, running Oscar, and imported all that information from the original files that I had just exported.
Okay, so this breaks it down, most recent 7/2/2018. Can you explain to the jury how the CPAP calculated days?
So this specific vendor, AirSense, both on its website and in the profile, when I selected in Oscar, or this application, that this was an AirSense machine, they both advised that it kept time slightly strange, and it kind of just gave it to you as an acknowledgement that so you'd have the understanding of what you're looking at. Instead of the normal switching dates at midnight, like all of us do, seeing CPAP machines are primarily used at night, its date change is actually set for 12 noon. So between 12 noon all the way until noon the next day is one date. So the dates appear to be behind. In this instance, and it'll clarify a little bit in one of my next reports, but this most recent 7/2, according to how this machine keeps dates, is from noon on the 2nd all the way until 11:59 a.m. on the 3rd.
Okay. And we'll get to see that in one of the next exhibits. So here it says days not used, 0. What does that tell you?
So, and this report is broken down into all the categories I had available. It has detections on how many days this device was not used. So, in the last night, it's showing that it was, double negative, not used. So this device was used. On the last night, there was a log. In the last week, the last 30 days, and the last 6 months, it reported 0 days that it was not used. So it had been used every night in what it's reporting the last 6-month period. And then within the last year, it was showing a 60-day period of not showing use.
Why was that?
I believe the first reported entry was less than a year. This file goes all the way back to July, and if you look towards the top, the initial initialization date is in September.
So there's about 2 months there where either he didn't have it or he had another one or wasn't
Correct.
reading. Okay. All right. Let's move on to Botsong 2. Overview report. And this is usage from, it appears, September 1st to July. Is that fair?
It should be September 1st to July 2nd.
July 2nd. Okay. And there's not a void in this graph to show that it was not used one day. Fair?
Correct.
Okay. And then does this graph here show the times that the user, presumably Gary, the times of his sessions of the CPAP being on?
Yes.
Okay. And we don't know about pressure. Okay, so Botsong 3 breaks it down a little bit. So this is a report reporting for 305 days.
Yes,
Okay, out of how many days?
305.
Is this broken down by month? Bot song 4?
It is.
Okay. Is July 2018 the most recent?
Yes.
Okay. And this has percentage of days used, 100%? Is that what that says?
Yes.
Okay. It also has an average of how many hours that user sleeps?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Bot song. Let's go to overview last week. Usage from June 26th to July 2nd?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you mentioned that it kept time from noon to one day and then 11:59 a.m. to the following day.
Correct.
Right? Okay. And so what is this table telling you right here?
This is the reported data from the last entry that was available, the one that was marked in all of the graphs as July 2nd. But in that date example and all the disclaimers they gave, if you actually look at the start time is logged as 2018 0703 at 0037 or just after midnight. And then the end time has the same July 3rd at 0748, so 7:48 in the morning. So even though the log file is showing July 2nd, we clearly see that the start and the end date are on both July 3rd.
I'm going to pull up last one, bot song 10. What are we looking at here?
And this is a screenshot inside the Oscar application, something that I was not easily able to get into a report, so I took a screenshot of the last session that was available, the one that was showing the log file as 7.2, showing both the date a little better clarified as 7/3/2018 with the start of 0037 or 12:37 a.m. and an end at 7:48 a.m. with the total time of 7:11, and then it shows some CPAP other statistics that I'm not as familiar with.
And that was the last session that the AirSense logged.
Correct.
That's all I have for you. Thank you.
Good morning, Investigator Botson.
Good morning.
It's nice to cross you again. I'm going to start with the SD card stuff. Do you know who deleted the SD cards?
I do not.
Okay. Well, so you didn't delete them, right?
Correct.
Okay, because Scott Farris testified earlier that last week that he was the one who deleted it. So it is your opinion that, I know it's from the top, I believe. So this one, it says 1, it's got the file name and all that, and that's the photograph. So this is photograph 1, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So this is the last photograph that was deleted, correct?
Yes.
Because that says deleted is true, and that individual who was previously identified as Scott Farris is walking up to the camera, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Then you got another one that is not deleted, and that appears to be the same individual walking past the camera again.
Yes.
Okay. And then you've got just things on the 6th, and these are you weren't there, but those are Sheriff's Office investigators.
Yes.
Right? Okay. So, I want to go to your review of the Dell. So your testimony is that with the Chrome download, that this time, that is UTC time?
Correct.
Okay. And so that would put that time 4 hours later, so at 1:51?
Correct.
And it was at that point that Gary Farris, or presumably someone, was downloading a PDF?
A user of the system downloaded a PDF.
Okay. A user?
Yes.
Do you know, was this computer, was it password protected?
Yes.
Okay. How do you get in something like that?
So, Windows is designed to prevent access from the device itself. And unless you have some of the more advanced security features enabled, like encryption, that security is not designed to prevent somebody from removing the hard drive and plugging it into another computer and being able to read it, which in our standard practice, that's what we do. We do not use the individual device that comes into us. We remove the hard drive and plug it into that right blocked device and access it that way.
Okay. Let's go here. Make sure that that's not too good. Zoom in a little bit. So, I just want to clear something up. This event ID 4624, that is an ID associated with a regular normal login?
It's just the login in general. There's not a regular normal.
Well, because you had talked about login 2s, login 5s, and things like that. So, is that a login 2? Or you don't know the difference? You can't tell the difference based on that ID?
The ID itself, no, but that is available further down.
Okay. Well, that's what I was going to ask, because here we've got an event on, it looks like July the 3rd, 7:42 p.m., which is UTC.
Correct.
So that would put that at what, 2:42?
3:42.
So at 3:42 p.m., there's some type of event going on the computer, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And that one I specifically noted below is one of the ones I attributed to the system tasks.
Yeah. So we got an event going on. Because I think you put in your summary report that basically Gary logged on at 1:20. And then there is a login 5 at 3:42. Right?
Correct.
Okay. And with because Ms. Frankish had gone through with you, these are all UTC times 2, all of these websites that he was visiting.
Yes.
So he was at least on reading this Congress trumps regulators regarding loans. That would have been at 2:32 he was reading that article, or the user was presumably reading that article.
The user had navigated to it. Whether they read or not is not something I'm able to see.
True. They were at least on that website.
Yes.
Okay. And then I'm assuming your testimony was that event at 3:42 is some type of Microsoft automatic?
The 340,
something that it does?
The 342 one was one of the ones with the Type 5 login, which is those system tasks.
And you can't have a Type 5 login while you're logged in under Type 2?
No, those do happen.
That does happen?
Yes.
Okay. So you can't distinguish that type of event between a Type 2 and a Type 5?
I mean, I can distinguish between a Type 2 and a Type 5. Some of the screenshots are showing exactly that, where that information is available. Looking at the list like this, you cannot.
Okay. Well, this is your report, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And yet again, that's all 7.3. And I guess there is another one under the Internet Explorer. Right here on the 4th at 2:09 p.m. It was your opinion that was only some type of Microsoft security update or some type of Microsoft update?
Not an update, but reaching out to Microsoft servers to ensure that a Microsoft application was able to function properly.
Okay. And so that's in UTC time as well?
It is.
Okay. What time would that have been not UTC time?
That would have been at 10:09:38 a.m. on the 4th.
Okay. Now, I'm not going to go over all the CPAP information with you, but essentially the gist of your testimony and your analysis of the CPAP machine was that Gary used his CPAP at least every day according to what you can tell from that one SD card.
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware that Gary had gone to the hospital several times during the year, or at least one time during the year 2018?
No.
When you're calculating this or trying to figure this out, did the DA's office tell you to take the CPAP? I know not take it. You weren't there to take it. But did they reach out to you and say, hey, look at that CPAP SD card. Let's see what's going on?
The initial output from the initial investigation of the SD card just showed a bunch of files and not a bunch of information. I was asked to see if I could navigate it into a readable format.
So essentially from the CPAP, you learned that Gary used it every day, and the last time he used it was on the 3rd.
Correct.
On the 3rd when he took it off.
Correct.
All right. And going to the Dell, you were able to learn that somebody used that computer last time being later in the day, July the 3rd.
Yeah, not later in the day, but that afternoon, log in at 1:20.
Yeah, so somebody logged in and used it.
Correct.
And then there's not a top 5 login until 3:42.
Correct, and then no logins past that.
No logins past that, but you can actually have a top 5 login and a top 2 login at the same time.
Correct.
Okay. No further questions?
How big is the SD card in the trail camera?
I'd have to look. I don't remember off the top of my head.
How many images does it hold?
It had the images presented, and then there was another 20 or 30 images from a couple months prior that were in the deleted as well.
That aren't in your report?
That initial report was for Mr. Castellano or Kevin, who had produced the report based on anything with a July timestamp, I believe.
So we don't know what's on the camera from before the date of this report.
I've seen it and I turned over the files.
So we need to take something outside the presence of
We'll get there. Hold on. So there are images on the camera that were taken that were not displayed to the jury, correct?
Yes.
All right, we'll get to Wither's explanation. All right. Were there images that were not available to be extracted because they had been overwritten?
It's hard to answer it that way, but there were.
You don't know how long it had been up, right?
Correct.
So if it had been up for a year and every month someone goes and deletes the images, eventually it's going to start overwriting it.
Correct.
Does it do that sequentially or does it do that randomly?
The file naming should be sequential while the deletion is user-based and up to the user.
Does the computer inside the trail camera decide when it wants to start rewriting over files based upon when it wants to, or does it go through systematically and deletes the oldest files still on the SD card that's marked for deletion, or will it skip?
So as far as the SD, or as far as the unit itself deleting files, that is a setting that's inside the camera itself, which I do not know as far as the setting of that camera. As far as which entries are overwritten, that's again how the camera is programmed.
It's up to the camera to decide when it starts to rewriting over images.
And which sections of the SD card it writes to.
Does it save thumbnails in the metadata?
I believe everything I saw out of it was full images.
All right. The CPAP machine. You didn't attempt to utilize get someone to give you access to the CPAP program approved by the manufacturer?
I had started down that route, and that's when I discovered this open source project, that the open source license project that has the ability to read the make and model for the CPAP machine that we had.
That is not approved by the manufacturer.
Correct.
That is a report format that somebody out there who's interested in this kind of thing created it on its own to extract the software and data and put in some format in some table that they think is appropriate for the data based upon crowdsourcing and other folks that are interested in the same type thing.
That's pretty accurate for all open source projects.
Right. Not approved by the manufacturer who created it or their software that they have designed to go with the system.
Correct.
So it might be correct and it might not be. It could be the same as if I wrote it.
Documentation I read said it had full support for the CPAP device and
From
the
other people who wrote the code to
Yes.
extract the data and put it in the tables.
Correct.
All right. Anybody else got any questions based upon my questions?
I'm sorry? I have no follow-up, Judge.
What are these photos that you didn't turn over?
I mean, I had provided everything that I had out. There was photos from a couple months prior of more raccoons and more deer and what looked like some gardening.
Outside the presence of the jury?
No. Go ahead, Mr. Ray.
What do you mean a couple of months before?
There were some images from, I believe it was March and April, that were just other animals and other things crossing in front of the cameras.
Okay, so what about June, a whole month before? So you said March and April. May, June?
Not that I remember.
So there's a whole month that there's not even a squirrel on this farm in front of that deer figure?
Correct. And
Who told you what to turn over?
I turned over everything that I had.
But you didn't, because you're testifying that there were other things that you didn't turn over. Right? You just said it.
I mean, I provided the raw data from the devices itself and produced every report that I was asked to.
Who asked you to produce this report?
DA's office as part of discovery.
Did they tell you to limit the photographs that you turn over?
So this report itself was a report that was created by Mr. Castellano upon his initial work. I believe I said earlier that he had pulled the information from July.
Okay.
And put it into this report.
Okay. So is it your testimony now that you took those other images that you found that you claim have no evidentiary value? Did you turn those over to the DA's office?
Yes.
Okay. So they have those images.
I turned over the raw data from the SD card to the district attorney's office.
Okay. Did that raw data that you sent over, did it look like this or something similar like this?
No, this is a report that was completed and had information from the month of July as pulled from the camera.
Okay. Is there anything else that you have turned over that you haven't heard us talk about today or ask you about? Photographs or any other thing that was maybe relevant?
I mean, I've turned over all the digital files that I had to the district attorney's office.
Okay. So your testimony is you turned over those other photographs, correct?
I did not, just the same way as I don't hand over each individual file to a computer.
Mm-hmm.
I turned over the files from the SD card.
So you're saying you turned over everything that was on that SD card?
A copy of the SD card was sent up.
Okay. And so if the copy of the SD card that I get only has 11 photographs, that's not correct. Or I'm sorry,
I mean, I
16 photographs.
I don't know what you were provided, but if you were only provided something with 16 images, then
what you turned over was more than that.
It was a SD card, an image of the SD card. So it was a complete copy of the SD card.
Okay. How many photographs were on the SD card?
I don't know.
Not deleted, deleted otherwise. Just as best of your recollection.
I mean, complete guess, 30.
30. So if I told you I only had 16, that's half, right? Roughly.
Roughly.
Okay. Now, with what the court had asked you about the program you used to analyze the CPAP statistics, what did you call it again?
The name of the program is called Oscar.
Okay, and that's just a program that you found online?
Correct.
Okay. Open source, which means free?
Yes.
And did that program, because my understanding of your testimony was that you looked at the raw data and put it into, at the request of the DA's office, into some type of readable format, right?
Utilizing a program named Oscar.
Okay. So it's actually the program that put it in this readable format, not you.
I mean, I navigated and generated the reports through the software application.
Yes. But it's actually the software that's organizing it.
Correct.
when you put it in.
Yes.
All right, so basically you're just reading what this report says when it comes out of the other end. But, it's like a hot dog machine. It's like you put in some information, it tabulates it, and then you read the report it generates.
Correct.
Okay. So you didn't actually do a review of the CPAP machine to make your determinations. You're reading what a computer program did, correct?
That plus the dates from the raw data on the initial CPAP reports that were produced.
While you were inputting that data, did you ever do any tests to make sure that it was operating and functioning correctly?
Looking at the dates and times from the initial CSV file that we had, or the Excel spreadsheet, the Excel spreadsheet and the initial output just defines a date and time that a log was generated, not the contents of the log, which is where this software application came in and read the contents of those log files.
Okay. Well, here's my question. Did you ever do like a test, like, hey, I need to see if this program is actually working. So let's put in July the 1st and see what it tells me and see what this program spits out on the other end?
Not specifically like that, no.
Okay. Because what I'm trying to figure out if there's any way that you could have limited the possibility of error. Let me ask you another way. Did you just essentially put in all of the raw data that you could from the CPAP SD card into this program?
Yeah, the only way it allows you to display files, I can't pick and choose what information is inputted into this software application. It is uploaded directly from the SD card.
Okay, so you have to kind of do it all at one time.
Correct.
All right. So if there was an error in that Oscar program, you wouldn't know, right? Without having to go through and correlate it with all of the raw data that you had.
Correct.
Okay. And yet again, like Judge Cannon asked you, that program, to the best of your knowledge, isn't licensed by the CPAP manufacturer.
It is not.
Nothing else.
I have no questions, Judge.
I'll ask one more. You can't guarantee that there aren't images that aren't missing from the SD card of the trail camera that weren't deleted and overwritten while, start over. There are multiple photographs of the trail camera continuing to take pictures after the event. No one turned it off.
It obviously was turned off at a certain point.
At some point after it took about 8 images on the scene and in your office.
See, I was about to say the last picture was an individual in my office. I imagine that's when they were
So
turned
no
off.
one turned it off or just took the SD card out?
I do not know the answer to that one. But yes, it would have either been turned off or somebody took the SD card.
But not for some period of time.
Correct.
You can't guarantee that there aren't images that were deleted that weren't overwritten by the other photographs that continued to be taken by the camera.
Correct.
I have no follow-ups, Judge.
All right, you sit down. We'll take a morning break. Well, yeah, we're still going to take a break. We're going to break in an hour for lunch, but we'll try to take it short.
Ms. Cooper, if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, have a seat for me and speak up into that microphone in front of you so that all of these folks can hear you, okay?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Sharon Cooper.
I'm going to scoot this microphone. I'm going to have
Can you hear it?
A little bit. And then, there we go.
Okay.
Okay?
Sharon Cooper.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks.
How is it that you know the defendant in this case, Melody Farris?
We were friends. We lived in the same neighborhood, and we used to walk a lot together and spend time together, get nails done together, go shopping together, that type of thing.
What year did you meet Miss Farris?
2016.
And you said you used to walk together a lot. How frequently would you walk?
Oh, for a period of time there, it was, I would say, daily.
On these walks, would you share personal information about your lives?
Yes.
Have you ever met Gary Farris?
Yes.
About how well did you know Gary Farris?
Not very well, actually.
Did you know Scott Farris?
Yes.
And how well did you know Scott Farris?
Acquaintances, not very well.
What did you know about Melody and Gary's relationship?
That it was strained and not close.
Did you and Melody discuss the Farris's finances ever?
Yeah.
In what context?
Just, she shared with me that she didn't have access to any of the money, that her name had been taken off of everything, and so she didn't have access.
Okay. And if you could, I know it's hard to speak up a little bit.
Okay.
Did she have any credit cards?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Did she have a debit card?
Yes.
How did you know that?
She told me.
And would you go shopping together?
Yes.
When you would go shopping together, would Gary know where Melody was shopping?
Yes.
How would he know that?
Because if she ran the debit card, he got a notification immediately.
Did she ever explain to you how she felt in her marriage?
Yeah, she wasn't happy in her marriage.
Did she ever express to you why she wouldn't leave Gary?
Yeah.
What was that?
It had to do with wanting to stay, because if she left, she wouldn't have access to any funds.
Did you learn about a man named Rusty Barton when you were walking with Melody?
Yes.
Who was Rusty Barton?
Rusty Barton was her boyfriend.
Whose boyfriend?
Melody's boyfriend.
And did you learn at any point that Melody had, how would she contact Rusty Barton?
By phone.
How many phones did you know Melody to have?
She had 2 phones.
Do you know how Rusty was saved in her phone?
Yes, he was in her phone as XO.
And would you see him call or see her text? Is that how you knew
Yes.
that?
Yes.
Do you know when Rusty entered her life?
I don't know.
Was it prior to you and her becoming friends?
Yes.
He was already in her
It
life.
was an established relationship prior to that, yes.
At any point, did Melody send you her debit card?
Yes.
For what? Well, let me ask you this: where were you when that happened?
I was in Minnesota. I was in Bagley, Minnesota.
And why did she send you her debit card?
She asked me to use it somewhere locally there because she had told Gary that she was with me.
Where was she, in fact?
She was in the Bahamas.
With who?
With Rusty.
Mr. Cooper, I'm going to show you. Can I approach the witness, Your Honor? I'm showing you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit Cooper 1. Do you recognize that address?
Yes.
State moves to admit State's Exhibit Cooper 1.
Submitted.
What did she want you to do with the card?
She wanted me to use it up there in Minnesota.
And did you do that?
Yes, I did, actually.
Where did you use it?
I used it at a little cafe in Leonard.
Is this the cafe that you used?
It is, yes.
And was that the date on which you used it?
It is, yes.
Did you and Melody remain friends?
After which point?
Up until today. When did the friendship change?
I would say the friendship had changed when I had started going up to Minnesota and spending a lot of time away. I had moved. I wasn't her neighbor anymore, so we had less frequent contact with each other, and that happened. I'm sure early 2018, somewhere in there.
How many phone numbers did you have for Melody?
I had 2.
Okay, and did you show that to the police?
I did.
You spoke with the police?
Yes, I
After
did.
what happened to Gary? Okay. Do you remember when that was?
Yeah, it was just a few days after his death.
And did you tell them all of the information that you and I are discussing today?
Yes, I did.
Would Gary restrict what Melody purchased?
No, he did not. Not that I'm aware of.
Just had knowledge about what she's purchased?
Correct.
That's all I have, Ms. Cooper. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Cooper. My name's Michael Ray. I represent Farris. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
You flew down involuntarily from Minnesota?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, when you lived, you didn't actually live on Purcell. You lived off one of those little side roads that come off Purcell.
Correct, Hickory Hill.
And you and Melody all used to walk up Purcell, up to Birmingham Highway, and around the neighborhood around Terry Braswell's house.
Yes.
Yeah. And Terry was a friend of yours too?
Yes.
Okay. And y'all met him walking?
No, I knew Terry for years.
You knew him for, is that because of his business?
Yep, and he had a daughter that used to ride horses where my daughter rode horses, so I met him years ago.
Okay. And then you and Melody were out walking, and he was mowing his grass, and you were like, hey, there's Terry.
Yep.
Okay. And that's how Melody and Terry Braswell met?
Correct.
Okay. Moving on to the phones. Ms. Frankus asked you if you had 2 phone numbers for Melody. That is correct, right?
That is correct.
In fact, when y'all used to go walk, you saw her that she had 2 cell phones?
Correct.
Okay. Did Terry Braswell, did she ever have her 2 cell phones when y'all were talking with Terry Braswell on your walks?
Not that I can recall, possibly.
Possibly, though. Regarding the financial aspect of it, I believe you testified that Gary didn't limit what Melody could buy, correct?
That's correct.
And I think you actually said in your interview that it didn't have anything to do with about Melody spending money, right?
Correct.
It was he just wanted to know what she was spending money on.
He wanted to know where she was.
Yeah, where she was or what she's buying. All right. Now, you were aware that, because you had been to the Farris' home, right?
I had, yes.
Okay. You were aware that Melody and Gary basically lived separate lives.
Yep.
And that she lived upstairs and he lived downstairs.
Correct.
All right. Now, you had also met Gary at least on one occasion?
Yes, I had, on a couple of occasions.
On multiple occasions? What was Gary's demeanor like when you met him?
Quiet. It's hard to explain. Different.
Okay. Was he friendly?
No. I didn't find him friendly.
Just, because, I mean, you have trouble in your interview, too, trying to describe your interaction with it. He just basically ignored you, didn't he?
Yes.
Just paid you no mind whatsoever.
Correct.
And I think you actually said that he wouldn't even make eye contact with you.
Correct.
Was that every time you met with him? Or that you saw him?
Yeah, it was every time.
Okay. Did you ever meet Scott Farris?
Yes.
How many times do you think you met Scott?
A handful, I suppose.
Okay. I believe because your first interaction with Scott is because when you lived on Purcell Lane, let me ask you this, right? Is there a lot of farms, or at least a lot of farm animals at Purcell Lane?
There is. There's a lot of horse farms.
Okay. Because I think you had goats.
I had sheep. And horses.
Okay.
And
were they like cute little baby sheep? Or like pettable kind of sheep?
Yes.
Because you had lost some sheep, and I think you had contacted Scott Farris because he had some dogs.
Yes.
Okay. What was Scott like when you met him?
Similar to his dad in personality.
Okay.
Not super friendly. More matter of fact and different.
Okay. And you were invited to Emily's wedding, right?
Yes.
Up in Tennessee?
Mm-hmm.
And that was the point where you actually met Rusty, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you a photograph that's already been admitted into evidence. You may not recognize it, and if you don't know what it shows, then you just say, I don't know what it shows. Okay? Well, let me do it this way real quick. Change the view. Let me just, for the record, show him Payne 10. Can you identify who that is?
That's Rusty Barton.
Okay. Do you know who this is?
Can you move the... I do not know who that is.
I'm just going to flip through and you tell me if you see yourself. Okay? All right, so 10, 9. Oh, well, I went too fast. Hold on. 10, 9.
I'm looking for myself?
Yes, yeah.
I don't see myself.
Okay, a little louder.
I don't see myself.
Okay, yeah, and this is that you?
Yeah, that's
okay.
me.
Okay, so that's you. Is that the first time you had met Emily or any of them?
Yes, it is the first time.
Had you ever met Amanda before?
I had met Amanda.
Okay. How about Chris?
I had not met Chris prior to that.
All right, so you, at least at the wedding time, you had met 3 out of 4 children.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And when did you move away from Purcell Lane?
I moved away in the fall of 2016.
Okay, so 2 years before what
Correct.
we're talking about.
Almost, yep.
And because I know you had gotten divorced, right? And that you got divorced when you lived off Purcell Lane.
Hickory Hill, but yes.
Okay. And did you still live in the general area?
I did.
Okay. That was always the confusing part about your name, was trying to figure out where you lived. All right, so you still lived in the area, and you and Melody could still walk, right?
We walked less because I lived, you'd have to drive to get to me.
Okay.
So we walked less. We occasionally walked after that.
When did you, I know you traveled back and forth a good bit to Minnesota during that period of time. When did you leave Georgia and go to Minnesota?
I was half-time for quite a while there, and maybe 3 years ago I did it permanently.
Did it permanently? Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so you're kind of back and forth
Mm-hmm.
between 16 and 2024?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
up till, well, 2021, really?
Correct. Until I was still coming back during COVID, so probably 2021.
Okay. And I believe that's because you have a child down here?
Yes, I do.
All right.
Yeah.
Ms. Frank, she had asked you about Melody getting divorced. You had talked to her about getting a divorce, right?
Yes.
I believe you had told Ms. Frankett, and maybe I misheard you, or I just didn't understand your answer. You said, did Melody tell you that she didn't want to get divorced because she didn't want to lose access to funds?
She didn't say that exactly, no.
Okay. Is that kind of your interpretation of maybe what she was meaning?
I would say quite possibly, yes.
Okay. Because when you got divorced in Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you're aware that Georgia has equitable distribution of assets.
I'm actually not, because we made our own agreement, and it was very amicable, so no, I'm not familiar with the Georgia laws with regard to.
So you did an uncontested divorce and y'all settled your own assets?
Correct.
Okay. And you divided up your assets?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And the whole debit card thing, you said Melody was in the Bahamas. Would it refresh your memory or that's the wrong way. She was actually in Jamaica. Now, does it really matter? Bahamas, Jamaica, whatever.
Yeah.
Were you aware that at least one of her adult children knew that she was in Jamaica?
No, I was not aware of that.
Okay. But you knew she was in Jamaica?
Only by a text, and I thought it was the Bahamas, but...
Okay. I mean, that's fine.
Yeah.
It's still Caribbean.
Sure.
All right. So she had texted you and said, hey, I'm in Jamaica, use my debit card?
The text came from Rusty's phone.
Okay. And it said, how did she get you her debit card? If she's in Jamaica.
She mailed it.
She mailed it from Jamaica. Do you know how long she was in Jamaica?
I don't.
Okay. Was it 9 days? Sound about right?
I don't know.
Okay. All right. One second.
All right, go ahead.
State calls Dr. Elaine Pope. Dr. Pope, if you could please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay, could you please have a seat and introduce yourself to the jury?
Okay. Hello, my name is Elaine Pope. Do I need to elaborate?
I will continue to ask
Okay.
questions. How
Thank
are
you.
you employed?
Right now, I do private contracts. So I do forensic casework, and then I also lecture. I lecture to fire investigators, law enforcement, crime scene investigators. So that's kind of what I do now.
What do you lecture them on?
Fatal fire investigation.
What is your education background, and then kind of move forward from there through your professional background?
Sure. So I got my bachelor's degree at the University of Tennessee in anthropology as well as in art. And then I got my master's degree at the University of Arkansas in Fayetteville. And then I went on to get my PhD at the University of Arkansas in Fayetteville. And my dissertation was titled The Effects of Fire on Human Remains, Characteristics of Taphonomy and Trauma.
So is it fair to say you had a specialty within forensic anthropology?
Yes.
What would that be? What focus would that be on?
Mostly burn bone, but also how the human body burns during different types of fire events.
And have you performed experiments on cadavers with fire?
Yes. So my research that I've been doing since 2000, four, for several years. Basically, I test on human cadavers. So we put them in structures, in vehicles, in outdoor scene conditions, and this is for law enforcement training. So we're able to show them how the body burns in those different environments, as well as outdoors, confined space and others. And so we document time, temperature, photography, sometimes video, so we can see all the stages from start all the way to finish when the fire is put out, which could be minutes, it could be an hour, 2 hours. It just kind of depends. So we kind of test all the different ranges and figure out how the human body burns in those different types of fire environments.
What would be the number of bodies that you've burned throughout the years?
I'm up to about 270. It's part of a training course that we do each summer out in California, and we do it's a law enforcement training course for about 65 investigators from all over the country. We get people international as well, and we average about 15 to 17 bodies a year that we do fire investigation training on.
When you do these experiments, are you paying attention to not only the body itself, but the environmental factors?
Absolutely. The two have a relationship in terms of, say, for example, like a vehicle. It's going to hold heat inside that tiny container as opposed to an outdoor fire. It's going to be more, you're going to have, more airflow. So it's going to be a little bit different per each type of scenario, or each type of fire environment leaves different types of fire damage on the human body.
Do you, during these experiments, do some with and some without accelerants?
Yes, so we test both with and without accelerants. This includes directly on the clothing of the body, as well as, say, for example, in a bedroom. So we also use ignitable liquids there. But we've done several studies on the body, specifically just with ignitable liquids, and then adding other variables like wood, clothing, no clothing, and those will all kind of change the outcome and how the body tissues of the body burn.
Have you testified as an expert in trials before?
Yes, I have.
About how many times?
Let's see. Okay. So I'm up to 17 different trials, both for the prosecution and the defense.
Okay. And were you asked by the DA's office back in 2019 to consult on this case with Gary Wayne Farris?
Yes, I was asked to evaluate the case, yes.
And you accepted that role?
Yes.
And so before we get started, I just want to ask you, are you being compensated for this? The work
Yes.
and the testimony?
Yes.
Okay. By the DA's office?
Oh, yes.
At this time, the state would move to admit Dr. Pope as an expert in forensic anthropology.
As to that, limited qualification, I have no objection.
She's admitted.
Thank you. Okay, when you were asked to do an analysis in this case, were you provided resources to refer to for your analysis?
Yes, absolutely.
What were you provided?
I was provided with images from Purcell Lane. These are the files or the documents that I received. So images from Purcell Lane and Crime Lab, GBI DOFS, the coroner report, the fire EMS report, the GBI DOFS anthropology report, the GBI DOFS arson analysis, and the GBI DOFS autopsy report.
And did you, after reviewing all of those documentations, come up with your analysis and opinion as to certain factors of the fire that caused Gary Wayne Farris to become remains at that point?
Yes, yes. I looked at the photographs as well as all the law enforcement documents, autopsy report, other reports for that.
Before we get into the details of this case, can you explain to the jury generally, if you could, how a body will burn, the process of that once it is, I guess, for lack of a better term, set on fire?
Yes. So the body is layered in tissues. It's got skin. It's got, underneath that is going to be subcutaneous fat. Underneath that is going to be muscle. And then you have organs. And then my specialty is the bones inside. And so each different tissue burns differently. The skin is really thin. So when it's exposed to heat, it'll start to shrink and pull apart into little skin splits. And this exposes the next layer of tissue, which is going to be subcutaneous fat. Now, subcutaneous fat burns as a fuel source. It is a lipid material, and it turns into basically grease. And it'll fuel the fire, especially if it's absorbed into wood, clothing, anything that will retain that. And so that is a major contributing factor in this case, as well as my experiments in terms of after setting the fire, the body can actually burn on its own rendered fat, liquefied fat, for several hours, just as the main fuel source, even after ignitable liquids have been expended.
I want to walk through your report here. Did you have a recorded temperature at the time of the discovery of the body?
It was mentioned at about 100 and 230 degrees Fahrenheit.
Was that helpful for you to start your analysis of possibly the time that that Mr. Farris had been on the burn pile?
Yes, so that the fact that there was still heat and temperature there just lets me know that it was a more recent event in that the fire was able to go out on its own, but it was still warm. If it had been cold, that could extend the time period. But in this case, the coals were recorded at a low temperature, so that kind of lets me know that it's a more recent event, under 24 hours, as opposed to later on.
And had those temperatures been lower or like cold or ambient, that would have done what with the time frame?
It would just expand it potentially. It basically just the warm coals just kind of put it at a lower or a shorter time frame.
And does the fuel sources surrounding the body or under the body or over the body also depend on how long that may have been burning?
Yes, absolutely. So the more fuels in the fire, the longer it's going to burn. If there was just a few little, pieces of wood, it wouldn't burn quite as long. But in this case, there were pieces of wood at the crime scene. And so that kind of gives me an idea of the potential fuels that were there, not the exact amount. But with the wood being there, that's going to absorb the fat, and that's going to keep the fire going and fuel the fire for a long period of time over several hours.
And in this case, when you mention fuel, wood is a fuel.
Yes,
you
sorry.
You categorize wood as fuel. Or
Yes, wood is
twigs,
fuel.
leaves, brush, whatever's under the fire or
Yes.
over the fire. Okay. When you, and I'm just trying to clarify, when you say fuel, you don't mean any sort of ignitable liquids or anything like that?
No,
Okay.
I misspoke there. Fuel is
No.
anything that burns.
Okay,
It could
perfect.
be wood, clothing, ignitable liquids, just any type of fuel that would burn.
Okay. And then I want to move on down to, you knew the date of the discovery of the body, correct?
Yes.
And those are the photos that you have are from that date?
Correct.
Okay. Tell the jury about, you made the determination that this was a single burn event. What does that mean?
Well, this is, so we do, in the experiments, we'll do basically set a fire and let it burn the entire course without adding wood. So with that, basically, the bones are more intact. You can tell where the head is, where the foot is, as opposed to if they were refueling, stoking, stirring, crushing, we would find little tiny pieces, and it would be, basically very different.
So, in other words, the body would not be in anatomical order.
Yes, it would be kind of stirred up, but in this case, there was intact long bones, the skull, and so that doesn't indicate to me that there was additional activity after the initial fire.
You also determined the position of the body. Can you tell the jury about how you determined that?
Yes, so this is looking at the photographs. I was not actually at the crime scene. But based on the photographs, we see his leg. There's a long leg bone, the upper thigh bone called the femur. On the back of it, there's a ridge where all your big muscles attach. And so in the photograph, we see that ridge on top, which basically means that he was face down. As well as the face was really well protected, as opposed to the back of the skull was more extensively burned. So that tells me kind of the relative position that the body was in with those two, the femur as well as the condition of the skull.
When you say that the face was preserved and it was face down, does that have to do with access to oxygen and airflow? How do you know that the preservation of the face means that he was face down?
It could be to where he kind of settled into fire debris where it was protecting the face. It's not suggestive that anything's wrapped around the face or anything like that. It just basically lets me know that that was the surface that was down. And again, fire debris can protect around the face as the wood burns down.
And as an individual who's burning, their subcutaneous fat, you mentioned, kind of acts as a fuel source.
Correct.
So if there was wood surrounding the body and the fat was wicking into the wood, how would that affect the fire?
That's going to sustain the burning process. Say, for example, if the body was burned on a cement pad or a parking lot, it would burn very differently than, in this case, we have wood, we have vegetation, potentially other materials, and so that absorbs the rendered fat, which is basically the liquefied fat, and it's called the wick effect. So it's kind of like an oil lamp, where the fire will continue to burn as long as it's fueled by the oil.
So considering the photos that you received in this case, it wasn't surprising to you to hear that there was no evidence of ignitable liquids on this fire.
Yes, ignitable liquids will get the fire going, but you don't have to have ignitable liquids to start a fire necessarily. If you build a campfire, you may be using kindling. Just different things can get the fire going. It doesn't necessarily have to be ignitable liquids.
Thank you, Dr. Pope. That's all I have for you.
Good.
1 second, Judge.
All right.
Trying to be more efficient. Good morning. It is afternoon now. How are you?
I'm doing great, thank you, sir.
My name's Michael Ray. I represent Ms. Farris. A couple of things I just want to go over with you, okay? One, the jury doesn't have your report, but you had kind of talked about it with the your appendix 1 and 2. I gave examples.
Yes.
Now, in both of those examples that you gave regarding time and things such as that, there was some type of diesel fuel or a mixture of gasoline and diesel used in those instances?
Yes, in the appendices that I provided, yes, ignitable liquids were used. One was primarily ignitable liquids and clothing as the primary fuel source. Then there was a second example of a body burned just on pieces of logs and wood and whatnot. But yes, ignitable liquids, I used it in both of those.
And from what you reviewed in this case, there's no evidence of any ignitable liquids being used?
Not based on the burn patterns.
Okay.
No.
Start with your compensation from the DA's office. What were you initially paid to render your report?
It was $200 an hour. I don't have the actual invoice with me.
Approximately how many hours did you work?
It could have been between 10 and 20. That's usually what reviewing photographs, reports, and then writing my report takes.
I mean, I believe you stated that you reviewed coroner's report, GBI autopsy?
Yes.
So that's a lot of reports.
Yes.
You reviewed. All right, so $200 an hour?
Yes.
Okay. And what's your cost of testifying here today?
Well, on the stand, it's $200 an hour as well.
$200 an hour. I'm assuming you're like most experts. You do that from travel and everything?
No, just appearing, sitting here.
Okay. Well, I tell you what, you have negotiated yourself a better deal than the other forensic anthropologists. You got $380.
All right.
So that out of the way, you're not a forensic pathologist.
No.
Okay. You're not certified in certifying cause or manner of death.
No.
Okay. And what state do you typically operate out of?
Knoxville, Tennessee.
Okay. So you're a Tennessee fan.
Yes.
Okay. We'll forgive you. And you went to school in Arkansas?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Master's and PhD.
Okay. All right. Now, from your examination of what you've done, and I'm going to go ahead and get something ready to pull up to show you. From your examination, you can't tell us anything about Gary Farris's cause of death.
No, that's not what I was asked to do, nor am I qualified. I'm not a medical examiner.
Correct. Just making sure. There it is. And I'll show you that in just a few minutes. So you weren't asked, nor can you tell us anything about how Gary died?
No.
Okay. Now the effects on the remains, they would be the same regardless of who set the fire, right?
Fire started.
Yeah. How it was set would matter regarding the effects on the remains.
Just to get it going, ignitable liquids gets it going quicker, but once it goes, ignitable liquids have no effect after the first few minutes.
But yet again, we have no evidence of ignitable liquids.
Okay.
Now, all of those reports that you were talking about you reviewed, did any of them contain any witness statements?
One was talking about the readings of the CPAP machine. Most of them I was just looking at the evidence.
So essentially the photographs?
Photographs and reports.
And the reports from the state examiner?
Autopsy, yes.
Things such as that, okay. So none of the actual witnesses or anything like that, you didn't listen to any of their interviews?
Their interviews?
Yeah. Well, let me ask it two ways. Did you listen to anybody's interview? Let's say Melody Farris's interview.
No.
Okay. I'm just making sure. But sometimes it references in those reports you were reading, here's what so-and-so said.
Yes, correct. I really don't pay much attention to the witness statements.
So that's not what you're there to do?
Well, I'm there to look at the evidence. So I take witness statements with a grain of salt.
And You received all of those reports, I'm assuming, from the DA's office?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you had started talking about with Ms. Frankish regarding the human body burning about subcutaneous fat, correct?
Yes.
All right. Subcutaneous fat can essentially become its own fuel source.
Correct.
All right. So you can presume that a body of someone who has a lot of subcutaneous fat will, in fact, burn hotter?
No.
Not necessarily hotter? Will they burn up quicker?
No, not necessarily. I mean, it's more fuel, but it's not going to speed up the process.
Well, if it's more fuel, do I have more heat?
That's more of a fire investigator question, because I'm not qualified to tell, exact heat ranges.
Okay, well, you put in your report a heat range, and I think it goes up to somewhere around 1,500 degrees.
Yes, and that was just based on average temperatures of larger fires.
Okay, so nothing to actually do with this case? Just similar fires?
Well, the similar fires, similar reconstruction or experiments that I've done have been kind of in that temperature range.
Okay, because you already testified here, and we've heard it previously, that the fire when law enforcement arrived at the hottest portion that they recorded was 230 degrees. Correct? You said that?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I was just curious about this over lunch. Is there like a scientific determination of a temperature range for it still to be, because we kind of use the term loosely, there is a fire, right? All right. Is there a scientific determination of how hot it has to be a fire? Or is it just actual, there's physical, visible flames?
The output of heat.
The output of heat is a fire. So it's fair to say that at 230 degrees, we still got a fire because it's still outputting heat.
I mean, it could be a smoldering fire. I base it on the fact that there's flames or not flames.
Okay, kind of like anybody else would, probably.
Yes.
So if it's 230 degrees in the photographs you saw, would you consider that to be more of a smoldering fire?
Possibly, only because it was reported that it was still warm.
Still warm. And you state in your report, you don't have an exact timeline, but you state somewhere less than 24 hours.
Yes.
Okay. So if law enforcement is recording the fire around, let's say 1 p.m., right? Less than 24 hours would be the next day at 1 p.m., or that would be exactly 24 hours.
Okay.
Is that right? In 24 hours? Like 24 hours from now, 24 hours from now will be 1:09 tomorrow.
Oh, okay, yes.
Yeah. So if I go back in time, trying to calculate something else, 1:09 yesterday would be 24 hours.
Yes.
Right? All right. So the fire was started or was recorded on July the 5th around 1 p.m. That would mean less than 24 hours would be July the 4th at 1 p.m. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you also state that you didn't find from the photographs any evidence of stirring or stroking or anything like that.
Not based on how the remains were found.
Okay. Now, that's what I want to show. Did you review Dr. Gooding's documentation? She did the anthropological report?
Yes.
Okay. She also attached with that a photograph, or I'm sorry, a chart. And it's been admitted in evidence Gooding 1. Can you see that on your screen?
Yes.
Did you review that chart?
No.
Well, you were provided her report, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what it says, and I was talking to her about this yesterday, and she didn't know. But you can see up here where it says cranium, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then you've got the pelvis. And that's kind of the center of the body, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you've got the femurs, I learned, those are the leg bones.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you also agree with me that ribs are above the pelvis?
Yes.
Okay. And we've got a rib found way down here, below the legs and everything else. Okay? Wouldn't that be evidence of some type of tending to or something?
It could be disturbance from animals nearby. It's that one rib is not going to tell me that the body was stirred up.
Okay. What if I told you that there was also another rib with a bullet in it found somewhere up in this area where the hand is?
Okay.
Okay, so you got two ribs, or two pieces of ribs or parts of ribs in two different locations. So you're saying that could be evidence of animals?
It could be.
Okay. Couldn't it also be evidence of stirring?
Not with all the other bones found. I mean, you have the leg bones where they're supposed to be. You have the skull where it's supposed to be. And also, it was kind of a shallow berm, so that you have to account for stuff potentially, rolling down as opposed to a flat surface.
Okay. Now, the body laying, you stated that, in your opinion, that the body was laying face down.
Yes, based on the photograph showing the back of the leg lying face up, and the face being very well protected and less burned than the backside.
Okay. Now, for the fact that the body is face down, you can't tell this jury whether or not Gary Farris fell into the fire or was placed into the fire.
Yeah.
Okay. You also have no opinion as to cause of death.
I'm not qualified to make cause of death, nor was this asked of me.
No, I understand. I don't blame you. You're fine. Give me just 1 second, okay? One thing too, you may have read it in some of the reports that you reviewed and did not. There was an eyewitness, in this case, that previously had testified that he observed flames from the burn pile on July the 3rd, later in the day.
July 3rd. Get my notes real quick.
Would knowing that information change your opinion about your report?
I mean, there's possible they could have started, had another fire earlier. I'm not sure.
Okay. But it's still your opinion that this fire was less than 24 hours old?
Yes, simply because it was still warm. If it had been cold, then we could extend the time frame.
Okay. All right. No further questions.
All right, redirect.
I have no redirect.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You can be excused.
Thank you very much.
All right, call your next witness.
Bobby Simmons. Agent Simmons, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm the evidence you're about to present in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. If you would, state your full name for the record.
Robert Simmons, go by Bobby.
And who do you work for?
The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
We just call that TBI?
Yes, sir.
If you would, just tell the jury, what is the TBI and how's it in comparison to our GBI here in Georgia?
It's basically the same thing as GBI. We investigate special circumstance cases that were requested by district attorneys throughout Tennessee. My unit is in Middle Tennessee. We handle everything from homicides to thefts to officer-involved shootings, just a wide variety of stuff.
Where did you start in law enforcement?
Metro National Police Department.
What did you do there?
I was a patrol officer for 2 years. Then I went to a proactive unit, and then I was a detective the last 2 years I was there.
What type of proactive unit was it? Crime suppression or something? Or?
Basically, we called it a flex unit. We were unmarked cars, but just doing proactive stuff in high crime areas.
All right. And after you were there, what'd you do?
So when I left Metro, I started at TBI.
You were a detective before you left?
Yes, sir, I was.
What kind of cases did you investigate?
Mostly property crimes. We did do some homicides, but kind of a wide variety. We were kind of regional. We had a precinct. We covered a certain area of Nashville. We kind of covered all the crimes in that area.
Now, were you? We call it post-certified, which y'all call in Tennessee.
Yes, post-certified.
Were you post-certified with the state level, or is it just a state accreditation for everybody?
Correct.
And when you go to the GBI, do you have to go back to a new academy?
Through TBI, yes, sir. We go through
TBI.
Yes,
sorry.
We are. They host their own special agent academy.
How long was that?
I believe it was 18 weeks.
After you got out of the academy for the TBI, what'd you do?
In the position I'm in now, so CID in Middle Tennessee. I've been in that position the whole time.
Now, in Georgia, the GBI investigates, they're assigned to regions, and they may have so many counties in their region. Is yours similar to that?
Yes, sir. We're assigned to the 4 grand districts of the state. So I'm in Middle Tennessee. Within that, I'm assigned to the 16th Judicial District, which is Rutherford and Cannon County. I cover those 2 counties.
What are those counties like? Are they big, small?
They're actually both the opposite. Rutherford County is Murfreesboro, where Middle Tennessee State University is. It's a very large city, large departments, police departments. Cannon County is the complete opposite. Population is about 15,000, and they have 2 detectives for the whole county.
And how long have you been doing this type of work?
I've been there. I've been at TBI since 2016.
Do you have any specializations, or y'all just catch whatever cases come?
We catch them all, yes, sir.
Do you do crime scene and things like that, or are you mainly on the investigative side?
We do. We process our own scenes mostly.
You do too?
Yes, sir.
And oftentimes you work with sister agencies from other states.
Yes, sir, we do.
Now, in this case, did you get called upon or someone get a hold of you from the Cherokee County Sheriff's Office ask you to help out?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Just kind of tell the jury how that works. What happened there?
So we got a call from Cherokee County just saying that they had an individual in Middle Tennessee that they had identified and were trying to locate and interview, and they were asking us to go, given that it's a few hours away from where they were at, if we could go and try to locate that person and interview him.
And I think you went, let's begin with the timeline here. July 6th of 2018, I think you went and talked to first, is it Martha Jane Barton?
Yes, sir.
And I believe she was related to, by marriage, stepmother to Rusty Barton, is that right?
That's correct, I believe.
So you went and talked to Martha Jane on July 6th that evening. Was it a long conversation or kind of just an introductory conversation?
I think it's pretty short. We didn't gain a whole lot of information.
What's Martha Jane like?
She was a little standoffish, but it wasn't. I don't think it was necessarily a terrible interaction.
Was she older?
Yes, she is.
And where was this at? What city was it?
I believe it was in Coffee County. I believe Tullahoma.
Tullahoma. I think Rusty's Tullahoma too.
Yes.
What is that? What is that like?
It's a little bit smaller than, say, where the Murfreesboro, where I'm from. It's not I wouldn't call it a podunk county, but it's fairly
rural, farms, things
rural.
like that.
Yes.
What kind of cotton fields, tobacco fields? What's the produce there?
Mostly down there is corn and soybeans, Middle Tennessee.
But rural area.
Yes, sir.
And but was Martha Jane, was she pleasant, nice?
Yeah, no issues with the interview.
A little reluctant to talk with you?
Yes, sir.
And did she really give you anything that was a significant that you went, hey, here's some great information and just solve the case for us?
No, sir.
After you talked to Martha Jane, did you go and talk to Rusty Barton?
Yes, sir, we did.
And I think that conversation was about, give or take, 45 minutes, probably around 8 or 9 o'clock at night.
I believe that's right, yes, sir.
And when you talked to Rusty, where did you go to talk to him?
I went to his house.
And did you have anybody with you?
Yes, Agent Elizabeth Williams, another TBI agent.
Now, this Tullahoma where Rusty was at, was this your area that you were assigned to, or was this outside your area?
That's Agent Williams' assigned area.
And how many TBI agents do y'all have per area, I guess?
Generally one.
How many cases do you have to work a year?
We generally may get 10 to 15 cases a year, and we maintain our cases through adjudication, so we're constantly carrying 10 to 15 cases at all times.
Is the TBI like the GBI that you basically have to get called in for assistance from a local agency?
Correct. Well, the way TBI, the statute reads for Tennessee, is the district attorney's office has to request the TBI investigate the matter.
It's the head prosecutor requests it.
Correct, yes.
Now, in this, since you're helping out, how much did you really know about what had happened in Cherokee County?
Very little.
Did you have great detail, or just basically the information that Gary was found on a burn pile?
Yes, and we were provided their information basically to go find them and just see what they know, kind of deal.
So just kind of preliminary just to start the investigation?
Yes, sir.
And did y'all have a lot of time to prepare, or did y'all just hit the road and try to get out there and talk to people?
We went pretty quick and tried to find them.
Now, when you tell the jury, if you would, how would you describe Rusty Barton?
He was a little arrogant at first. I remember when we first got there and we explained who we were and what we were doing. He made the comment, "Well, do you know who I am?" or something along those lines. And yes, sir, we do. We know your birthday. We know who you are. We're here knowing we're talking to you. He was a little reluctant again to provide information. We kind of just had to tell him a little bit about what we did know, but to kind of peel the layers back and get to the bottom of it.
Kind of pulling strings to get some information?
Yes, sir.
Now, in the beginning, I guess there was an issue about who Roy Barton was, and junior and senior.
Yes, there was conversation about that.
So Martha Jane's husband, Roy, who had passed away, that was Rusty's father, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, when we start talking to Rusty, does he give, is it a voluntary talk?
Yes, sir. He invited us into his home. Yes, sir.
So he didn't put handcuffs on or anything like that?
Oh, absolutely not. No, sir.
Have you played good cop or bad cop when you've done interviews, interrogation?
We do, and depending on, I've done several interviews with Agent Williams and with other ones, and we kind of just feel it out and see who they better connecting with, and sometimes they gravitate towards one agent or the other, so we just kind of play off of that to get that information and talk to them.
To be a detective and also to work for the TBI, do you go through interviews and interrogation training?
Yes, sir.
Is it called interviews and interrogation, or what do y'all call yours?
They've done several. We do independent classes. They've done different techniques over the years.
Read method, bait method, things like that?
Yes, sir.
So are you kind of taught how to interview people, even reluctant witnesses?
Yes, sir. Oh, yes, sir.
Now, have you ever been in some throwdown interviews with people cussing, screaming, almost going to fisticuffs?
Absolutely.
How many of those do you think you've been in?
Only a handful. Most of the time, I feel pretty confident with talking civilly with people.
You ever have to get in a fist fight or anything, restrain anybody during the interview?
No, not during an interview. No.
What is your style? If you tell the jury, if we could hear a recording of you, what's your style like?
I try to be polite. Yes sir, no sir. I try to respect what they're saying, but also make them understand that we know that there's maybe more that they're not telling us. Let them know that. Let them talk. Let them kind of say what they want to say, but then be able to talk them through. Hey, it's okay. We're here for a purpose. We're not here to. Again, we're not at that time. We're not here to arrest you. I've had those interviews where we know we're arresting them. That was not this at all. This was just an informative interview. Get as much information as we could. So.
Now, at this stage, do you even know if Rusty Barton is someone that's a suspect or is knows something or knows nothing?
I think we knew that there was going to be some kind of connection, but we didn't know the full extent of what that was at that point.
Have you even seen the defendant, Melody Farris, in this case?
No, sir.
So you never came this way to Georgia?
No, sir.
You just helped up there, is that right?
That's correct.
All right, so when you first start talking to Rusty, let him know it's just a voluntary interview. Did he could end the interview? Was that made clear to him?
Yes, sir. He knew. Again, he invited us to come sit in his home and talk with him. At no point did he ask us to get up and leave, and we refused to leave. I mean, that wasn't the conversation. So,
what level of sophistication would you say Rusty Barton has?
He's a smart man. He's a businessman. He's not.
He's in sales.
Yes.
Nice guy.
Yes, sir.
Pretty big guy.
He was. Yes, sir.
Not super aggressive or anything like that?
No.
Now, did he like your partner?
There was periods where he didn't like maybe some of the things she was saying, and he, again, just gravitated more towards having a conversation with me, and that's just part of how, that's why we take multiple people to an interview.
Sure. I mean, it's something you do, right? Good cop, bad cop?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being where you're in someone's face, screaming, cussing, pointing at them, and, everybody's standing up, almost going to blows, and 1 being, hey, we're just kind of having a conversation, kind of like what we're doing. Where would you put this interview with him?
Oh, very low. Maybe a 2. I mean, we were definitely saying, we know that there are things you're not, we know that there's more to this than you're saying. And again, we're kind of just pulling the layers back of that onion and just, we know there's more to it, just getting him to, but it was at no point confrontational as yelling, screaming, anything like that.
Did you ask him if he knew Melody Farris?
Yes, sir.
Did you go through when there's a murder, do you try to get, when you investigate a murder or helping out in a murder, do you try to get a timeline?
Yes, sir, we do. Talk about when they last spoke to somebody, when they saw somebody, when things like that, how they communicate with the person, all those kind of things.
And he's going to be here. I'm going to ask him these questions, but did you try to get a timeline with him for July 3rd, 4th, and 5th? Gary Farris' body was found on the 5th, so did y'all try to go back through things to see where he was at?
I believe we did. I don't know that we knew all the details of the exact times, other than, I mean, it was the next day, so we knew we were talking about the few days leading up to that.
And did you talk to him about, do you remember talking to him about whether or not he gave the defendant a credit card?
Yes, we did talk about that at some point. I believe it was during that first interview, yes, sir.
Do you remember, was Rusty from Tullahoma? Is he from that area?
I believe so. He talked about family connections to the area and that kind of thing.
Did he talk about his grandfather?
Yes, his grandfather used to be the sheriff or the police chief or something along those lines.
So there was a background to the connection to law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you investigate things, crimes and things like that, are you interested in cell phones?
Absolutely.
Are those ubiquitous today? Are they within arm's reach of most people?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you do any drug investigations?
No, I did not.
Do you ever see? Well, how many phones do you have? So,
I have two, personal phone and work phone.
Did you ask Rusty about phones and how many phones the defendant had?
Yes, we had conversations about that he had a work phone, and then again at some point we talked about that he had to end up getting a personal phone because his work didn't want him to use the work phone for personal business. So he told us he had two phones, I believe.
Do you remember asking him about the defendant's phone?
Yeah, we talked about if he had purchased a cell phone for her, a burner phone, prepaid phone, those kind of things.
In your first interview, did he just give you the one phone or one phone number? Do you
I believe that's correct, yes, sir.
And then later on, did you get, maybe through his attorney, did you end up getting another phone number or knowledge of another phone?
Yes, sir.
Was that Bobby Carter?
Yes, sir.
So that would, so on July 6th, it was just one phone, and then
I believe that's correct, yes, sir.
later on you learned about another one?
Yes, sir.
The first time you talked to him, did he seem to have a lot of details about what had happened to Gary?
No, he did not.
Did he seem to indicate whether or not he was talking to the defendant a lot?
No, I think he kind of indicated that he had not spoken to her for a while, that I want to say maybe even hadn't seen her for quite some time, but kind of distance that there was not been recent communication.
First interview, did you get attacked by the cat, I think, maybe?
That sounds right, I think so.
His cat got on you or something?
Yeah.
Do you remember leaving that night, and what was it like to leave? Was there any issues or anything like that?
No, it was...
At some point, did he or his attorney reach out and want to talk again?
Yes, so a couple days later, I believe that first interview was on July 6th, and then on July 10th, which would have been the beginning of the next week.
Okay, if you look right there on Raleigh 1, there's a calendar for July 2018.
Yes, so Friday the 6th is when we talked to him initially, and then I believe it would have been Tuesday, July...
The 10th, is that
the
right?
The 10th, yes, sir.
And when you went back on the 10th, tell the jury who was all with you on this time.
So at that point, there was Mr. Barton was there, his attorney Bobby Carter was there, myself, Agent Williams were there, and then there was two investigators from Cherokee County there.
The lead detective in the case is Detective Hayes, Daniel Hayes. He's sitting right here. I don't know if you remember him.
Yes, sir.
And probably may have been dressed differently, more casual. I don't remember how you first went out.
Yes,
and
sir.
then you had Ashley Pope, I believe.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember? So Hayes and Pope.
Okay, yes, sir.
For the record, which one was good cop and which one was bad cop?
I don't recall which one. I remember them both being there. One was doing more of the talking. One was dealing more with the cell phones and Cellbrite. I don't recall which was.
How aggressive was that second interview?
Well, I mean, it started with his attorney basically letting us know, hey, he told us, in the initial part of the interview.
That's okay, Judge. I'm going to have him here. He can do it.
Well, I think the issue is whether it's the lawyer talking or the defendant talking, or the witness talking.
It's the lawyer.
Yeah,
Well,
so let's not go on the-
I'll rephrase it.
All right.
In the second interview, someone reached out to y'all, is that right?
I believe that's correct, yes, sir.
And when you got to the second interview, don't tell me what was said, but when you were there, did you get more information during the second interview that you couldn't get during the first interview?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
And was that because things had to be explained and clarified?
Yes, sir.
And that was on coming from their side and not y'all's?
Correct, yes.
So had to set some things straight or change some things?
Yes, sir.
Right. Let's see. During that second interview, y'all talked about phones again, I believe, and delete some things off the phone.
Yes, sir, we did.
And when it came to Rusty's phone, do you remember you were kind of quiet during the interview? You I could hear you talk, but you're not super aggressive, are you?
No.
I'm sure you can be when you have to, but
right.
If you're reading the room, is that your style? Is kind of how it is?
Yeah, that interview was going very smoothly, so there was no need to agitate the situation by being aggressive with it.
And if you saw, an interview is an interview, right? That's a different tone than
Absolutely.
an interrogation. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
So if I said to you, what is an interview with a suspect? How's that different from what's an interrogation with a suspect or just a witness?
Well, in an interview, we're just having a casual conversation about just kind of what you know, kind of the dialogue back and forth. Interrogation's more of, for me, is me being more forthcoming, that we know more information, we know you're withholding, we know there's certain evidence, whatever it may be, but it's more of us kind of trying to get that person to just either acknowledge or have that conversation with about whatever evidence that we may have. And it can go back and forth. It can be a somewhat of confrontational, and then they may decide to speak, and we go back down to just a casual conversation. And in this setting, it was absolutely that. It was all 6 of us talking, having conversations, and there was no jumping and screaming again. And
nobody in the interview said we're done, we're not talking anymore, or anything like that?
No, sir.
Now, if I said, is it either the interview or the interrogation, where sometimes law enforcement takes the approach of, you're done talking, now I'm going to talk? Which one is more likely to be that?
Right. That's when you kind of get into that interrogation phase. If you're kind of doing most of the talking and trying to get them to get on the same page as you, as far as agreeing that there is more information or whatever. But that's more of, for me, is that I talk more during that interrogation part.
Have you ever heard the saying, catch more flies with honey you do vinegar?
Yes, sir.
Sometimes you got to use vinegar?
Yes, sir.
Do you ever do an interview where you're with a suspect or a witness, and they're sitting in a chair, and you get close to them, you put your arm around them, and tell you everything, kind of comfort them?
Yes, sir.
Do you ever get, when you do an interrogation, where you have to get up in someone's face a little bit and see if they'll break or give you some more information?
Very little. I take the approach of just being more honest with them, that there's more that we know, and just be kind of frank, but not loud and argumentative or anything like that.
If a witness is reluctant or reticent or not completely forthcoming, do you try different things just to see what will happen?
Oh, yes, sir.
Did you feel like that's what was going on with Rusty?
Somewhat. It was more that we, as the investigators, knew more information, and we'd have to kind of feed him. And I'll go back to, let me give an example of that first interview, is when we approached him and we said, hey, this is who we are talking to him. And he asked, do you know who I am? And I'm like, yes, sir. I had to say, I know your birthday. And, oh, okay, yes. So he had to kind of understand that they do know something more, so I need to talk. If I'd have gone in there and he had no idea who if we said, we don't know who you are, we just showed up, and he would have been more reluctant. But as we fed him a little bit of information to say, we know X, Y, and Z, he would kind of, okay, I'll tell you more. It's just, I think it was more of him just being standoffish, of not wanting to let go of that information.
Was it a process to get more information as the interviews went on?
Absolutely.
Now, you asked a question, we're talking about him deleting things off his phone. Do you remember asking him the question about why would you delete things off your phone? Not hers, but yours.
Yes.
And why did you ask that question?
Well, I know that in my experience, people delete things they don't want to be seen. And cell phones, that's a very common thing. Delete text messages, photos, whatever it may be that they delete off their phone. So we wanted to clarify, to see had he deleted items off his phone.
Now, Rusty has some sayings, some unique sayings. Like he said, like heck fire, stuff like that.
Yes.
When y'all first approached him and asked him whether or not he was having a physical or a sexual relationship with the defendant, what was he like there?
Again, very standoffish. Again, that's a statement most people don't want to hear. But once we explained, hey, we do know a little bit more, then he was forthcoming with little bits of information at a time. But at first, no, he didn't like that.
Did he give more and more information about the relationship as time went on during these interviews? All right, tell the jury, did you see anybody threaten Rusty?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you see anybody put a hand on him or hurt him or do anything like that?
Absolutely not, no, sir.
And if you were involved in an interview and you saw even another law enforcement officer cross that line, would you do something?
Absolutely.
See anything in this case give you concern?
No, sir.
Nothing further, no. All right, Weaver?
Good afternoon, Mr. Simmons.
Good afternoon.
My name is John Luke Weaver, and I represent Melody Farris.
Yes, sir.
I don't have a lot of questions for you because I know you really didn't have a lot to do with this case. Would that be correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
So that first interview, you said you showed up, what, about 8 or 9 o'clock at night on a Friday?
I believe that's correct, yes, sir.
All right. So it's not unusual that if you show up at somebody's house at 8 or 9 o'clock on a Friday night, that you would ask, do you know who I am?
You're saying me ask that?
Well,
the person, yes.
Yeah. Like,
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
are you interviewing the right person?
Sure.
I mean, you catch people off guard.
Yes, sir.
So they want to verify who you are.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you mentioned something about deleting cell phones earlier. That's
Deleted data off of a cell phone.
okay, but that, were you talking about his phone? Did you do a phone dump on his phone?
During the second interview, yes, they were conducting a Cellbrite extraction.
But did you?
No, we were sitting there, so as they were doing it, I was asking him about the data on his phone.
Okay. But otherwise, you were there for just 2 interviews?
Yes, sir.
All right. Are you aware that Cherokee County came up and interviewed him multiple times after you?
I've heard that, yeah, but we were not a part of that.
But you weren't present for
No,
that?
no, sir.
Okay. But, you know, the district attorney was talking to you about how you were behaving, but, I mean, overall, Rusty was pretty respectful of you, wasn't he?
Yes, sir. Yeah. There was no, I mean, again, like you said, somebody shows up at your door asking questions of why are you here, and that's understandable. We explain all that, but no, there was no, he wasn't yelling and screaming at us either, no.
Right. And it's not unusual for a person when you confront them with extramarital relationship to maybe not talk about that right away, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, you can sit down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, Agent, if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a seat. If you could please introduce yourself to the jury.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Williams.
Can you please tell them where you are employed and how long you've been employed there?
Yes, I am a special agent out of Tennessee with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, and I've been there about 8.5 years.
What did you do prior to the TBI?
I was also a special agent with our state's Alcoholic Beverage Commission.
How long were you an agent there?
2 years.
And before that, what did you do?
I was in college, and throughout college I worked as a certified pharmacy technician.
And they just heard from your colleagues, so I won't belabor too much of this, but you're also post-certified there in Tennessee?
I am.
Okay. And what is your region that you are assigned to?
So my colleague is assigned to middle. I'm east. Tennessee has 3 divisions. So east would be like Chattanooga, all the way from the Kentucky border to Chattanooga in Georgia.
Did you go with your colleague with Agent Simmons to interview Martha Barton?
I did.
Okay. And can you tell the jury a little bit about how Miss Barton was towards you all?
I think Miss Barton's interview was the second one that we did that night, and I think it was like a Friday night, maybe even after hours. And our hours end at 4:30, so we're talking probably 5 o'clock and onward, and I think she was the second one that we did. Miss Barton appeared gracious. She welcomed us into her home. She seemed very protective of Melody when we asked questions, Miss Farris. She answered our questions. She also, if I may explain a little further, she also said that she had been instructed to...
Objection, hearsay.
Without going into what she told you at this point, was she a little reluctant to chat with you?
She was, yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
And moving on from Miss Barton, what information did you have before going to speak with both Martha Barton and Rusty Barton in this case?
I don't think that I received the original call for assistance. I work with the state of Georgia all the time. GBI, Walker County, this being Cherokee County. I'm usually called, but I don't think I was in this case. I think Agent Simmons was. And because Mr. Barton lived in Tullahoma, which is Coffee County, that was my area at the time, the most natural way for me to get involved would have been for Agent Simmons to then call me. We would have linked up and then went to wherever to interview whomever we needed to.
And so you would have gotten your information from Agent Simmons.
Yes.
Is that fair? Okay. So did you have the occasion to go interview Rusty Barton on July 6, 2018?
We did.
But prior to entering into that interview with Mr. Barton, talk to the jury a little bit about your style, how you conduct interviews of this nature.
Each case is different, but I knew going in that this was a homicide case. I can't tell you what information that I knew just in thinking, trying to recall, other than this is a witness, we need to go talk to him. So I didn't perceive him as a subject, but clearly if the state of Georgia needed us to do an interview or Cherokee County needed an interview that night after hours, it was important. And it was important to us because we maintain relationships with all departments, states, whoever calls. So we responded immediately. And the appropriate course of action is, it's non-custodial. We were invited into this person's home. It was his daughter's home. So we were respectful, we were nice, but there is a point where we're wasting our time and whoever we're talking to's time, whoever's requested our time, if we don't get straight to the facts. So this interview will start like all interviews do. We'll build rapport. We'll thank them for letting us come. We're super respectful and polite, but there's a point when we have to ask the tough questions, which is what occurred during this interview as well.
So is it fair to say that Mr. Barton was also reluctant in the beginning to chat with you?
In the beginning, he was nice. I mean, he let us come in. He was confused, or he said he was confused about why we were there. Once the questions became pointed at him, he was very reluctant to answer them, and at one point appeared to be upset that I was asking certain questions.
And when you were invited into his home, did either you or Agent Simmons have your weapons drawn or any handcuffs out or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
And did you promise him anything or threaten him with anything?
No, ma'am.
During that interview, at any point, did you press upon him the importance of what was happening and the seriousness?
Yes, I think so.
During that interview, did you inform him that at some point you're going to go and kind of corroborate, validate, or dispel the information he's providing to you?
Yes, I told him something along the lines of, once we leave this interview here, we have other work to do.
Throughout that interview, when you were asking about Melody Farris, did he sort of distance himself from her?
I can't recall exactly what he said, but I can tell you that he was reluctant to define the relationship. When I asked him something along the lines of being in a romantic relationship with Miss Farris, he did not want to talk about that.
I want to talk about the subsequent interview. So, on the interview on the 6th, how did that interview end?
I'm sorry, how did it what?
How did it end?
He thanked us, we thanked him. I mean, it was non-eventful. He stayed at his house, we left, we went to do the interview with Miss Barton.
And on the 10th, did you have the opportunity to interview Mr. Barton again?
We did.
Who was present for that interview?
That interview was divided into two parts. Agent Simmons and I, again, I don't know who contacted whom. However, we got to the attorney's office in Tullahoma, still in Coffee County. Now, Judge Bobby Carter was the attorney at the time that Mr. Barton had retained or agreed to meet with. It was at his office. And we met there in the afternoon. It was Bobby and I, and then I know Ashley Pope, and then there was another maybe detective from Cherokee County.
Would that be maybe Detective Daniel Hayes?
Maybe.
So during that interview, was that a longer interview than the first one?
I think the first one was about an hour. The first part of the July 10th interview was like an hour. We left. Judge Carter called us back and said, we think you need to come back and hear this. And I think the second part, so 1 and 2, part 2, I think was like 2 hours.
So total about 3. Is that fair?
Yes.
From the 10th? Okay. And during that interview, was his phone also being extracted?
Yes, at some point. I think the second part of the interview.
During that interview with Mr. Barton, did you eventually have to sort of, and I'm going to phrase it as have a come to Jesus moment with him about how you were interpreting his position on the questions at that point?
I didn't say a lot, I don't think, during the first and second interviews, both on the 10th. So we'll say July 6th, and we'll refer to July 10th. July 6th, Agent Simmons and I both had a pretty dominant role because no one from Georgia was there. So whatever information we were going to tell Georgia, we had to get it because there was not a representative there. On the 10th, because there were people, law enforcement personnel from Georgia, we kind of took a back seat. However, the relationship with Mr. Barton and I was already established. We established that on the 6th. He called me pushy. He did not appear to be receptive to my questions. And I think on the 10th, that just kind of flowed right on in to that atmosphere. So there was a point when he looked at me, and I don't even know if I knew he was talking to me at first. And then on playback of the recording, I heard him say something along the lines of, well, you don't believe me, or you don't believe anything that I'm saying. And then I go through this long spiel, and it ends with me saying, well, you're picking up what I'm putting down. I mean, it's obvious, whether it was my body language or the questions that I was asking or the way I responded to his questions and answers. It was obvious that he knew that I knew that I didn't believe everything that he was saying.
And so at that point going forward, did you continue to impress upon him the importance of this investigation?
I'm sure I did.
Give me one moment. Thank you, Agent. That's all I have for you.
Thank you.
Mr. Weaver?
Good afternoon, Agent Williams. My name is John Luke Weaver, and I represent Melody Farris. Just briefly, so you were there for the first interview on the 6th.
Yes.
And Rusty wasn't really happy with you guys asking about an extramarital affair he was involved in.
Of course not.
Okay,
Right.
that's reasonable.
Mm-hmm.
And he wasn't happy about that on the 10th, right?
Yeah, I don't think anybody would be. Yes.
Okay. That's all I have.
You sit down.
No further questions, Judge. Thank you.
Judge Rusty Barton's next. Let's
go ahead and take a break.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear from the evidence you're about to present this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat. Mr. Barton, does that device work? Can you hear me?
Yes.
It's working?
Yes.
I will try to keep this microphone as close as I can. State your full name for the record, please.
Roy Henry Barton, Jr.
All right, Mr. Barton, you're going to have to speak up louder. You have a very soft voice. We can't hear you. So if you'll do me a favor, try to speak to that back wall, if you would.
Roy Henry Barton, Jr.
Thank you, sir. Do you go by Rusty?
I do.
How old are you today?
71.
What is your educational background?
2 years of college.
And what did you study there?
Business administration.
Where did you go to school?
Montlow State Community College.
Where's that located?
In between Tullahoma, Tennessee and Lynchburg, Tennessee.
After you did that, what type of work did you get in? I believe, are you in sales?
I am, yes, but when I started, I was the bookkeeper for the dealership.
How long have you been doing sales?
Over 52 years.
In the 52 years that you've been doing sales, what type of things do you sell?
Construction equipment, bulldozers, backhoes.
Heavy machinery?
Yes.
If you would, just tell the jury, as part of your job as a salesman, do you have a route? What do you do? Just kind of inform them of what your everyday job is like as a salesman.
I have a designated territory, 11 counties in central middle Tennessee. The core of them, which is about 5 counties, I've covered the entire time. The rest of the outlying counties from the core has been, it changes as they change territories and salespeople and stuff like that.
Is this inside sales or outside sales?
Outside sales.
So these are, do you have to cold call? Do you find your own clients, or how does that work?
Well, since I've been doing it so long, I do very little cold calling, but, as new businesses start up, especially nowadays with landscaping.
Is it John Deere, or what type of things do you sell?
John Deere.
Do you sell mainly like bulldozers, heavy machinery to construction companies or to farms, or what type of businesses do you deal with mostly?
All cities, counties, utility districts, farmers do buy quite a bit because I have all of my territory is very rural, so I don't have any large contractors. The guys that do the big state jobs for the most part.
Are you from the city or from the country?
I live in Tullahoma, so.
So tell us about that. What size of a city or town is that?
Tullahoma is about 18,000 people, and I was born there.
Your whole life been there?
Yes.
Do you have a lot of relatives there?
Yes.
A lot of friends?
Yes.
Is it a place that you consider close to your heart?
It is my heart. My daughters live there. It's home.
Right. And I'm not going to ask your daughters' names, but you have 2 adult daughters, is that right?
Correct.
And they're your joy? Are they your joy? You love your daughters?
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
And grandkids?
4.
Now, as a salesman, tell the jury, if you would, are you an extroverted person or an introverted person? Do you like to talk?
No.
But as a salesperson, I guess you have to do a lot of talking. Is that right?
No, you do a lot of listening.
Listening? Mm-hmm. And when you interact with other people, is it important to listen to what they need?
Correct.
Is it important to listen to what their concerns are?
Yes.
Is it important to take details?
They generally tell you.
Yeah, they'll tell you how they feel about things?
Yes. I mean, they know as much about my equipment as I do, so they tell me what they want.
And is your business, is it one that you actually have policies and you have forms and you have computer and things that you have to do when you're doing your sales?
Oh, yes.
What type of tools do you use to do your job?
Well, I have my company computer, and with that is provided all the specifications, for equipment. Most everything now there's no hard copies for literature. I mean, you just go on the internet and look up John Deere, just like anybody can.
Do you have, I guess, templates or forms on the computer that you use for quotes and stuff like that?
Yes.
Do you have to pay attention to detail on that?
I do, but I generally get somebody in the office to do that for me now. I don't keep up with the computer stuff that much.
How heavy is the sales when it comes to dealing with numbers and crunching numbers and things like that?
I don't understand what that question means.
Do you have to figure out how much things cost and how much percentage and anything, do any math in your job?
That's the way that it's done, but in the last several years, I have a sales manager that does that with this newer company. The sales manager does it for me because we've had to change systems again, and I just haven't caught on to the new operating system.
When it comes to doing public speaking, do you like to do that?
Not particularly.
Do you like to have confrontational settings?
Not at all.
Are you more comfortable in a different type of atmosphere when talking with people?
No.
Are you comfortable at all talking with people?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Do you like being a salesperson?
I love it.
And could you see yourself doing any other type of work, or is sales just what you do?
Well, considering I've been doing it for 52 years, I think yes, sales is what I do.
Are you successful at it?
I must be.
Is that yes, you are?
Yes, I are. Yes, I am.
I'm from South Carolina, so I sometimes think things differently too. You agree, though, that you do talk for a living?
Yes.
And when you're a salesperson, is it fair to say that you have an objective when you're meeting with people?
Yes.
You want to make the sale?
Correct.
So you have to be persuasive?
I'm not a pushy salesman. One of the pluses of doing this so long is people know me, they come to me, so I don't have to go out and say, mine's better than theirs and that kind of stuff. It's different than if you were a 30-year-old person out getting new into the sales and none of the customers know you.
So in some ways, you're either persuasive in a good sense or in a bad sense. Would that be true in your job?
I would assume, yes.
But you're trying to get someone to make a decision, is that right?
Yes.
You understand today that when you are answering the questions, the only thing I'm asking you, the decision I need you to help the jury make, is to get to the truth.
Correct.
That's all I'm asking you. You understand that?
I do.
Okay. I'm not asking you to make a case against anybody or anything else. Can we agree that your job is to tell us the truth?
Correct.
The whole truth?
And nothing but.
All right, let's go back to, you're from Alabama, is that right? Excuse me, Tennessee, I apologize. From Tennessee?
I'm from Tennessee.
Okay. And you are a
There's a big difference.
That's true. And you are a Tennessee fan, is that right?
I am.
And orange is your color, is that correct?
That is correct.
And how many, in your small town, how many people know your family?
A good number. I'm amazed at times at how many people are there that I do not know. But again, because we have an Air Force base, there's a lot of people that come and go.
And your grandfather was well known in the community?
Correct.
Was he involved in law enforcement?
He was.
Tell the jury about that, please.
All of my young life, childhood life, up to my probably 20s, my grandfather was either the chief of police in Tullahoma or the sheriff of Coffee County, which Tullahoma is in Coffee County.
Do you have respect for law enforcement?
Very much so.
Do you understand that they have a hard job to do some days?
I do that.
Even when they're investigating a former lover for murder?
I do.
Now, if I asked you if you were a fan of Detective Hayes and Detective Pope, which one would you be less of a fan of? Again, honesty is what I'm after.
Okay. Who would I be less a fan of?
Yes.
Sergeant Pope.
If I asked you to say between Sergeant Pope and Detective Hayes, which was the good cop and which was the bad cop when they talked to you?
Detective Hayes was the good cop.
Do you remember Detective Hayes here?
I did not recognize him, but yeah.
Are you married?
No, I am not.
Are you divorced?
Yes.
How long were you married for?
36 years.
36?
I think.
When did that marriage end?
The divorce was final in 2012.
Did your former wife work in the court system at all?
She did. She was a court reporter.
And how long did she do that?
I think 32 years.
Did you have some idea from your family connections and from your former wife's job about the legal system or the legal community?
Probably not as much as you would think, because I was never involved in anything with going to court or anything like that. My grandfather being the local police chief and the sheriff, I was single digits teenager when he did most of that. And then my wife, when she was a court reporter,
for those interested, this stream will still be going, but the garden stream will be starting very soon. So if you're watching this, Emily, keep an eye out for the garden stream that's about to come soon. Right now, resuming this one. This one will stay on though.
My biggest job was delivering transcripts back to people.
Sure. Never thought you'd be in the middle of a murder trial testifying as a witness, did you?
Never in my entire life.
Do you want to be here?
Not at all.
You understand why you're here, though, right?
I do.
Are you an outdoorsman?
I am.
Tell the jury, what are your hobbies when it comes to hunting, fishing, things like that?
Hunting.
What type of hunting do you do?
Almost all is deer hunting, whitetail.
How avid of a hunter are you?
Some would say very.
Do you ever travel to other states to hunt?
I do.
We talked about Kansas.
Kansas, Colorado, Texas, Idaho, Montana, Canada, Mexico. You want more?
Sure. Where else have you traveled?
New Mexico, Florida, South Florida.
Mainly deer hunting.
Deer, elk, antelope, waterfowl, quail, dove.
Do you use firearms and a bow?
I do hunt with a bow some, yes.
Do you use one more than the other?
No. Bow season for me is very short, and I don't use it a whole lot. But the rest of the time, I'm generally a muzzle loader and rifle hunter.
Do you have any experience being connected to a farm?
My other grandfather, not the chief of police, my daddy's dad, they lived across the street from us, or we lived across the street from them, however you want to look at it. And he had probably a couple 100-acre farm, ran about 80 Black Angus cows, and they had a little country store.
Did you have a farm at some point?
I did. I inherited my mother's farm and with my sister, and had it for a few years.
And how big was that?
115 acres.
What did the farm do? Produce anything, or was it animal farm or crops?
When my mom and her husband had it, they raised cows also. And then after my sister and I inherited it, I had one of the neighbors got to cut hay off of it. It was a hill farm, pretty steep hill. And the rest of the time it was, just a place for me to go deer hunting.
Are you a person that can basically build a house from scratch?
No.
Do you have any skills in carpentry or anything like that?
In what?
Carpentry, building things?
Not very good at it. I would be more a framer than a finished carpenter.
Have you ever tried to build a house or add on to a house or doing construction?
My dad and I one time built a 20 by 20. We called it a barn, but it wasn't perfect.
How about farm equipment? What can you use?
The only thing that I ran down at the farm was a small Ford tractor.
Okay. What size? Do you remember?
I do not remember the model.
Old type of tractor or more common new tractor?
It was like
wheels narrow up front or wide?
I'm sorry?
The wheels in the front, were they close together or wide?
You didn't run it close together. You didn't run a tricycle on a hill farm.
Okay.
So they were wide, yes. It was about a 95 model.
How about RTVs? You ever used an RTV, drive an RTV?
I have.
Do you own any?
I do not. I never have.
Any side-by-sides?
No.
Do you ever use those things during hunting?
No. Now, when you're saying I have a four-wheeler.
Okay, let's talk about that. What type of four-wheeler do you have?
It's a 1997 model Honda 200.
Do you take that hunting with you?
I have, but not in several years.
Anytime that you're hunting, do you ever use a four-wheeler or something like that to move deer?
Yes, I have tied a deer to the back of the four-wheeler and drug it.
When you said tied, how do you tie it?
Just with a rope to the luggage rack.
Nothing fancy, something simple just to move it?
Yeah.
Do you have a truck?
I do.
What kind of truck do you have?
Ford F-150.
Do you have a motorcycle?
I do.
What type of motorcycle do you have?
I have a Harley.
Which brand or model is it? Which model is it?
A Road King.
How long have you been riding motorcycles?
All my life.
Something you like to do?
Since I was 14, I should say. That's when I got my license.
Is that something you like to do?
It is. Not as much so in the last few years.
Do you own any guns?
I own a bunch of guns.
Tell the jury, if you would, what type of guns that you have. Is the list too long? I think as you're saying, you said to law enforcement.
Okay, I was going to say, can you say that? Yes.
Yes,
The
you can.
list is too long.
I think when law enforcement asks you about guns,
I couldn't even rattle them all off if you wanted me to, but I could tell you a good number of them.
Roughly about how many do you have?
I don't know now. I probably have 40.
And out of the 40, how many of those are handguns?
Probably 6, 8, maybe 10. I don't know.
Did you ever talk to the defendant about how sometimes bullets and guns are tested?
Not that I recall.
You don't remember doing that?
No, sir.
Where were your guns in 2018? Where were your guns stored?
They would have been in a storage building in my gun safes, except for the 1 or 2 that might have been in my pickup truck.
When law enforcement came and talked to you about this case, did they ask you where your guns were?
To the best of my recollection, yes, they did.
They were interested in your guns, were they not?
They were.
And they asked you where the guns were at?
I don't remember them asking them about being in the storage building in a gun safe, but I think they just asked me what I had and if I had any, I guess basically with me. And I told them that I didn't have any on my person, but that I had, I think, a couple in my truck.
You had 2 in your truck, I believe. Is that right?
I think that's right, yes.
.357 revolver and a .40 caliber Glock?
Yes.
Did you voluntarily turn over or give the .357 to law enforcement in this case?
I did.
And did you know that gun was tested or looked at by the GBI?
I didn't know that, but I kind of figured it was. That's why they got it.
Do you remember telling law enforcement about how many people knew where your guns were at?
I'm sorry?
Do you remember saying only 2 people remembered or knew where your guns were at? Yourself and I believe your daughter?
I don't remember saying that, no, sir.
Were they kept somewhere else besides your house?
Yes. Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
I did not keep any. I lived at my daughter's house at the time. I was in between houses, and I did not keep any guns in the house because her husband was not a gun person and was fearful of them, and so I kept them. And I had 3 gun safes, still do, and I kept them in the storage building. I don't know, a few miles down the road, and so all the guns were in there except, I guess, those 2 at the time that were in a bag in the kind of the back floorboard of my truck.
Do you remember when law enforcement came up and executed a search warrant to look at your guns?
Actually, I don't think they had a search warrant. They did for the house, and I guess they were looking for guns.
That's fine. Do you remember them coming up looking for your guns?
Yes, I do.
Now, you're junior, Roy Barton Jr., is that right?
That's correct.
Your dad is senior?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, I know he's passed away. I'm not trying to go down that or anything, but did he have a lot of guns?
He had several. Most of them had been rolled down to me at this point.
Do you have pistols?
I think he had 3.
Were any of those a .38 special?
Not that I'm aware of.
Do you know where those guns were at in 2018?
I do not.
Do you remember telling law enforcement that they were in Martha Jane's house?
With that, yes. I mean, I thought you meant like specifically in the house. No, they would have been there at Martha's house. Yes.
Wherever they were at in the house, is that right?
Correct.
But you don't know exactly what pistols he had, is that fair?
No, he had a Colt Python, .357. He had a Browning .22, I think they called it a target pistol. And then he had gotten Martha Jane a pistol, and I really don't know what it was.
Had a .357?
I do not know.
I want to talk about Martha Jane. Who is Martha Jane Barton?
She is or was my dad's wife, second wife.
Stepmother?
Yes.
What year did they get married or come together?
1975,
And how long were they married?
until he passed away in 2014.
In 1975 from 2014, where did they live?
They lived in the house that I was raised in with my mom and dad on Avoca Road. And then a few years after they got married, they built a new house on what's Carter Blake Road, and that's Martha still lives there.
How old is Martha today?
I think she's 83.
How would you describe Martha?
A good woman, worked at the bank for 53 years, I think. She's in very poor health now. She's had all kinds of procedures and heart valve replacements.
She's had heart issues.
Yes.
Doesn't do well with stress.
No.
But in Tullahoma today, she lives still in the house.
Yes, she still lives in the house by herself.
Now, help explain to the jury the relationship between Martha Jane. Sometimes y'all refer to her as MJ. Is that right?
That's correct.
So the relationship between Martha Jane and the defendant.
Martha and Melody's mom were first cousins.
So the defendant would be second cousins to Martha.
I don't really know how all that
One level down.
Yeah, because
So
there's
related,
first cousin twice removed, and
sure, related by blood, but referred to as cousins. Is that?
yes,
And you would be the stepson of Martha Jane.
correct.
When it describe to the jury the relationship through the years and how close they were, the defendant and Martha Jane.
Very close. My dad, when he was alive, he was not much of anybody of a man that wanted to drive. Martha always drove, so anytime Martha needed to go basically anywhere, which most of the time was to go to Nashville to the heart doctor, Melody would come up and get Martha and then drive her to Nashville to the doctor, and did that off and on for years.
Would you describe the defendant's relationship with Martha Jane more akin to a mother-daughter?
Very much so.
If you could say, who does the defendant love the most in the world, where would Martha Jane be on that?
Very high on that list.
Would you describe Martha Jane as a God-fearing lady?
I didn't understand.
Would you describe Martha Jane as a God-fearing lady?
Very much so.
A Christian?
Yes.
She didn't know about your sexual affair with the defendant, did she?
I don't think so.
Would that have broken her heart?
I don't know. Probably.
She'd been disappointed in you?
Yes.
The two of you hid it from her, didn't you?
Yes.
Through the years, how often would the defendant come and see Martha Jane?
Are you talking like 30 years ago up to now or then?
Yeah, what I want you to do is to explain to the jury, some relatives see each other once a year, family reunions. Some relatives
Right.
never see each other for 5 years. Some relatives never see each other at all. How often would the defendant come up and physically be involved in Martha Jane's life?
That I do not know, because I didn't always know even when she would come up. I mean, she would come up and do things, and and I wouldn't know it.
Would it be more than occasional?
Yes, I would think so.
So a common event for the defendant?
I would think so.
A lot, I guess, is another way to say it.
That's a relative question, so I don't know. Again, I didn't know every time that she came up through the years. Sometimes it might be weeks later, my dad would say that Melody had been up.
When they would see each other, would the defendant come to Martha Jane's house or home?
Yes.
And would she be family and have access to the home?
Yes.
Come and go as she please?
Yes.
Full access to everywhere in the house?
Yes.
Could even come to the house when Martha Jane's not there?
Yes.
Did the defendant help Martha Jane with her property and things in her house?
She did.
I want to talk to you about the defendant. You see Melody Farris here in court today.
I do.
Describe something she's wearing and point her out for the record, please.
Glasses on top of her head, gray jacket, black top.
Just point to where she's at, please. Now let the record reflect the witnesses identify the defendant.
All right, sorry.
Is it awkward being here in court in front of her?
It's awkward being in court, period. So yes.
When it comes to your feelings for the defendant at this moment, how much love do you have for her?
Don't know that that's a measurable item.
That's what you have to do in court, sir. Tell me how much love you have for her right at the moment.
I do not know.
Do you love her?
I do not know.
But you did love her in the past, correct?
Correct.
You were in love with her, fair to say?
Yes.
And she was in love with you, fair to say?
Yes.
Now, you've had an opportunity to listen to some of your recordings in this case. Is that true?
I have.
And you know that there are recorded jail calls and other calls with you and the defendant?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury, did y'all have a special kind of words or codes or terms of endearment that you would use with each other?
I'm assuming that you're thinking about some of them. Yeah, we did.
Like what were some of those phrases y'all would share all the time on the phone or when you talk?
One of them would be all.
A-L-L, all,
Yes.
right?
Uh-huh.
What does that mean? At the time when you were still together,
Yes. Yeah.
are you telling this jury today that y'all are not together, right?
Correct.
At the time, even after the arrest, when you were still together, what did all mean?
It meant, and it kind of started back when Dad got sick and Martha was having the heart surgery. You know, don't know what we would have done without Melody being up there taking care of Martha, because then I was having to take care of Dad. And so we talked most of the time. We talked several times every day, and it was, okay, we got this, get started, do the day, you know.
To encourage one another, maybe?
Yeah, just, you know, okay, you take care of this, I'll take care of that, and we get through the day.
Would that encapsulate for better or for worse?
No.
It wouldn't?
No, it was not I wouldn't put it as an emotional love you kind of thing. It was a let's go tackle the day kind of thing.
But you would say that to her and she would say that to you during this investigation and after the arrest. Is that true?
It is.
So it applied to this situation.
It means just handle the day. Do what's got to be done.
So my question is,
strong.
My question is, yes or no, it does apply to her murder charges?
I think it applies to the whole thing. I wouldn't say specifically the charges.
But her situation in 2018,
Yes.
2019.
The situation.
Right, when she's been arrested for murder, y'all are saying all to each other, right?
Correct.
How about, did you ever say the word forward? Tell the jury what forward would mean when you would say it to one another.
Forward is a very similar thing to all. It just keep moving forward, keep going, get things done, handle what life throws at you.
How about, would she ever say she wants your hand on her waist?
She did.
What does that mean?
At my father's funeral, she came up and we were standing by the casket, and you know, everybody comes by and you hug and thank them and all that, and we were just standing there, and I put my hand on her waist. It was kind of it was a strength for me to get through the day.
And she has said that to you after being arrested for murder. Is that accurate? What age did you meet the defendant? How old was she?
The first time I met her,
I think you met her when she was 15,
that would probably be about right.
1975?
Correct.
Where did y'all meet?
At Dad and Martha's wedding.
Really? And what did you think of her when she was 15?
I don't even remember.
Do you remember when her and Gary got together? Because they got together young, I believe. So at 15, how close were you with her during her teenage years and the early years?
Not at all.
Not at all?
Not at all.
Just kind of knew of her? You just knew of her?
Yes.
How often would you see her? I'm going to get to 2014, but before then, how often would you see her?
Rarely. Very rarely.
Now, how smart is the defendant?
I don't know.
Is she smart or not smart?
Well, I would consider her smart, yes.
Would you consider her hardworking?
Yeah, very.
She didn't suffer a slacker, did she? She didn't like lazy people.
She was not a slacker, no.
She didn't like lazy people, did she?
No.
Would you describe her as a take charge person?
Yes.
Would you describe her as a person that gets things done?
Yes.
In fact, that's what you told law enforcement, right?
I'm assuming I did, or you wouldn't have asked.
Is she a planner? Someone makes plans?
I would say yes.
Does she have a backbone?
Yeah, she does.
In fact, believe in 2014, you first talked about it. How much did she help with Martha Jane and your father during that time?
Oh, she was an absolute tremendous help. I don't know what we would have done without her. One time she was up, and of course, Dad and Martha both. I mean, Dad had a stroke, went in the hospital, then went in the nursing home, and he never came home. And Martha, then during that period of time, had tests and then heart valve replacement. And one of the things that happened was the sewer system backed up and flooded the house, and she met with the septic tank people to get it cleaned out. So,
She gets things done, doesn't she?
yes,
She gets her hands dirty, doesn't she?
yes.
All right, let's look at March of 2014. Why is that month and year significant in the context of you and the defendant?
Say it again.
March 2014.
That probably would be when Dad went in the hospital. I didn't remember that month exactly.
Okay, and that's when the defendant came up to Tennessee, is that right?
Yes. She was already there, actually. When Dad had his stroke, her and Martha were, at the time, were already in Nashville at the doctor's office.
And then kind of later on, a couple months later, I think it was in September 2014, was it not, that things changed between friendship to romance?
I do not recall not even the month.
Do you recall the year? Was it in 2014?
Yes.
Tell the jury how that happened. What was going on?
We were just in close contact with each other, almost day in, day out, trying to handle everything, and we became a thing.
So your relationship with her started in 2014.
Yes.
Did you know she was married?
I did.
Did you know she was married to Gary?
I did.
And I'm not asking for details or anything, but you two were intimate during this relationship?
We were.
And so you would know whether or not she has any tattoos on her?
I would.
Tell the jury what tattoos she has.
She has a red heart and the Roman numerals XO.
XO tattoos on her, right?
Yes.
And those tattoos represent you, do they not?
No, they do not.
They don't?
No, sir, they do not.
Who do they represent?
They do not represent anybody.
But you were with her when she got those tattoos, right?
I was.
And y'all went to the tattoo parlor shop together and got them?
We did.
So you were there when she got them?
Correct.
And y'all both like to drink Crown Royal, is that right?
That is correct.
And so you're with her when she gets the tattoos, then she gets the tattoos, and it is both of the drinks that you like. Is that right?
Yes, the XO is for the Crown Royal XO. That's
How about her phone having XO in it for you? Do you know anything about that?
No, I didn't know that.
Do you know if she's ever referred to you or the number for you as being XO?
I do not recall that.
You didn't know that or don't know that?
I do not recall that, so I don't know whether it...
How many times do you think you and the defendant, and again, I'm not trying to get into the list of details or anything like that, but you two would rendezvous at a certain place, is that right?
Yes.
What city would you both meet up at?
Dalton, Georgia.
And Dalton was about 106 miles from Tullahoma, your home, is that right?
Yeah.
Takes about an hour and 45 minutes to get there?
Roughly, yes.
Did you know it's about 80 miles from her former home in Cherokee County?
I just kind of figured it was about halfway.
Takes about an hour and a half from her house to get there, is that right?
That I don't know.
But I guess the point is, why y'all were meeting Dalton is because it was halfway between the houses.
Right.
And when you met in Dalton, there's a certain exit that you would meet at.
Correct.
What exit was that?
333.
333. What hotels would you stay at there?
Mostly the Super 8.
How many years were y'all meeting up there? From 2014 to 2018?
Yes.
Who would pay for the rooms for y'all two?
I would.
Always?
Always.
Why is that?
Just what I do.
Explain that to me. Why?
I always thought the man paid for things.
In the beginning, I think, did y'all meet there monthly?
Oh, I don't remember how often and when and that. I'm
But
sure there's records, but I don't.
Did it progress to meeting weekly?
At times.
Did you meet more than one time during the week?
It's possible that we did. I do not recall that we did, but
You wouldn't dispute if
no,
that was the case?
No. I mean, again, I know there's records. So.
Did you ever ask her when y'all were meeting up, what is she telling her family why she's not there? Did you ever ask her?
I don't think so.
You never asked her what excuse or what are you telling them when you're coming to meet me? You never got curious to ask her how she's doing this? Not one time?
No. I'm trying to think how to say it. She could go and come as she pleased, and so she was very open to get to leave home and be gone and come back. Nobody kept tabs on her.
She wasn't a prisoner in her home, is what you're saying.
Not at all.
My question, though, is if you're meeting weekly and you're having an affair, are you not worried about her husband going, where is my wife? Did that not ever pop up or y'all talk about it?
No, it didn't. I guess we did talk about it, but I think she got to do her thing and he did his thing, and I don't think they didn't keep tabs on each other.
Right, but you're not trying to tell this jury that y'all were having an open relationship.
And I guess I'm saying that they did.
From based on what?
What she said.
What she says?
Yes.
So were y'all open at the wedding, Emily's wedding, going around openly engaging in a romantic relationship at Emily's wedding? Is that what you're telling the jury?
I don't recall us being very openly romantic at the...
Right, that's the point. You weren't, correct?
I don't think so. I mean, we might have sat at the same table at times and we might have danced together, but I wouldn't call us. I did that with other people there too.
Sure. My question is, you weren't being openly romantic in front of her family at Emily's wedding, were you?
No, I wouldn't think so.
That's because y'all were hiding the relationship, right?
Yes.
Now, you had a girlfriend named Christina Grant, I think in 2017. Is that right?
I did.
And you were hiding the relationship that you had with Melody from her?
Correct.
And she did something that you did not want her to do. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Tell the jury what she did.
She sent an email to Gary Farris, Melody's husband, telling him, I don't know exactly what it said because I never saw it, but telling him that Melody was having an affair with me or vice versa, however it was worded.
I think that was in October of 2017, would that be?
Yes, I think that's correct.
Now you just said on the stand that you never saw the email, but did you not see an email, a copy of the email that the defendant took on her phone from Gary's phone?
I could have, but I do not recall seeing it.
Judge, you might just have one more. But you did talk to Christina about the email she sent.
I did.
What did you tell her to do?
I don't remember what I told her to do. I just told her that what she had done was pretty stupid and she shouldn't have done that.
Did you not tell her that to tell Gary it was just a rumor? Do you remember telling Christina to get back in contact with Gary and let him know that it was just a rumor because he's a lawyer, he would understand a rumor?
I do not recall that, no, sir.
Were you concerned that because Gary was an attorney that he could drag her information and her lifestyle into a court?
Yes.
Do you recall telling Christina that he could bring you in and ask you about your sexual partners or things like that?
Say again.
Do you remember telling Christina that you were concerned that Gary could bring her in and ask her about her relationships with other people?
I do not recall that, but I could understand that I might have said that.
Do you remember what happened with the defendant when Gary got that information from Christina? What did she say to you?
What did Melody say to me?
Yes.
That Gary came into her room and told her that he had gotten that email.
And how did she feel about that? How did the defendant feel about Gary finding out from Christina?
I think she was just upset because Christina had done that.
Mad at Christina?
Yes.
Mad at you?
I don't think so.
She's very forgiving towards you?
I don't think at that point I'd done anything wrong.
When you would, through the years, communicate with the defendant, would you talk to her in person? Would you meet her face to face? We know about going up to hotels and meeting in Dalton, but outside of that, would you ever just go and do things with her, go out to eat or do other things?
Yeah, sometimes when she would come to town, we would go somewhere to eat or something.
And when you would talk to her, how many times a day, tell the jury, how many times a day would you talk to her on the phone, whether it's by voice or by text messages?
Off and on all day.
Almost every day?
Almost every day.
What was your pattern? What time of the day would y'all talk and how would you do it?
I didn't know there was a pattern. It was just random phone calls and random texts. I don't think there was a pattern.
Would you get up in the morning and call her?
Probably.
Would you call her through the day?
Mhm.
Would you call her in the evenings?
Or
So-
she would call me or whatever. Yeah.
So once you get up in the morning, would she be the first one you would call?
Not necessarily. I don't
Normally?
I don't know. I mean, that I don't know.
Would she be one of the first persons you would call?
Probably.
And during the day, how many times do you think you would call her during the day every day?
I cannot answer that question. I mean, I'm sure you have records and could tell every specification there is about it, but I couldn't answer that.
Was it less than 5 times or more than 5 times?
I'm sure it varied. I'm sure it was both.
And what things would y'all talk about?
Everything from the weather to the kids to the grandkids to Martha, Daddy. I mean, just life.
Now, I'm going to talk to you about July 10th of 2018. Do you remember when you had another interview with the sheriff's office and some people from the TBI?
On July the 10th?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Do you remember in July 2018
I do.
speaking with law enforcement?
I do, yeah.
Was there a time that when you were speaking to law enforcement that the defendant just kind of unannounced showed up?
She came into town, if that's what you're asking.
Yes, that's what I'm asking.
Okay, yes.
All right, tell the jury about the time she came into town when law enforcement was there.
I think that we had my attorney and myself had an interview with Detective Hayes, and I'm assuming since you said it that way that was the day that the TBI was there too. And I think after that meeting, when my attorney's office was downtown Tullahoma, so after that I left and went to Martha's house to check on her to see how she was doing, and then on my way back to town, I noticed that Melody was behind me.
What vehicle was she in?
The Mercedes.
She had not told you she was coming up, correct?
Correct.
It was a surprise, right?
Yes.
Unannounced, would you say?
Yes.
And she was there because of why?
I guess because I was with the police.
What did she ask you?
What did they say?
What did you tell her?
I'm assuming whatever they said. I don't remember what conversations we had.
What else did she say to you?
Don't remember exactly, but I would say, why are you here?
And did she give you any instructions or anything to say or not say to them?
No.
She tell you not to talk to law enforcement?
Probably. I don't remember that for a fact, but
But has she told you through this case not to talk to law enforcement?
yes. No, not to talk to them, but I mean, I'm not going to run and hide, but just don't sit down and have a conversation with them. Be polite.
So you're saying she did not tell you to stop talking to law enforcement?
Okay, there's talking to somebody, and then there's telling them, answering questions, and that I think that's what was meant.
So tell me that. You're telling me that she told you not to answer questions of law enforcement?
That was my assumption of what it meant, yes.
She didn't want you to give law enforcement anything that could be used against her, right?
You don't want nothing to be used against.
Just he can answer. He's not speculating. He talked to her and had face-to-face conversations.
He doesn't know what she was thinking, so he can answer what she said and maybe how he interpreted it.
Go ahead and answer the question.
Sir?
You can answer the question. Did she talk to you and tell you not to talk to law enforcement because they were trying to get information on her?
I don't think it was spread out verbatim like that. It was just, don't talk.
I mean, it wasn't about anything else except the murder case, right?
Correct.
It didn't have any. I mean, there's no other reason you're talking to law enforcement, is there?
No.
Gary was found on July 5th of 2018. There's a calendar right there. Do you see that Thursday, July 5th, 2018?
I do.
And almost a year later, on June 18, 2019, the defendant was arrested. And you know that, don't you?
I do.
How do you know that?
I'm the one that carried her to the police station, turned her over to the police.
Because she was staying with you in Tullahoma?
No, she was not staying with me. We were together, having lunch.
Physically present with her that day, right?
Sir?
You were physically with her that day?
I was, that afternoon, yeah.
She was in your vehicle?
She was.
And y'all had been together for how many days?
We had not been together for days. We had just left that afternoon to go, we were going to go have something to eat and then go someplace else, like Franklin or something.
So you're trying to say you were not socializing or hanging out or being together as a couple during this time?
Well, we were going to go have lunch, a late lunch, so I would, however you want to word that, yes.
Well, how many days was she there before she got arrested?
Several.
How many several? Are we talking days or weeks?
A week or 10 days.
And how many times out of the week or 10 days did you see her?
I do not recall.
Probably every day, wasn't it?
I wouldn't think so.
The day of the arrest, you actually, when she was in the car, you brought her to the police department, I believe?
I did.
And then after she was arrested, you talked to her on the phone numerous times, is that right?
What time frame were we talking about?
In June and July and other dates after she was arrested? Now, I want to go from, how many times do you think you talked to her by phone? Let's go from July 4th of 2018, the 4th of July to, let's just go after the arrest, October 31st of 2019. So from 4th of July in 2018 to Halloween in 2019. How many times do you think you talked to her on the phone? There's roughly 484 days during that time period. How many times do you think you talked to her on the phone?
A lot.
What is a lot?
I don't know. You have the number, I don't.
More than the number of days?
I'm sure.
How many text messages do you think you shared with her during that time?
You have the numbers, I do not.
How many times do you think you said, I love you, or something all or for to her during that time?
Every day, probably. Or every day we talked.
Because you were there to help her, right?
Of course.
You loved her, right?
Yes.
You were supporting her, right?
I was.
You're going to do what you can to help her out of this fix, right?
I was.
In 2018, when they talked to you about the case, the first time that law enforcement talked to you, I think it was the TBI that came out on July 6th. That was a Friday of 2018.
Correct.
Do you remember how many phones and phone numbers you told law enforcement that she had?
I do not.
Do you remember when you met with them again, changing that number or giving more information?
I do remember changing it. I don't remember what was said.
After the first interview, you gave information that she did have a burner phone. Is that right?
That's your terminology. I don't use the terminology of burner phones. Both of her phones were, I would call a straight talk, that you actually purchased the minutes for. So,
would it be fair to say that one of the phones she used almost exclusively for you?
I do not know that.
And the other phone she used for public or other people?
I assumed that, yes, but I do not know that. Those they were her phones.
So her regular phone is one. Is that fair?
Say that again?
She has a regular phone, and then she had this other phone?
I think they were pretty well both identical. So.
Okay. But you didn't give law enforcement the other phone number the first time, right?
I don't know. I mean, I did not. I mean, I don't know the phone numbers. They were all in my phones.
Now, at some point when you met with law enforcement during this, you and your attorney, Bobby Carter, met with them and cooperated. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then when you met with them, you actually agreed to record calls between you and the defendant. Is that right?
That is correct.
And they actually gave you a recorder to record calls. Is that correct?
They did.
And you would actually try to do that at certain points?
I tried.
You tried to record some calls with her. And
With
that's
the
because
recorder, yes.
it was told to you, not only by your attorney, but during the conversations, that it's in your best interest to do that?
Yes,
And you want to help yourself, is that true?
absolutely.
But at some point, law enforcement had to come back to you and ask you about the recorder, didn't they?
They did.
And they had to ask you about the recorder because you actually told her about the recorder and recording the calls, right?
I did.
So let me get this straight. You want to help yourself because of the situation, and you agreed to record the phone calls with her, but you tell her you're recording the phone calls, right?
I did.
So she knew she was being recorded, is that correct?
Well, she knew that I tried. I never was successful at it.
Yeah, she knew you were recording the calls, right?
I never was successful at it.
I understand that because you told her, but she knew she was being recorded, right?
I told her that I had a tape recorder that Detective Hayes gave me, and that I was told and asked to try to record our phone calls.
And in fact, there was a conversation between you two that she said, didn't you say they were recording calls? And you were telling her, no, you were lying to her.
That's right.
And then they gave you after they confronted you about the recorder, you weren't forthcoming to tell them, oh, by the way, I did tell her. You lied to them, didn't you?
I did.
You told them you weren't recording. You didn't tell her you had the recorder, right?
You're correct.
And then they had Calios, the software on your phone that would record calls without having a recorder. Would that be fair?
Yes.
And you recorded a lot of those calls, right?
The way I understood how this worked, they put something on my telephone, and I mean, it was very odd the way it came through, but it came through, and then I would answer the phone, but at the same time, every phone call that I got from her through this system, also went directly to Detective Hayes.
Right.
And then I'm assuming was also recorded.
And counsel's going to ask you about those calls and what was recorded on those. But you agree with me that when they started doing the recordings on the Calios, that system, that was after you told her about the recorder, right?
Yes, yeah. We went to that system after we tried the tape recorder.
All right, help me on this timeline. She's arrested June 18th, 2019. This calendar's not up there. June 18th, 2019. And then on June 25th, 2019, you come back to talk to law enforcement with your attorney to give some more information, right?
Okay, you lost me. Say that again.
The last conversation you had with law enforcement, the last recording, you recanted the statement you given earlier.
That was not the last time that I was with law enforcement. That was the next to the last time, I think.
Okay. In June of 2019, after the defendant was arrested,
right,
you did have a conversation with law enforcement. Is that correct?
Yes, I think they came back the next week.
Okay. That next week, when you're talking to law enforcement, getting back to phones, did they not ask you if you ever met with the defendant in person and talked around the phones? Do you remember that?
I do.
And you told them, yes, we did meet in person and we did talk around the phones, right?
Correct.
So y'all were outside of law enforcement talking about the case so they couldn't hear it. Is that fair?
Mm-hmm.
And then they just took one more step and they asked you, did you have new phones? I call them burners. You may not like that term, but they asked you if you had other phones. Is that true?
Yes, it is.
And they asked you, did you talk about the case outside of the other phones that we had that we can listen to? And you said, yeah.
Yes.
So, is it not true that you were telling her the recording, I'm talking to them, don't say anything that can incriminate yourself?
No, that's not true.
It's not true.
I didn't say that.
Not one time?
No, sir.
It wasn't even implied one time?
Nope.
So why are you having these other phones to talk outside of the phone calls?
I wanted to make her comfortable so I could find out if there was anything that wasn't known.
You want to make her comfortable? So you just had to go buy these other burner phones so law enforcement didn't know that y'all were talking?
Correct.
You agree that's suspicious, right?
Of course it is.
And you're doing it, correct?
I did.
With a woman charged of murder and burning her own husband, right?
I wanted to know.
But you didn't tell law enforcement until they pulled it out of you, right?
You're not going to put a banner up. I tried to find out. I wanted to know.
I'm going to come back to some of these phone calls. But I want to talk about when you were... Let me try to step it back and lower things just a little bit. When you were in the relationship with the defendant, you did or have some future plans to be together?
It was talked about. No plans.
No plans?
No plans.
None.
No specific plans.
Did the defendant tell you that Gary was sick?
Yes.
Tell the jury what she told you, what ailment he had.
My understanding was it was esophageal cancer.
Throat cancer.
Yes.
And you had somebody, a friend, a young man that had died from that?
That's correct.
What did she describe he would do because of this? What things would happen to him?
He would throw up blood.
She'd have to change the sheets and things like that?
I'm assuming, yeah.
I mean, did she tell you she'd
I don't
have to do
remember
that?
that specifically, but yeah.
Did she tell you she'd have to take care of him because he was throwing up?
Yes.
And she'd have to clean it up?
Yes.
And it was really bad?
I don't remember the extremity of it, but
Well, was there the thought that she told you that he could die?
yes.
And that it could be soon?
Again, I don't remember a time frame on it, but
All right.
yeah.
But you did have a plan that when he died from a natural death that y'all would hang out for about 6 months and see how things went before you started dating or getting together.
That number was said. It was actually a response to actually Detective Hayes.
So that was a plan, 6 months or so, and see how it went?
It's not a plan. It was just a speculation, a spot.
But you did that to let things settle after Gary passed, right? That was the plan.
It was not a plan. There was not a lot of detail about it. And the 6 months came, I repeated what Detective Hayes had said.
And you said that was so the family could see how the family responded to the relationship. Is that true?
I don't know. Did I say that?
That's what I'm asking. Do you remember saying that?
I don't know. I don't recall that.
Do you recall searching for wedding bands on the internet?
I do.
What type of wedding bands did y'all have in mind? Let's not say a plan, but what type of idea did y'all have and what type of wedding bands did y'all want?
We talked about plain gold bands.
To the degree that you would have these wedding bands, even if you weren't married, you would kind of go through the motions and hold yourself out like that, right?
Correct.
You don't think that's a plan?
I don't think it's a hardcore plan.
You just don't want to say plan, right?
That's your words, not mine.
No, sir. You had plans for wedding bands, and you searched for wedding bands, right?
I did search for wedding bands.
In fact, in June 28, 2018, you were searching for wedding bands for her, right?
Probably. Could have been Christina, but probably. Because I also looked up black diamonds too.
So it could have been for Christina?
Sir?
For Christina?
Uh-huh. Did you see that?
When you talked to law enforcement, the first time you talked to was July 7th, 2018 with the TBI. Do you remember that one?
It was not July 7th.
July 6th. I apologize. July 6th? That Friday?
Yes.
So on July 6th of 2018, you talked to the TBI. Agent Simmons, Agent Williams?
I remember the name Agent Simmons. I do not remember the lady agent's name.
Describe the agents for us. We've met them today, but describe, what do you remember about them?
I don't know, very, very professional. She, towards the end, she came across a little hard, but Simmons was very professional and very, not a problem at all. And I think there was a Coffee County Sheriff's deputy there too.
Oh, was there?
I think so.
And then the second time was July 10th of 2018. I think y'all met at your attorney's office, is that right?
That's right.
And the TBI agents were there, but also Sheriff's Office? Detective Hayes, Detective Pope?
Yes. Not Coffee County.
Right, but from Cherokee County?
Yes.
And they came up on July 10th?
Yes, I think that's right.
So, what day is that? Is that Tuesday?
Tuesday, yes.
All right, so July 6th is Friday and then Tuesday. So those are the first 2 times that you talked to law enforcement about the murder, is that right?
Right.
And those were, the first one was not very long, but the 10th, I think y'all talked for hours, is that correct?
Every one of them seemed like hours.
Long to you, were they not?
Yes, they were.
Very uncomfortable?
Yes.
Don't want to do it again?
Ever.
But you weren't forthcoming in all your answers, were you?
I didn't know my name.
But you knew enough to talk for several hours, though. Would you agree with that?
I don't think I talked for several hours.
But you did give information.
I might have been questioned for several hours, but I don't think I talked for several hours.
You did give information each time you talked to them, right?
I'm assuming I did.
And you didn't tell the whole truth in the beginning, did you?
Don't think so.
Well, you know you didn't tell the truth. It's a lot easier if you just come out and say it. You didn't. You go with the TBI, how they treated you. You didn't necessarily like how the sheriff's office treated you.
Correct.
And that was because the demeanor of Sergeant Pope.
That is true.
Tell the jury how he was with you.
Very aggressive, vulgar, pushy, finger stuck up to my nose. I would back up. He would pull forward. I would back up. He would pull forward. Did that 3 times once. I had to ask him. Actually, I think I asked Detective Hayes to have Pope leave the room.
Yeah. And how big are you, sir?
Sir?
How tall and how much do you weigh at the time in 2018?
Well, 6'3". I'm assuming that I'm still 6'3" and was then. I don't know. I'm probably in the 250 range.
Around 250. I think you went to the doctor and weighed one morning about 240 something. But do you remember what size Sergeant Pope was?
I wouldn't classify him as a great big fella.
And he never hit you, did he?
No, he never did hit me.
He never put a finger on you, did he?
He was very close. So I don't know if he touched me or not.
Well, I mean, he shook your hand, I assume, that day.
Well, yeah, but that's different.
But he didn't threaten to hurt you.
I think you're talking aggression.
Sure, he didn't threaten to hurt you or strike you or harm you or anything like that.
No.
Just was bad cop.
Yes.
I mean, got to cussing at you.
Yes.
Talked about death penalty, things
Yes.
like that. Talked about murder cases, right?
Mm-hmm.
Put the fear in you. Fair to say?
Mm-hmm.
You're doing pretty good. You're going to say yes or no.
Sir?
You're going to say yes or no. Not.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I should know that.
It's all right.
It's all right. You've done pretty good until now.
Yeah, you haven't. You don't do this every day. I mean, at one point he talks about the serious nature of the case, and they expose you to how serious of a case this is. Is that fair?
Yes.
And do you understand when someone's murdered and then burned, that is aggravating under the law? That is very serious.
Do not know the terminology, but it is serious, yes.
Would you agree murder's one thing, but then burning the body is also adding to that?
Of course, yes.
So we're not talking about jaywalking or speeding. This is serious. And at one point they came with, I guess, fake arrest warrants or some type of warrants for you for two charges?
There was a arrest warrant given to me. I just immediately gave it to my attorney.
Right. A physical piece of paper.
Correct.
but not have been issued into the computer or signed by a judge. They just said, here's the things we're looking at with you,
The way
right?
I understood that it was an unsigned arrest warrant.
And do you remember what those charges were?
I do not.
Conspiracy and then concealing, do you remember?
No, sir, I do not.
But you do remember they presented you with an arrest warrant.
Correct.
You didn't like that, did you?
Well, no, I was scared to death.
Sure. Your attorney, Bobby Carter, after July 6th, so I think it's going to be July 10th of 2018, July 24th of 2018, and then June 25th of 2019. When you met, your attorney was with you during the whole time, right? Outside the first time.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, and he's a good guy, very smart guy, right?
Bobby?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, a good man.
Yes.
And he's actually a judge up there now, correct?
Correct.
So he knows what he's doing, right?
I think so.
Yeah. I mean, you trusted him, correct?
I do.
You relied on him, right?
Yes.
And he would give you advice when this was going on, saying, I think this is in your best interest, or this is in your best interest, right?
It was, yes.
And that was putting on your mind of, I need to do some of these things, correct?
Yes.
So he was advising what he thought was in their best interest, and you agreed and did things for law enforcement, right?
We put a tap on my phone.
In fact, do you remember that during some of these meetings with law enforcement, y'all would be getting at it, and you'd have to stop and go out and meet with Bobby, and then y'all would meet and confer, and you come back in, and then y'all would talk more. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Because he'd have to talk to you, give you information, and then you would come and do certain things, right?
Bobby would try to calm me down.
Sure. I mean, an example would be, Ashley Pope confronted you about, where's your phone? If you're innocent, can we go through your phone? And you hesitated, correct?
I do not recall.
Do you remember going out, getting the phone after talking to your attorney, and then giving them the phone so they could try to dump the contents?
I do remember us giving them my phone and them trying to dump it in some electronic box there at Bobby's, and it didn't work.
But you had left your phone in the car when you were meeting with law enforcement, is that right?
I don't recall.
Now, during these meetings, some of them were just long. They were just long meetings, right?
Yes.
And you've had an opportunity to listen to some of these meetings?
Some of them, yes.
You go back and try to remember as much as you can, correct?
I tried.
And they can get aggressive. Y'all can get at it. Both sides. And Pope could go at you pretty good.
I don't remember both sides getting aggressive, but yes, Pope.
Oh, that's fair. Sergeant Pope could get aggressive with you.
Correct.
But they were pushing you because they felt like you weren't telling them everything. Is that
Yes.
fair?
Uh-huh.
And you were not telling them everything, right? You were holding
Well,
back.
it didn't, yeah.
Yeah. But then at the same time, did you listen to it? Could you hear? Y'all sit around and ate candy together. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all, I mean, I know you don't like watermelon because you didn't want watermelon during these meetings, correct?
Correct.
So during these heated meetings and when things are getting fierce, y'all could at the next moment get together and eat candy. So it just went up and down, right?
Mm-hmm.
Judge, this is a good. We can stop here. Stay right. We'll take 10. All right, go ahead. Thank you. All right, Mr. Clark, I want to talk about the interviews themselves. I have July 6th of 2018, I think it's a Friday. July 10th, 2018, which is a Tuesday. And then July 24th, 2018 is a Tuesday. And then August 2nd, 2018 is a Thursday. And June 25th, 2019. Do you have anything to write with, sir? Do you have anything to write with there or anything?
No, sir.
All right. So I'm going to begin with July 6th, 2018.
Okay.
Do you remember that to be meeting, I think, was it at your house? With the TBI agents?
Daughter's house, but
Daughter's
that's where I was living, so yes.
What do you remember about them showing up?
I was there alone upstairs in my bedroom. Heard, I don't remember, doorbell, knock on the door, dogs barking, something. Came out, I can look down onto the foyer and I could see several people walking away down the sidewalk. So I ran down the stairs and around through the kitchen and out into the garage and opened up the big garage door, and because they were out in the parking area.
And did you let them in your house to talk to you?
I did.
And did y'all have how would you describe the conversation?
Pleasant, professional. It was fine.
Did you know why they were there?
Well, not initially, but they told me.
What do you remember them asking you why, or saying why they were there?
They just said that, asked me did I know Gary and Melody Farris, and I said I did, and that they were, I don't remember exactly how it was worded, but basically that they were investigating a murder, and that Gary had been murdered, and then there was an attempt for a cover-up, and they just wanted to talk to me about my whereabouts.
Yeah. What, do you remember them asking you when was the last time that you talked to Melody?
I do not remember that, but
do you remember them asking whether it was a day ago, a week ago, a month ago, or a year ago? Do you remember that phraseology?
I think it was something like that, yes.
Do you remember saying maybe a week?
Well, I listened to the tape that you gave me, so yes.
Okay. So your answer on that day was the last time you talked to her was maybe a week?
Correct.
But you do agree with me, if you look at the calendar there, is it not true that you got July the 3rd, 4th, and 5th, Tuesday the 3rd going into Wednesday the 4th. You agree with me that there were 3 main phone calls that you had with the defendant that night going into the next day?
I do.
Why didn't you tell them about those?
I don't know.
They asked you when was the last time you saw her in person. Do you remember what your answer was?
I do not.
If it was last summer or last year, do you remember saying that?
I do not remember what I said. No, sir.
Let me ask you today, going back on that, there at your house on July 6, 2018, when was the last time you physically saw the defendant?
I do not recall.
You have any idea? I know you're saying you don't recall, but do you have any idea?
No, sir. But you do, so you can tell me.
You said you listened to the recording. Do you remember after they told you Gary had been murdered and they were asking you questions about Melody? Do you remember pausing for quite some time and then saying, I don't know what I should be telling you?
I remember hearing that.
So you wouldn't dispute if you heard yourself say that you did do that?
I wouldn't dispute anything that there's a recording of.
Why did you say, I don't know what I should be telling you? Why did you hesitate to tell law enforcement about the defendant?
I'm being interviewed by the TBI for a murder that I know nothing about. You don't say nothing.
Did you do the murder?
No, sir.
Where were you in July 3rd, 4th, and 5th of 2018?
You should have a copy of that chart that I made that tells, and I have a copy of it, but I don't have it with me.
I just want you to tell the jury where were you at.
Well, Tullahoma, my area.
Law enforcement got receipts and your phone records and showed you were not in Georgia, correct?
Correct. Even grocery receipts.
I think a video showing you getting groceries or something.
Sir?
A video showing you getting groceries?
Detective Hayes knows what my pasta salad recipe is now.
So if you didn't have anything to do with the actual murder, again, what would hesitate you to tell them what you did know?
If you don't know what you're talking about, keep your mouth shut.
But we've already established that you talked to the defendant over the 3rd and 4th for 3 phone calls, right?
Yes.
One of those was about 2 o'clock in the morning.
I think approximately. I don't know exactly.
Why did you give the defendant a credit card?
Because occasionally she said Gary would cut the credit cards off, and I didn't want her to just be stranded and not be able to, get gas or something to eat.
In 2018, in July, when they talked to you, were you still in a relationship with the defendant?
Yes.
Still sexual in nature?
Yes. But at that point, we had not seen each other in quite some time. This thing is echoing.
It's okay. But you were still having the affair, still ongoing.
We were still talking.
I think we argue over words. You were still in the same relationship you had been with her, right?
Just not physical.
She had your credit card?
She did.
Still talking every day, sometimes twice a day?
Yes.
And, pardon me, but during those conversations, y'all would talk about sex and everything else?
That's true.
Sounds like a relationship, right?
Not arguing that. No, I'm not. I'm not trying to. Yeah.
How much did the defendant like to clean?
A lot.
Is she a neat freak?
Yes.
Do you remember one of her friends by the name of Sherry?
Yes.
Did she spell her name differently?
Yes.
How does Sherry spell her name?
Don't know. I just remember that it was different.
It was different than normally spelled?
Yes.
Who was Sherry? Who is Sherry?
Just a friend of hers. I don't really know where Sherry came into the picture at, or even where she lived.
Did Sherry go to Emily's wedding?
Yes.
How close of friends were the defendant and Sherry?
At the time, pretty close.
Do you know how they would spend their time together?
No, not really. I mean, I know they spent time together, but I don't know what all they would do.
Did you go to Jamaica with the defendant?
I did.
When was that?
September of 17.
How long did y'all go?
About a week.
Where'd y'all go? What, do you remember the name of the resort?
Hito.
Excuse me?
Hito.
Hito? Mm-hmm. And do you know if the defendant has Sherry do anything with a credit card?
No, I don't know that.
What did she tell her children where she was at?
I don't know. Like I said, she could come and go as she pleased, so I don't, that was...
She could even go to Jamaica for 10 days or so and not question her whereabouts?
I'm assuming.
But you don't know what she said to her children? Again, I'm sorry, you're going to have to say yes or no.
I'm sorry, no.
I can see you, but for the record.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
No, I do not know what she said to them.
But was it a special occasion that y'all went to Jamaica?
It might have been my birthday.
Who paid for it?
I did.
July 10th. I'm going to move to that. So the next interview, July 10th of 2018. This is with the Sheriff's Office, Hayes and Pope, for the first time.
Okay.
When they came up and you met at the office, how did it start out?
I do not recall.
Do you remember reaching out to them through your attorney that you wanted to talk?
Do I remember reaching out to my attorney that...
Did y'all initiate the conversation with law enforcement?
I'm not understanding what you're asking.
Who asked who to come and talk? Did y'all ask the Sheriff's Office to come and talk?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
Yes.
And that was because you wanted to correct some lies that you said or deception?
Phone number.
Tell the jury about that.
Whatever phone number I had given, one of the phone numbers that I had given was incorrect, and I called Bobby Carter, my attorney, and told him, I said, I think I've got the right phone number. And, you know, and I think he actually called and gave it to the TBI agent, and then they came up at that point and then to meet us.
And it was during this interview that you finally told them about the other phone?
I'm assuming. I don't.
Did the defendant tell you that Gary had moved out for quite some time? That they had separated and he moved out?
I think that was like years before. I don't know any details on that at all.
When it came to what you knew of...
You're asking, did Melody move out? Or did
No,
Gary?
did Melody tell you that Gary had moved out of the home?
I do not remember that at all. No, sir.
When it came to the control of finances between the defendant and Gary, who controlled the finances?
According to her, Gary did.
And to what degree did he, according to her, control the finances?
100%.
But was she able to buy things or have things?
Anything she wanted.
Do you know why he controlled the money?
I do not.
Did you know about Ted Wiley?
I did.
She never said that Gary had ever abused her, physically done anything to her?
No.
Do you remember Sergeant Pope kind of giving you at one point during the interview on the 10th, he starts talking to you about goodwill and vibes, or good vibes. Do you remember that?
I do not.
Do you remember anything where Sergeant Pope kind of kicked it up a gear to try to get you to give more information?
I remember that he did that. I don't remember specifically when.
And do you know why he was doing that? What was it that you were doing that made him start pushing you more?
I have no idea.
Do you remember Elizabeth Williams from the TBI? You were asked the question, who bought the defendant's other phone? I call burner, you say other. Should they press you on, did you buy that phone? Do you remember your initial response?
I do not.
Do you remember admitting that you did buy the phone for her?
I do not.
Now, on July 10th, you haven't mentioned anything about the burn pile. Is that correct?
I don't know the time frame as to what was said when on that. I do not.
On July 10th, do you remember telling law enforcement that the last communication, not in person, but by text, that you had with the defendant was on July 5th when they were looking for Gary?
Yes.
Do you remember what that text was?
I think that's what it was. We're looking for Gary.
And respond ASAP?
You have it. I don't. I just remember it.
No reason to disagree if that was the message.
No.
So the last time that you say that you talked to her was by that text on the 5th, the morning of the 5th, right?
Yes.
So you might just have one. The second one, yeah. We'll get you the page. All right. At one point, law enforcement asked you when Gary was on the 10th, when Gary had been murdered, they asked you about a motive, and they asked you who has the most to gain out of this. Who did you say had the most to gain out of the death of Gary?
I don't recall.
In that context, they were asked about Chad Bruce.
Mm-hmm.
And do you remember telling law enforcement that Melody loves him to death?
I don't remember it, but you
Well,
obviously.
let me ask you independently. How does the defendant feel about Chad Bruce?
I think at the time she did.
Was Amanda's fiance at the time?
I don't know if they were engaged then or not.
But you know who that is, right?
Yes.
And you know who Amanda is?
I do.
And they're married now?
Yes.
And during this process, after the defendant was arrested, you met with Amanda quite some times, right?
They came up and got stuff from Martha out of the car. Yeah.
Talked to her on the phone or by text message?
I'm assuming, yeah.
Chad also?
Yes.
You don't remember who bought the burner phone and the second phone? You don't remember whether or not you told law enforcement you did or didn't?
You've lost me.
Okay.
Start
You don't- the second phone that Melody had. The question was asked who bought it. Do you remember what your answer was?
I do not.
Judge, may I approach the witness to refresh his recollection?
What am I looking at?
Talking about the phone. You read that line there.
This one, my words?
Yep.
Says,
Just read it to yourself, and then I'll ask you.
I will say yes.
I'm sorry. Read to yourself. It's just a legal rule. Just read it to yourself.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection of what your answer was? Who bought the second phone of hers?
I'm assuming that's what I said. So.
Please, back to you. Hold on.
All right. The way the rule works is they show you or is that better? They either show you or play you your statement.
Yes, sir.
All right. The question is, does that refresh your recollection? Does that make it come back to you anew that that's what your conversation was? If your answer is yes, then you can say, yes, I remember, and that's what I said. If it doesn't refresh your memory as to what you said, then you say, no, that did not refresh my memory as to what was said. All right.
Now, here's my question again. Who bought her second phone?
I do not know.
Okay. How much money did the defendant know that Gary would have in his ATM or bank account at times, like a month?
It varied.
And how much would he have?
I mean, it could be anywhere from a few hundred to a few $1,000s.
Was there times that there would be $40,000 deposited in the account, and then the next day most of it would be Gary would move it to something else,
That sounds familiar, yes.
and that he would have $500,000 to $600,000 a year that he would make?
Yes.
All right, I want to turn now to July 24th, 2018. Law enforcement comes back and meets with you again. Is that right?
Yes.
Is that because your attorney and you want to clarify something?
I do not recall that.
When they met with you, where did y'all meet again? Was it Bobby's office?
Yes, sir.
And that was about 2 to 3 hour meeting with them. Does that sound about right?
I do not know.
Do you remember at some point that during the meeting that you had to take a break with Bobby and go out and do some more talking?
Yes.
And that was because they were pressing you with information. Is that right?
Correct.
Pope didn't believe that you were telling him everything, and Hayes didn't believe that you were giving him all the information about those phone calls on the 3rd or the early morning of the 4th around 2 a.m., right?
Right.
They didn't believe that you were telling them everything that was said on those phone calls. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And they were pushing you to give more information.
Yes.
And because of that, you had to go stop and go talk to your attorney because you did have more information that you ended up telling them, right?
I stopped to go talk to my attorney because I was flipping out.
Okay. And after talking to the attorney, you did come back in and give them more information. Is that correct?
I came back in and told them something, yes.
I mean, you walked back in, right?
I did.
You opened your mouth and you told them the words, correct?
I did.
They didn't have to pull it out of you. You actually said what was going on.
Well, that's a matter of opinion as to pull it out of me when you are threatened the way I was.
And in your presence, Bobby, you were explaining that you were loyal to the defendant, correct?
I do not remember saying that, but
But you were there when your attorney was talking. Is that true?
Yes.
Right before.
Well, I think he talked to them without me, but now I could not swear to that one for sure. But I think they talked some without me.
At some point, though, you come back in, and it's you sitting there with your attorney, Detective Hayes is there, and Sergeant Pope's there. Is that true?
That's correct.
And now you're ready to come back and give them more information that you had not told them, right?
I'm ready to walk in and tell them something.
And you're going to tell them about a conversation that you had with the defendant on July 4th around 2 or 2:30 in the morning. Is that correct?
Correct.
In fact, you said it was the last part of the last conversation in that night. Is that right?
That's right.
And it was about Gary being in the burn pile.
That's what I said.
Tell the jury what you said the defendant told you during that conversation on July 4th, 2018.
I said that she said that, this is not going to be word for word, but that she said that Gary was on the burn pile, and I said, what? And she said Gary was on the burn pile, and I said, don't say nothing else to me. Something like that.
Would it refresh your recollection you can't remember the exact words?
No, sir.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at something to see if it does?
You're welcome to show it to me.
Judge, may I approach? Here's a transcript of the recording. Now, here's the rule. I'm going to hand it to you where it says R. Barton. Read it to yourself. I know. Read it to yourself, and then I'm going to ask you some questions. Don't read it aloud. Does that refresh your recollection?
Somewhat.
Judge, this time, if I can have the jury step out, I'm going to play it for him outside their presence.
I'll step out for a minute.
For defense counsel, this is going to be from Rusty, the file that I think it says Rusty and has his interviews. This is going to be for Roy Barton 072418. I'm going to label it as Barton 1. And it is a recording. It's 2 hours and 32 minutes and 4 seconds long. I'm going to cue it up at 1 hour, 31 minutes and 44 seconds.
Is that
Absolutely not.
I want you to, could you maybe diagnose the first call that would be of interest to us, not the time or anything about what happened?
I think there was only one conversation that is what you're looking for.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
And it was the last conversation.
Okay.
And
Would it be safe to say there wasn't much talking after that?
no, that was the end of the conversation.
Okay.
And is that the last time you've spoken with her? No,
Because I talked to her. I talk to her I talk to her every day. But again, every day was just every day.
So when let's talk about that conversation that you feel was
probably the last minute of the last conversation. She said, Gary is in the burn pile. No, she said, he is in the burn pile. And I said, what? And she said, he's in the burn pile. And I said, do not say another word and do not tell me anything. I do not need to know.
Okay.
And that is everything, period.
You discussed with her?
Period.
She didn't say anything about
nothing before, nothing since. When I talked to her after that, it was just like it was portrayed to y'all. We're looking for Gary. And
did she say, okay, so there was we ain't gonna get the time.
I stopped it at 1 hour, 32 minutes and 44 seconds. So having listened to your statement about the burn pile, can you tell me in your own words what you said?
I said, she said he was in the burn pile.
Can you give me the whole couple of sentences that you said?
And I said, what? And she said, he's in the burn pile. And I said, don't tell me anymore. I don't need to know.
So you can't fully remember? You can't say it verbatim?
No, sir.
Was your memory at the time that you said it to law enforcement in July 24th, 2018, was your memory the best at that time when you said it?
No, sir.
I mean, was it better then than it is now?
No, sir.
Do you agree that what you heard you say, that was you saying it?
Yes, sir.
And that was inaccurate? What you said is what you said to law enforcement?
It is what I said.
Judge, I'm going to play this statement under past recollection.
What's the discrepancy
from what you just testified to.
Well, he can't say everything verbatim, and also it's a prior inconsistent statement that I'll be playing later on. When
What's inconsistent about it?
Well, no, when we get to his,
he's going to get to something that he
right,
says.
then I'm going to play it then. So I was just going to go ahead and play it now. I can wait to then.
I mean, I don't know what's inconsistent at the moment in what he's saying, or why you need to introduce a statement, because he has essentially said that's what he told the cops.
Judge, there's two lines of thought here. Prior inconsistent statement under 24-6-6-13.
What's the inconsistency?
It's not there yet. The one is that.
Well, then.
No, Judge. The inconsistency
is upcoming because he says it was a different conversation on a different day.
Sconiers v. State, S24A-0139, April 30th, 2024. The failure of a witness to remember making a statement, like the witness's flat denial of that statement, may provide the foundation.
He has not flatly denied making the statement. He substantially adopted what was said in the conversation that you just played. So why is there a need to play it?
One, because when a witness says, I can't remember, that's a prior inconsistent statement.
You've
Two,
now confronted him with the statement, and he has adopted it.
right, and so he has to, when the jury comes out, he's going to have to be able to say the whole statement. He's not going to be able to do that.
What is inconsistent with what he just said on the stand just now from what he said in the recording?
Yes, I'm not on the inconsistency, Your Honor. It's past recollection recording.
You have refreshed his memory. He knows what he said.
Right.
He just said what he said. You're saying there's 3 words different. What's the issue there?
One, precision. I think it matters that they hear the exact words. I think that's an important thing, Your Honor. I don't think a word.
Well, you can cross-examine them. Isn't it true that you said, and you can say it to him, and then he can say, yes, that's what I said, or no, that's not what I said.
You're just not going to let me. I'm just not going to be able to play it under this.
There's no reason to play it at this point.
Well, then I'll move on, Judge.
All right.
I'm ready.
Okay. Bring him back in.
Mr. Barton, on July 24th, 2018, while meeting with your attorney who was present, and Detective Hayes and Sergeant Pope, after they had to take a break to get you to give more information that you did not originally give, you told them that the defendant, probably the last minute of the last conversation, she said, Gary is in the burn pile. No. She said, he is in the burn pile. And I said, what? And she said, he's in the burn pile. And I said, do not say another word and do not tell me anything. I do not need to know. Those were your words to law enforcement in July the 24th of 2018. Is that true?
Yes.
And then afterwards, you said, that is everything, period. Correct?
Yes.
And you also told law enforcement, did you not, that if I'm going to give an ounce, I'm going to give a pound, right?
I don't recall that. But
would you dispute it?
no, I would not.
And you made it clear several times after telling them that she told you Gary was in the burn pile, that that's everything she said and that's what happened, correct?
Yes.
And at the time that she made the statement to you that you said she said, on July 4th, about 2 o'clock in the morning, Gary had not been reported missing yet. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Now, in July, when you gave this statement to law enforcement, you did mention something about taking some Advil PM or Tylenol PM. Do you remember saying that?
I do.
But you never said about being afraid or terrified that you couldn't because you were so scared from what was going on that you couldn't say what happened. Isn't that true?
I don't know what you're at. I don't know what you're saying.
In July 2018, July 24th of 2018, when you told law
During this
enforcement,
conversation?
Yes.
Yes.
you never mentioned I'm scared and I need to, that wasn't right what I just said. You never said I was scared, did you?
Not to law enforcement.
You never told them you were scared, did you?
Not to law enforcement.
There's not going to be a recording of you saying I was scared and that's why I said what I said.
True.
And that night that you said about the defendant telling you that he's in the burn pile, you never came back and said, I need to recant that this night, did you? In July of 2018, you never came back and said, I need to recant that. That was wrong.
Not in July of 2018.
Correct. You didn't do that, did you?
I did not.
And you didn't do that, you actually didn't recant until your statement in June of 2019. Isn't that true?
That is true.
And in June 25th of 2019, I want to turn to that one. Melody was just arrested with you in her presence in the vehicle, right?
Correct.
The week before. The
Correct.
18th, I believe.
I don't know the date, but yes.
And after she was arrested, a couple of days later, you then get in contact with law enforcement and want to tell them something. Is that true?
I don't recall if we contacted them to get them to come back or if they just came back.
But you wanted to tell them, you wanted to recant the statement you gave about Gary being on the burn pile.
I did.
So you got with them and you want to tell them that I want to recant this, retract it, right?
Yes.
And when you met with them in June the 25th of 2019, your attorney was with you, is that correct?
Yes.
And Sergeant Pope was there, is that correct? Detective Hayes and Sergeant Pope?
I'm going to say yes, but I couldn't. Yeah, I'll say yes. I'm not 1,000% sure.
Was law enforcement from Cherokee County there?
They were.
And they came up to Tennessee to meet with you, right?
Yes.
And you were meeting at your attorney's office, correct?
Yes.
And you were there for the purpose because you wanted to tell them or clarify something, is that correct?
Again, I don't know if they came up to see me or if we requested them to come up. I do not recall who set the meeting.
So on this meeting in June of 2019, after the defendant's been arrested and you were with her and all that, what did you tell law enforcement that what was wrong with the first statement about being on the burn pile? How did you retract that? What did you say?
Well, I don't have the verbatim, and that seems to be important, but basically what I said was what I told you was correct, but when it happened was not correct.
So what you said is she did say those words to me, but it was just a different date?
Yes.
And so what date did you say that she told you that Gary was in the burn pile?
I don't know that I set a date. I just said that I had gone to Martha's house. Martha had told me, and then while I was there, Melody had called, and then she told me it.
You remember saying it could have been July 9th?
I do not know what day it was.
Well, looking at the calendar on the floor there, July 2018, you talked to the the sheriff's office with the TBI on July 10th of 2018. You agree with that, right?
Yes.
And then you talked to him again on July 24th of 2018. You agree with that, correct?
Yes.
And on July 24th, 2018, you tell them, Melody told me Gary's in the burn pile. I don't want to know about it, don't want to talk about it. Right?
Yes.
So you're saying that at some point you got the date wrong. Would it have been before the 24th?
Yes, it was before the 24th.
Was it closer to the 9th of July or a different date?
I don't think anything transpired on the 9th of July.
So tell us, what day did this conversation happen where the defendant said Gary's in the burn pile that you said is a different date from July 4th at 2 o'clock in the morning?
I do not know the date. But I do know that it happened after Detective Hayes and Sergeant Pope had been up, because after they left, I went to Martha's house, and that's when it was. So it would have been after that.
After the defendant was arrested, you had an opportunity to talk with her while she was in the jail, is that right?
I did.
And you were able to listen to some jail calls that I had to confirm that that was you on the jail calls, is that right?
That's right.
It was you talking, is that correct?
That's correct.
It was the defendant talking, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And they were fair and accurate recordings of your conversations with her while she had been arrested in this case, is that right?
Yes.
Being here in Cherokee County Sheriff's Office, right?
I'm assuming so.
At the jail here in the county. And some of those times that she was in the jail, you talked to her about meeting and talking with Amanda and Chad, is that correct?
Yes.
And you would actually check on Melody, ask her questions, or she would tell you stuff, and then you would go and talk to Amanda and Chad about things, is that right?
I'm assuming yes.
And one of those meetings was on June 24th, 2019. Is that correct?
That was, you talking about a phone call?
Yes, phone call with the defendant.
Okay, there was a phone call most every day.
All right, so you agree that you had a conversation with her in jail on June 24th, 2019. Is that fair to say?
If you have it down, yes.
And June 24th of 2019, that's the day before you go and actually meet with law enforcement and, quote, recant your statement. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you remember the defendant telling you that you need to explain to Amanda about the chess match?
Yes.
And ask you if you've been interviewed, and you say, I'm going to be tomorrow by our two favorites. Do you remember saying that?
Mm-hmm.
And that's because the next day you were going to go up and meet with them and Bobby, and that's when you recanted, correct?
I'm assuming yes.
Remember the defendant talking about, well, there has been a very well-played orchestra in this?
Yes.
And tell Amanda about Chris? She would tell you to tell Amanda about things about Chris and Scott?
I remember hearing that on the recording, but I don't know what that meant.
June 26, 2019, do you remember in a jail call there that the defendant told you need to stress to Amanda that she needs to find out whatever kind of trouble Chris is in and have that dealt with?
Yes.
And that you need to explain to Amanda that there is a well-played orchestra?
Yes.
And you need to explain the chess match to her?
Yes.
And that she was supposed to meet with somebody and be interviewed? Do you remember that?
I don't remember that, but who was somebody? Sir.
That she was supposed to be interviewed either by an attorney or somebody in the case.
Okay. I don't know.
Now, I had you listen to, in full, 2 of the phone calls. Do you remember that?
You had me listen to a bunch of phone calls.
Do you remember that in July 5th of 2019, the defendant had a preliminary hearing? That was the one that was on TV that you watched. You remember that?
Yes.
You did watch it on TV, right?
Part of it, yes.
And she wanted you to watch it. Is that correct?
Yes.
You listened to that July 5th, 2019 conversation that y'all had about the prelim. Was it a fair and accurate conversation that you had with the defendant?
Yes.
This time, Judge, I'm tendering to evidence calls 13. So July 5th, 2019 jail conversation.
No objection. All right, so move. Go ahead.
This is a prepaid call from an inmate at a correctional facility. Three-way or call waiting is not allowed and may automatically disconnect this call. This call is also subject to being recorded or monitored, except your call has been accepted. Hey.
Hey.
Hey. You okay?
No.
Did you watch it?
Yes. Watched it live.
Okay. Did you watch it with Bobby?
No, I didn't know it was going to be on until it was already going.
Okay.
I found it, but I sent it to him to watch.
Okay.
They didn't talk much. Bobby said they wouldn't have said that. They wasn't supposed to. Because it was recanted. It was said under duress, and they wasn't supposed to use it.
Right.
But there's a whole lot they left out, but I had not seen it all.
Well, I had a minute, Michael and I talked back and forth during it, and he talked to Amanda afterwards. And, it's okay.
I know they're devastated because all of us are. How are you?
I'm okay. Oh, you do need to call Amanda, though. And explain. Do what?
You sure she'll talk to me?
Yeah. 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 Michael talked to her afterwards.
Okay.
Yeah. And I talked to
Tell me
her.
what happened?
Do what?
You said explain to her what happened?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Oh.
Still a whole lot that don't make any kind of sense to me whatsoever.
Well, that's what Michael said.
I told them, I said, I've never been so afraid of anything in my entire life. But I didn't know my name. And Bobby said, that happens all the time. Well, it ain't supposed to happen to me. And I should have better control of my faculties.
Well, that's what trial's for.
Fear will do.
Do what?
So that's what fear will do.
True. So who watched it with you?
Nobody. I watched it by myself. I just pulled it up on the computer and I turned it on just right before they started talking about it. That's just about enough.
So can you go back and watch the entire thing then?
I think so. I haven't tried to yet. It's on that WSB TV Facebook page, and I don't know if you're not on Facebook if you can get into it or not.
Right. We'll see if Bobby can get you into it.
Yeah. Said it was about 2 hours. See, I thought it was over with, and then realized they had taken a 10-minute recess.
Correct.
Yeah. So I thought it was over with. I didn't see nothing after the recess.
Oh, okay. So you really need to watch that.
Okay. Well, I just a few minutes ago sent it to Bobby to tell him where he could find it so he could watch it.
Right. Now, I was going to say, I wish you would do that and let him talk to you.
Okay.
Michael did say that he'd be talking to you.
Okay.
I wanted to know, and I said, definitely.
But yeah.
I love you.
I love you too, buddy. I'm sorry you're in this.
Yeah, me too. Apparently Chris and Scott were there. Emily was there. Emily looked horrible. See, I was told not to even look back that direction. So.
Well, and that's what they said on TV. She didn't even turn and look at her family. That's pretty sneaky.
Well, I was told not to keep my head down and do not look to the back.
Right. Don't look back and don't show any emotion.
Right.
Yeah. Wow. quit calling.
Did you think I wouldn't?
I was afraid.
Pinocchio was singing loud today.
Yeah. Yeah. Still the chess game.
Very much so.
Uh-huh.
But please call Amanda and explain to her, because she said she had some questions for you. That she was, she said she hadn't had to eat, she hadn't slept, she hadn't whatever, and they had actually just left Michael just a few minutes ago talking to him. So.
Okay. Well. Yeah, we'd be glad to talk to her.
Stephanie, she said I just got some questions that I want answered,
Right.
I said, Amanda, just remember that, what this it is. And remember what they can do at this hearing.
Right.
But yeah, you need to go back and watch the entire thing.
Okay. I'll do that.
And keep it. But yeah, definitely watch it with, him.
Yeah. Well, he told me that he had just settled a big court case that he thought was going to have him tied up all month. So he was going to be a lot more accessible. Wasn't really hoping that I needed him, but obviously we do.
Well, Michael told me, he said, no, I know it sounds bad. He said, but if you go back and watch it again, he explained to me what's not,
Right. Yeah. I just hope he's got the knowledge that, Manny said he had.
Have you checked on MJ lately?
I talked to her today after all this.
How is she?
She said, I think I'm going to need a pill. I said, yeah, me too. She said, well, come on over and I'll give you one.
I don't know how close that we are on time, but
8 minutes, 35 seconds from when it started ringing, I think.
okay,
I don't know how long you got.
15 minutes.
Okay, well, let's don't waste it. Holler back at me when you can.
Well, I mean, this phone call's 15 minutes. So.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, like I said, I'm gonna try to talk to Bobby, give him time to find that thing and see if he can watch it. I'll find it again and see if I can watch it.
I would have never not called you.
Huh?
I would have never not called you.
Thank you.
So when did you recant?
2 weeks ago. I've been trying to ever since last year, and Bobby just said, well, you don't need to say nothing unless something happens, because if nothing happens, then it don't matter.
Right.
And I kept telling him all the time, Bobby, it's killing me that I said something wrong.
Well, even how they said it today in court, the second go around wasn't right. Well, there was nothing to tell you, so.
I know, and that's what I said. I told them that 50 times.
Well, there still is no evidence.
No, I think everything they've got can easily be explained.
Well, and I don't know that they've got anything.
Well, that's true too.
Because there is nothing to have, because I didn't do anything.
Right. Oh. Well, just remember that Michael knows how sick he was and what he was going through.
I do.
Yep.
I do know.
I know. I know that.
I know, and I'm not upset with you.
Thank you.
Just remember, this is all us, you know. And you need to go back and really watch it, and all of it.
I will. I will.
I'll do my best to call you back tonight
Okay.
after you've watched it. See?
Yes. I'm gonna watch it.
I love you.
I love you. Be strong.
I will. Promise you too.
I'm telling myself that every day, ever since last year.
Breathe.
I'm trying.
I know you're right. Hey, baby. I love you.
Hi, darling. I love you.
Oh,
Oh,
take a breath.
I am. Call me when you can.
I will. That's what I'm in there. Okay?
I will.
Okay. This call will be terminated in 2 minutes.
Okay. I love you.
Bye.
This conversation with the defendant was after the preliminary hearing where they talked about the evidence in the case. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you had said that you had waited to tell law enforcement. Can you hear me?
That's better.
You said that you waited to tell law enforcement that you recanted or made a mistake or said something that wasn't true for several months. Is that right?
Yes.
And you didn't tell the defendant that you had said what she told you back in July 24th of 2018. You had not told the defendant that you told law enforcement about her saying he's in the burn pile.
No.
So what you wanted to do, is it not, you were trying to wait to see if any charges were taken out, so you didn't have to reveal to your lover that you actually told law enforcement. She did tell me on July 4th about 2 o'clock in the morning that he was in the burn pile. You just didn't want to have to tell her that, right?
No, that's not correct.
But you did wait until to see if she got arrested, and until it came out in evidence that you actually were cooperating with law enforcement, right?
Under advisement of my attorney.
And then when you, in the prelim, when it came out that you did, when Detective Hayes testified that you told them back in July 2018 that she told you Gary's in the burn pile, when that information came out, this was the phone call afterwards. Is that correct?
Say that again.
In the preliminary hearing, when it was revealed that you did tell law enforcement that the defendant told you Gary's in the burn pile, this is the conversation that you had with the defendant after that came out in court, correct?
I would assume yes, because you've got the dates. So.
And in this conversation on the call that we just listened to, You were very concerned that she was going to be upset with you for what you told law enforcement about the burn pile, correct?
Correct.
You were concerned that she was going to stop talking to you, correct?
Correct.
And you were concerned that she was going to end the relationship with you, and you didn't want that to happen, right?
Right.
And then she tells you that Amanda is very concerned over this, right?
Yes.
Because Amanda got really upset because she did not know that you had told law enforcement that that the defendant, her mother, told you that Gary was in the burn pile. Is that right?
Right.
And so after this, you actually had to go talk to Amanda and Chad. Is that right?
They came to Tullahoma, if I'm not mistaken. They came to Tullahoma to get Melody's belongings, and that's when we had the conversation.
But you had to sit down with them and explain to them why you told law enforcement that the defendant told you that Gary was in the burn pile back in July 4th of 2018, right?
Yes.
And you're not disputing that you said those words in July 24, 2018. You said that the defendant told me Gary's in the burn pile. Right? You said that, correct?
I did.
That happened in time. It's something you said.
It did.
But what you're telling the jury is that you were treated in such a manner that you were so scared, and that's why you said it back in July of 2018.
Yes.
That the way law enforcement was treating you, the context, the circumstances of that interview were such a degree that you lost the faculty to control what you were saying, right?
That's exactly right.
That it was, quote, duress, is what you said in this phone call, correct?
Yes.
But you will agree with me back in July the 24th of 2018, in that same conversation with law enforcement, you sat there with them for hours, right?
I don't know how long we were there. But
Right, you can't remember how long you were there, right?
No.
You can't remember all the details, is that correct?
No.
But yet you can remember in June of 2019 saying, I misspoke. She said that some other date after the event. It wasn't on July 4th.
I remember that because Bobby Carter, my attorney, and I talked about it nonstop for however many months that was. So it wasn't a, miraculous thought. It was an ongoing conversation from day one.
So what we have is, you have one statement that you gave on July 24th, 2018, that the defendant admitted to you, a statement that she knew that she put that Gary was in the burn pile. We have that statement that you made, correct?
You do.
And then there's another statement almost a year later in June 25th of 2019, where you say, I recant that. She said that some other time, right?
That's correct.
But when you're talking to them in July of 2018, the 24th, when you're talking to them and saying Gary's in the burn pile, you're able to communicate with them and use complete sentences, right? You're talking freely, correct?
I was talking freely, yes.
Are you saying that you didn't have the ability to talk?
No, I had the ability to talk. You heard the words.
And you're saying that during this time, you agreed with me at parts during this interview that you would actually, y'all would joke and have candy and were sharing candy on the 24th, right?
I'm guessing that was the same time. I don't know. Was that the strawberry one?
The watermelon?
Yeah,
And
watermelon.
that would have been after the statement about the burn pile, right?
I don't know. Was it?
You don't remember?
No, sir.
So you agree with me that the defendant was worried about you talking and saying things, right?
Yes.
And she did tell you to stop talking to law enforcement and not saying things.
Yes.
Isn't that true?
Yes.
You listened to another phone call, call 16, that was on July 8th of 2019. It was a conversation between you and the defendant in my office. You remember that? The second conversation that you listened to today.
Yes.
And that was a fair and accurate recording of a conversation between you and the defendant.
Yes.
Just this time I tendered evidence, call 16. Call 16.
Please remain on the line. Hold for acceptance. This is a prepaid call from An inmate at the correctional facility. Three-way or call waiting is not allowed. Your call has been accepted.
David,
Charlie,
Rita,
just got through unloading the machine.
wait.
You all right?
No.
What's wrong?
Well, back a long time ago, I said stop talking.
Right.
I haven't done anything.
I know that, darling.
But somehow or the other, what you keep talking about, you're going to single-handedly hang me.
I have not said anything other than the one time, and I have retracted that, and they failed to show that retraction. I haven't said anything else. Because there was nothing else to say. There wasn't even that to say.
Well, what about a phone?
Nothing wrong with that.
Okay. I got another, blast. So, just making sure that you understand.
I do, baby, but there's nothing. You didn't do anything wrong. I haven't done anything wrong. But there's nothing wrong with us talking.
I understand that.
And there's nothing wrong with us talking because there's nothing to talk about. Because
Exactly.
There's nothing to talk about. Yeah. So.
But I'm asking you to, if you get a visit,
I'm trying to get an appointment with Bobby.
thank you. Y'all need to get in touch with the people here.
Yes. Yeah, that was my goal. I wanted him to talk to your guy.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Got to get a handle on this.
The press took the one statement that was made out of fear, and they didn't pick up on the retraction of it. So that obviously hasn't helped.
Well, Amanda is now really upset, so I'm related.
I tried to call her and she didn't answer, so I wondered what was up.
Did you ever talk to MJ?
I did.
Is she okay?
Yes.
Where was she yesterday?
I don't know. I just told her I'd come by and she wasn't there. She said, well, she didn't know where she was. She'd been out of the room. So I tried to call her after you and I talked, and she didn't answer. And then she did finally call me back. And she said then she was in the bathroom. So I told her I'd been by and she wasn't there.
All right. I get to go. Today's kind of an odd day, so please, if you get up with him.
Yes. I promise.
If you can get some things handled with my people.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Paul,
I love you.
be careful.
You too.
I love you.
I love you. I'm on Buzz Bobby right now.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Judge, I'm almost at a stopping point. Just maybe 5 more minutes, if that's all right.
All right.
Rusty, can you hear me?
Yes.
What I want to do is, there's a lot of stress in these matters, in these cases. Is that right?
Yes.
So let me do this. Let me just add a little bit more light than heat. So let me take it down just a little bit. Did you hear on this phone call on July 8th of 2019, while the defendant's in jail, she said about a minute 15, I have not said anything other. Right before that, she says about a minute, roughly 7. But some type or other, let you keep talking about you're going to single-handedly hang me. Did you hear her say that?
Yes.
And then y'all started talking about that one conversation that you retracted, right?
Right.
And that one conversation was the one that you made in your attorney's office on July 24th of 2018, right?
Right.
Are you a reasonable person? You try to be reasonable.
I would think so.
You would agree with me, would you not, that when you made this statement in July about the defendant telling you Gary's in the burn pile, when you made that statement, you and your attorney, very good attorney Mr. Carter, had huddled up just you two for about 30 minutes to discuss what you were going to say, right?
We went back into Bobby's office and Bobby was trying to talk me off the ledge. I was flipping out. And he was not expecting me to say that when I came back in.
But you were with your attorney, right?
Yes.
And you were paying your attorney, correct?
I was.
And you had 30 minutes or more to sit there and discuss what you were about to go do, right?
That whole 30 minutes was not what I was about to do. It was what I was just talking, I was so distraught that I wasn't even making sense. And he was trying to get me to calm down.
And you would agree with me that you then went back out knowing law enforcement was trying to get more information from you about what y'all talked about on the phone that night of the 4th, and then you said he's in the burn pile.
That's correct.
And you agree with me that the defendant in this jail call was very concerned with you talking, right?
Yes.
And the words she used were single-handedly hang me.
Yes.
That's not what an innocent person says, is it?
That I don't know. Who? What she said or what I said?
What she said.
Well, I guess if you were locked up and somebody had said something against you, you'd probably say that too.
Because if the jury believes what you said on July 24th, that she had knowledge that he was in the burn pile, she's guilty of murder, right? If it's true.
No comment on that one.
Because you don't want to comment, do you?
No.
Judge, if we could stop here today, I'll pick back up.
Afternoon or recess for the day. All right. We'll. You got more questions for him in the morning, or you?
I may not, Judge.
All right. You're on double.
Have some legal arguments I'd like to take up the courthouse. All right. Now proceed, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Mr. Barton, I remind you, you're still under oath, okay?
Yes, sir.
And Judge, at this time, I'm going to be playing Barton 1, July 24, 2018 interview with Mr. Barton. I'm going to start playing at 1 hour and 28 minutes and play to approximately 1 hour and 42 minutes.
He's a very loyal person, and it's taken us some time to get here, but in the interest of self-preservation, you can either be in the witness box, or you can be in the.
You want to pause and have him identify
Was that Mr. Carter, your attorney, speaking?
I wasn't sure who it was. That's what I was trying to listen and see who it was.
Okay. Listen a little bit more, see if you can hear.
He was ready to talk about that conversation. But I asked him this before, leading up to that conversation. Had she ever indicated anything to you? Had she ever asked, had she ever given you any inkling or any...
Do you hear that to be Bobby Carter?
Yes, sir.
Indication that she intended to do him harm?
No. I have never heard that. I promise you, I have never heard that.
And that's you?
That's me.
Okay.
Before we start this, do you have any questions for me about anything?
No.
Can I just say a couple of things to you?
Sure.
That's Sergeant Pope?
Pope, yes.
Took us a while to get here, but nevertheless, that's just part of the business, and I want you to know that I understand your loyalty. And as I was telling him, it's quite refreshing because that's not present that much. But we did come up here for a purpose, and we came up here for this moment because not only do we believe it's a proper investigative technique, but we believe it's in your best interest. And as these things move out, sometimes they get ugly. And I think this is a situation that it might benefit you just to tell us about that. Also, I wanted to let you know what I told your lawyer, that I'm putting my name on the line too, because that's how confident I am in you and about what you're going to tell us, okay? And through this process, we're not going to do anything to surprise you, and we kind of view this as you coming on our side of the table, okay? And it may be uncomfortable, but I think it's something that needs to be done for yourself.
I think a reluctant witness is a truthful witness.
I would say that's a very strong and accurate statement. So at this point now, do you mind if Detective Hayes asked you? Okay.
Okay. Are you prepared to? I feel the best way to do this would be just to let you tell us what you want to tell us, and then if we have any questions at the end to fill in.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Yes.
Well, you don't remember when the call was, but you remember the call.
Yes, I couldn't tell you, I honestly could not tell you the number of calls, the length of the calls, the time of the calls.
Would you like some?
Well, would you like to just start?
I think a lot of this, I will tell you that I think a lot of y'all's trouble getting out of him as he's testifying from memory, and y'all know the details of his life.
I understand that. So I don't think we actually need to go through the time. I think, because I don't want you to think we're putting you in a situation where we're trying to trip you up at this point. Is that accurate?
Absolutely not.
I want you to, could you maybe diagnose the first call that would be an interest to us, not the time or anything, about what happened?
I think there was only one conversation that is what you're looking for.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
And it was the last conversation.
Okay.
And
Would it be safe to say there wasn't much talking after that?
no. No, that was the end of the conversation.
Okay.
And is that the last time you've spoken with her? No.
But I talked to her. I talk to her I talk to her every day. But again, every day was just every day.
So when that, let's talk about that conversation that you feel was...
Probably the last minute of the last conversation, she said, Gary is in the burn pile. No, she said, he is in the burn pile. And I said, what? And she said, he's in the burn pile. And I said, do not say another word and do not tell me anything. I do not need to know.
Okay.
And that is everything,
period. You discussed with her?
Period.
She didn't say anything about...
Nothing before, nothing since. When I talked to her after that, it was just like it was portrayed to y'all. We're looking for Gary. And
did she say, okay, so there was we ain't gonna get the time, so there was a couple of phone calls that, that was later than usual for y'all that night. Did she say anything about anything that was going on inside the house that night? Nothing between her?
I mean, No, I mean, like I said, what we talked about, and I could not tell you any specific, other than the horses were out and.
She did tell you that?
Yeah, that she had been out after the horses, and.
Now I know.
You think that's why was that her excuse for calling you that late?
Probably. She was up, she was awake, yeah. I mean, I didn't think anything about any of it until she said that, and then that's when I said.
So I want you to know, though, I don't want you to think I'm tripping you up. If there's anything else you know, this statement that you just gave us, in my opinion, is very damning for her, so there's no reason in holding back at this point.
No, then that's what this last.
If I'm going to give an ounce, I'm going to give a pound. That was all of it.
That was all of it.
That was everything that she said that had anything to do with whatever happened.
But that's pretty, I mean.
And I don't know what happened.
Yeah,
I don't know when happened or what happened.
And here's the thing, at the time that statement was made, you got to remember, he wasn't even reported as missing.
I agree with you.
Right.
Me and him's going to step out and talk.
Yeah, sure.
1 second, okay?
You don't want
I
us to
want you to know I appreciate. No, we're fine. I appreciate us getting to this point, though. I'm going to step outside and talk to him real quick.
I mean, that's your.
Just for the sake of attorney and client, our recorders are still going.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, sir.
There's a lot of people up here that wouldn't have reminded me of that. I mean, did you freak out? You freaked out. Yeah.
It was like
a surreal.
Yeah. I've
had things in this business that happened to me, and while they were happening, I thought this can't really be happening. Kind of like.
Yeah. Yeah, I just couldn't. I was like, what?
We're not holding back at this point.
No, that's it.
That's enough.
Well, that's it. That's all there is.
I mean, did you feel like any of this was building? Looking back on it, those conversations.
No, I didn't see that coming at all. And literally when the TBI showed up, I was just in shock because I was like,
That would have been a couple of days after that.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. That would have been if she talked to you on Wednesday morning or Tuesday night, and they showed up at Friday afternoon.
The one for that day. Do we have specific ones for that day?
Yeah, I'll explain it. You just say which ones you want.
If you explain it to me.
All right, so we'll go into specifics. I know you don't remember. Maybe this will help refresh your memory, okay?
And I want you to know we're not trying to in the specific time, because sometimes it gets muddied up in it. And out of curiosity, were you actually on Tylenol PM or anything like that? You were? Okay.
And Crown.
And what?
Crown Royal.
Okay. Would you say you were intoxicated?
Well, probably had been.
Were you groggy?
Yeah.
So that day there was...
But I think he wants to make clear to y'all that this was pretty much the last thing in the conversation that was said. So he would have had time to...
but I'm not trying to say, I'm not trying to say you're lying, because we're trying to build this foundation of trust, because we have had situations where we kind of caught you and...
Well, and they don't want to get surprised at trial. They don't want some lawyer picking up something at an angle that they have not covered with you.
You know what I'm saying? So, was there anything else? Did she say, I hit him with an axe, or...
No. And I told Bobby, I said, I don't know. She didn't say anything about
the mechanics.
How, what, when, where,
so
nothing. Who.
When the TBI came up here to your door,
I was in shock.
But you were certain that Melody had murdered him.
Well, I'm still not certain, but...
But she had knowledge.
The indicators were now, that...
I think the way you described this to me is it was almost surreal.
Yeah.
Like, is this really happening?
Yeah.
Natural human curiosity, though, tells anyone that hears that statement that the logical next step is, what do you mean? Not, whoa, don't tell me nothing else.
Well,
So and again, we're not accusing you of being a liar, but it's a hurdle we're going to have to overcome.
My assumption.
You understand that's going to be defense lawyer. The defense lawyer is going to cross-examine you about the context of that statement.
And he's looking way out in front. I'm going to call my supervisors when I leave here and what? And I'm going to have to explain to them.
That don't make no sense.
I'm going to have to explain to them your logic that I don't know. I can't interpret your logic of.
Yes. Does that make sense?
So if that's not what you said, and you did say, I did say, what do you mean? Because
I just want you to know, we view this as you being on our side of the table.
I am, because I'm on my side of the table.
Yeah,
and your side of the table is the side to be on.
They want to get out in front of cross-examination material. They don't want to be caught by surprise.
Well, and then we also, that is a very important, but we also want to be able to validate your statements to make that, they're
going to have to sell you as a witness to the prosecutor.
And we still have to overcome the fact that out of a 6-7 month period of phone records, the night that Gary was killed is still the only night in the middle of the night that y'all are talking, and you say y'all are just up talking about fucking and horses being out at 2 in the morning for an hour. I'm sorry, your 2:20 in the morning phone call was for 35 minutes.
That's a 35-minute conversation. So
is that 2:20 y'all's time or 2:20 ours?
I believe these are in Central
Our
Time.
time.
Is it our time?
Whose records are those?
These are Melody's records.
They would be in our time,
Yeah.
most likely. So that'd be 1:20 your time. I feel like there might have been a little bit more to that conversation, just out of my instinct.
If I was going to tell you this, I would tell you if there was anything else. I mean,
did she ask for
this or this is the same thing?
Did she ask? Well, yeah, you're right when it's tipping the scale. That's right. To make the decision.
So if I'm going to step across the line, it's like being a little pregnant. You're either pregnant or you're not pregnant. I'm either across the line or not.
That's really a damn great analogy.
That's what was said. And I said, don't tell me nothing I don't want to know. So did I assume the worst? Yes, I did. Obviously, I did.
Yeah. So in your own words, it's when she said he is in the burn pile, what was your assumption?
That she had something to do with him.
Yeah.
That he was dead and burning.
Because that he was dead and burning up.
Now, you said that he was obsessed with fire.
Oh, he was I
don't know how that plays into this, but
I don't either.
That's
always burning something.
Yeah,
always burning something.
Yeah.
So
say crazy people are obsessed with fire.
Yeah, but the evidence suggests that.
Yeah, I'm not.
I don't know. I don't know. What I do know is that's what was said, and that's what I said.
And you said something to the effect what? When she said Gary's in the burn pile. Or he's in the burn pile.
He's in the burn pile. I said, don't say nothing else. Don't tell me. I don't want to know.
Okay, so.
We're stopping at 1 hour, 41 minutes, and 4 seconds. 1 hour, 41 minutes, and 4 seconds. I have nothing else, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Weaver.
All right, Mr. Barton, my name is John Luke Weaver, and I, along with Michael Ray, represent Melody. I was going to ask you a lot of other questions before we get to this, but I really want to go ahead and start talking. Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me okay?
That's better,
All
thank
right.
you.
I want to go ahead and start talking about what was just played.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What was going on right there, from your perspective?
I had already been back in my attorney Bobby Carter's office when we had talked because I was flipping out.
Flipping out?
Yes.
Could it have been? And I'm going to, Your Honor, can I go over to the board over here?
Probably going to be taking the mic with you.
Well, I'll be closer to him, so hopefully he can hear me.
To you.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
As I come closer?
Yes.
All right, so you were flipping out. Could it be safe to say that you were flipping out because you were interviewed 1, 2, this was the third interview, yes?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and then you were interviewed at least 2 times after that, but were you interviewed 2 times in August of that year?
I thought there was more interviews than that.
Okay.
Yes.
So, they wouldn't leave you alone, right?
Correct.
All right. And didn't you say yesterday, and this one shocked me, and I vaguely remembered it myself, but they actually brought with them a warrant. Was this on the 10th or the 24th? They brought a warrant with your name on it
Correct.
for conspiracy to commit murder.
I do not recall what it was for because honestly, I really didn't look at it when it was scooted across the table to me.
Who scooted it?
I think Detective Hayes did. Not 100% sure, but I think Detective Hayes scooted it across the table and I just slid it sideways to Bobby.
Was that this interview or the interview before?
I don't recall which interview it was.
Okay. And so conspiracy to commit murder and concealing the death of another, was that what it was for?
Like I said, I honestly, I did not read it. I just gave it to Bobby.
But you knew what it was?
Detective Hayes told me that it was a arrest warrant.
For you?
Yes.
All right. And they had also in these other interviews, in this interview, been talking about things like the death penalty, right?
Correct.
All right. And so you thought they were talking about you, right?
I think my name was mentioned.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So it's safe to say you were freaking out. Yes?
I was.
All right.
Very much.
So how did it come to pass that you and Mr. Carter decided, did you call them or did they call you for the 24th? How did this meeting happen?
I don't really know how we had the appointments that we did because I remember one time calling Bobby and say, I just saw Detective Hayes and Sergeant Pope in town.
Would that have been before the 24th or before the 10th?
Probably before the 24th.
Okay.
But that's just a guess. I just remember that happening.
All right. So, and the jury's now heard this snippet of this very long interview, but I think the word self-preservation was used in this interview. Do you remember that? Self-preservation? That's for you?
For me, I said that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, did you hear that in this interview just now?
I did not hear that in this.
Okay.
But
did you also hear that your attorney kept saying about you being on this side of the table and not this side of the table?
yes.
All right. And then you said this is the side of the table to be on, right?
Right.
Right. Because you were terrified of being charged with something.
Beyond my belief.
All right. And so you felt compelled to give them something even if it wasn't true, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you tried to clear that up, correct?
I did.
And I think you wanted to clear that up as of roughly October or November of 2018, right?
That's correct.
But your lawyer said no.
Exactly. You're right.
He said, don't poke the bear, right?
That's exactly what he said.
That's exactly what he said.
Yes, sir.
Because Bobby Carter's job was to defend you, right?
He reminded me of that regular.
Not her, right?
That is correct.
So throwing her under the bus to save you is something that Bobby Carter would obviously be willing to do, right?
Yes.
Okay. So let's back up. I just thought we needed to answer some of those questions based on the recording that was just played.
Yes, sir.
Out of nowhere.
Yes, sir.
All right. So let's go back to 2014.
Okay.
All right. So Martha Jane and your dad. Your dad was still living, yes?
Yes, he passed away in
2014. But he was getting sick at that time.
He had Alzheimer's for about 7 years. Had over the last several years prior to 2014, had a number of mini strokes, and then whatever time this part of it started, March maybe, he had a bigger stroke that put him in the hospital and then the nursing homes, and he never came home after that.
Okay. So Melody would be coming up because I believe the words you used yesterday was Melody was more like a daughter to Martha Jane.
That is correct.
Because Melody doesn't have a very large family, correct?
And then she has a very small family.
Right. In her extent, she has a number of children, but as far as cousins, aunts, uncles, all that, she doesn't really have it, right? Okay. So she would come up and take Martha Jane to Nashville regular. Yes?
Which is where she was when Daddy had the stroke. Her and Martha were in Nashville.
Okay. And would she take your daddy to the doctor too? Help take care of him?
I don't. You talking about during this period?
During
or
that
prior?
period of time, yeah.
Well, yes, because if I couldn't do something, Daddy was only moved, I guess, ambulance to the hospital, and then actually she and I moved Daddy from one nursing home to the second. I don't remember how he got from the hospital to the first nursing home, but then from the first nursing home to the second nursing home, well, I think that's right. We put him in, I believe, her vehicle and swapped nursing homes. But yes, she helped in every way.
Every way. So would it be fair to qualify Melody as a caring person?
Very much so.
The kind of person that goes out of her way to help others around her?
She drove from Atlanta to Tullahoma to pick up Martha and then drive to Nashville.
Regularly?
Regular.
Okay.
And I think one time had just got back home and Martha called her and she repacked a bag and turned around and drove right back to Tullahoma.
Okay. And she would do that all the time?
Yes, sir.
All right, moving forward, so about that's roughly the time you guys started having a relationship, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And yesterday, and you used these words, you thought they had an open marriage from everything that you saw. Gary did his stuff, she did her stuff, right?
Yes, sir.
Why did you believe it to be that way?
Because she came in with as she wanted, and most of it I heard from her, but that was kind of how I knew.
Okay, but Gary did the same thing from what you understood?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, you guys went to that wedding in 2016, Emily's wedding, do you remember?
Yes, sir.
Right, and I believe yesterday a picture was shown to you. Did you see a picture of you at the wedding?
I don't remember seeing
All right, well, I'll tell you what, I'll pull it up. So this wedding, you remember?
Yes.
All right, this is you in the background here.
Yes.
That's Dancing with Melody. Can you tell? I mean, it's okay if you can't.
Yeah, I'd say yes.
Okay. All right, here you are, Dancing with Melody again. Looks like a snippet of a picture shortly after the last picture. Same thing right there. And you're over here, actually, is this you right here?
Yes.
In Payne 7 with Sherry Cooper?
Yes.
All right, so you were dancing with other people, having a good time.
Yes.
All right. This is you with Chad Bruce. Do you remember him at all?
I do. He went and got me a beer.
All right. And looked like he had another one for himself right there. Two of them, exactly. And is this Sherry Cooper right here?
Yes, it is.
Do we know who this person is?
I do not.
Okay. And that's you, dancing.
Not the prettiest face, but yes, that's me.
Not the best moves, but I don't have them either. All right, so this is you right here lighting sparklers.
Yes, sir.
Is this Sherry Cooper?
I believe so.
All right, and is this Gary Farris right here next to you?
It is.
All right, so Gary Farris, was he yelling and screaming at you at that wedding?
No, sir. We were all drinking, having a good time.
Well, what do you mean?
Everybody was having a good time. I mean, we're lighting sparklers together.
All right, did y'all have any other conversations that day? Were y'all...
Oh, I'm sure we did, but
Yeah.
nothing out of the way. Everything was quite congenial.
All right, so he never had any crosswords with you?
Not a one.
All right. Now, I want to say something about, yesterday, you said, well, yeah, we weren't. It's almost, I'm trying to think of the best way to say this. So, you're from the South, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, y'all are having an extramarital relationship, yes?
Yes.
Right. Though you believe their marriage to be something that allowed that kind of thing, right?
Yes, sir.
Right, but in the South, you wouldn't put that kind of thing on the front porch, would you?
No, sir.
You'd put it on the back porch.
Correct.
So at the wedding, you didn't flaunt that kind of thing in front of the kids, right?
No, we did not.
But you understood that Gary probably knew about it, right?
Yes.
All right. So yesterday too, the state talked to you a little bit about what you thought you knew about Gary's health, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you know he had these spells? Had
Yes,
you ever heard that phrase?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I think you used the word esophageal cancer, but is it also not reasonable if you hear somebody having intestinal bleeding or bleeding that you could construe esophageal cancer even though you maybe never heard those words out of her mouth?
Yeah, that would probably have been my term for what it was. I think I guessed at that what it would be because, again, I had
That was your guess.
That was my guess.
Yeah.
But I had a close friend that had it, and he did throw up blood. So
that was just kind of your thought. You know, you had a close friend. Maybe that made sense.
Yes.
Okay. And you knew he'd been in the hospital.
Yes.
And you knew he would have these spells, of course.
Yes.
All right. So not a healthy guy.
No.
All right. You never got the feeling that Melody was poisoning him or anything, do you?
Oh, absolutely not.
Okay. She didn't talk to you about anything like that, did you?
No, sir.
Okay. The state brought up y'all's 6-month plan, which I believe yesterday was the first time you'd heard about a 6-month plan. If Gary were to pass, do you remember anything about that?
I remember it said when there was one of the interviews, I think with Detective Hayes and Sergeant Pope.
Okay. So what do you know about this 6-month plan?
There was no hard plan for anything, as far as ever getting married or ever even being together. But it was said, he asked a question, I believe, and I didn't answer immediately, and he answered, or he said, like 6 months, and I think I said yes.
Okay, all right. Well, let's just kind of talk about the nature of y'all's relationship.
Yeah.
Y'all were obviously close, and you obviously loved her. You testified to that.
Correct.
Right? But you also had another girlfriend at the time.
I did.
What was her name?
Christina Grant.
All right, so Christina Grant. Y'all were pretty close, too.
Yes, we are.
Are y'all still together?
No.
All right. But back at that time, y'all were?
Yes.
So you seeing 2 women?
I was.
All right. Now, and I'm not trying to put any words in your mouth or make any accusations towards you, but sometimes men have been known to say things to multiple women to get to keep both women. Would that be fair that you were doing that back then?
I've heard of that.
You heard of that? Okay. So sometimes you might say things to keep both of your girlfriends.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So I want to go back to that email in 2017, and this is, of course, after y'all went to Jamaica. So I guess Christina found out about that. She got jealous.
Yes.
But did Gary ever reach out to you?
Never.
Okay. And did you just knew Christina was upset?
Yes.
All right. Did you know of Gary and Christina having any contact after that?
I didn't know of it.
What do you mean?
I just kind of had a thought.
What's your thought? Can you go ahead and tell me?
Yeah, I thought that they probably got together.
You thought they got together?
Yes.
They went up to Nashville together?
I don't know.
Had an overnight trip? Have you heard of that?
I don't know. That was kind of she got to where she would be disappearing, and I kind of figured that might have been what it was.
Interesting.
Because I know that she had Gary's information.
Okay. So I'm gonna bounce back around. I do that, and I'm sorry. I can't stay in line. The district attorneys, they've got their nice notebooks, and they're constantly in order, and I'm disordered. That's why I get to be a defense attorney. But I want to go back to these interviews over here. They come to your house. This is at Bobby Carter's office. All the other interviews are at Bobby Carter's office.
Yes,
right?
sir.
That's Judge Carter. He's a judge now.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Coffee County.
Correct.
Right. And at which one of these interviews did they decide to tell you they were going to bug her?
I don't remember. I want to say that it was probably either that July 24th or August the 2nd, but I'm not sure which one it was.
Okay. What do you think about that?
I was I was wanting to do anything I could to help. I mean, I wanted to show them I didn't know anything. I had, was no involvement, and I would do what I could do.
Protecting yourself.
Yes.
Staying on that side of the table and not that side of the table, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you did this, and at first you didn't do the recording on the recorder. Why did you decide to tell Melody about that?
I don't know. I just, at the moment, it was like, very early on. I don't remember what day that was, but I had tried to use that recorder. You got to hold it up with your phone and put it this way and that way, and it was awkward. And then when I saw her, I just said, they'd give me a recorder. They want me to record our phone calls.
Okay. I do want to talk about one other thing. Going back to the 9th, right the day before the 10th of July. Okay. And that's when this statement about the burn pile and all that, I believe that's what you said in 2019 actually happened, right? The statement that you say that you changed the time when that happened, you say that happened on the 9th of July? Or when did that happen?
I don't know the date.
Okay.
I just know that I had gone to Martha's house and was talking to her.
This was at Martha's house?
Yes.
That's when it happened?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We're going to talk more about that. But let's go back to these recordings.
Okay.
So then you start recording her on these Call-Yos, which is this app on your phone. Like you got a phone, you get your phone out, do you call her through the app, or how did that work? Tell me how it works.
Seemed like I had to dial, for me to call her, it seemed like I had to dial a number, and then it went through, you could hear it going through a system or something. And then when it came in, it came in as like a recording, and then you had to answer it, and then it was her.
Okay.
Didn't know which way it was going.
All right.
That's been...
Right. It's been about 5 years.
More
than that. Between 6 and 5 years, because you did it through 2019. So you did it for almost an entire year.
Well, from the latter, we'll say August of 18 till would have been June of 19.
You recorded her.
Well, they did.
Right.
Yeah.
And in all of these phone calls, because they've been provided to us, but in all of these phone calls, did she ever confess to anything?
No, sir.
All right. And in fact, in these phone calls, would she talk about who she thought actually did this?
Yes, sir.
And who are those two people?
Scott and Chris, her sons.
That's what these phone calls were mostly about, right? A lot of the time.
It was part of the conversation at times, yes. I don't remember how often.
And did she show concern that the state wasn't investigating the people she believed perpetrated this crime?
Yes.
All right, and y'all talked about that a lot. Of course, you also talked about the normal stuff. I love you, all those things. And that's just a very simple, by the way. All that means is everything, all of it. We're going to make it through all of it.
Yes, sir.
Because that started back when you were taking care of Martha Jane and your dad.
That's correct.
And that's when y'all first fell in love.
That's correct.
No top secret meaning to all.
No.
Okay. So in all those phone calls, nothing.
Nothing.
But then you said too, because you know how the whole thing looked. You went, got her. I think you got her a burner phone. That's the word he uses.
Yes.
What do you call those phones?
Straight talk.
Straight talk phone. All right, straight talk phone. Go to Walmart, get a straight talk phone. You gave it to her because you wanted to see if maybe you could get something out of it.
That's correct.
Because at the end of the day, you were dating her, and you didn't want to be with somebody that killed her husband, right?
That's correct.
That's right.
That's right.
So you did this, and in all those interviews, all those times that you were questioning her, did she confess to murder?
Never.
Right. Who did she still maintain did this, in her opinion, best she could tell?
Chris and Scott.
Okay. Because let's talk about, can you remember some of the odd and strange things Chris and Scott were doing throughout 2018 and 2019? Do you remember any of that when y'all were talking on the phone?
She had told me about some instances with both of them.
Could you tell the jury?
One time, I don't remember the circumstances, but Chris came to the house and threatened to beat her unrecognizable and stand over her grave and watch them lower her into the grave.
Okay. That's concerning. Anything else? What about Scott? What were some of the things Scott was doing on the property?
Scott stayed gone a lot. He'd go play golf, and that's what I was told. Scott would go play golf. He'd be gone. He'd come in and just explode over nothing.
On his mama?
Yes. Yes, on his mama.
Right. So he was showing a lot of anger towards his mama through 2018,
Yes.
2019. Yes. What about the assets, the family assets, and the property? What was Scott doing? Can you remember? And it's okay if you can't, but just what you can.
Oh, the only thing that I know was, that Scott would come over and get a debit card, credit card, whichever it was from Melody, or sometimes from Gary, just so he could go do something.
So mentioning the credit card. So this credit card that she had from you, that goes back years, right?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
It started, I gave it to her, I think initially, back when we first started with Dad and Martha, in case she had to pay for something, because I think, like I said yesterday, she had to handle the septic tank people coming out and digging up the backyard and pumping the septic tank, and because I was at work, and if there was anything that she had to pay for, she would have my credit card. But she never did have to use it even for that, but she had it for that. Plus, like I said, also that Gary had at times cut the credit cards off to her, to all of them, I assumed.
Did that to everybody in the family, right?
Yes, yeah. But that way she would have something to just not be, like be in Tullahoma or be in Nashville and not be able to get something to eat or gas. But again, she never did use it, not a single time in all those years.
Which I'm not saying you know anything about Georgia law and divorce and who owns what in a marriage. But how about this? When you were married before,
yes.
I think you were married for 36 years.
Yes.
All right. Every dollar that you had, that was also your wife's money too, right?
That's correct.
That's how that works, right?
Hers wasn't mine, but mine was hers.
Right. But that money was also Melody's too. That she could have had access to.
Yes.
That's her money.
Yes.
All right. And she knew that, correct?
Oh, yes.
And she bought for her house. I mean, had you ever been to the Purcell Lane house?
No.
Had you ever seen any pictures of it?
Yes.
So would you say it was beautiful?
Oh, yeah, it was Southern living beautiful.
You would say Melody pretty much bought anything she wanted for that house.
Yes.
And clothing she wanted as well, right?
Yes.
So she didn't want for anything. Old Southern phrase. She didn't want for anything, did she?
That's exactly right. No, she did not.
Okay. So even though maybe Gary would keep up with where she was going sometimes, did you even know anything about that?
I think that if she spent, and I don't remember the exact dollar, but it was either 25 or 35 or something like that, he got a notification.
But she still got to buy anything she wanted.
Yeah. It didn't matter whether it was $35 or $350 or whatever.
Or $3,500.
Yeah, it didn't matter.
Okay.
No.
I want to talk to you too. Did you talk with Melody through all this time about just some basics of, certainly there was some concern here, but we're talking about a lady that y'all were together. How big is she?
She's little.
She's a little lady.
Yes.
And then her two sons, they're giants. They're big guys.
Yes, they're bigger than me.
All right. So, and I think you've mentioned some concern about that too, their size, when you were around them. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Y'all would talk about the fact that they're so large and she's so small and there's no way she could have done this, right?
Correct.
just from just the sheer basics of this case.
Yes.
You know, I want to talk a little bit. I mean, I've done it because sometimes I get a little heated, and I'm trying to calm back down. Because I don't want words ever getting put in your mouth, Rusty. I want you to be able to talk and tell the story to this jury because you were the one there and you were the one that lived it. So I want you to explain what was around. So obviously she was in custody at that point, but in June of 2019, we call it recant, but you're not really recanting. You're just trying to better explain what she said to you. Right? And when she said it.
But what was said was not changed. It was just when it was said.
Okay. So just to kind of better explain that to the jury, because that's a lot of what this case is coming down to. The district attorney is putting their case on the words that come out of your mouth.
Right.
So I need you to explain those words to that jury right there.
She said those words to me.
Okay.
I heard them. I just, in my confusion and pressure of I got to do something, they're going to arrest me, they're going to ruin my name, they're going to put me, line me up. It came out because Bobby didn't even know I was going to say that.
Bobby didn't even know?
No.
So that's just what you felt like you had to do to preserve yourself?
Yes.
But then you tried to explain later that, yes, she told you about that, but that was after Gary was already found, right?
Yes.
Okay. She's in custody sometime around the preliminary hearing. I mean, a video or a recording was played yesterday where y'all are talking about a chess game.
Yes.
Okay, all right. So, and I believe they're talking about Michael. Y'all are talking about Michael. And it just kind of struck my mind. Us lawyers, we call strategy in cases chess games. So it sounded like you guys were, tell me if I'm wrong, but y'all were already using the language of the strategy of a case. It's like a chess game, yes?
Yes.
That's what that's about.
It was, as you put it, this side of the table and that side of the table. They're playing chess.
Okay. And speaking of lawyers, because there's been a lot of lawyers in this case and a lot of district attorneys and a lot of defense attorneys. Once upon a time, she had Manny Aurora, but Manny Aurora told everybody to stop talking, right?
Yes.
In fact, I think that's pretty good legal advice. I can go get out my card, and on the back of my card it says, what tips on talking to the police? Don't do it, right? Yeah, I didn't give you my
your cards.
But I'll give it to you, and that's what it says. And that's what Melody was trying to do, was to tell you that Manny said everybody's got to stop talking. Yes?
That is correct.
That'd be some pretty good legal advice, wouldn't it?
I think so. In hindsight, yes.
Because here you are, things that you felt like you just had to say to protect yourself has gotten you in front of that jury right here and her sitting right over there, right?
Yes, sir.
And going to that, in that recording about, if you keep talking, I keep pointing up at that because that's where the sound comes from. But they're recording yesterday of her in jail. And she said, I didn't do this. And you said, well, I know, honey. But if you keep talking, you're going to hang me. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
You understood that to mean with just talking, it doesn't do any good, does it? Because here we are. Has it done any good?
No, sir.
So on the 24th day of June 2018, that was a lie about when that conversation happened with Melody.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I appreciate you for being honest about that. I appreciate you for coming down here and being honest, because you don't want to be here, right?
No, sir.
This has probably been the worst experience of your life, has it not?
Ever.
You're under oath right now, I remind you.
Yes, sir.
And you seem like a kind of guy that takes an oath pretty serious, don't you?
Yes, sir.
And you swore to God to tell the truth to this jury, have you not?
I did.
And right now, you're telling the truth to this jury?
I am.
And you tried to tell the truth to this law enforcement officer sooner than June the 25th of 2029, did you not?
I did.
But you didn't want to poke the bear.
what Bobby said.
Your Honor, if I may have 1 minute. Just briefly, Rusty, some things I missed there, but I want to clear up. So there was some talk in your cross-examination yesterday about guns, all the guns you own.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You didn't have any missing guns that you couldn't account for, right?
No, sir.
How about any guns that maybe Martha Jane had, right? Did she ever say she was missing a gun?
No.
All right. And any guns that you would have moved from your house, it was because of the children of your daughter or her husband?
Her husband.
Okay. But that's why things were moved around.
Well, there were no guns at their house, my daughter and her husband's house. I mean, I just didn't take guns in the house.
Because of respect for them?
Yes.
Okay. But none were missing?
No.
None unaccounted for?
No.
You let them search your property?
I did.
Okay. And let's go to your alibi. During that time period, the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th, in that time period, I mean, you presented receipts. I think you said you were at Walmart showing your pasta recipe. Is that right?
I went to Food Line and...
Food Line, my bad.
Yes.
Okay, so you went to Food Line.
Yes.
And you were on video. You were in Tullahoma, Tennessee.
Yes.
Clear. And had they actually, and I don't know that they did, but it's all there. Anything you would have ever wanted to see on you would have shown you were in Tullahoma, Tennessee.
Yes.
Okay.
Then I went to Food Line twice that day.
Okay.
Detective Hayes actually reminded me of that during one of the interviews.
Okay. So they knew where you were.
Yes.
All right. That's all I have for this witness, Judge.
You correct?
Yes, Your Honor, if I may. Russ, I want to congratulate you. Your memory has improved greatly from yesterday to today, hasn't it?
I don't know. I thought we went over the same thing.
Who did you talk to last night about this case?
Nobody.
You have any conversations with anybody?
No, sir. Oh, I had conversations. I talked to my daughter.
That was it?
Yeah.
Talk about the case?
No.
Did you defense counsel was asking questions and you were freely answering those questions and giving actually commentary some stuff based on no evidence whatsoever. Isn't that right?
I don't know. I don't understand what you're saying.
Do you remember right at the moment, about 30 minutes ago, Mr. Weaver asked you about whether Gary and Christina were having an affair or relationship? Remember that?
Yes, sir.
And he asked you to pontificate about your opinion on that, correct?
Yes, sir.
You have no evidence whatsoever that Gary was having an affair with Christina, do you?
No, sir.
You're just speculating, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
You're just trying to help Melody, aren't you?
No, I was just saying, but that's what I said, wasn't it?
Well, you agree that they're trying to help Melody, right?
Sure.
Now, yesterday, did you wink at Melody?
No, sir.
You didn't make any facial expressions at her?
Not that I'm aware of. I tried real hard not to.
You were looking at her about talking about that black diamond, though, weren't you?
I don't know.
Sir, a lot of questions were asked to you by defense counsel about, for example, what guns were missing or not missing from Martha Jane's and other questions like that. And you agree with me that those are based on your word, what you say, right?
My word or what I was told, yes.
But it's based on your word whether or not to believe that. Is that correct?
I'm not following where you're going.
All right, let's see if you follow this. You agree with me that this jury has to decide your credibility, right?
Yeah, I'm assuming, yes.
And when they ask questions about guns and things like that, you agree that your word is all that you have to prove that. Isn't that right?
Yes, I'm saying either what I know or what I've been told or as we said, what I assumed.
And ultimately the jury, you agree, is going to have to decide when you're telling the truth in this case. Is that true?
Yes.
But you would also agree that on July 24th, 2018, sitting for hours with your attorney, we have a recording of you saying, Melody told me Gary's in the burn pile. That's the only recording we have when it comes down to your word, right?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Okay, let's just briefly explain, because I know sometimes when Mr. Focus asks you things, Do you understand everything he asks you?
I didn't, but I was trying.
Okay, you didn't, but you were trying. All right, let's do this. Number one, you've been in business for what? 50 plus years.
Yes, sir.
And what do you sell again?
John Deere construction equipment.
John Deere construction equipment. So to have those kind of relationships, you have to be a man of what?
My word.
A man of your word. Because if you promise something, it's got to happen. And if it don't happen, then that deal is over, right?
And future deals.
And they'll never call you again. Yes. Because you're old school kind of guy.
Yes.
So you've told this jury what happened. You told it earlier about what you said on the 24th versus what you said a year later and everything.
Yes.
I remind you, sir, you are under oath. You are telling the truth.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have, Judge.
All right, you sit down. Thank you.
Judge, may he be on call released so he can go home but subject to recall?
All right. You get called back, you got to come back down. All right.
Thank you, Honor.
All right, call your next witness.
If you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, have a seat. If you could please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your full name for the court reporter, please.
Absolutely. My name is Sergeant Trenton Kuykendall, and that's TRENTKUYKENDALL.
Sergeant, how are you employed?
I'm employed with the Cherokee County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been employed there?
Since 2011.
Can you tell the jury, are you a post-certified law enforcement officer?
Yes, ma'am.
What exactly does that mean?
It means I've been through basic mandate, and I am post-certified through the state of Georgia. I got certified in 2007.
2007. Yes. Where were you between 2007 and 2011?
I worked for the University of Georgia Police Department, where I achieved the rank of corporal, and I was employed there for around 2.5 years.
Can you also tell the jury about your educational background?
Yes, ma'am. I have bachelor's degrees in psychology, criminal justice, and early childhood education.
All right, Sergeant. Were you employed with the Cherokee County Sheriff's Office on July 5th, 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
And in what capacity?
I was assigned to basically days persons, which was our major crimes unit.
And what was your title at that time?
Detective.
What's the difference between detective, investigator, sergeant, all of those titles?
Investigators are our deputy level investigators, and our detectives are specifically corporal level investigators, and you have sergeants who are the unit supervisors.
So you were a detective in 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sergeant now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I just want to make sure I have your titles accurate. Were you called out to 2155 Purcell Lane on July 5th, 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Around what time?
It was we arrived on scene at around 1:30, and I believe we left just after 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
I'm sorry, you left when?
Just after 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and got there about 1:30.
I see what you're saying. Okay. When you arrived on scene, what was the first thing you did?
When we arrived on scene, we initially got directed towards the back of the residence. On the way there, we met with Lieutenant Simmons and were briefed on some of the basic information that was known at the time.
So what was the information that you had that you were briefed on prior to walking into the scene?
Essentially, we knew that one of the individuals that lived at the house, his name was Gary, he was missing. Nobody had seen him in a few days. We knew that what were believed to be human remains were found on the fire that was in the back. We also knew that some people had already started talking about some concerning things when they were away from other members of the family, such as seeing blood in the basement near the stairs, and also there being a gun that was seen a few days before and now wasn't seen anymore. So that was some of the initial basic information we had been given.
So when you were briefed by Lieutenant Simmons, what did you do next?
I went and looked at basically the burn pile in the backyard where the human remains were believed to be at.
Did you contact anyone, anybody of your supervisors?
Certainly. After looking at the burn pile, I contacted Sergeant Hands, who was my supervisor at the time.
Okay, and was crime scene called out?
Yes, ma'am.
When you looked at the pile, the burn pile and then called Sergeant Hands, how was this investigation being handled? What was it being handled as?
We look at all death investigations as potential homicides when we first get on scene and we first start learning the information. Sometimes I can steer an investigation very quickly towards it. Basically, we get evidence and we get information, we start talking to the family, and it can steer investigations towards believing that the crimes are of a natural death or an accidental death. And in this particular case, we didn't have much information, so we were treating it like a homicide, but at the same time, we were just following our standard protocols like as we would with any death investigation.
Did someone eventually get a search warrant for the residence?
Yes, ma'am.
Why would law enforcement want a search warrant for the residence at that point?
So that we have legal grounds to search the residence and the curtilage and the property.
Once that was obtained, what were you tasked with doing on the scene?
The first thing I was actually tasked with doing was speaking with Scott Farris.
Speaking with who?
Scott.
Okay. How long did you speak with him for?
About an hour and a half.
And did you learn some information from him that allowed you to move forward and speak with someone else?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did you speak with after that?
Chris Farris.
And did Chris Farris share helpful information to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Was Scott Farris the one who had mentioned the concerning things that you had previously testified to?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Chris Farris share some concerning things?
He also did, yes, ma'am.
Were you present when the fire detective, Shane Daniels, was there?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And were you present when he checked Scott Farris and Melody Farris' hands?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe that process to the jury?
Certainly. He had several buckets and he had some swabs. I didn't get a good look at what specific types of swabs they were, but I did take photographs of him going through this process because it's not a process I was very familiar with myself because I'm not a fire investigator. So we went ahead and tried to document that via photographs, and I had also talked to Scott previously and got his consent to do this as well.
You were equipped with a camera?
Yes.
And you took photos throughout the night?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. After standing with Shane Daniel when he checked Scott and Melody's hands, what was the next thing that you were tasked with?
The next thing I ended up doing was standing by with the tractor, waiting on a member of the crime scene unit to come and process it.
Why did you do that?
Because it was a significant distance away from the house. We wanted to make sure it was secured.
Why did you need to make sure it was secured?
So that nobody could go over it. Once we realized the value of it and that we needed to process it, we wanted to make sure that there was no potential that anything could have happened to it in the meantime.
So individuals that you interviewed had mentioned something about the tractor?
Yes, ma'am.
That interested you all?
Yes, ma'am.
In your investigation? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. So you stood by to make sure nothing happened to it?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, after standing by the tractor, what did you do next?
After the tractor was processed, I ended up back in the residence, and at one juncture, I asked the crime scene unit if I could assist with searching the basement area of the home. And when I did that, I did get permission to assist them, and when I did that, I found a projectile on the floor in the basement.
Sergeant, is this the projectile that you found? And I'm showing you Thrasher 280.
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the location in which you found it?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you touch it?
No, ma'am.
Did you move it?
No, ma'am.
Did you feel your foot kick it?
No, I didn't.
Just a closer view. Is that exactly how you found it?
Yes, it is.
What did you do once you found it?
As soon as I found it, Lieutenant Ballard and Melanie Thrasher just so happened to be about 5 feet away from me, just on the other side of the chair next to the bar, and I immediately drew their attention to it so that they could collect it pursuant to their policies and procedures to maintain its forensic integrity.
Once you found that, did you kind of search the rest of the area close by to see if there were any other projectiles or any holes or anything like that?
As soon as I had found it, since they were right there and I got their attention, I let them handle more of that part of it. because since I had found evidence, I didn't want to do anything that would jeopardize any other evidence in the location.
After you found the projectile, did you search any other rooms in the house?
Over the course of the evening, I had searched some other rooms in the house. I was following behind several other investigators. I wanted to search more, but just due to the nature of the investigation, as soon as I would start to begin to search a room, within moments I'd be called away and asked a question or need to brief somebody on information I had. So I really didn't get the opportunity to search the house like I wanted to. But I did go back behind other investigators to research areas to see if we had missed anything. And I never found anything of note doing that.
How long were you on scene that night?
We were on scene until a decent bit after midnight.
After your task of being inside the home and doing that portion of the investigation, did your role move to interviewing witnesses at some point?
It did. Later that, it was a little after midnight, I ended up calling Chris again and speaking with him over the phone.
I want to move to the early morning of the 6th, so still the evening of the 5th. Did you speak with Scott and Melody?
That would have been on the 6th, yes.
The early morning of the 6th, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you assisted Detective Hayes in those interviews?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
How many hours did that take?
Can I clarify one thing? I actually spoke with Scott by myself out in the parking lot, and then I went in and assisted Detective Hayes with interviewing Melody Farris in the conference room at the precinct.
Okay. And how long did that take?
I believe I spoke with Scott for about 15 minutes, roughly, and then I ended up speaking with Melody for almost 4 hours.
And at some point during the 6th, did the crime scene open back up at the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you assist in securing that property once it was opened back up to the family?
Yes, ma'am. I did go back to the house prior to going to the precinct.
I want to go back to the house. You mentioned that you had taken some photos. Did you have the opportunity to take some photos in the kitchen of the kitchen counter, items that were on the kitchen counter?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Good.
Sergeant, I'm showing you what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit Kuykendall 1, 2, 3, and 4. Go ahead and look at those for me. Do you recognize the items in those photos?
Yes, ma'am.
Are they fair and accurate depictions of the items that you saw in the home on the 5th?
Yes, they are.
State moves to tender into evidence states Kuykendall 1 through, what was the last number I gave you?
I believe it's 4.
4.
All right. Objection?
No objection.
You're good.
All right, Sergeant, I want to go over those. Okay, what are we looking at in Kuykendall 1?
This is a picture of a debit card issued to Gary Farris, and on the right side you can see another financial transaction card which is also issued to Gary Farris, and in the bottom portion of the picture you can see the wallet of Melody Farris, which is where these cards came from.
Those are the cards pulled from this wallet?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to move to Kuykendall 2. And is this just a better photo of what was the contents of the wallet?
Yes.
Okay. And 3, Kuykendall 3, what are we looking at here?
That is an American City Bank card issued to a Roy Barton.
And at the time, did anyone know who Roy Barton was?
No, ma'am.
And the last one, is this the back of that same card?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's Kuykendall 4. Were those collected and taken in evidence?
The Visa card assigned to Roy was taken into evidence, but I don't believe the other financial transaction cards were.
And at that point, had any family members expressed suspicion of their mother seeing someone else besides Gary Farris?
Yes, ma'am, they had.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Good.
I'm going to mark this as Kuykendall 9. I believe that's what this is. Judge, can we well, yeah, that's 9. Kuykendall 9. Sergeant, do you recognize Kuykendall 9?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize that?
It's the card that was taken out of Melody Farris's wallet.
State moves to tender Kuykendall 9.
No objection.
All right, somebody.
This is the physical card that was taken into evidence that states Roy Barton.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so then you spend several hours interviewing Melody Farris on the 6th.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you and Detective Hayes, was he in the room with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at any point, was she threatened or promised anything? Did you expose a weapon, handcuffs, anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Was she under arrest at the time?
No, she wasn't.
I want to talk about the following day, the 7th. And we have a calendar there if it helps. July 7th, 2018. You mentioned earlier in your testimony that you were tasked with calling witnesses. Was this when you called Chris Farris?
It was.
What is it that you called him about?
We were calling to reestablish communication and potentially talk to him some more. I'm not exactly sure what our goal in that was, but I did call him and try to get in touch with him and Jenna,
Okay.
who is his wife.
And did Chris or Jenna ever call you back?
Not at that time, no.
Not at that time. Did you eventually speak with Jenna Farris?
I did.
When was that?
I believe I specifically spoke with her on Tuesday the 10th.
Did you ever speak with Chris Farris again?
Briefly on the 26th. They had reached back out to Detective Hayes, Scott and Chris did, to reestablish communication after not communicating with us for a while. And he had started that interview. It had gone on for, I guess, an hour or two before I was able to enter the room. And I came in just to see if I could be of any assistance to Detective Hayes.
And that was later on in the month?
Yes, ma'am. I think that was the 26th of July.
Okay. Let's keep talking about the 7th, see what else you did in this case. After leaving those voicemails, did you reach out to anyone else?
I got with Sergeant Pope, and we went to try to find several other people that we needed to speak to. The first of that was Terry Braswell.
Okay, and who was Terry Braswell?
He was a friend of Melody's.
Did he live nearby?
He did.
After speaking with Mr. Braswell, what did you find out from Mr. Braswell that assisted in follow-up?
In speaking with him, several things. He had gotten some phone calls from Melody Farris, so we spoke about that. In particular, we realized when looking at his phone that he had 2 phone numbers for Melody, and we obtained his consent to meet him back at the Free Home Precinct to forensically analyze his phone, which he consented to.
Which was done?
Yes, ma'am.
After obtaining that information from Mr. Braswell on the 7th, what did you do next?
We went and found Sherry Cooper, or also known as Sharon Cooper.
Who's we?
Sergeant Pope and I, I'm sorry.
Where did you go to do that?
At her house.
How long did you speak with, was she home?
She was.
And how long did you speak with her?
It was over an hour. I don't remember the exact time.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Sergeant, I'm showing you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit Kuykendall 5 through 8. Can you please look at those for me? Do you recognize those photos?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you either the one who took them or were you there when they were taken?
Yes, I was specifically the one who took these pictures.
Okay, and are those fair and accurate representation of the items within them?
Yes, ma'am.
State moves to tender those exhibits.
No objection.
All right, they're good.
All right, Sergeant, I'm going to walk you through those. We'll start with Kuykendall 5. What are we looking at here?
That's a picture of the front of Sherry's residence with Sherry in the picture and her cell phone.
Is this on the day that you spoke with her on July 7th of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
And
That's
is that the date?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What are we looking at in Kuykendall 7?
That's her home screen.
And it was it late at night? 8:23 p.m.?
It was pretty late.
Did this case have people working long hours?
It did.
All right. And what are we looking at in Kuykendall 8?
We were looking at a picture of Melody Walker, who is Melody Farris, and those are the 2 contact numbers that Sherry had for Melody in her phone.
Okay, so Sherry also had 2 numbers.
Yes, ma'am.
So far, Sherry and Terry both had 2 phone numbers for Miss Farris.
Yes, they both did.
And did the family at this point, was the family expressing that she possibly had a second phone?
Yes, ma'am.
So that was of interest to you.
It was.
Did Sherry Cooper, was she able to confirm some other concerns of the family of an affair that Melody was having?
She did, yes, ma'am.
She corroborated some of that information for you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And after you eventually left Miss Cooper's home, did she reach back out to you at any point?
She did. She had communicated with me the next day. We ended up playing phone tag, and I ended up actually being able to get her on the phone. And I was at home. I was not working, but talking to her was very important, so I'd actually gone and sat in my car, and I was able to speak with her for a little bit about some other things she had remembered that she wanted to make sure we knew about.
So she remembered stuff and wanted to reach back out to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And at that time, was she able to shed light on Melody's state of mind in her marriage?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that helpful to your investigation?
It was.
All right, I want to talk about July 9th. When it pertains to this case, what did you do on the 9th?
In particular, I had been given some names of people to contact that had reached out to us as part of the neighborhood canvas. In particular, Joanna Newton and also Frank Allen and his wife.
Okay, and did you also make a call to Hampton Golf Village?
I did.
Why did you do that?
That's where Scott said that he had played golf on the morning of July 4th at about 7:30. He said there was a tee time where he played with Ted and Philip, which were his friends. So I called to see if they would have video of that, to also see if anybody could verify that there was, in fact, that golf game plan scheduled and the manner in which it was scheduled and things like that.
Did they eventually get back to you?
Yes.
When?
I spoke to Trevor Cross, who was the assistant golf pro that day, and I got called a few days later. I believe it was on Wednesday the 11th. The head golf pro had called me as well and had mentioned that he had seen Philip.
Philip Samples?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that who was with Scott that day?
Yes.
All right. And then...
And that gentleman's name was Sean Kelly that called me on the 11th as well.
On the 11th?
Yes.
Okay, you're kind of trailing off a little. I need you to keep it up. Keep your voice up. Thank you. Okay, so there was a day in between on July 10th. What were you tasked with doing on the 10th?
On the 10th, I followed up with speaking with Beth Braswell, who is Terry's ex-wife. That's where Ella and Emma were having a play date in Forsyth County. And Chris had dropped Ella off to play with Emma on the 3rd, and I was just following up with that information that I had gotten through my interviews to corroborate that that is in fact how it went and how that got established.
Where Ella spent the night?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And did you speak with anyone else on that, on July 10th, regarding this case?
I did. I spoke with a John Lambert, who was a service technician who had done automation work at the home.
Okay, and who else did you speak with that day?
That afternoon, I had spoken with Jenna Farris.
And without really telling me anything that Jenna had said, they've already heard from her, but how was that conversation?
It was a good conversation. I got a lot of information from her in terms of corroborating the story and basically the timeline that Chris had given me. That was one of my main goals.
Was it a shorter conversation?
Let me give them.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's give me some direction. Let's don't talk about what anyone else said. Let's don't put your opinion as to what was confirmed, not confirmed, established, or anything else based upon what anyone else told you. Just don't say it. Just stick to the question and don't comment on what anyone else told you unless there's a specific reason and Ms. Frankish asked you that question specifically. All right.
So was it a shorter conversation with Jenna?
It was.
Okay, and she got off the phone with you kind of abruptly?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, and then on July 11th, did you have the opportunity to go down to Burn Foreman with Sergeant Westbrook?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, why did you do that?
To speak with Angela Phillips.
Okay, and did you speak with anyone else when you went there?
We spoke with Angela Phillips. They had their attorney representing them. His name was Nick Latito. And Eric Durlacher, we also spoke with him briefly.
And did they give you some documents from Gary's office that day as well?
I got a timesheet from them that day, but then over the course of about a month, I received several emails from Burn Foreman. I believe they specifically, a lot of them came from Eric Durlacher himself. And in those documents, there was a lot of things that we...
Yeah, not into the documents.
Second, can y'all understand him? We've been going for a while. My ears are tired, so I can't keep up with him. So slow down just a hair.
Normally, I got to speak
the
softer.
speed. I didn't think about the speed. Yes, you are a quick talker.
And those documents were put on a flash drive and given to Detective Hayes. I don't think I can tell you what was on them.
Correct. Thank you. Okay, and then on July 24th, who all did you speak with that day?
I spoke with Joanne Ward.
Joanne Ward?
Yes, ma'am.
Who is she?
She was a friend of Gary's from the building, but they didn't work in the same law office.
Okay, so she was interviewed briefly.
Yes, ma'am.
And then, were you able to attend a test fire with the marshal's office at Purcell Lane?
Yes, ma'am. That was in 2019.
In 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
What were you tasked with doing on that day?
Standing by with one of the marshal's officers up in Scott's area of the barn.
And then I only have a couple more things to go over with you. You were briefly a sergeant of SVU,
Yes, ma'am.
correct? And you deal with crimes against children in SVU?
I do.
Okay. And you had the opportunity to sit for forensic interviews with Addison and Ella Farris?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What is a forensic interview?
A forensic interview is, we use the Child First Protocol here in Georgia, where a forensic interviewer asks non-leading general questions to children so as to not lead them to certain answers, alter their memory, and it's done in a very child-friendly environment and setting as to not traumatize the children further, because typically it's done for things that are very difficult for children to talk about.
So law enforcement generally does not interview children when they're witnesses to crimes.
Correct.
They're brought to, where are they brought to?
In this particular case, we utilize the Anna Crawford Children's Center, which is the center we normally utilize, and this was on August 9th of 2019 as well.
And you had the opportunity to sit for those interviews. And when I say sit for them, where are you located versus the children?
You're in a separate room watching a live feed.
And you were present for Addison and Ella's forensic interviews in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Was that essentially the last task for this case that you were really a participant for?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you were not the lead on this case, were you?
No, ma'am.
Generally, was the entire office of the sheriff's office, CID, helping and assisting with different tasks in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
That's all I have for you, Sergeant. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Judge, realistically, with us stopping, this is the spot because I'm going to go.
All right. Okay, with that, we'll break for the day. Y'all.
Am I good to go, Judge?
Go ahead.
Good morning. Is it detective still or sergeant?
Sergeant Kuykendall.
Sergeant Kuykendall. What division are you with now?
I'm in criminal investigations.
Okay. My name is John Luke Weaver, and I, along with Michael Ray, represent Melody Farris. So I want to go back and talk about what were your job responsibilities in 2018?
I was assigned to the day's persons unit, and I worked under Sergeant Hands.
In the what persons unit?
Persons crimes unit.
Okay.
And I worked with Detective Hayes, and Sergeant Hands was our sergeant at the time.
And who?
Sergeant Hands.
Okay. So y'all were the persons crimes unit.
Yes, sir.
What is that? I mean, every case would involve a person, so could you be a little more specific what that would mean?
Correct. So criminal investigations at that juncture was divided into several units. So we had a crimes against children unit that investigated crimes against children. We had a night shift family violence unit. We had a property crimes unit that looked into thefts and burglaries. We also had a financial crimes unit that dealt with fraud. So on days persons, we worked non-family violence crimes against persons, which would include everything from shootings, stabbings, robberies, rapes, but it would be under the non-family violence part of that. So neighbors fighting would fall under us, things of that nature. But if something happened during the day that was family violence, that was like a shooting or a stabbing, we would still respond to it and investigate it, and generally we would keep those cases.
Okay. So technically this case would not have fallen under what you guys normally would do.
That's incorrect.
That's incorrect?
Yes.
Okay. But you just said that you guys were not a domestic violence unit.
Correct, but that's in terms of what cases we were assigned on a daily basis. But like I tried to clarify, if something happened, such as a shooting or a stabbing or a rape or a robbery during the day, we did not separate it out into family violence or not, because the family violence unit worked at night, so they weren't even in the office. So we would go out and investigate anything of a person's crimes nature that happened during the day. And we do generally retain those cases and continue on with those investigations.
So you would generally retain those cases, but you could hand that off to the domestic violence unit.
In certain instances that would happen, but something like a shooting, especially a shooting where we were primarily involved with from the beginning of it, we retain those cases and that investigation. And in something like this, my unit would typically, for something like a murder, because it is something that generally fell under days persons, even if it was family violence, oftentimes we would get called in after hours and we would investigate those cases as the primary case agents. So even if there was a murder, for example, that happened at like 9 o'clock at night and Detective Hayes and I were at home, our phones would ring and we'd come out and generally take lead on some of those cases. Depends on who's available, who they have working, and what is known at the time. But I came in many times after hours and on weekends for kidnappings or armed robberies or murders to assist with everything from becoming the case agent and taking over the case entirely to just assisting, doing interviews and writing search warrants, or assisting the crime scene unit and things like that. So we would work effectively cases that would fall into what other agencies would define as like your major crimes or robbery, homicide, things like that. So my unit would take primary on a lot of those cases as well, but not in every case.
Okay. So you just said a lot right there, but this is the way I interpret it. Tell me if I'm wrong. You basically work on a first come, first served basis. You're on duty, case comes up, you stay with the case. Is that correct?
In certain instances, yes. In certain instances, we do transfer those cases to the units that would commonly fall under. For example, during like an on-call, for example, if a child crime came out, the on-call detective, regardless of unit, would respond to it, investigate that to the best of their knowledge at the time with everything they could do, and typically, like for example, a child molestation would be transferred to the Crimes Against Children unit the next day, unless that detective retained that case, and that was sometimes left up to supervision.
So, but in this case, when you guys first arrived, what were you doing earlier that day, by the way?
I don't remember.
Okay. And would you typically be with Detective Hayes throughout the day at that time in your career?
We worked our cases were not assigned like in terms of we were partners. They were assigned independently. So I had a caseload and he had a caseload. So he would be working his cases, I would be working mine. Sometimes that would mean that we would work together. Sometimes that means that we just work completely independently.
Okay. But when you were called out to this case, obviously there was no indication that there had been a murder, correct?
When we responded to this case, we responded like we do in every case. It was a death investigation.
So I believe I heard you on a number of recordings say that you investigate every death in Cherokee County.
I don't.
Maybe not you personally, but Cherokee County Sheriff's Office.
We respond to deaths in the county, but not inside the city limits.
Not inside the city limits of Holly Springs, Canton, Ball Ground.
Typically, but we have been asked to assist them in the past.
Okay. But that's what you did?
We investigate deaths, yes.
Even natural deaths?
Yes, we do.
Right, because I heard you say that in interviews.
Yes, sir. We investigate natural deaths, accidental deaths, suicides, homicides.
Okay. Why do you investigate natural deaths? Would that not be something for the coroner to do?
We work in conjunction with the coroner's office to investigate natural deaths because the goal in going out to those is to determine if it in fact is a natural death or if it is a homicide or an accidental death or something else. So we do go out to determine the manner and cause of death in conjunction with the coroner's office for deaths in Cherokee County.
So you noted early in your incident report and in your audio recordings that, I mean, you applied for a search warrant almost immediately.
It was done early in this case, yes, sir, before the house was searched, I believe.
Okay, what probable cause?
I did not obtain the search warrant, so I've never read the affidavit, so I don't know what probable cause was necessarily written in it.
You didn't obtain the search warrant?
I did not write the original search warrant, no, sir.
But you just know that a search warrant was completed before you went in the house?
Yes, sir.
How do you know that?
Because that information was relayed to me by investigators and supervisors on scene.
Did you see it?
I read the search warrant itself, but I don't believe I've ever read that affidavit.
Okay. Do you know if y'all were already saying there was a murder at that time?
At the point in time we responded to the scene, we knew that we had a human remains on a, well, appeared to be human remains on a fire, burned to a degree of which none of us had ever seen before in many years of law enforcement experience. We knew that people were already talking away from family members and providing information that had us very concerned. And when we respond to any death investigation, we look at it as a potential homicide from the onset of the case until we find evidence to support that it is not a homicide.
And so that evidence would have been Scott Farris telling multiple people that a gun was missing, yes?
That is not the only information that we had, no.
What other information?
The degree to which the body was burned. I've been taught in previous homicide classes that bodies caught up in brush fires or caught up on fires are oftentimes not burned up to that degree, and that should be a very concerning thing if you were to see it when you initially respond to somebody that has fallen on a fire. So I have been taught that in homicide schools, that if somebody is in like a brush fire or like even like a little burn pile, but they are like almost gone and all you have is some bones, that is a very concerning thing, and you should take note of that and start looking deeper as soon as you see something along those lines. So that, in conjunction with family members already starting to talk about other family members in terms of everything from potential drug problems to missing guns to also notably potentially blood in the house, all of these things combined led us to be concerned that this was potentially more than an accidental death or a natural death from pretty much the onset of law enforcement's arrival. Most of that information was gained by even uniformed patrol before Detective Hayes and I made it on scene.
Right, because Scott Farris was telling multiple people that a gun was missing in the house.
That is one of the factors, but again, not the only factor.
Did you already know that he was telling people that before he got in your car for your interview of Scott Farris?
Yes, sir. I had heard that when he was alone with one of the officers on scene,